In the wake of the apocalypse, the resurgence of spiritual energy has given rise to a multitude of professionals, among whom is Bai Tu. Although he possesses merely a one-star talent, he is resolutely advancing towards becoming the most formidable practitioner, leveraging his skill in skeletal summoning. With a mere wave of his hand, a multitude of skeletons materialize around him, as Bai Tu coldly surveys the challengers in his vicinity: mages, warriors, assassins, priests, and more. Chapter 1. The Undead Mage with the Most Inferior Talent. F-Rank Dungeon, Goblin Farm. Concealed within the underbrush, Bai Tu gazes anxiously at the diverse array of goblin creatures inhabiting the farm. Beside him stands a lone skeleton, one hand grasping a rusted iron sword, while the other supports a dilapidated wooden shield devoid of any additional equipment. Adorning its waist and head are faded red cloth strips. This is his summoned entity, a skeletal warrior, also hidden within the foliage, its eye sockets flickering with an eerie green flame as it languidly observes the goblins ahead. This is troublesome. They're all in groups, while I am here alone. Zhao Heng, if I manage to escape, I will certainly not let you off the hook. The thought of Zhao Heng ignites a blaze of fury within Bai Tu's day, were it not for his deceit. Bai Tu would not have found himself in such a perilous predicament. The world is currently undergoing a resurgence of spiritual energy, with monsters running rampant, as countless bizarre and powerful creatures tear through the barriers of reality, unleashed by the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, leaving humanity utterly defenseless against their onslaught and resulting in countless casualties. Eventually, the spirit of Blue Star awakened, birthing the Blue Diamond system, which grants every human who reaches the age of 16 the opportunity to attempt awakening. Only upon successfully awakening can one transition into various professions, learn an array of skills, slay monsters for experience, and ascend levels to grow ever stronger. Bai Tu finds himself both fortunate and unfortunate. The fortune lies in his successful awakening, while the misfortune is that his talent is merely 1 star. Among the talents, 1 star is the lowest, while 9 stars are the strongest. Each star represents a skill that can be learned. A 1-star talent allows for the mastery of only a single skill. Generally, talents below 3 stars are of the lower tier, typically associated with life professions, and it is rare for individuals to transition into combat roles. However, Bai Tu finds himself inexplicably unable to choose any profession other than Undead Mage, thus becoming the lowest talent Undead Mage in history, and quite possibly the weakest combat professional. Upon successfully transitioning into a profession, practitioners typically form small teams to engage in dungeons for leveling up, usually comprising around 7 members, while life professionals rarely enter dungeons. Due to his 1-star talent, no one desires Bai Tu, and just when he was feeling despondent, Zhao Heng deceived him into believing he would assist him in leveling up, only to abandon him alone in the goblin farm once they entered the dungeon, leaving him to fend for himself. They utilized the teleportation scroll to access the second layer of the dungeon. Bai Tu, after much difficulty, discovered a goblin corpse, which he subsequently added to his skeletal graveyard, transforming it into a skeleton, thereby managing to survive until now. Calculating the time, he realizes he has roughly 6 hours left to exit the dungeon, or he must eliminate all the monsters on the first layer to escape. So much time has passed. The second skeleton should have successfully transformed by now. Bai Tu muses, recalling that he previously interred 2 goblin corpses within his skeletal graveyard. The first transformation consumed 20 points of negative energy, while the second had been delayed due to insufficient negative energy. He opens his attribute panel, revealing his status in full. Name by Tuesday, level 0. Profession Undead Mage. Attributes Strength 1, Agility 1, Dexterity 1, Intelligence 2. Talent 1 star. Trait Skeletal Graveyard. A personal space for skeletal entities, enabling transformation, summoning, and storage of skeletons. The mutation probability for transformed skeletons is established at 1. Injecting all negative energy can double the mutation probability. Note, the stronger the corpse, the higher the mutation probability, capped at a maximum of 10. Current negative energy reserve limit is 20 points, which would be increased by enhancing mental strength, raising the limit by 5 points per mental strength increase. Current negative energy recovery rate is 1 point per minute. Each level increase raises recovery efficiency by 1 point, and it can also be enhanced through the investment of corpses. Skill Summon Skeleton, unique. Summons skeleton entities from a skeletal graveyard to assist in combat. Current summon value is 5 points, which can be increased through skill points, with each skill point raising the summon value by 5 points. Despite Bai Tu's lackluster talent, his trait and skill are unprecedented in any textbook. Ordinarily, to utilize the skill of summoning skeletons, an undead mage must possess a corpse, and the summoned skeletons have a time limitation, vanishing upon dissolution. However, with the skeletal graveyard at his disposal, Bai Tu can transform a corpse into a permanently preserved skeleton by placing it within the graveyard, allowing him to summon it at will, unless it is slain. This drastically reduces Bai Tu's combat costs and enhances his margin for error. Yet, the critical issue remains. He possesses only the summon skeleton skill and lacks any means of self-defense. As his consciousness delves into the skeletal graveyard he carries, a chilling aura envelopes him, as if he has suddenly plunged into an ice cellar. This is the unique frigid characteristic of negative energy, which significantly erodes both body and soul. Thus, the stronger the undead mage, the more frail their physical form becomes, potentially rendering them neither human nor ghost. The skeletal graveyard is shrouded in a pallid gray hue, with 2 goblin corpses lying upon the ground. One has already been transformed into a skeleton, leaving only fragmented bones that, under the corrosive effects of negative energy, will swiftly dissolve into black soil, releasing a small amount of negative energy. The other remains intact, preserving its state as it was at the moment of death, as long as it is not transformed into a skeleton. Current negative energy, 20 points. With the negative energy nearly restored, Bai Tu promptly decides to channel all of it into the solitary goblin corpse. Within the skeletal graveyard, all negative energy converges, swirling through the air like a massive gray serpent before abruptly plunging into the goblin corpse. With a resounding rip of muscle and bone, a white skeletal frame bursts forth from the corpse, emerging with a rudimentary iron sword and a battered wooden shield in hand, alongside its basic information. Skeletal Warrior. Level: 1/10 normal. Attributes: Strength 1, Agility 1, Dexterity 1, Intelligence 1. Summon value: 1 point. Negative energy value: 20 points, 100. Trait: none. Skill: none. It is yet another lowly skeletal warrior, comparable to the one beside him, with an overall strength akin to that of an ordinary person, capable of advancing only to level 10, thus recognized as a mere cannon fodder entity. The skeletal warrior is a subpar entity, consuming 20 points of negative energy, yet occupying only 1 point of summon value. Given the low mutation rate at the early stages, the skeletal warrior will indeed serve as the primary combat force. The summon value denotes the maximum number of skeletons that can be summoned simultaneously. With his current 5 points of summon value, he is allowed to summon a maximum of 5 skeletal warriors. To summon more entities, it is imperative to expend skill points to enhance the summoning value. Without hesitation, Bai Tu summoned forth the skeletal warrior, allowing it to hunch its body and conceal itself within the underbrush. Both skeletal warriors were of similar stature, having been transformed from goblins, resulting in their diminutive size, standing at merely 1 meter tall and exuding an impression of ineffectiveness. First, I must seek an opportunity to eliminate a goblin and convert it into a skeleton. Only then can I commence my gradual ascent. After contemplating this strategy, Bai Tu stealthily led his 2 skeletal warriors into the adjacent grove. Lacking any combat prowess himself, he relied entirely on the capabilities of these skeletal warriors, thus ensuring his safety prior to engaging in battle was paramount. With the assistance of the 2 skeletal warriors, Bai Tu painstakingly ascended to a tree, gaining a vantage point from which he could clearly observe the activities at the goblin farm. Warrior 1, conceal yourself in the underbrush. Warrior 2, proceed to lure a goblin out. Bai Tu directed the 2 skeletal warriors according to his devised plan, one hiding away while the other cautiously approached a solitary goblin on the outskirts. Chapter 2, finally upgraded. A goblin with green skin and an unseemly appearance sat cross-legged outside the farm, clutching a short, stout wooden stick. With a languid gaze, it surveyed its surroundings, though its beady eyes frequently darted towards the large cauldron simmering at the heart of the farm, drawn by the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, stirring its appetite. As the lowest-ranking sentinel in the entire goblin farm, its rations were perpetually meager. While starvation was not a concern, it had never truly filled its belly. When would it attain the freedom to feast? Yet, no foes presented themselves for it to earn any accolades. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the nearby thicket, causing the goblin to perk up its ears. Prey? Or perhaps an enemy? Peering out from the underbrush was a smooth, white skull, making direct eye contact with the goblin before swiftly retreating back into the foliage. A skeletal frame? That was indeed a prime ingredient for broth. Moreover, its immaculate whiteness suggested it was fresh. The goblin's eyes gleamed with excitement as it sprang to its feet, brandishing its weapon and charging towards the thicket. With its limited intellect, it could only contemplate what was edible and delectable. Why the skeleton was moving was of no concern, considering its own robust physique. The goblin felt confident it could overpower the skeleton, especially since the latter was unarmed and it wielded a weapon. What was there to fear? It was time to act. With eager determination, the goblin pushed through the undergrowth and caught sight of the fleeing skeletal warrior, which was hindered by the dense foliage, struggling with each step. A grin spread across the goblin's face, its greedy gaze tracing the skeleton's pristine form, unable to resist licking its lips. Such a clean skeleton. How many pots of delicious broth could be brewed from it? Ha! The goblin swiftly pursued the skeletal warrior, closing the distance and preparing to swing its wooden stick down upon it. with years of solitary training and the added strength of its right hand. How could a mere skeleton withstand such a blow? Surely, this strike would crack its skull open. Thud. A dull thump and the fierce rebound of its weapon jolted the goblin back to reality as the skeleton inexplicably produced a weathered wooden shield, positioning it defensively in front of itself. Was there a piece of broken wood on the ground? That seemed plausible. But how did it pick up a broken knife so effortlessly? When did my farm become a junkyard? Bai Tu observed from a high perch, clearly witnessing the encounter. The previous strike had caused the skeletal warrior to stumble back 2 paces, while the goblin remained largely unfazed, indicating that the goblin's strength surpassed that of the skeleton. Bai Tu had not purchased any reconnaissance items, nor could he discern the goblin's precise attributes. He could only surmise that they were low-level creatures, with the larger goblins or goblin wizards potentially reaching level 15. Goblin Sentinel. Type: low-level monster, common. Level: 5, 10. This goblin sentinel was an ordinary creature, likely not exceeding level 10. Judging by the current combat situation, it was probably only level 5. Yet even so, a level 1 skeletal warrior would pose no threat to it. However, it had assistance in the form of a level 3 skeletal warrior. Rustling. Another skeleton emerged from the thicket, brandishing a weapon to block the goblin's path. 2 against 1. This was a significant psychological blow for a goblin that thrived on overwhelming the few with numbers. Ha! The goblin squeaked in panic, swinging its wooden stick faster. Despite its small stature, it possessed strength far exceeding that of an average adult male, the swishing of its weapon slicing through the air with a pronounced whoosh. Warrior 1. Take the lead. Warrior 2. Cover. The proximity to the goblin farm necessitated a swift resolution. Otherwise, the goblin's earlier cries would soon attract other goblins. Responding to the command, the skeletal warriors sprang into action. Warrior 1, with slightly higher levels and greater damage potential, discarded its rickety wooden shield and took the offensive, while Warrior 2 focused on the goblin's wooden stick, ready to block any counterattacks. Despite their initial cooperation, the 2 skeletons moved surprisingly in sync. Warrior 1's blade struck the goblin's leg fiercely, drawing forth a spray of crimson, while Warrior 2 adeptly blocked the goblin's painful retaliation. As the newly birthed Warrior 1 had not yet leveled up, it stood to gain more experience from this encounter. A successful kill would yield bountiful rewards, and both skeletons leveling up would bolster their survival rates. Losing even one would significantly diminish Bai Tu's combat strength. With its leg wounded, the goblin's confidence waned, its movements becoming sluggish. Just as it attempted to resist, its meager vitality was extinguished by the combined efforts of the 2 skeletal warriors. Thud. The goblin lay on the ground, eyes wide open, peacefully slipping into eternal slumber, granting the newly emerged skeletal warrior 2 a swift elevation to level 3, while its assisting counterpart ascended to level 4. Skeletal warrior. Level 3, common. Attributes: Strength 1, Agility 2, Dexterity 1, Intelligence 1. Summoning value: 1 point. Negative energy value: 20 points, 100. Traits: none. Skills: none. Each time a skeletal warrior levels up by 2, it gains a random attribute point. While 2 points in strength may seem trivial, if Warrior 2 continues to wield its shield to block the goblin's attacks, it will be far more manageable, preventing it from being pushed back with each strike. A golden light flickered around Bai Tu, marking a long-awaited ascent to level 1. Every 5 levels would grant him a skill point, and he had experienced a slight enhancement in his characteristic skeletal graveyard, increasing his negative energy capacity and recovery efficiency. Moreover, with each upgrade, the negative energy within his graveyard was fully replenished. As Bai Tu reveled in the overflowing negative energy within the skeletal graveyard, he felt a rush of excitement. It meant he could freely acquire a substantial portion of negative energy. According to the texts, upgrading would indeed restore energy. Yet all the energy within him had been transferred to the skeletal graveyard. Negative energy was now his essence. And indeed, the negative energy was no longer within his body. With this realization, Bai Tu felt a surge of reassurance. Though he seldom voiced it, he had long harbored concerns about his transition into a necromancer. Becoming a professional brought with it the issue of declining fertility rates, and necromancers were often derided as impotent mages or bone-weak wizards. Upon reaching level 40, they would begin to exhibit signs of emaciation under the influence of negative energy, resembling a hollowed-out shell, akin to an American strongman. Surpassing level 60 would leave one as lean as a skeleton, hardly bearing any additional weight. If they were in such a state, could they still be effective? Bai Tu recalled reading about a senior necromancer known as the 7 Stars, who was nothing more than a collection of bones wrapped in skin. Although he had indeed accomplished great feats for the survival of humanity, he had also solidified the resolve of countless individuals to avoid the path of a necromancer. Protecting Blue Star, safeguarding humanity, there were numerous professions available, and there was no need to choose the path of a necromancer. Thus, upon learning of Bai Tu's transition into the necromancer class, both teachers and classmates, regardless of gender, looked upon him with pity, and no one dared to mock his meager 1-star talent any longer. Bai Tu still vividly recalls the moment when that extraordinarily beautiful goddess from school cast a serious glance in his direction. And what's more, her gaze was directed at his lower half. However, the circumstances have changed. The malevolent energy no longer resides within me, rendering its influence negligible. Yet, despite this assertion, one cannot deny that such dark energy is indeed detrimental to the body. It might even affect fertility. Thus, I must prioritize the continuation of my lineage. This overarching quest cannot be overlooked. With a sigh, Bai Tu lamented the fact that the Bai family line, now resting solely upon his shoulders, has dwindled to a single scion, and yet he has unwittingly become a necromancer. The task of preserving the family name is truly formidable, fraught with obstacles and challenges. Chapter 3, The Skeleton Slave Master. Upon leveling up, two jubilant skeleton warriors danced around Bai Tu, eagerly collecting discarded equipment from the ground, exuding a sense of enthusiasm that starkly contrasted with Bai Tu's prior perceptions of skeletons as mere mindless cannon fodder. Bai Tu gathered the remains of the goblin sentry into the skeleton graveyard, where the accumulated malevolent energy had reached a full 20 points. He allocated all 4 attribute points gained from leveling up to his mental acuity, thereby augmenting his capacity for malevolent energy storage by an additional 20 points. The skeleton warriors possessed a malevolent energy value of 20 points, which implies that the maximum probability of summoning a mutated skeleton is 1. By investing all malevolent energy, this probability could be doubled, bringing it to 2. Bai Tu was quite enamored with the idea of a mutated skeleton. Under normal circumstances, he could only summon skeleton warriors, the most basic of units, which required a concerted effort to dispatch even lowly goblins. If he were to encounter more formidable foes in the future, lacking a high-level mutated skeleton would undoubtedly spell disaster. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble, amassing a total of 40 points of malevolent energy. At worst, it would merely be 40 points. Should he still end up with a skeleton warrior, he would only incur a loss of 20 points of malevolent energy. Earlier, during the skirmish, the goblin sentry had called out several times, likely alerting other goblins. So Bai Tu swiftly collected the corpses and led the skeleton warriors to a new location, retreating into the distance. Not long after their departure, a small band of goblins erupted into raucous cries, violently ripping through the underbrush. 3 goblin warriors, each stronger than the previous goblin sentry, followed behind a larger goblin. Towering over 6 feet, wielding a massive spiked club, clad in rudimentary armor, and exuding a fierce demeanor that sharply contrasted with the timid expressions of the accompanying goblin warriors. They scoured the area where the earlier battle had transpired but found no sign of Bai Tu, only discovering a wooden stick. The larger goblin scrutinized the stick for a moment, recognizing it as familiar, yet, with its limited intellect, it quickly shook its head, failing to notice that the goblin warriors were also brandishing similar wooden sticks. With a commanding roar, the larger goblin discarded the stick and led its underlings back to the farm, unaware of the absence of the sentinel. In the distance, beneath the trees, Bai Tu and his skeleton warriors concealed themselves within the underbrush. Following his level up, the recovery rate of malevolent energy had increased to 2 points per minute. Within 10 minutes, his energy would be fully replenished. Taking a deep breath, Bai Tu chose to channel all of his malevolent energy into the corpse of the skeleton sentry. Great Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, Supreme Elder, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Buddha, Amitabha, grant me your blessings. Let me summon a mutated skeleton. Bai Tu trembled with anticipation, his hands shaking as he gazed at the corpse undergoing transformation, mentally invoking the names of deities. With a resounding boom, the corpse began to swell dramatically, akin to a balloon inflating, while distinct skeletal forms struggled within, suggesting a size far greater than that of the goblin's remains. This was unlike the skeletal warriors he had summoned before. Perhaps it was indeed a mutated skeleton. Bai Tu's expression illuminated with excitement as he observed the writhing corpse. The convoluted transformation process hinted that this skeleton would be extraordinary. With a crack, a stark white skeletal hand burst forth from the corpse, grasping a long, black whip, the tip of which was entwined with a swirling green phosphorescence. Skeleton Slave Master. Level, 135, Elite. Attributes, Strength 2, Agility 3, Dexterity 2, Intelligence 3. Summoning value, 3 points. Malevolent Energy value, 120 points, 10. Characteristics, Devious Slave Master. All summoned slaves do not perish. The Skeleton Slave Master is immune to any damage. Skills, Forced Enslavement. Utilizes the slave capturing chain to forcibly enslave creatures or objects of a level not exceeding its own, bestowing its level upon the enslaved, thereby controlling them in battle. The maximum enslavement capacity is 5. The Skeleton Slave Master. Bai Tu meticulously examined its skills and characteristics. This skeletal type was entirely unfamiliar to him. Although its attributes were lackluster, its skills and traits were undeniably formidable. The conditions for its skill, Forced Enslavement, were entirely independent of Bai Tu's current level and attributes, relying solely on the upper limit of 35 levels. This meant that, theoretically, even if it were only level 1, It could enslave a level 35 intermediate creature without regard for classifications such as ordinary, elite, or leader. Moreover, the operational potential of its skill was astounding. As its level increased, it could directly enslave Bai Tu's own skeleton warriors, yielding 5 level 35 skeletons. Even at level 1, it could enslave a 10-level goblin, reducing it to a mere level 1. The more Bai Tu contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Truly, a devious slave master. This was the epitome of unscrupulousness. However, regaining his composure, Bai Tu observed the skeleton slave master that had emerged. It stood significantly taller than the skeleton warriors, perhaps around 6 feet tall, holding the whip in its left hand and a long, white bone chain in its right. Dressed in a rudimentary leather jacket that was far more stylish than the skeleton warrior's appearance. Let us conduct an experiment. Bai Tu immediately commanded the 2 skeleton warriors to focus on evasion and instructed the skeleton slave master to utilize its forced enslavement skill on them. Upon receiving the command, the skeleton slave master sprang into action, the white bone chain whipping out with a whoosh, launching a hook that spun twice in midair before aiming directly at the level 4 warrior 1. Then, with a disappointing thud, it missed entirely. The chain zipped past warrior 1's back, landing ineffectually on the ground. TSK, as expected, this fellow is akin to a bronze tier Zhongkue, unable to even hook a target so close. How foolish of me to think you were a master. Bai Tu observed the skeleton slave master as it retrieved the hook and spun it overhead twice before attempting again, only to miss once more, shaking his head in disbelief. The skeleton slave master exhibited no capacity for prediction. As long as the target was in motion, it could not secure a hook, consistently landing behind its intended target. The probability of successfully capturing a stationary target was merely 50-50. Goodness, even AI performs better than you. Bai Tu endeavored to coach it for a while, and fortunately, the little creature exhibited some minor improvement in its technique. Regrettably, it was still exceedingly difficult after an hour of practice. Its success rate for capturing static targets barely improved to 30%. Oh well, it matters not. There are still 2 skeleton warriors at hand. If necessary, I can always assign it 2 additional helpers for capturing slaves, ensuring that it fills its quota of 5 slaves. Bai Tu gritted his teeth. The goblin farm had dozens of goblins of varying sizes, and it was imperative to proceed with caution. If he had the opportunity to eradicate them, Bai Tu would certainly not squander the next 24 hours hastily concluding this inaugural dungeon expedition. Moreover, with Zhao Heng standing in their way, the rift between the 2 was irrevocably torn. Upon exiting, it was inconceivable that they would let bygones be bygones. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, it was imperative to elevate their levels as high as possible. Once they had cleared all the monsters from the goblin farm, I could potentially ascend 3 or 4 levels. Enjoying the experience alone on one layer was no less advantageous than progressing to the second layer. Chapter 4. Annihilation of the Goblin Squad. Russell, Bai Tu, the survivor of the white grass thicket, stealthily returned to the outskirts of the goblin farm with his 3 underlings. The disappearance of the sentinel had evidently gone unnoticed, as no new sentry had replaced the original post. Observing the diminutive figures flitting about within the goblin farm, Bai Tu licked his lips. These were moving sources of experience. Yet, reason urged him to refrain from recklessness. He could not unleash his full prowess just yet and must remain prudent. Adhering to the prior strategy, Bai Tu commanded the 2 skeletal warriors to venture forth and lure the enemies, while the slave master concealed himself amidst the grass, maintaining a vantage point of the unfolding scene. The skeletal warriors were well versed in the art of baiting. They tossed their long swords and wooden shields into the thicket and boldly emerged, slowly revealing their pristine white bones to the nearest squad of goblins outside the farm. A group of goblins within the farm perked up at the sound, instantly honing in on the 2 skeletons' striking poses, their immaculate bones curving alluringly, igniting a glimmer of desire in the eyes of the goblins, who could hardly contain their drooling. The teasing jade-green ghostly flames flickered in their eye sockets. Yet these goblins harbored no intentions of flirting with the skeletal warriors. They were simply overcome by base cravings. At the forefront was the goblin captain. With limited food resources in the farm, despite the combat squads, excluding the goblin sorcerers, holding the highest status, their appetites were insatiable, having feasted only on greens for far too long. Yearning for bone broth. Casting a cautious glance at the surrounding squads and confirming that none had detected the delectable prize, the captain hurriedly led his 3 underlings towards the skeletal warriors. Upon seeing the goblins take the bait, the skeletal warriors swiftly retreated into the grass, with the pursuing goblins hastily following, their faces alight with excitement and greed. The captain, towering at over 1.6 meters, surged ahead, wielding his spiked club as he smashed it down into the thicket, creating a small path. However, the 2 skeletons were agile and cunning, evading capture with ease, frustrating the goblin captain. Growing impatient, the captain quickened his pace, gradually widening the gap between himself and his underlings. Though the goblin warriors hastened their steps, they could not keep pace with their leader. As the skeletal warriors sprinted, they reached the hiding spot of the skeletal slave master. promptly halting and turning to pounce upon the Goblin Captain. Goblin Captain. Type: low-level monster, common. Level: 912. The Goblin Captain, a level 9 ordinary monster, was significantly more formidable than the two skeletal warriors, despite both being categorized as low-level. Startled by the sudden assault of the skeletons, the captain had not anticipated that these seemingly weak foes would dare confront him head-on, stopping in his tracks. A cruel grin spread across his face as he swung his hefty club with a whoosh, aiming a heavy blow at the skeletal warriors. Screech. The jarring sound of grinding echoed in his ears, causing the Goblin Captain to instinctively lessen his force. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a skeletal figure, taller than himself, brandishing a white chain above its head, its gaze fixed intently upon him. An ambush. The Goblin Captain felt a surge of panic, realizing that his underlings were still several paces away. He was surrounded. Smack. Distracted. The Goblin Captain swung his club but missed the skeletal warrior, only to be ensnared by the approaching skeleton, which wrapped its arms around him and immobilized his legs. Oh yeah, it's done. Now, let's see you, little slave. If you fail to hook him, you can take your own life in atonement. Bai Tu, anxiously hiding at a distance, watched the battle unfold. The skeletal warriors had successfully restrained the Goblin Captain, though this hold would not last long. As long as the skeletal slave master could ensnare him, everything would be resolved. Under the watchful eyes of many, the skeletal slave master gripped his hooks and spun them vigorously 3 or 4 times before launching an attack. Target: the Goblin Captain. The Goblin Captain struggled frantically, but the two skeletal warriors clung to his legs with relentless tenacity, rendering him unable to break free. Snap. The bony chains locked onto the captain with precision, extending bony tendrils that bound his neck and chest tightly. Roar. The Goblin Captain felt a jolt of terror as darkness enveloped his consciousness before he could even muster a struggle. Seizing the moment, the skeletal slave master yanked on the chains and drew forth a whip from his waist, delivering heavy strikes upon the Goblin Captain, causing his level to plummet to 1, fully transforming him into a slave under the skeletal master. Phew, it worked. Bai Tu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, elated. With the Goblin Captain dealt with, the remaining Goblin warriors would merely be easy prey. At that moment, the 3 hastily arriving Goblin warriors caught sight of their leader bound by the bony chains. After a moment's hesitation, they rushed forward, swinging their wooden clubs at the skeletal slave master. The captain was still alive, for against 3, they could prevail. The skeletal slave master observed the charging Goblin warriors, the ghostly flames in his eye sockets dancing with delight, brimming with combat fervor. As he deftly dodged back, he wielded the Goblin Captain, and with a crack of the whip, the captain swung his club forcefully at the approaching Goblin warriors. Bang! The massive spiked club struck one Goblin warrior squarely on the forehead, the sharp spikes ruthlessly tearing through the Goblin's skull, splattering blood everywhere. Ah! A piercing scream erupted, leaving the remaining 2 Goblin warriors stunned, gazing incredulously at their captain, unable to comprehend his actions. Then, seizing the moment while they were bewildered, the Goblin Captain struck down upon the fallen Goblin warrior with another blow. Splash! Blood sprayed forth. The Goblin warrior had perished. At this moment, the remaining 2 Goblin warriors finally regained their senses, their eyes reflecting stark terror, and the fleeting courage they had felt dissipated as they turned to flee. Yet, the skeletal warriors, armed with long knives and wooden shields, had already blocked their escape route. Smack! 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 The skeletal slave master vigorously lashed his whip, then silently opened his mouth wide, the ghostly flames in his sockets leaping joyfully, as the 2 skeletal warriors mirrored his demeanor, advancing ominously towards the trembling Goblin warriors. After a series of terrified screams and sounds of struggle, all the goblins on the ground, except for the traitorous big goblin, were slain. The experience from these killings was entirely absorbed by the skeleton slave master, causing its level to instantly rise to level 5. Meanwhile, the 2 skeleton warriors responsible for the assists also ascended to levels 4 and 5, respectively. Additionally, the level of the level 1 big goblin was elevated to 5, nearly restoring its original combat prowess. The big goblin was slightly stronger than the skeleton warriors, so it was prudent to keep it for now, intending to slay it upon exiting the dungeon for an additional harvest of experience. Bai Tu collected the bodies of the Goblin warriors back to the graveyard. With 40 points of negative energy fully restored, he immediately transformed 2 more skeleton warriors. Each skeleton warrior required 1 point of summoning value, while the skeleton slave master required 3 points, given Bai Tu's current summoning value of 5 points. He could summon a maximum of 1 skeleton slave master and 2 skeleton warriors. However, there was another method to summon more, which involved having the skeleton slave master enslave the skeleton warriors. This way, the enslaved skeleton warriors would become the slaves of the skeleton slave master and would not consume any of its summoning value. Consequently, Bai Tu could summon an additional 4 skeleton warriors, instantly expanding his team to 8. Chapter 5, Strike with Great Force. An hour later, all of Bai Tu's subordinates stood before him, skeleton warriors number 1 and 2, followed by the skeleton slave master, who held 4 bony chains. One end wrapped around its waist, and the other tethered to 4 slaves. The tallest among them was the big goblin, accompanied by 3 diminutive skeleton warriors. The level 5 skeleton slave master could bestow level 5 status upon its enslaved subordinates, thus elevating the levels of the big goblin and the 3 skeleton warriors to 5. This allowed Bai Tu to discern the attributes of the big goblin. Big goblin, type, low-level monster, common, level, 5 attributes, strength 3, constitution 3, agility 2. Intelligence 1 traits, none skills. None the attributes of the big goblin were slightly superior to those of the skeleton warriors, as being a common monster. Its base attributes remained below 8 points, gaining 1 attribute point for every 2 levels ascended. Observing the skeleton slave master holding 4 enslaved goblins, along with the 2 skeleton warriors guarding him, Bai Tu felt a newfound confidence. With such a formidable force, even facing a whole squad of goblins would pose no threat. As long as the level of the skeleton slave master increased, he could almost reign supreme over the goblin farm. Without hesitation, Bai Tu marched forth with his subordinates, boldly approaching the vicinity of the goblin farm to lure out another squad of goblins. Crack, crack. The leather whip in the skeleton slave master's hand cracked loudly as it excitedly urged its 4 slaves to charge ahead. The big goblin bewildered the goblin warriors, who could not fathom why their kin was attacking them alongside a horde of skeletons. Brandishing a spiked club, the imposing big goblin assumed the role of leader, braving the front lines and absorbing the fiercest damage while dealing the most punishing blows. In an unexpected turn of events, the goblin squad barely had a chance to react before being obliterated. The skeleton slave master captured another big goblin, reaching its maximum limit of 5 slaves. And under the influence of the amassed experience, it successfully leveled up to 6. All enslaved goblins also ascended in level, utilizing this tactic of overwhelming numbers. Bai Tu's skeleton army rapidly increased in combat prowess, swiftly annihilating 3 more goblin squads while the goblin chief remained oblivious, transforming all the skeleton slave master's slaves into big goblins, which then leveled up to 9. Bai Tu's experience gained was separate from that of his summons. So despite observing the battles from a distance, his level rose to 3. Name, Bai Tu, level 3, profession necromancer, attributes, constitution 1, strength 1, agility 1. Intelligence 13, talent, 1 star, traits, skeleton graveyard, a portable skeleton space capable of transforming, summoning, and storing skeleton types. Current transformation mutation probability, 1. Current negative energy storage limit, 80 points. Current negative energy recovery rate, 4 points per minute. Skill, summon skeleton, unique. Summon skeleton types from the skeleton graveyard to assist in battle. Current summoning value, 5 points. Bai Tu allocated all 12 points gained from leveling up to his intelligence attribute, as his combat relied entirely on the strength of his skeleton subordinates. The higher his intelligence, the more formidable skeleton types he could transform. Moreover, during combat, Bai Tu gradually realized that the skills of the skeleton slave master also consumed negative energy, with its reservoir being approximately equivalent to the normal summoning energy, around 120 points. Its recovery speed was not particularly swift, but Bai Tu could directly infuse the negative energy from his graveyard into it for its use. Thus, it was evident that he, as the master, was not entirely idle. Without his energy supply, how could the skeleton slave master endure? It was foreseeable that as he could eventually transform into skeleton types with high skill consumption, the intelligence attribute would be of paramount importance. The capacity of his energy supply directly influenced the firepower of his subordinates. Consequently, Bai Tu resolutely refrained from allocating points to any other attributes. His frail body, incapable of carrying burdens or performing heavy labor, was of little concern. As long as his children could fight, he, as their father, could endure a bit of hardship. Once Bai Tu's negative energy was fully restored, he promptly led his subordinates back to the goblin farm. The entire farm comprised less than 10 squads, half of which he had already dispatched, leaving only 4 or 5 big goblins and around 10 goblin warriors. He felt little fear now. Moreover, with their numbers halved, even the dullest of goblins would likely have realized that luring and ambushing was no longer feasible. Goblins were generally timid, as long as the pressure was sufficient. Merely intimidating them would cause their combat effectiveness to plummet. Recalling the racial traits of goblins, Bai Tu firmly resolved to charge into the farm with his skeleton warriors, exuding an air of dominance, akin to a band of bullies wreaking havoc. As they stormed into the farm, chaos ensued. The 2 goblin warriors tending the fire were caught off guard by the ferocious advance of the big goblins, as they prepared to ingratiate themselves with flattering smiles. The big goblins swung their spiked clubs down, reducing them to a pulp. Fools, how could you waste such excellent materials? Bai Tu lamented, utterly dismayed as the remains of the 2 goblins became unrecognizable on the ground, beyond salvage. The skeleton slave master chuckled awkwardly, hastily cracking the whip at the big goblins a few times. Bai Tu, exasperated, waved his hand. The moment the bullies began to assert their dominance, they must not be reduced to mere subservience. Seeing Bai Tu dismiss the matter, The skeleton slave master promptly resumed its ferocity, with a tug on the bony chains. The big goblins roared hoarsely, smashing several iron pots to smithereens and seizing a few fiery sticks to set the farm ablaze, directly slaying any goblin warriors they encountered. Suddenly, the entire farm was engulfed in thick black smoke, and the goblin warriors scattered in all directions, unable to regroup for quite some time. As the skeletal overseer was wreaking havoc alongside the large goblins, a dark cloud unexpectedly billowed from the sky, and rain began to pour down in torrents, swiftly extinguishing the flames. Bai Tu gazed at the receding black clouds above and immediately recognized that this was undoubtedly the spell of a goblin sorcerer. Such coincidences were far too remarkable. Water magic, he mused, chuckling to himself. This newly spawned goblin sorcerer probably lacked significant strength and was most likely a support-type creature. With a grin, Bai Tu felt the last remnants of worry dissipate. He recalled that the water-based goblin sorcerer's ability merely summoned rain, primarily serving to slow down enemies and heal goblin minions, lacking the formidable offensive power associated with fire, lightning, or wind magic. Indeed, just as Bai Tu summoned the skeletal overseer and its minions back to his side, a peculiar goblin, roughly the same height as the large goblins, emerged from the thatched hut at the center of the farm, clad in a brown robe and wielding a staff over a meter long. This distinctly magical figure was unmistakably the leader of the goblin farm, the goblin sorcerer. As soon as the goblin sorcerer stepped out of the hut, the previously panicked goblins found a source of courage and hurriedly gathered around, nervously fixated on the skeletal overseer and its troops. Gurgling with rage, the goblin sorcerer surveyed the ravaged campsite, its green, gaunt face contorting with fury as it angrily mumbled and raised its staff, menacingly glaring at the large goblins before the skeletal overseer. How could its lackeys have ended up allied with the enemy? Were these miscreants plotting a rebellion? However, the enslaved large goblins paid no heed to its tirade. They were now wholly subservient to the skeletal overseer, rendering the goblin sorcerer's furious shouts little more than background noise. The skeletal overseer, reveling in its triumph, brandished its bony chains and provocatively flicked its whip at the goblin sorcerer, the cracking sound startling the 10 or so goblins surrounding it, while even the 3 remaining large goblins cowered in terror. Chapter 6, Skillstone. Enough, my brothers. My large goblins outnumber you significantly. Today, this goblin farm shall take on the surname Bai. Bai Tu raised an eyebrow, observing the trembling goblin sorcerer, whose intelligence barely rivaled that of elite humans, and he presumed it could comprehend his words. The goblin sorcerer huffed heavily, swinging its staff and striking the nearby goblins, forcing them to charge forward. As a water mage, it possessed no offensive abilities, relying solely on its goblin subordinates. Under the sorcerer's urging, the large goblins and goblin warriors hesitantly advanced a few steps, glancing at the 5 imposing large goblins across from them, as well as the 2 skeletal warriors brandishing blades. A sense of trepidation creeping into their hearts. Roar! The goblin sorcerer bellowed, leaping into the air and pointing its wooden staff at the skeletal overseer, summoning a gathering of dark clouds in the sky, which soon unleashed a torrential downpour, enveloping Bai Tu's side. The moment Bai Tu came into contact with the rain, he felt an oppressive weight as if he had plunged into a marsh, every movement becoming laborious. Damn it! I didn't expect this slowing spell to have such a profound effect on those with inferior physical attributes. Bai Tu gritted his teeth, shaking himself free from the watery curtain, and then suddenly surged backward, with 2 skeletal warriors hastily following to protect him. Seeing Bai Tu's retreat, the goblin sorcerer became exhilarated, howling for the large goblins to pursue him immediately. The large goblins and the remaining goblin warriors found their courage at that moment. While they might hesitate in a head-on confrontation, they thrived on the thrill of striking a fallen opponent. 3 large goblins displayed devious grins, brandishing their spiked clubs and howling as they chased after Bai Tuesday. However, just as they made their move, they were intercepted by the skeletal overseer and its minions. Although the goblin sorcerer's rain spell slowed them down, the 5 large goblin slaves, now level 9, were not significantly hindered and quickly reacted, blocking the path of pursuit. The large goblins hesitated, glancing at their similarly sized counterparts and then at the encroaching goblin warriors. With their numbers in favor, they thought they might stand a chance. With this thought, the large goblins felt their confidence swell. Roar! The goblin sorcerer shouted, directing the large goblin warriors to charge forward. The large goblin slaves, undeterred, brandished their spiked clubs, glaring fiercely at their adversaries. The 2 sides clashed like gladiators in an arena, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Thud! 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 The clubs collided violently. Both sides were evenly matched in strength and combat prowess, but the large goblin slaves fought fearlessly, devoid of any sense of self-preservation. Under the relentless lashes of the skeletal overseer, they fought with reckless abandon, disregarding their injuries, while the large goblins were gradually pushed back, ultimately forced to flee in panic. Realizing the tide had turned against them, the goblin sorcerer quickly called for the other goblins to retreat. The large goblin slaves, sensing victory, became even more frenzied. howling as they swung their clubs wildly at the fleeing goblin warriors. Witnessing its minions rapidly dwindle in number, the goblin sorcerer raised its staff once more, summoning rain to cascade upon the large goblins, emitting a faint green glow that slowly healed their wounds. This was the healing ability of water magic. Unfortunately, the goblin sorcerer's restorative capacity was limited, and continuously using water magic to heal the large goblins drained a considerable amount of its stamina, leading it to pant heavily. As the wounds on the large goblins healed, they were battered anew, and the relentless friction only diminished their resolve, driving them to retreat even further. Roar! The goblin sorcerer screamed in exasperation, but there was nothing it could do to salvage the situation, helplessly watching as its subordinates fell one by one, finally feeling genuine fear. But it was too late. The skeletal overseer and its minions had already surrounded it, delivering a fatal blow. A piercing shriek echoed throughout the forest. Finally, it was over. Bai Tu, accompanied by the skeletal warriors, collected the fallen bodies and approached the goblin sorcerer. Though there was no system notification of experience gained, as an elite creature, the goblin sorcerer would undoubtedly yield a substantial amount of experience. In that brief encounter, Bai Tu had leveled up to level 5, earning 8 attribute points and 1 skill point. Without a moment's hesitation, he allocated all his attribute points to mental strength, and the skill point could only be invested in the singular summon skeleton skill, thereby acquiring an additional 5 summoning points, allowing him to summon 5 more skeletal warriors. After tidying up the corpses outside, Bai Tu led the skeletal warriors into the goblin sorcerer's thatched hut, hoping to uncover some valuable treasures within. From the outside, the dwelling appeared humble and diminutive, but upon entering, it revealed a vast interior of at least 100 square meters, featuring a grand stone throne and several braziers burning with an orange flame, illuminating the room brilliantly. Bai Tu scanned his surroundings, his eyes soon locking onto a wooden chest beside the throne. The skeletal warrior stepped forward, deftly cleaving the chest open with several strikes, revealing 3 items which he handed to Bai Tu's skill stones, teleportation scrolls. Astonishingly, even a piece of equipment. Bai Tu gazed in astonishment at the treasures within the wooden chest, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. It was truly remarkable that such valuable items could be found in a mere level 1 dungeon. The teleportation scroll, as its name suggests, is a consumable item that allows for instantaneous travel to various regions within the dungeon or even to exit the dungeon entirely. Truly a marvelous tool for adventurers. As for the robe, its attributes are quite commendable among novice practitioners, and it is indeed something Bai Tu can equip. Robe of the Goblin Wizard. Equipment quality, ordinary. 1 refinement. Equipment type, robe. Equipment requirement, spirit 5. Equipment effect, 3 spirit. Although it lacks any special effects or skills, it grants the wearer an increase of 3 points in spirit, which is nearly equivalent to a level up attribute boost. Bai Tu immediately donned the robe. Though the brown fabric was not particularly aesthetically pleasing, it was certainly more beneficial than his utterly ineffective tracksuit. Finally, the piece de resistance arrived, the skill stone. Upon use, it grants a random allocation of 1 to 3 skill points. Normally, one can only obtain 1 skill point for every 5 levels gained. Yet this skill stone guarantees at least an additional 1 skill point, and with a stroke of fortune, one could even receive 3 points. The talents of practitioners are categorized based on the number of skills they can acquire, highlighting the immense significance skills hold for them. Generally, skills reach a maximum level of 10, so as long as one's talent exceeds 2 stars, the skill points gained from normal leveling are insufficient. One must obtain skill stones to enhance subsequent skills. Presently, an official skill stone fetches over 1 million in the marketplace. The demand far outweighs the supply. And in the black market, prices can even double. If I were to sell it, I could ascend to unparalleled heights and never worry about sustenance again. Bai Tu's eyes gleamed fervently as he beheld the skill stone, his heart ablaze with excitement. As someone who had lived 2 lives, and who had never seen more than 100,000 in his lifetime, the allure of 1 million was undeniably significant. However, regrettably, he had no intention of selling it. For his skill possesses no level restrictions. That is to say, the summon skeleton skill, under the influence of summoning value, has transcended the maximum level of 10. As long as Bai Tu has enough skill stones, reaching level 100 is entirely feasible. Thus, Bai Tu finds himself in dire need of skill stones. Gritting his teeth and resisting the temptation of 1 million, he promptly chose to utilize the skill stone. In this world, practitioners reign supreme. Strength is paramount. Only by becoming formidable can one truly thrive. Wealth and power, devoid of the backing of significant strength, merely serve to make one a cash cow for others. With a thought, the skill stone shimmered with a blue light, then melted away, merging into Bai Tu's being. Skill points increased by 2. Splendid. He directly acquired 10 summoning points. Bai Tu nodded, both pained and satisfied, then searched the area but found no further treasures. He exited the room, commanding the skeletal slave master to eliminate the 5 goblins it had enslaved, thus reaping a substantial amount of experience. Skeletal slave master. Level, 1535, elite. Attributes, strength 6. Agility 9, Dexterity 4, Spirit 5. Summoning value, 3 points. Energy, 120 points, 10. Traits, Devious Slave Master. Skills, Forced Enslavement. As an elite type, each level gained grants 1 attribute point, and it is evident that the skeletal slave master's primary advantage lies in strength, significantly boosting its attributes. Though its agility remains a weakness. Once Bai Tu had concluded his affairs, he recalled all the skeletons back to the graveyard, summoned the attribute panel, and found that the option to return to Blue Star was now brightly illuminated. He hesitated no longer and chose to return. Although he harbored grievances against Zhao Hong, with 5 of them against him, he was simply outmatched. It was prudent to retreat for now. After all, a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Chapter 7. The College Entrance Examination Arrangement. Slurp, slurp. Teacher Chen Yiming was lecturing at the front, while Bai Tu, seated in the last row, clutched a large thermos. Sipping hot tea with slurps, dressed in a thick down jacket and wearing a leather hat, he appeared as if he were braving the depths of winter. Despite it being June, nearby classmates stifled their laughter, casting sidelong glances at Bai Tu. It was evident that his appearance was the result of some lingering energy. Who would have thought this lad not only dared to choose the necromancer profession, but had actually ventured into dungeons to level up? Hey, Bai Tu, how many levels have you gained in the dungeon? You look rather frail all of a sudden. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm drinking red date ginger tea, fortified with goji berries for kidney health. You're slandering me, you know? Bai Tu bristled at the comment. He was eager to shed his single status and carry on the Bai family legacy, yet his peers kept insinuating things about kidney deficiency and coldness, making it seem as though he had issues in that regard. Calm down. We're just looking out for you. The necromancer profession has little potential. Just look at you. After one dungeon run, you're like this. Do you still intend to participate in the college entrance exam? You need to be at least level 25 for that. Of course I'll participate. There is still a month and a half to go. I'll just run a few more dungeons. Level 25? Think it through. That overwhelming energy could easily turn you into a dried corpse. By the way, you're not putting all your attribute points into spirit, are you? Bai Tu looked at him as though he were a fool. The necromancer is still a mage. Wouldn't it be absurd to invest in strength? Am I to wield a staff and engage in close combat? Huh, you're bold, knowing the severe side effects of energy. You still dare to invest fully in spirit. Rest assured, come the 7th day, I'll definitely light more incense for you. Cut it out. You might be the one lying in the dungeon. Bai Tu shot back, but upon seeing the teacher's disapproving gaze, he quickly buried his head in his book. Chen Yiming, also a practitioner, was a seasoned advanced lightning element mage, boasting over 60 levels and a 5-star rank. When he punished students, he did so with a storm of lightning, crackling and sparking, leaving students shouting for their mothers. The shock was excruciating, and every student in the class feared him, privately dubbing him the Lightning King. If he had his sights set on Bai Tu, it would surely spell trouble, especially since creatures of the undead naturally feared lightning. Ever since Bai Tu had transitioned to the necromancer profession, he felt a menacing aura whenever he encountered Chen Yiming. The oppressive power of purple lightning sending chills down his spine and prompting him to behave more obediently. Since you have chosen to remain in my class, your goal must be to gain admission to the Practitioner Academy. If anyone intends to lounge about and wait for death over the next month and a half, neglecting the college entrance exam, I will fulfill my responsibilities as a teacher and ensure they start at a disadvantage for the rest of their lives. Chen Yiming glared at the somewhat lethargic students below, his expression darkening as he coldly reminded them, causing all to straighten their spines. It seemed that a single foray into the dungeon had instilled a sense of complacency in them, leading them to believe that battling monsters was no different from playing games. They had even lost focus in class. If they approached combat with such a mindset, it wouldn't be long before the harsh reality of death would awaken them. This college entrance examination is similarly organized by the Practitioner Alliance, requiring a minimum level of 25 to participate. With no distinction between teams and individuals, those with the highest scores will be prioritized for admission. As Chen Yiming spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Bai Tu. He had reviewed the class roster, and aside from Bai Tu, the others had formed teams, at least in groups of 3, significantly enhancing their safety and leveling efficiency. Bai Tu, possessing a 1-star talent, found himself among the least capable in his class, even within the entire school. Yet, he had the audacity to choose a combat profession, rendering it exceedingly difficult for anyone to recruit him. Had he opted for a lifestyle profession, avoiding dungeons and contributing to the team by brewing potions, forging weapons, or even cooking, Chen Yiming might have persuaded him, and perhaps a team would have welcomed him. However, given the current circumstances, he was left utterly perplexed as to how to navigate his predicament. If he were to venture into a dungeon alone, it was highly likely he would meet his demise in some obscure corner. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, this young man had stealthily entered a dungeon once before, emerging unscathed and even leveling up by 5 ranks. This defied all logic. If he had been accompanied by someone, it was impossible that his homeroom teacher hadn't received any news. And if he had braved it alone, as a level 0 necromancer with but a single skill, how had he survived? Were the monsters within the dungeon so docile as to line up for him to slay? Chen Yiming suppressed his growing curiosity. Intending to inquire about Bai Tu's escapade after class, he retrieved his phone and scrolled through the recently announced examination information from the latest meeting. Wishing to share the known details with his students to enable them to prepare adequately, this year's college entrance examination differed slightly from previous ones. There would be no assessment of cultural subjects, yet the average scores from prior academic years would contribute 20 to the overall results, while the remaining 80 would derive from combat assessments. The combat evaluation comprised two segments, the first being PvP, where candidates would engage in battles against one another, scored by an intelligence system. The second, PvE, wherein candidates entered specialized dungeons to slay monsters for points, allowing for both team and individual participation, with team scores calculated by equal distribution among members. The specifics of the combat assessment remained unknown to the teachers for the time being. But students should be mindful not only to grind in dungeons for experience, but also to engage in mutual sparring. The intelligence of lower-tier monsters is not high. One must avoid developing a rigid mindset, for when encountering intermediate, advanced, or elite-level monsters, whose combat styles are diverse, adapting could prove challenging. Chen Yiming elaborated on the rules of the entrance examination, and upon hearing that cultural subjects would no longer be assessed, the students erupted with excitement, their faces brightening with relief. Just memorizing the myriad of knowledge contained within the practitioner's general knowledge tome was a Herculean task, not to mention the various monsters, materials, and dimensional theories, which had caused many to suffer immensely. Thus, the announcement of no cultural assessments naturally brought joy to many. However, Bai Tu did not perceive this as a boon. The theoretical knowledge was paramount, and even if not formally examined, it would likely intertwine with the combat assessments, potentially leading examiners to heighten the difficulty of battles to gauge students' comprehensive understanding of such knowledge. How troublesome. It seemed he would have to face this alone. If the open world permitted the capture of wild monsters for points, how could he possibly succeed? The more he pondered, the more ominous it felt. Ultimately, he needed to find a way to infiltrate a team. As he was deep in thought, a sudden tightness gripped his heart, prompting him to look up and see Chen Yiming, his expression stern, standing before his desk. Bai Tu, come to my office. After hearing Chen Yiming's succinct command and witnessing him depart with purpose, Bai Tu stood dazed, his heart racing. Surely, hadn't he done anything wrong recently? Chapter 8, The White-Haired School Belle. So, what are your plans moving forward? Will you continue to muddle through alone? In his office, Chen Yiming regarded Bai Tu, who was awkwardly holding a thermos, and asked with a hint of exasperation. Although this boy had previously been a mischievous troublemaker, often riling him up, he had been his student for 3 years, and it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no attachment. Moreover, as an orphan living on government aid, now awakened to a 1-star talent and choosing a combat profession, Chen Yiming was at a loss as to whether to advise him to abandon this path or to persevere. Bai Tu cautiously lifted his gaze, his eyes darting about, finally realizing that the reason his homeroom teacher summoned him was not due to any misconduct, but rather concern for his ability to safely navigate the world of practitioners. A warm sensation blossomed within him. Perhaps this was one of the few individuals who still cared for him. Though this concern might stem from a teacher's perspective, it nonetheless brought a smile to Bai Tu's face. Teacher, you need not worry for me. Although my talent is lacking, my characteristics and skills are commendable. I may not dare enter high-level dungeons, but I can manage low-level ones, and I will make sure to find a team. He patted his chest confidently, intending to exude bravado, only to end up coughing violently from the exertion. Damn it, this was supposed to be simple, yet he couldn't help but overdo it. Having reached level 5, all his attribute points were allocated to his mental power, while he had no first-hand experience with necromancers. He had felt the torment of dark energy encroaching upon him. Even if necromancers adapt better, the erosion would intensify with the increase of dark energy. I can still withstand this minor influence. Bai Tu grinned, refraining from revealing his secret of storing dark energy in the skeleton graveyard to Chen Yiming, as it was his most crucial trump card, one he intended to keep to himself. Chen Yiming nodded, feeling particularly pleased with Bai Tu's attitude. He had witnessed many individuals falter in the face of adversity, either lamenting their poor talent or regretting their choice of profession, attributing their shortcomings to fate and circumstance, unaware that the most vital element in becoming a formidable practitioner lay in the strength of one's heart. External factors served merely as embellishments. Chen Yiming briefly discussed the entrance examination and subsequent leveling with Bai Tu, and upon confirming Bai Tu had already devised a plan, he felt reassured enough to let him leave. Phew, I made it through without being zapped in the office. Bai Tu cautiously closed the door, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. Just as he was about to rise and return to class, a delicate and captivating fragrance wafted into his senses. He glanced towards the corner, and in the next moment, a white-haired girl in a red dress emerged with an expressionless visage. Bai Tu's breath caught in his throat, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. A white-haired girl in a red dress. This was undeniably the embodiment of his XP. Furthermore, she possessed a fair complexion, exquisite features, and captivating eyes that sparkled with clarity, as if they could speak, enchanting all who gazed upon her. This was none other than the dream girl of every boy in the school, the white-haired belle. Yiya? Bai Tu couldn't help but scream in his heart, gazing at the petite girl, who stood at a mere 155 meters, barely reaching his chin, his heart racing uncontrollably. Indeed, Yiya was also his dream girl. In fact, his room was adorned with her photos. Unfortunately, they were all secretly taken from the school's honor roll. But none of that mattered. What was even more astonishing was that Yiya, with her lowly appearance, spoke in a mature voice. Each time he heard her voice, it transported Bai Tu's mind past the ABCs and straight to DF, igniting an impulse to kneel and sing songs of conquest. However, in reality, Yiya's voice did not align with her appearance at all, but that was inconsequential, for Yiya possessed a 7-star talent. Moreover, she had transitioned into a powerful lightning mage, a true powerhouse, worthy of reverence. Bai Tu, I remember you. Dingyo approached, gazing at Bai Tu, who was clutching her chest and blinking at her in bewilderment. The situation struck her as rather perplexing, especially after Bai Tu spoke, her face suddenly flushing a deep crimson. Are you alright? I'm fine. It was just a bit warm earlier, huh? Bai Tu hastily masked her inner turmoil and agitation with a nervous laugh, hastily conjuring an excuse to deflect the moment. Here it is. That sound. It's just like the recording I listened to every night before bed. That recording was something Bai Tu had purchased from a group called the Guardian Alliance for Yiya at school, spending half a month's allowance on it. Moreover, she had to join the alliance and pledge to safeguard Yiya's happiness for a lifetime, reciting an oath that spanned over 1,000 words. Indeed, the school was a treasure trove of talent. Bai Tu still vividly recalled the eloquence and emotion embedded in those words. Dingya, not pondering further, nodded and said, I have something to discuss with the teacher. Oh, okay. You go ahead. I'll head back to the classroom. Bai Tu promptly recognized the cue and stepped aside, hastily darting back to the classroom. The 10th rule of the Guardian Alliance for Yiya. Prohibit prolonged solitary interactions with Yiya to avoid misunderstandings that could tarnish her reputation. Yet, as she hurried away, Bai Tu faintly caught Dingya murmuring to herself, indeed, the necromancer truly can render men weak. Uft. That remark struck Bai Tu's heart like a dagger, causing him to falter and half kneel on the ground. This can't be happening. Bai Tu gazed woefully at the closed door, questioning if he was indeed being scorned by the goddess. Although he harbored no romantic inclinations towards Dingya, merely a spiritual admiration for beauty and love, the sensation of being misunderstood was undeniably disheartening. Cursed be it. I must achieve excellent results in this college entrance examination, to prove to everyone that I am not weak, but a man who is both resilient and steadfast. Bai Tu clenched his fists, his inner determination igniting like a fierce flame, as if it could bring the heavens crashing down. Bai Tu, long time no see. Upon entering the classroom, Bai Tu immediately heard the lamenting voice of his deskmate, Chen Yi. At that moment, he wilted, his spirit deflating as he slumped down, perplexed. Why are you here again? Didn't you join your cousin's team? Chen Yi pouted, her dissatisfaction evident. What? Do you wish for me to team up with him that much? Detecting the irritation in her tone, Bai Tu quickly begged for mercy. Sister, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Seeing his playful demeanor, a hint of amusement flickered across Chen Yi's face, though she maintained an air of aloofness. Alright, enough with the jokes. My cousin's group is too domineering, I don't want to be with them. How about we team up instead? Bai Tu shook his head vehemently in refusal. Are you kidding? I've been bullied by you since childhood. Now that I finally have a chance to escape your clutches, how could I possibly team up with you? My talents are lacking, my profession is inadequate. Being on the same team as me would only hinder you. You should seek better partners. He recalled that Chen Yi was a 4-star talent as a mage, specializing in support roles, making her a prized asset in any team, with ample opportunities ahead of her. Huh, after your class change, you've become quite tough. I do enjoy your stubbornness. Chapter 9, a reunion with Xiaohong. Which dungeon should we choose this time? Hurry up with suggestions. Who knows, the captain might actually consider them. Chen Yi rummaged through the records in a dungeon room within the school's dungeon hall. Many first-level dungeons had already been cleared and would not reset for a week, so she had to check on the second-level dungeons instead. Just decide for yourself. Does our duo even have much choice? It doesn't matter which dungeon we enter. Bai Tu lay sprawled on the ground, looking utterly defeated, rubbing his still sore right cheek, puzzled by her sudden strength. In the past, he could somewhat resist Chen Yi's tyranny, but just earlier in the classroom, she had effortlessly thrown him to the ground, leaving him no room to struggle. Under her oppressive dominance, Bai Tu found himself reluctantly forming a duo with her. The thought of falling into her grasp again made him feel a deep sense of dread, causing him to freeze in place. Enough with the long face. I've leveled up to level 8. Even in a second-level dungeon, we can still manage safely, Chen Yi declared confidently, showing no signs of concern. Despite having only one skill for now, her robust profession gave her the confidence to take on multiple foes. What? Our team consists of only 2 people? Please. Don't tell me they really consider Bai Tu as a combat asset. In Chen Yi's eyes, Sending Bai Tu into battle would be akin to sending him to his doom. She merely hoped that as long as he didn't drag her down, that would suffice. Observing her eager demeanor, Bai Tu couldn't help but roll his eyes, imagining her fantasizing about entering the dungeon and dominating the scene. While Bai Tu would kneel before her, starry-eyed and full of admiration. Huh, woman, I've already seen through your little schemes. Decided, we shall venture into the second-level dungeon. The frantic forest. Chun-Yi no longer hesitated, immediately selecting a dungeon and clicking confirm. Before Bai Tu could react, the room was enveloped in a blue light, and a powerful force swiftly pulled them into the dungeon gate before them. As darkness enveloped them and then brightened again, the scenery transformed dramatically. They found themselves encircled by towering trees, overgrown with weeds and climbing vines, with no discernible path in sight, resembling a desolate wilderness. Bai Tu quickly scrambled to his feet. He recognized this dungeon. It was an open dungeon allowing multiple teams to enter. Consequently, resources and wild monsters would be more abundant, but with greater rewards came greater risks, including stronger monsters and the potential encounter with other unfriendly adventurers. Although this was a school dungeon, allowing only fellow students to enter, one could not afford to be complacent, as being ambushed was still a very real threat. Bai Tu, you're here and unscathed? Just as they surveyed their surroundings, a blue light suddenly illuminated the space, revealing Zhao Hong and his companions. To his surprise, running into Zhao Hong a second time in the dungeon felt oddly fated. Oh, look who it is. My former captain. What a coincidence to see you again. Bai Tu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before a warm smile spread across his face, radiating enthusiasm. What a pity. I couldn't join you all in the second tier last time. I only spent enough time in the first tier before coming out, wasting a chance to delve into the dungeon. Bai Tu expressed with a hint of regret, appearing entirely unperturbed, which left Zhao Hong pondering his intentions. Zhao Hong was well aware of Bai Tu's cleverness. It was impossible for him not to sense the underlying malice. With a slight flicker of his right eye, he activated a reconnaissance tool, revealing Bai Tu's level 5, a rather unimpressive number. Zhao Hong sighed in relief, reassured. He had already reached level 10, and his companions were all above level 7. Even if Bai Tu harbored any intentions of revenge, he would not stand a chance against them. With a facade of cordiality, Zhao Hong feigned warmth. That is indeed unfortunate. However, reaching level 5 is commendable. What do you say? Would you like to rejoin our team? This instance lacks a second layer. Why not let the elder brother guide you in leveling up? Hey, can you refrain from poaching in front of our team leader? Furthermore, how did you manage to gain entry? Our squad clearly arrived first. Chun-Yi interjected with irritation, interrupting the conversation between the two. At that moment, Zhao Hong noticed that there was another person beside Bai Tu, and she was quite an attractive girl. Beautiful. You actually considered forming a team with him? Are you unaware that he possesses only a one-star talent? His mocking words were accompanied by Zhao Hong's less-than-pleased expression. His animosity towards Bai Tu stemmed from the fact that during middle school, Bai Tu was the school's celebrated figure. The girl he fancied had confided in him that she liked Bai Tu and even asked him to deliver a love letter. That incident had dealt a severe blow to Zhao Hong's tender adolescent heart. Fortunately, Bai Tu awakened the most inferior one-star talent, and, as fate would have it, chose a combat-oriented profession. An evil thought then sprouted in Zhao Hong's mind, to lure Bai Tu into the instance and then abandon him, using the monsters to eliminate him. However, to his surprise, Bai Tu not only escaped the instance but also leveled up several times and recruited a beautiful girl for his team. How infuriating. Why is he so favored by the ladies? It was one thing before, but now he is clearly worthless, with a lackluster talent and an even worse profession. How could such a pitiful fellow attract female companionship? Glancing back at the uniform row of boys behind him, Zhao Hong's frustration intensified. Despite his usual calm demeanor, his inner turmoil almost broke free. What does it matter to you? Chun-Yi disdainfully shook her head. From the earlier conversation rife with tension, she had discerned that this long-haired, oily man had a vendetta against Bai Tu, and his haughty demeanor irked her greatly. In Chun-Yi's mind, anyone at odds with Bai Tu must be at fault. After all, Bai Tu was so gentle and kind, having accompanied her since childhood. Fine. This instance is vast and resource-rich. I hope you both reap a bountiful harvest. By the way, the monsters are formidable, so do exercise caution. Moving in pairs, the unknown dangers can be quite numerous. Zhao Hong snorted coldly, his eyes glinting with a dangerous chill as he glanced at Bai Tu and his companion before turning with his group to depart in the opposite direction. Chun-Yi also huffed, leading Bai Tu in the opposite direction to explore. So this instance is open-ended, allowing multiple teams to enter? Chun-Yi ruffled her disheveled hair in mild frustration. This was indeed something she was unaware of, having possibly dozed off during the general studies class. It's not just a possibility, it is indeed the truth. Bai Tu walked ahead with a serene expression, having summoned 3 skeletal warriors to clear the path and keep watch around them. Chun-Yi pursed her lips, choosing not to respond to Bai Tu's slander, but instead curiously touched the small frame of the skeletal warriors. They appear rather weak. Chapter 10, The Might of True Spirits. Bai Tu paid no heed to Chun Yi's musings, instead delving his consciousness into the skeletal graveyard, where all the goblin corpses had transformed into skeletons, predominantly skeleton warriors. With only 3 skeletal archers having mutated, the skeletal slave master's aura was measured at 120 points. Bai Tu's current aura had reached 135 points. Thus, the transformation probability of the skeletal slave master was no longer merely a matter of mutation probability, but was instead calculated at a fixed 10 transformation probability. This meant that by directly injecting 120 points of aura, Bai Tu had a 1 in 10 chance of transforming into a skeletal slave master. Skeletal archer. Level, 120, common. Attributes, strength 1, agility 2, dexterity 2, intelligence 1. Summon value, 1 point. Aura value, 45 points, 25. Traits, none. Skills, none. Though the skeletal archer was only 10 levels higher than the skeletal warrior's cap, and was also a common tier unit, its base attributes reached 6 points. Already nearing the 8-point attribute limit typical for common units. The number of skeletons in the graveyard continued to swell, and the 15-level skeletal slave master, whom Bai Tu named Little Slave Number 1, commanded the newly mutated skeletal archers, elevating their levels to 15, thus forming a formidable combat force. Another skeletal slave master, named Little Slave Number 2, barely reached level 2 through the aura cultivation of the graveyard, serving as a temporary soldier to lower enemy levels. The emergence of the skeletal slave masters officially indicated that the backbone of Bai Tu's skeletal army should exist in the form of 5 skeletal soldiers under the slave masters. Individual skeletal warriors would not be summoned under normal circumstances. Warning, a powerful monster lies ahead. Chun Yi suddenly alerted, and Bai Tu promptly withdrew from the skeletal graveyard. Focusing intently ahead, the two had already exited the safe zone. What kind of monster? Uncertain, I merely sensed its presence. Bai Tu concentrated his mental energy in the direction she indicated, vaguely sensing something, yet unable to discern clearly. It seemed that this aura energy was significantly different from the typical mage's magic. Although both were harnessed through mental energy, their applications bore substantial distinctions. However, the monster seemed to have spotted them as it charged towards them with fierce intent. Boom! Bai Tu observed the distant trees violently swaying, followed by a thunderous roar, as if a colossal beast were rampaging. A low-level common monster, the shattered stone lizard. Bai Tu recognized the earthy yellow armored creature at once and shouted, swiftly summoning the skeletal slave master and a host of skeletal warriors for defense. Beside him, Chun Yi gazed at the encircling skeletons in awe, especially startled by the towering skeletal slave master, prompting her to involuntarily gasp. So many. Could the initial skills of a necromancer be this formidable? Yet, astonished as she was, she quickly regained her composure, raising her wooden staff and commanding, as a massive circular magical array measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter appeared before her, inscribed with intricate magical runes that exuded a powerful magical aura. Elemental Flow Array. Arise, my servant, Sandstone Warrior. As Chun Yi recited her incantation, the earth elements rapidly coalesced within the array, gradually forming a towering 2-meter-tall humanoid earth elemental. Though its design was rudimentary, its imposing and robust figure was visually striking. Impressive. This is the elemental creation of a magic array master. Bai Tu could not help but exclaim, astonished that Chun Yi's initial skill was to summon an elemental being, which was directly tied to the summoner's magical prowess and was indestructible, consistently formidable throughout any era. That's not all. Chun Yi smirked with pride, as a golden small magical array suddenly illuminated in her palm, followed by a burst of golden light leaping forth and lunging towards the sandstone warrior. Crack! The golden light transformed into an ancient earthy yellow armor upon reaching the sandstone warrior, glinting with metallic sheen and etched with complex magical patterns and mysterious symbols. The might of true spirit's armor, Chun Yi exclaimed, and the armor immediately radiated brilliance, as a rich surge of earth elements swiftly enveloped it. As if the armor had come to life, directly covering the sandstone warrior. The sandstone warrior obediently raised its limbs, allowing the armor to envelop its body before taking a few deliberate steps forward. Crack! The intricate patterns upon the armor grew increasingly radiant, while its weight escalated at a visibly alarming rate. Before long, the entire suit of armor enveloped the Sandrock warrior, leaving only a pair of luminous eyes visible. Wielding a colossal double-bladed axe that towered nearly 3 meters in height, exuding an aura of oppressive might. With a thunderous roar, the Sandrock warrior charged towards the freshly emerged rubble lizard, brandishing its massive axe. The rubble lizard, similarly imposing, spanned at least a dozen meters in length and stood over 2 meters tall. Upon sensing the presence of Bai Tu and Chun Yi from a distance, it hastened toward them, eager for a hearty meal. However, as soon as it revealed itself, it was met with the Sandrock warrior's axe cleaving down upon its head. The dull thud echoed as the giant axe struck the protruding head of the rubble lizard, producing a sharp sound yet inflicting no damage whatsoever, not even a scratch, leaving the rubble lizard entirely unscathed. How could this be? Chun Yi, witnessing the rubble lizard's imperviousness, was taken aback. Although she was merely at level 8, the Sandrock warrior, adorned with the characteristic of true spirit's might, should have been capable of breaching its defenses. Naturally, Bai Tu explained with a hint of resignation. The rubble lizard is renowned for its formidable defense, and the Sandrock warrior struck its most resilient point, the head. Chun-Yi, unimpressed, retorted, I refuse to believe it is impervious to blades. Sandrock warrior, strike its back. Upon receiving the command, the Sandrock warrior attempted to target another area. But the rubble lizard would not allow it to continue unhindered. It charged forward, knocking the Sandrock warrior to the ground and clamping its jaws onto its arm. Sandrock warrior, get up, Chun-Yi cried out in urgency. However, the Sandrock warrior, with high defense but low agility, found itself pinned beneath the weight of the rubble lizard in a mere instant. Rubble lizard, a name that implies an understanding of its capabilities. With a resounding thud, the creature slammed its head into the Sandrock warrior's arm, instantly cracking it with several fissures while its own head remained unharmed. What the? Chun-Yi was left dumbfounded, staring incredulously at the rubble lizard before her, her eyes wide with disbelief. What is this? My super defense was shattered in one blow? Bai Tu shared her confusion. Although the rubble lizard was indeed capable of crushing rocks, it did not possess any special traits. How could it be so formidable? Was there some hidden treasure within its being? Or was it a mutated creature? In a state of perplexity, Bai Tu focused intently to discern its underlying information. Rubble lizard, type, low-level monster, ordinary, level, 15 to 22, an ordinary monster, unmutated, thus devoid of any special traits. There could only be one possibility. It bore a special item. Chapter 11, Slaying the Rubble Lizard. A surge of elation coursed through Bai Tu, and he immediately conveyed his discovery to Chun-Yi. A treasure? Chun-Yi's eyes sparkled. It was her first encounter with a monster capable of dropping special materials, which could fetch a handsome price. However, it was exceedingly tough, and my Sandrock warrior cannot breach its defenses. Gazing at her Sandrock warrior, immobilized and unable to escape, Chun-Yi felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Glancing at Bai Tu's skeletal minions, doubting their slender limbs would suffice. Wait, let me test its defenses. With a thought, Bai Tu commanded Little Slave 1 into action. With a swift tug on the bone chain, 3 level 15 skeletal archers sprang to life, raising their bone bows and knocking arrows from their quivers, all aimed at the rubble lizard. The skeletal archers are unlikely to inflict significant damage. They can't possibly rival mine. Chun-Yi held little hope, knowing Bai Tu was only at level 5, and his skeletal archers could hardly match that level. Yet before she could finish her thought, 3 swift arrows sliced through the air. The rubble lizard, engaged in overpowering the Sandrock warrior, suddenly let out a pained cry as 3 arrows embedded themselves in its underbelly. Blood oozing forth. Chun-Yi's eyes widened in shock, pointing at the rubble lizard in disbelief. Did they actually breach its defenses? Your skeletal archers are astonishing. Bai Tu smiled calmly. The level 15 skeletal archers were positioned at such proximity, targeting the rubble lizard's weakest spot, the abdomen, so it would indeed be odd if they did not pierce through. However, the arrows inflicted minimal damage, only penetrating 2 centimeters deep. It became evident that, even at the same level, the skeletal archers could not swiftly dispatch the rubble lizard. If Chun-Yi had known Bai Tu was contemplating a quick kill, she would have rolled her eyes dramatically. Her Sandrock warrior was already struggling, and he thought a few skeletal minions could take it down. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. After all, it was merely an ordinary monster, and enhancing Little Slave 1's level was paramount for my offensive capabilities. Bai Tu deliberated before summoning Little Slave 2, instructing it to cautiously approach the rubble lizard under the protection of several skeletal warriors. Hey, what are you planning? You could easily shoot it from a distance. There's no need to risk having the skeletons engage in close combat. No worries, just have the Sandrock warrior hold it tight. I have a strategy to swiftly eliminate it. Chun-Yi scoffed. A level 15 monster? Its level exceeds both of ours combined, and you think your skeletal warriors can whip it into submission? Though Chun-Yi was uncertain of Bai Tu's intentions, she promptly commanded the Sandrock warrior to restrain the rubble lizard, preventing it from escaping easily. Detecting the approaching Little Slave 2 and the skeletal warriors, the rubble lizard opened its mouth wide and roared in fury, attempting to intimidate them. After all, it had recently suffered a flesh wound from those flimsy bones, and though it was but a minor hurt, the rubble lizard harbored a grudge against them. Yet, the undead minions were impervious to fear. In response to the rubble lizard's intimidation, Little Slave 2 merely waved its bone chain, having been thoroughly trained by its predecessor, Little Slave 1, and adeptly wielding its skills, ensuring that it would not lose grip on a stationary object. With a deft motion, Little Slave 2 spun the bone chain twice before sending it hurtling toward the rubble lizard, executing the action with seamless precision and without hesitation. With a whoosh, the chain flew straight, the hook at its end piercing into the rubble lizard's body, ensnaring its soul, and swiftly coiling around it, binding it tightly. The rubble lizard emitted a wretched howl, yet it could not escape the binding sensation. It felt its soul growing colder, its body heavier. A profound sense of impending loss fueling its terror. It struggled fiercely against the bone chain, but the more it fought, the more it sensed its strength waning at an astonishing rate, its life force dwindling. At last, the light in the rubble lizard's eyes dimmed, and its body fell still. Completely subjugated by Little Slave 2. The level has plummeted to level 2. It is done. It has been completely subdued. Bai Tu let out a sigh of relief. A level 2 monster, fully controlled, could easily be dispatched even by a skeleton warrior. Chun-Yi stared blankly at Little Slave number 2 and the Shattered Stone Lizard, allowing the Sandstone Warrior to release its grip. Indeed, the Shattered Stone Lizard stood motionless, and as the chain in Little Slave number 2's hand tugged, it scampered over to its side, obedient as a lapdog. This is utterly absurd. After a considerable pause, Chun-Yi finally managed to voice her thoughts. She had to reassess Bai Tu, realizing that perhaps this little imp was not as inept as she had presumed. Especially since few could effortlessly control a level 15 monster at level 5. My skeleton needs experience to level up. Shall I claim this monster for myself? Although the two were in a party and experience would be shared, the killer would still receive 70 of the experience, so Bai Tu needed to clarify this matter first. Now you're all about the details. Regardless, it's under your control, so you can keep all the experience. Chun-Yi was rather indifferent about the experience gains. She was already at a higher level than Bai Tu, so losing a bit of experience was inconsequential. Upon hearing Chun-Yi's remark, Bai Tu felt no need for further politeness. He commanded Little Slave number 1, which immediately seized the chain without hesitation, prompting 3 skeleton archers to knock their arrows and shoot at the Shattered Stone Lizard. The level 2 Shattered Stone Lizard stood no chance against the skeleton archer's assault. 3 arrows pierced its forehead, instantly reducing it to a sliver of health. The Shattered Stone Lizard appeared dazed, remaining rooted in place, howling in agony without any attempt at resistance. Wow, your skeleton's chain control is remarkably potent. Not only can it capture monsters, but it seems to also diminish their resistance. Quite so, it can impose my skeleton's level upon the monsters. Bai Tu succinctly explained the skills of the skeleton slave master to Chun-Yi. Their bond was deep, and Bai Tu held great trust in her, especially since they would be leveling up together. Sharing skills was indeed essential. Soon enough, the Shattered Stone Lizard could not withstand the second round of attacks from the skeleton archers. With a mournful cry, it ascended to the heavens, providing Bai Tu and Chun-Yi with a significant amount of experience. I leveled up. Chun-Yi, somewhat astonished, felt her state rejuvenated. She had not anticipated that the Shattered Stone Lizard would grant her nearly half a level of experience, catapulting her from level 8 to level 9. That makes sense. Facing a level 15 Shattered Stone Lizard, we are indeed engaged in a cross-level battle, hence the experience boost. Bai Tu also advanced to level 6, continuing to allocate his attributes to Een energy, while Little Slave number 1 and the participating skeleton soldiers also gained a level. After finishing his points allocation, Bai Tu immediately approached the corpse of the Shattered Stone Lizard, where he discovered a large, round, dark green orb quietly lying on the ground. Chapter 12. A Journey Westward to Level Up. Shattered Stone Lizards with Spirit Orb. Type: Special Material. Quality: Low Grade, Ordinary. Effect: 15 Fragmentation Effect. Description: a special material produced due to a mutation in the Shattered Stone Lizard's body. Special Material. Curiosity piqued, Chun-Yi picked up the orb, observing the sizable sphere. Only slightly smaller than a basketball, brimming with wood attribute energy. The effect was promising, yet its considerable size left her pondering how to utilize it. Should it be embedded in her staff? She glanced at her slender wooden staff and decisively shook her head. It was utterly incompatible. As for clothing, shoes, gloves, or hats, it was beyond consideration. Who would want to carry such a bulky orb around? What a pity. How on earth should this be used? A Shattered Stone Lizard. How could it possibly swallow such a large orb? Bai Tu grinned mischievously, watching Chun-Yi, who was carefully tapping the orb in her hands, and remarked, "This is a special material resulting from a mutation within its body. In human terms, it's essentially the Shattered Stone Lizard's gallstone." Ugh, how disgusting. How dare you not tell me that earlier? Chun-Yi, momentarily stunned, quickly tossed the orb back to Bai Tu, her eyes wide as she glared at him, clearly exasperated. Bai Tu rubbed his nose, a hint of guilt coloring his smile as he said, "I just remembered. Oh right, is your Sandstone Warrior all right?" However, noticing Chun-Yi's increasingly distressed expression, he promptly diverted the topic and tossed the orb into his backpack. While this material boasted good effects, its size made it challenging to dispose of. Chun-Yi, reminded by Bai Tu, then recalled her Sandstone Warrior still needed attention and hurried over. "Sandstone Warrior, so you finally remembered me. I'm truly bleeding and weeping here." Bai Tu collected the corpse of the Shattered Stone Lizard from the ground and placed it in the skeleton graveyard. This marked one of the 2 formidable corpses he had encountered thus far. Previously, the low-level elite unit, the Goblin Sorcerer, failed to yield a new type of skeleton soldier upon mutation. Although this one had a maximum level of 22, he did not anticipate any miraculous outcomes. Transformation, congratulations. You have acquired a powerful unit, the Skeleton Warrior. Bai Tu stared expressionlessly as a small skeleton warrior timidly emerged from the Shattered Stone Lizard's body. integrating into the ranks of the skeleton warriors. The graveyard now housed over 10 skeleton warriors, gradually leveling up under the nurturing of Een energy, with the highest reaching level 3. However, this unit was destined to become cannon fodder or slaves under the skeleton slave master. The distinction between level 1 and level 10 was negligible. Bai Tu had no need for them to deal damage. The skeleton archers were far more appealing. Leveling up is essential. Only by obtaining more powerful corpses and accumulating greater Een energy can I transform into more formidable skeleton units. Bai Tu vaguely speculated that Een energy and level would undoubtedly limit his summoning capabilities, even if he were to acquire the corpse of a world-ending unit now. The mutation probability might skyrocket to a terrifying 22. But could he truly transform into a world-ending skeleton unit, even a skeleton hero? Impossible. Such a high-level existence was beyond the capacity of his current small frame. Not only would the skeleton graveyard be unable to accommodate it, but he might also explode on the spot. The skeleton warriors possessed only the most rudimentary combat intelligence, aimlessly wandering the graveyard all day long, never pausing. Akin to street urchins. Fortunately, they did not engage in fights. Otherwise, limbs would be lost, and when Bai Tu needed to summon them for battle, he might find himself with a missing leg or head, which would certainly be a headache. My skeleton soldiers evidently possess a higher intelligence than those summoned by the necromancers described in texts, and the unit interface even displayed their ranks, especially the skeleton slave master. An elite unit of intermediate rank implied that Bai Tu might eventually be able to transform leaders or even hero units. In contrast, the typical necromancers summoned skeletons would often disperse after battle. Although they were summoned at maximum level, they were merely standard units with fixed skills, meaning their abilities were often limited to summoning skeleton warriors or skeleton archers, devoid of any mutation potential or graveyard storage for units. After organizing this information, Bai Tu felt increasingly optimistic about his characteristics and skills. Although he possessed only a single skill, his skeleton soldiers had skills. In the future, leading a multitude of skillful skeleton units into battle against enemies would mean dozens, even hundreds of skills versus their mere 9-star skills. Indeed, we are formidable. What are you laughing at, you little creep? Bai Tu was lost in a daydream, envisioning himself striking down calamities and annihilating the world's in-level foes, when he was abruptly yanked back into reality by Chuan's powerful intervention. Ahem, never mind that. Let us tidy up, and, once we're ready, set forth to level up. Bai Tu forced an awkward smile and hastily beckoned the skeletons to continue their journey westward. Chuan's sandstone warrior, having been restored, led the way at the forefront. At level 9, bolstered by the enhancement of the true spirit's might, it could effortlessly dispatch low-level monsters below level 10. Bai Tu chose not to deliberately grind experience for his secondary servant, relying instead on the ranged attacks of his skeleton archers to earn a modest amount of experience, sufficient for his needs. The two proceeded west, deliberately avoiding Zhao Hong and his companions, as their numbers were formidable and their levels appeared high. Bai Tu was not keen on tangling with them just yet. He planned to exact revenge once he had fully leveled his primary and secondary servants or transformed a powerful mutated skeleton from his ranks. After all, he had not forgotten his own frail physique, with its paltry stats of 1 in strength, 1 in constitution, and 1 in agility. The dungeon was indeed teeming with formidable monsters, and along the way, Bai Tu and Chun encountered several creatures exceeding level 15. The strongest boss of this secondary dungeon was a level 30 beast, likely a leader unit, tethered to low-level monsters, and undoubtedly at maximum level. Bai Tu was filled with thoughts of this boss. Acquiring its remains would significantly increase his chances of creating a mutated skeleton. Moreover, in the entirety of Mountain City, there was no other necromancer. The corpses strewn about garnered little attention. Perhaps some teams would gather materials, but to what avail? Thus, Bai Tu had formulated a plan to hasten his collection of corpses. Once he transformed the skeletons, the remains would gradually decompose, yielding a substantial amount of negative energy. This could be considered his contribution to the environmental preservation efforts within the dungeon world. Not only would it generate considerable economic benefits, but it would also produce no pollution whatsoever. Bai Tu, pleased with himself, followed closely behind Chun-Yi, incorporating every corpse along the way into his graveyard, thereby transforming numerous skeleton warriors, whose levels were rapidly rising. Even when encountering high-level monsters, the diligent sandstone warrior would bravely engage first, allowing his secondary servant to deliver a lethal blow, while the primary servant commanded the skeleton archers to effortlessly claim the kill. It was almost absurdly easy. Sandstone warrior, everyone else is showing off, and here I am, taking the hits. Truly, thank you all. Chapter 13, Zhao Heng's Ambitions. On the other side of the forest, Zhao Heng led his team eastward. Though they were more numerous, their pace in defeating monsters and advancing was noticeably slower than Bai Tu's group. Gao Jun, don't be afraid. Hold your ground. Zhang Qingyun will heal you. As the captain, Zhao Heng was unwavering in his commands, insisting that all team members adhere strictly to his directives during battle. Anyone deviating from his plans would immediately face his ire, showing no mercy. However, Due to his superior talent and class among the group, coupled with his undeniable leadership skills, the others were willing to follow his lead. Currently, their team was engaged in combat with an 18-level elite monster, the Earth Bear, which possessed the trait of resilient skin and a group attack skill known as Earthquake Wave. Its thick hide made it difficult to penetrate, and its damage output was substantial. Even Gao Jun, the team's strongest defender, found it challenging to withstand its onslaught. Thus, a priest was essential for timely healing. Otherwise, Gao Jun might swiftly meet his demise, becoming yet another fallen Iron Guardian. The priest Zhang Qingyun adjusted her large black-framed glasses, pressing her lips together as she intently focused on Gao Jun. In her line of sight, each teammate's status bar vanished above their heads, akin to health points in a game, assisting her in timing their healing efforts. Upon seeing the Earth Bear preparing to unleash its ultimate attack, Zhang Qingyun immediately gripped her staff, the greenish-blue healing light shimmering atop it, ready to restore Gao Jun's health at a moment's notice. The remaining team members, aside from a rogue named Ma Chi, who stood on a tree keeping watch, were archers from the hunter class, diligently drawing their bows to unleash ranged attacks on the Earth Bear. Among the six, Zhao Heng's class was unique. As a magic swordsman, he was a blend of mage and warrior, leaning more towards the magical side. Given his 3-star talent, it was only natural for him to assume the role of leader. Yet, it was peculiar that with his talent, he could have easily joined a top-tier team composed entirely of specialized classes, yet he chose instead to form his own. Was it a case of preferring to be a head among chickens rather than a tail among phoenixes? Such a mindset was ill-suited for a career-oriented individual. Zhao Heng's eyes were fixed intently on the Earth Bear's every movement. This 18-level elite monster was, aside from the final boss of the Goblin Dungeon, the strongest he had faced. Last time, his luck had been abysmal, resulting in no valuable loot. This time, he was determined to avoid such misfortune. Clutching a long sword forged by a classmate who had transitioned to a blacksmith using materials from the last dungeon, he wielded a level 5 weapon that enhanced physical attack damage by 10%, quite impressive for a character below level 10. Roar! The Earth Bear's eyes glowed red as it furiously swiped its massive claws against Gao Jun's raised shield, each strike dimming the golden glow upon it. Gao Jun gritted his teeth, steadfastly holding his ground, but this could not last forever. After enduring for over 10 seconds, he felt his strength waning, while the Earth Bear's colossal fists loomed ever closer to his face. Damn it, it's stronger than the Goblin Shaman. The sheer force and constitution of the Earth Bear overwhelmed Gao Jun, who had similarly allocated his stats, leaving him utterly powerless. Hoping desperately for Zhao Heng to accumulate enough magic crystals to unleash his skills, Zhao Heng's class trait was quite troublesome, requiring him to build up magic crystals during combat. Only upon reaching 20 points could he significantly enhance his skill's attack power. Otherwise, his abilities would merely inflict physical damage. Yet, the accumulation of magic crystals required him to land effective consecutive hits without interruption. Unfortunately, the Earth Bear possessed a group attack skill, forcing Zhao Heng to evade. Back and forth, he had failed twice to reach the requisite 20 attacks. Boom. The Earth Bear unleashed its skill once more, slamming its claws into the ground. With a tremendous roar, shockwaves radiated outward in concentric circles, devastating the surrounding trees within a 10-meter radius. This was it. Zhao Heng's attack would be interrupted again. Gao Jun was pushed back by the shockwave, growing increasingly anxious. Just as he attempted to steady himself, he felt a heavy weight on his shoulder. Zhao Heng had somehow positioned himself atop him. Don't move. I'm just 3 points away from filling the gauge, Zhao Heng whispered, then pressed down hard, propelling himself like an arrow launched from a bow towards the Earth Bear, his long sword flashing as he struck down 3 powerful blows. Buzz. Skill enhancement initiated. Time limited for 3 minutes. Zhao Heng's heart soared as he activated his soul skill. High-frequency cutting. Suddenly, a delicate chime resonated from his body, as the long sword traced an arc through the air, transforming him into a streak of azure light, hurtling towards the Earth Bear with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, the long sword in his grasp gleamed with a blinding cerulean radiance. The Earth Bear, taken aback by the oncoming blade, momentarily faltered. It had not anticipated such a formidable maneuver from its adversary. However, it swiftly raised its arms to shield its vital points, attempting to thwart the impending strike. Block. Can you truly withstand it? Zhao Heng sneered dismissively, as the rich azure wind elemental magic enveloped the sword, ruthlessly tearing through the Earth Bear's fur, causing blood to spurt forth in torrents, and the creature's massive form trembled in response. A howl erupted from the Earth Bear, its eyes revealing profound agony, clearly suffering a grievous wound. At that moment, Gao Jun seized the opportunity to strike, delivering a shield bash that left the unsuspecting Earth Bear dazed and rigid in place. Witnessing this, Zhao Heng's lips curled into a cold, triumphant smile. He propelled himself off the ground once more, leveraging inertia, and his sword slashed through the Earth Bear's neck like a viper. With a sickening thud, the creature's head was severed, its lifeless body crashing heavily to the ground. It was likely that the Earth Bear had never anticipated the sheer strength of the Wind Elemental's cutting attribute when Zhao Heng's ability was activated. Finally, it was done. Gao Jun sighed in relief as he gazed at the motionless form of the Earth Bear, grateful that he had narrowly escaped being dispatched by the creature himself. Indeed, the experience gained was substantial. I have reached level 12. Captain, you must have attained level 15 by now, correct? After 2 days of relentless combat, their levels had dramatically improved, with most achieving level 12, and Zhao Heng, having claimed the majority of the kills, amassing a wealth of experience. Not bad. I barely scraped by to level 15. Zhao Heng suppressed a smile, reflecting on why he refrained from joining a top-tier team as a mere member. As the captain, not only does he garner more experience, but he also wields control over the distribution of loot, allowing him to retain any valuable items for himself. Moreover, within such a team, he could easily flaunt his prowess. Why would he ever want to be a subordinate in another group? Once I reach level 25, I can seek out more formidable allies to establish a premier team for the upcoming high-stakes examination. Perhaps I could even secure a spot in one of the top-ranking institutions. Zhao Heng reveled in his plans, already contemplating dismissing his current companions before they had even exited the dungeon. Though they could share in adversity, they must not expect to share in prosperity. He, Zhao Heng, had a much grander path awaiting him. To be hindered by these inadequate companions would be utterly unworthy. What is this? Is there loot? Chapter 14. Don't back down. As Zhao Heng beheld a glimmering golden item beneath the Earth Bear, his eyes brightened, and he eagerly rubbed his hands together. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a long, bone-like structure, nearly 3 fingers wide, a material suitable for crafting a staff, perhaps? This is truly a remarkable find. Moreover, it originates from an elite-level monster. It could potentially be forged into a second-tier staff. Gao Jun approached, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the bone material. Anything associated with mages was undoubtedly valuable. A smile spread across Zhao Heng's face. He had indeed stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity, as this material alone could yield considerable profit. Just as he reached out to claim it, however, he found his hand grasping at nothing. The material had inexplicably vanished, darting swiftly towards the eastern forest. What the hell? Who dares to steal from me? Zhao Heng's fury ignited as he sprinted after the fleeing item. This had to be the work of a rogue from some other team. Ma Chi, what are you doing? As a thief, how could you allow someone to pilfer right in front of you? Zhao Heng cursed vehemently, his pace unwavering as he pursued the vanishing material, with Gao Jun and the others hastily following behind. Ma Chi, leaping through the trees in pursuit of the insidious thief, wore a look of innocence. He had indeed maintained vigilance throughout, yet was utterly oblivious to when the thief had slipped in. Even with stealth, one typically exudes warmth, a heartbeat, or breath. How had he failed to detect any of these? Could it be a hidden class? I cannot seem to lock onto their presence at all. The more he chased, the more astonished Ma Chi became. The thief, clutching the bone material, moved with astonishing speed, which was not surprising. However, the fact that he remained undetectable, even after being exposed, was truly terrifying. This meant that should the thief discard the material, he could vanish without a trace. If he harbored murderous intent, who could possibly defend against him? With this thought, a flicker of envy ignited within Ma Chi as a fellow stealth class. The abilities and skills of his thief profession felt juvenile in comparison to this enigmatic figure. That infuriatingly fortunate individual. Hurry up and catch him. Zhao Heng continued to urge Ma Chi onward, but the latter was already exerting himself to his utmost, yet still failing to close the gap. Zhao Heng's eyes burned with intensity as he fixated on the darting material, his frustration boiling over. If the thief were part of a larger group, he might have been able to tolerate it, but a mere stealthy rogue dared to steal from him. Who gave him the audacity? This is bad, Captain. The direction seems awfully familiar. In the midst of the commotion, only Zhang Qingyun remained composed, though he too felt anger, as a priest. He was trained to maintain his calm and not succumb to impulsiveness. What? Zhao Heng frowned, slightly slowing his pace to allow Zhang Qingyun to catch up. Don't you recognize this path? It leads directly to the dungeon boss. What? Zhao Heng and Gao Jun gasped in shock, halting in their tracks. Don't back down, let us go. We can catch up to him. Ma Chi, fervently pursuing the thief, suddenly noticed his teammates had stopped and turned back to shout, continuing his relentless chase. His motivation was not entirely altruistic. Should he fail to capture the thief, which was highly likely, he would need a way to explain his failure. Damn it. Zhao Heng glanced at the scenery around him, instantly confirming Zhang Qingyun's assertion. This path indeed led to the dungeon boss. Ma Chi's figure had already faded from view, likely racing toward the boss's lair. This fool has yet to realize the danger. If he draws out the boss, none of them would fare well. That creature is a level 30 monster. Moreover, it could very well be a level 30 elite unit. Given that they had barely survived their encounter with an 18-level elite monster, facing a level 30 elite would likely spell disaster. What should we do? Ma Chi has already charged in. Should we follow? Gao Jun leaned against his battered iron shield, his gaze flickering uncertainly among the group. As the frontline tank, he was decidedly reluctant to enter. He was the most vulnerable among them. A moment's inattention could cost him his life. It would be wiser to continue battling lower-level monsters for experience, while the boss could yield substantial experience and rare materials. Zhao Hong hesitated as he gazed down the path. Whether Ma Chi was alive or dead was of little consequence to him. After all, the demise of a professional within a dungeon was hardly a grave matter. And it certainly wasn't his doing. What truly weighed on his mind was the precious material they had just encountered and the resources that lay with the boss. He had already reached level 15, and the other 5 members of his team were all above level 12. If a confrontation ensued, who knew what might happen? Just as he lingered in uncertainty, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance, startling him into a shiver. He quickly looked up to see a frail, sneaky figure dashing towards him, clutching skeletal materials, with a panic-stricken Ma Chi trailing behind. "Captain, the boss has appeared," Ma Chi shouted frantically as he ran. Glancing back at the creature he had just pursued, his face a canvas of horror and indignation, a complex expression that could serve as a teaching aid for actors. Was that skeletal creature I just chased after? After a moment of intense internal reflection, Ma Chi quickened his pace. If he couldn't outrun a mere skeleton, what face would he have left to call himself a professional? Zhao Hong, equally shaken, noticed the skeleton beside Ma Chi and instinctively connected it to the thief of the materials. Could it truly be the same creature? "Run, Captain," Zhang Qingyun urged, tugging at Zhao Hong as they fled, with Gao Jun and the others hastily following, devoid of any desire to engage in battle. Boom. In the brief moment that Zhao Hong was lost in thought, the boss made its entrance, a colossal beast resembling an oversized tiger, cloaked in dark, shaggy fur. Its powerful limbs pounded against the stones, producing a cacophony of sound, its eyes wide and glimmering with a cruel, bloodthirsty light. It bared its mouth, revealing elongated, scythe-like fangs. Drool oozing from its maw. This was the level 30 elite monster of the dungeon, the ultimate boss, the black-maned sawtooth tiger. Upon sighting it, Zhao Hong immediately cast aside all thoughts and turned to flee. Its sheer size was terrifying enough to extinguish any spark of combativeness within him. The black-maned sawtooth tiger regarded the fleeing group with a mocking glint in its eyes, opening its mouth to unleash a series of roars. With a sudden burst, it leaped forward like a cannonball, its speed utterly breathtaking. Quick dodge. The boss is charging. Upon hearing the whistle of the beast behind him, Zhao Heng's face turned pale with fright. He had never anticipated the black-maned sawtooth tiger could move with such velocity, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. He shouted in urgency, flinging himself sideways just in time to evade its massive claws. With a thunderous crash, countless stones scattered under the tiger's mighty paws, the solid ground shattering instantaneously. The others, hearing the commotion, scrambled to evade, but the black-maned sawtooth tiger had not actually lunged that far. Their attempts to dodge had instead cost them the optimal moment to escape. "There's no choice, everyone. We must fight. Its speed is too great. We cannot outrun it." Zhao Heng's heart steadied slightly at this realization. If they all banded together, he might still have a chance of survival. If Gao Jun and the others fled, he would undoubtedly meet his demise here. Given the circumstances, this was the most favorable solution for him. Yet, for Gao Jun and the others, Zhao Hong was leading them into a perilous trap. However, the current situation left no room for Gao Jun and the others to express their outrage. They had no option but to join Zhao Hong in confronting the black-maned sawtooth tiger. "Gao Jun," Zhao Hong called out, his message unmistakable. "Brother, get in there quickly." Gao Jun's expression darkened as he cast a glance at the beast, which dwarfed him several times over, its sharp teeth and claws instilling a sense of dread within him. "This is a level 30 elite monster. I am only level 12. Even as a tank class, I doubt I could withstand such an onslaught. Why don't you take the lead, then?" He silently grumbled, but upon meeting Zhang Qingyun's gaze, he had no choice but to rise. The front line and support classes were often the slowest. They had been cornered by Zhao Heng's decision and could only choose to confront the boss, hoping that fighting together might afford them a chance of survival. Clutching his iron shield tightly, he shifted his weight, his defensive capabilities bolstered by his class traits, and lumbered toward the black-maned sawtooth tiger. The others quickly followed suit. 2 archers knocked their arrows, taking a few steps back to stand alongside Zhang Qingyun, knowing that if one fled, the others would undoubtedly follow. Meanwhile, Zhao Hong executed a series of rolls to distance himself from the black-maned sawtooth tiger. His attribute points were distributed evenly. He boasted no weaknesses, yet neither did he possess any particular strengths. With Gao Jun bearing the brunt of the confrontation, he felt emboldened to approach and stack his passive abilities. Quite bold of them to engage, yet with an average level barely reaching 15. Vanquishing the black-maned sawtooth tiger will be no trivial task. From a distance, Bai Tu perched carefully on a tree branch, observing the battle with trembling movements. Below, several skeletal warriors gazed up, arms outstretched, ready to catch their master should he fall. "Honestly, you are rather inept, aren't you? As a professional, you struggle even to climb a tree," Chun Yi remarked disdainfully from the opposite end of the branch, casting a disapproving glance at Bai Tu, who appeared terrified by the mere height of 3 meters. Please, you have no fear of heights. How could you fathom the psyche of someone who does? Bai Tu struggled to accept the skeletal warrior's offering of bone materials, his eyes alight with joy. Previously, Bai Tu and his companions had indeed ventured in the opposite direction of Zhaohong, only to encounter a vast river that obstructed their path, forcing them to retrace their steps. Along the way, they encountered another trio of professionals, observing from a distance. After a brief moment, the opposing team turned south. Evidently uninterested in any interaction with Bai Tu's Zhaohong had moved eastward, while Bai Tu had no choice but to head north. During his journey, Bai Tu summoned a new unit called the Skeleton Stalker and dispatched it for reconnaissance. This morning, it fortuitously discovered Zhaohang's team, leading to the earlier incident where the skeletons stealthily purloined materials. Skeleton Stalker. Level, 525, Elite. Attributes, Strength 3, Agility 5, Dexterity 3. Summon cost, 2 points. Energy cost, 80 points. Trait, Shadowless, enters stealth mode, undetectable beyond 10 meters. Skill, Stealth, erases all traces, enters stealth mode, undetectable for 10 seconds. The characteristics and skills of the Skeleton Stalker were entirely related to stealth. Once it entered stealth mode, it was nearly impossible to detect. But any attack would reveal its position. Being a low-level elite monster without any weapons, its utility was limited to minor tasks, such as scavenging for abandoned scraps. Earthy Bear's Rib. Type, Special Material. Quality, Low-level Elite. Effect, 15 defense for summoned units. Description, this is the rib that the earthy bear takes pride in, often boasting to other bears. What a splendid find. For summoners, this is a veritable treasure. Perhaps with additional materials, I could forge a staff tailored for my use. Bai Tu gazed at the bone material in his hands, delight dancing in his eyes. Typically, such items were utilized for crafting warrior weapons. Yet this particular piece seemed suitable for mages. Wielding a mere bone staff is rather beneath me, akin to the grotesqueness of a goblin sorcerer. Chun-Yi shook her head in disdain. Although the material's effects were indeed beneficial to her, it was evidently more suitable for Bai Tu's day. With so many skeletal warriors at his disposal, each enhancement of 15 to their defense would yield a truly terrifying increase. Thank you. I'll gladly accept this and prioritize you for any better items in the future. Bai Tu, unceremoniously, tossed it into his backpack. Boom. A sudden, violent explosion reverberated through the air, and only then did he recall that Zhaohong and the others were still engaged in battle not far away. He quickly turned to observe. The situation seemed to have entirely shifted in favor of the black-maned serrated tiger. It was overwhelmingly powerful. My attacks barely grazed its fur. Zhaohong, slightly breathless, leaned on his long sword at a short distance, while Gao Jun struggled to uphold his iron shield. With every strike from the black-maned serrated tiger, his shield would warp slightly under the immense force, sending tremors through his body that felt as if his very insides were being upheaved. Zhaohong, hurry up and attack. I can barely hold on. Gao Jun's arms were flushed crimson, with drops of blood seeping from his wounds. The attacks from their teammates were failing to inflict any significant damage on the black-maned serrated tiger, allowing him to maintain aggro like a seasoned veteran. Yet, even with Zhang Qingyun providing healing, he was on the verge of collapse. Zhaohong glanced back at the two archers, who were exerting every ounce of strength, their arrows merely skimming the tiger's fur and falling impotently to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed the last vestige of impulse in his heart and abruptly raised his longsword, gathering a faint wind element upon it, before fiercely striking towards Gao Jun. My attack might sting a bit. Bear with it, Gao Jun. What the hell? Are you trying to stack my passive? Gao Jun cursed vehemently, but with no other option. He tucked his neck and braced himself against Zhaohang's strike. With a slicing sound, blood streaked across his body, the pain causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Fortunately, Zhaohong, to his credit, managed to stack a few layers on the black-maned serrated tiger without excessively targeting Gao Jun. With a whoosh, the 20 layers of magic crystals were finally fully stacked. Zhaohang's eyes sparkled with intensity as he swung his longsword, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp sword beams that whistled towards the black-maned serrated tiger's form. Die! Zhaohang's face contorted in rage as he bellowed, then horizontally leveled his sword, piercing through the tiger's abdomen. In an instant, he launched himself into the air, planting a foot on the tiger's back and propelling himself skyward. In that moment, azure streaks swiftly traced across the tiger's body, each accompanied by a resounding whoosh that drowned out the creature's roar. Incredible! Gao Jun stared in awe at the sky, utterly astonished by Zhaohang's sheer prowess. The display of skills was nothing short of extraordinary, reminiscent of a swordsman soaring through the winds, lethal and majestic. After executing a flawless somersault in midair, Zhaohong alighted gracefully upon the ground, having unleashed all his magical power and consumed a precious damage-enhancing potion. He was confident he could slay it. Oh, has he severely wounded the monster? Zhaohang's abilities are astonishing. From a distance, Bai Tu gazed at the black-maned serrated tiger, its body stiffening as it slowly collapsed to the ground. He propped his chin on his hand, frowning slightly in disbelief at Zhaohang's capacity to annihilate a level 30 monster. although he could not ascertain Zhao Heng's level. Their inability to catch up to the skeletal infiltrator suggested it was unlikely to exceed level 20. Be careful, the monster isn't dead yet. Just as Gao Jun breathed a sigh of relief and stood up, Zhang Qingyun suddenly sensed the tiger's aura surging dramatically, his face paling as he shouted to Gao Jun, "Run! No way!" Gao Jun's expression froze, and before he could finish his sentence, he felt a chilling sensation from behind. He swiftly sidestepped to evade, but alas, he was still caught by the tiger's razor-sharp claws, sending him hurtling through the air. Crash! Gao Jun slammed heavily against a tree, blood gushing from his mouth. Roar! The black-maned serrated tiger let out a furious roar, its blood-red eyes filled with hatred, fixating intently on Zhao Heng. The audacity of this feeble human to injure it. What had begun as a game for it had now morphed into a resolution to shred every human before it to pieces. Chapter 16. Flee, flee, flee. This is bad. It seems infuriated. Zhang Qingyun observed the black-maned serrated tiger, now visibly more ferocious and bloodthirsty, his heart racing faster as a deep-seated fear enveloped him. The status bar above its head appeared alarmingly dangerous. This isn't just a feeling, it is indeed the case. Zhao Heng, move quickly. The monster's aggro has shifted to us. Gao Jun could withstand the assault, but they could not. Even if Zhao Heng held the highest level, based on his previous attack, Gao Jun might merely be lightly injured, while Zhao Heng would at least suffer severe damage. Zhao Heng's lips twitched, his steps faltering. He sensed trouble the moment the black-maned serrated tiger rose, contemplating a hasty retreat while the others were distracted. However, Zhang Qingyun's words immediately drew everyone's attention to him. What a fool. But now, he couldn't care less about appearances. His previous attack had evidently provoked the black-maned serrated tiger, and they were clearly outmatched. If they didn't flee now, when would they? With a swift motion, Zhao Heng dashed to Zhang Qingyun's side, kicking him to the ground, then glaring fiercely at the two bewildered archers before resolutely fleeing into the distance. Run! Ma Qi, witnessing the chaos unfold, made a decisive move, vanishing into the shadows and sprinting away. The other two archers, slightly slower to react, quickly followed suit. Otherwise, they would truly be torn to shreds by the beast. Zhang Qingyun, after being kicked down by Zhao Heng, was furious and bewildered. He scrambled to his feet, watching the retreating figures with a bitter smile, realizing instantly why Zhao Heng had kicked him. He had inadvertently exposed Zhao Heng's intentions. A howl suddenly interrupted his thoughts, and looking down, he discovered a circle of black magical runes had materialized beneath him. His body felt inexplicably heavy as he stood, his already sluggish speed reduced to that of a tortoise. After struggling to take 2 steps, he resigned himself to his fate. A deceleration effect. There was no way he could escape. To think that he would be killed in the second dungeon he entered. Dying in a dungeon didn't mean true death, but it would reset his level to 0, causing all equipment and items to drop, followed by a month-long lockout period during which he could not gain experience. For students like them, dying in a dungeon was akin to bidding farewell to their college entrance exams. A wave of searing heat surged from behind him, and Zhang Qingyun's face contorted in pain and despair, yet devoid of any animosity, for he understood that Zhao Heng had already vanished from sight, and there was no chance of catching up. They were merely a temporary party for leveling up. He had no reason to expect Zhao Heng to stay behind to save him. Perhaps it was for the best. He would avoid being ridiculed. A resigned smile surfaced on Zhang Qingyun's face as he closed his eyes. The black-maned serrated tiger widened its eyes, fixating on this minuscule human before it. An explosion of fury erupting within. With immense claws, it struck down on Zhang Qingyun. Bang! A tremendous force crashed into him, and Zhang Qingyun felt a sharp pain. He was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, blood spilling from his mouth mid-air before he crashed to the ground. Yet, he did not perish. How could this be merely a light injury? He struggled to lift his head, assessing his condition with disbelief, given his attributes. It was inconceivable that he could withstand even a casual swipe from the black-maned sawtooth tiger. Cough, cough, stop daydreaming and give me some blood. The weak voice of Gao Jun echoed from in front of him. Zhang Qingyun glanced forward to see Gao Jun half kneeling against an iron shield, once again bracing himself against the onslaught of the black-maned sawtooth tiger. A complex expression flickered across Zhang Qingyun's face as he raised his hand. A verdant light swiftly coalescing and infusing into Gao Jun's body. It was the healing light, the most conventional restoration skill of a priest. Though he was only at level 3, the healing effect was already considerable, and Gao Jun's condition improved significantly. Yet the black-maned sawtooth tiger showed no signs of mercy, crashing into Zhang Qingyun with a thunderous roar, intent on tearing him asunder. Gao Jun's pallid face trembled as he sighed. It seems I'm about to perish. But I have no regrets. After all, being felled by a boss for the first time, I consider myself fortunate. The iron shield had warped into irregular metal shards, its coating entirely eroded, and Gao Jun's rudimentary armor was nearly in tatters. I never expected we would meet our end together. Let's team up again next time. Zhang Qingyun's demeanor grew markedly calmer. His gaze toward the black-maned sawtooth tiger was filled with a tragic and resolute determination, a visage that embraced death. though a tear slipped from the corner of his eye, betraying his unwillingness and regret, along with a profound sense of guilt. Don't wear such a sorrowful face. We are still young, and the future holds ample time and opportunity for us. A faint smile appeared on Gao Jun's pale face, but in the next instant, with a resounding crash, the iron shield finally succumbed, shattered by the black-maned sawtooth tiger into several pieces that fell to the ground, and the beast charged forth. Alas! Gao Jun let out a soft sigh, gritting his teeth to confront the beast. He knew this maneuver would be inadequate against the creature, yet he refused to surrender. The enormous claws of the black-maned sawtooth tiger came crashing down upon Gao Jun, the sheer force whipping his hair back with the gust of wind it generated. Boom! The strike produced a deafening explosion as the ground was instantaneously gouged into a deep crater, dust swirling through the air, yet there was no bloodshed to be seen. Roar! Angrily raising its head, the tiger spotted a group of skeletons cautiously observing from a distance, while Gao Jun and Zhang Qingyun were being dragged away by an unseen force. The two stared blankly at the black-maned sawtooth tiger, feeling the tug as if someone were pulling them away, yet when they turned to look, no one was in sight. Could it be the adventurer who stole earlier? Zhang Qingyun's eyes brightened as he quickly scrambled to his feet, pulling Gao Jun along, only to catch sight of the skeletal rogue slowly revealing itself. Is that the white Xiaotu? Astonished, both Zhang Qingyun and Gao Jun stared at the familiar face not far away, perplexed as to how he dared to show himself here. Zhang Qingyun was aware of the grudge between Zhao Hong and him, yet he was not intimately acquainted with White Xiaotu and had no desire to intervene in their affairs. He simply did not expect the captain, whom they had relied upon and trusted, to not come to their rescue, but rather for White Xiaotu to risk his life to intervene. But his level must be far inferior to ours. Moreover, he is merely a lowly one-star summoner. The skeletons he summons likely couldn't withstand even a swipe from the black-maned sawtooth tiger. White Xiaotu, hurry and leave. This boss is beyond your capabilities. Zhang Qingyun rushed over to White Xiaotu, just as he heard the furious roar of the black-maned sawtooth tiger and the cacophony of battle erupting behind him. Turning back, he saw the black-maned sawtooth tiger engaged in combat with a towering elemental creature clad in ochre armor, though the elemental was quickly falling behind. It managed to hold its ground against the black-maned sawtooth tiger for a moment. Hey, we need to leave quickly. You two are in no position to assist in this battle, Chun-Yi admonished with a furrowed brow, though her gaze was filled with excitement as she observed the struggle of the sandstone warrior. The black-maned sawtooth tiger had sustained some injuries, and with her having reached level 13, perhaps with White Xiaotu's cooperation, they might truly be able to slay the boss today. Chapter 17. Why is this boss so fragile? Sister, it seems you must stand at the forefront. Its skills are not offensive, but rather have a significant slowing effect. The sandstone warrior can withstand some hits. Have the skeleton warriors drag Gao Jun and the others to safety, White Xiaotu directed, observing the sandstone warrior being pinned down by the black-maned sawtooth tiger. Chun-Yi nodded. While her elemental creations could manifest fire and lightning attacks, doing so would leave no frontline defense, and White Xiaotu's skeletons lacked any capable defensive units. Little slave number 2, at the opportune moment, emerged under the protection of several skeleton warriors. In the recent battles, it had only gained a modicum of combat experience, still at level 5. Yet its enslavement effect was proving effective. Little slave number 2 had now reached level 22, with its 5 skeleton archers all at maximum level. Arrows drawn and aimed at the black-maned sawtooth tiger, ready to unleash a lethal volley at their master's command. They truly have guts. Both of them dare to confront the boss head-on. Gao Jun lay beneath a tree, rapidly recovering under Zhang Qingyun's continuous healing. If they are no match, let us retreat. This boss is not something a mere trio can handle. Wait a moment. That girl is a rather unique magical array mage. Her talent must be impressive. Perhaps she can take down the black-maned sawtooth tiger. Zhang Qingyun gazed expectantly at the unfolding battle, though he and White Xiaotu were not on the same team. Witnessing a boss kill firsthand would still be a stroke of luck. White Xiaotu paid no heed to the murmurs behind him. 2 skeleton warriors were stationed to keep a close watch on Zhang Qingyun and Gao Jun, while the skeletal rogue concealed itself, vigilantly guarding against their surroundings. The current battle was of utmost importance, and any potential surprises must be quashed in their infancy. The black-maned sawtooth tiger was seething with rage, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation within its limited intelligence. As the regional overlord, no beast dared to meet its gaze. Yet these feeble upright apes not only wounded it, but also had the audacity to escape. Not one of them lay down to meet their demise. If word of this spread, it would be catastrophic. Enraged, the black-maned sawtooth tiger unleashed all its fury upon the sandstone warrior beneath it, viciously tearing at its form. Even though the sandstone warrior had leveled up, it was still left in a desperate state by the tiger's relentless assault. Roar! The furious roar of the black-maned sawtooth tiger sent tremors through the hearts of those nearby, the sheer force rendering Zhang Qingyun and Gao Jun pale with despair. This attack is too powerful. Chun-Yi watched the battered sandstone warrior, reminiscent of a pitiful cat helplessly struggling in the jaws of a vicious dog, and her heart ached. Although elemental creations could not be destroyed, they were still capable of feeling pain. Just like the Sandstone Warrior now, despite being a low-tier entity, its suffering was evident, leaving Chun-Yi deeply unsettled. Roar! An even more furious roar erupted, as the black-maned sawtooth tiger appeared to have completely lost its patience. Its sharp claws nearly shredding the Sandstone Warrior's impenetrable armor. Just a little more pressure would turn it into mere fragments. As Zhang Qingyun and Gao Jun closed their eyes, the elemental creature was destined to perish. Before them, no other adventurer could withstand the onslaught of damage. Indeed, it would be wise to flee swiftly. Bravado often drags one into peril. The black-maned serrated tiger bared its jaws, exhaling a fetid stench, and relished the terror reflected in the Sandstone Warrior's eyes, finally achieving a modicum of satisfaction and exhilaration. Suddenly, a faint clinking of chains echoed in their ears. The black-maned serrated tiger, momentarily stunned, felt an abrupt jolt through its body as if something terrifying and malevolent, its natural enemy, had struck a lethal blow to its midsection. Its level plummeted rapidly, from a former level of 30 to a current level of 5. The sensation of weakness and powerlessness was far more intense than any skill effect, resembling that hollow feeling after a relentless 3-day ordeal, causing the black-maned serrated tiger's attack to falter, landing feebly against the Sandstone Warrior's face. With a soft thud, the tiger's limp assault fell away, and it soon crumpled to the ground. The Sandstone Warrior, having narrowly escaped death, exhaled a sigh of relief, then bitterly recalled the encounter with a certain lizard just days prior. How similar it all seemed. Turning to look, he saw a little slave No. 2 leering as it clutched the chains, its ghostly flames radiating a sense of pride. Ah, the needles are effective. I shall bear the wounds, while you feign strength. Little slave number 2 disregarded the Sandstone Warrior's discontent, brandishing a whip and savagely striking the black-maned serrated tiger. This was a level 30 elite slave. Even its predecessor, little slave number 1, had never enslaved such a formidable beast. I am truly remarkable, it exclaimed, excitedly lashing out at the black-maned serrated tiger, which instantly let out a low growl and rose, shaking its head as it approached. Before it could pledge allegiance, however, a barrage of bone arrows pierced through the air, striking its body with brutal precision. Little slave number 2 was taken aback, while it anticipated that its master would swiftly dispatch the black-maned serrated tiger. It had not expected the action to occur so promptly. Intensify the assault. The experience belongs to number 1. Bai Tu glanced sympathetically at the towering black-maned serrated tiger. If it could be enslaved, it would greatly benefit Bai Tu, rendering him invincible throughout the dungeon. Yet, he could not pursue this course of action, at least not in this open dungeon. Otherwise, as a skeleton slave master, he might become a target of many. Little slave No. 1 nodded, guiding the skeleton archers closer to the black-maned serrated tiger while wielding the whip to command their continuous assault. The disparity of 17 levels was not something that mere differences between ordinary and elite units could bridge, particularly in low-level contexts. In less than a minute, before Zhang Qingyun and Gao Jun could fully comprehend the unfolding events, the black-maned serrated tiger collapsed amidst its anguished cries. What just happened? I merely blinked, and suddenly, Gao Jun stared in bewilderment at the fallen black-maned serrated tiger, confusedly nudging Zhang Qingyun. Hadn't the Sandstone Warrior been on the verge of being defeated? Why had the black-maned serrated tiger suddenly fallen? I have no idea. Zhang Qingyun was equally perplexed by the sudden turn of events. He had simply closed his eyes in reluctance, and upon reopening them, he found the black-maned serrated tiger motionless, allowing several skeletons to shoot at it. Despite its agonized cries, it showed no inclination to evade or retaliate, eventually collapsing in defeat. However, were the skeleton soldiers' arrows truly that formidable? They seemed far superior to the archers in their own party. Each arrow effortlessly penetrated the black-maned serrated tiger's body, swiftly toppling the formidable boss that had left their entire team at a stalemate. Chapter 18. The Skeleton Champion Knight. All right, the battle is over. Everyone should return to their respective homes. Bai Tu declared as he noted his level had risen, indicating that the black-maned serrated tiger had been vanquished. Suppressing his excitement, he clapped his hands and turned to Gao Jun and Zhang Qingyun, signaling their departure. Gao Jun and Zhang Qingyun helped each other to their feet, gazing at the skeleton soldiers encircling the black-maned serrated tiger, and nodded in understanding. It was time to collect the spoils. Remaining there would no longer be appropriate. Thank you, Bai Xiaodu, and I apologize for the past, Zhang Qingyun expressed hoarsely. Bai Tu shook his head with a smile. We are all from the same school. As a diligent student who loves to help others, extending a hand in times of trouble is merely a daily occurrence for me. Gao Jun looked at Bai Tu, whose face was adorned with a broad smile, speechless. This person had an audaciously thick skin, were it not for the preceding qualifier. He might have thought Bai Tu was composing an essay titled My Most Respected Teacher. Haha. Well, we shall not disturb you two any longer, Zhang Qingyun said, pulling Gao Jun away as they needed to quickly find Zhao Hong. Since they had survived, they would depend on Zhao Hong for their return. Otherwise, they would be forced to wait until dawn to exit the dungeon. Hey, What a treasure, as expected of a boss. It's truly bountiful. Chun-Yi had already dashed to the side of the black-maned serrated tiger to loot its corpse, holding a black cloak, clearly an item of equipment. An effective piece of equipment for special slots? This is far more precious than regular gear. Bai Tu's eyes brightened at the sight of the cloak. Any equipment had its value, and since only one piece could be worn per slot, aside from the usual head, body, lower body, gloves, shoes, and weapons, items like masks, earrings, necklaces, and cloaks were considered rare special equipment. Black-maned cloak, equipment quality, fine craftsmanship equipment type, cloak equipment requirement, strength 5 points equipment effect, 15 magic resistance. It was a rather lackluster item for the early stages. It was even less useful than that bone. After examining its attributes, Chun-Yi, disappointed, tossed it to Bai Tuesday. Not only did it require a high strength level, but its magic resistance effect would be beneficial for frontline tanks, rendering it a mere trinket for her and Bai Tu. Mages both. Well, it's still decent. After all, it's of fine craftsmanship. It can fetch a good price if sold. I'll keep it for now, and when the time comes, I'll give you half. Bai Tu, resembling a little money grubber, tossed the cloak into his backpack. Throughout their journey, he had been collecting various useful materials, and his once modest beginner-esque backpack was nearing its limit. The remaining items were all materials. The black-maned serrated tiger's teeth could be fashioned into a dagger, and this pelt could enhance defense by 10. Prime materials for a frontline tank. As he rummaged through the spoils, most were related to warriors and frontline tanks, with none of the skill stones that Bai Tu had longed for. It seemed the drop rate for such items was indeed dismal. Alas, there is nothing of use here. This boss is rather impoverished, offering only a level's worth of experience and nothing else. Chun-Yi kicked it twice in dissatisfaction before hurriedly comforting the sandstone warrior. Time to clean up the battlefield. My little treasure, here I come. Bai Tu's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the massive corpse, the most precious one he had encountered thus far. He wondered if it might yield a powerful skeleton. Upon seeing Bai Tu approach, little slave No. 2 reluctantly retracted the bone chains and could not resist feeling the robust skeleton beneath the coarse fur of the black-maned serrated tiger. Sigh, though their partnership had been brief, it was still significant. With its minions gone, the black-maned serrated tiger had already been returned to the graveyard by Tuesday. Little slave number 1 gently patted its shoulder, reflecting on the bittersweet feeling it once experienced, now having adapted through numerous experiences. Much like Aquaman, who initially pined for the woman he adored, it too had gradually surrendered to the myriad temptations around, becoming indifferent to any woman that crossed its path. Young little slave number 2, you have a long journey ahead. It is warriors like me who have wielded the whip against countless skeletons who embody true maturity. As a seasoned individual, I shall not be subservient to any mere slave. Suddenly, a thunderous sound interrupted their melancholic exchange, and upon turning, they beheld a majestic white skeletal horse standing proudly beside Bai Tu. With a towering skeletal warrior clad in opulent white bone armor, wielding an elongated sword of slaughter. The imposing aura instantly captivated their hearts. This skeletal slave was undeniably striking. Little slave number 1, being a veteran, quickly regained its composure and rushed to Bai Tu's side, eager to take command of this newly acquired skeletal warrior. Now that its level had risen to 25, little slave number 2 watched as number 1 dashed forward, its outstretched hand stiffening. It was only level 7 and had no means to compete. Alas, it feared becoming a mere servant to its predecessor, though it was perhaps inevitable. Yet a sense of reluctance lingered. That towering figure, with a familiar scent, unmistakably had been reborn from the very monster they had encountered. It was its rightful master. Hey, what are you doing? Put that hook away. Do you even know the level cap of that creature? Can your hook even catch it? Bai Tu, seeing little slave No. 1 approach, promptly pushed it aside, turning back to gaze at the mounted skeletal warrior, eyes filled with awe and delight. Earlier, Dugu Iji had invested all his yang energy, and unexpectedly, fortune had smiled upon him, resulting in the summoning of an extraordinarily powerful unit. Skeletal Champion Knight. Name, none. Level, 155 leader. Attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 4. Agility 4, Intelligence 2, Strength 8, Constitution 9, Agility 9, Intelligence 3. Summoning cost, 4 points. Yang energy value, 300 points, 2. Special trait, Life and Death bound upon mounting. The rider's attributes merge with those of the mount, considered as one. Skill, Charge of the Horns. After a short charging period, the rider collides with the enemy, initiating a strength contest. If the enemy's strength does not exceed 3 times that of the rider, they are instantly knocked back. Special configuration, Bone Skeleton Horse, level 1. With a cap of 55 levels, and being a leader class unit, this creature, once fully leveled, would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon in the early stages. The previously encountered level 30 black-maned sawtooth tiger had already been so ferocious. The skeletal champion knight vastly outstripped it in both level cap and attributes. Not to mention its even more powerful traits and skills. The attributes in parentheses clearly belonged to the mount, indicating that it too could level up. After reviewing its attributes, Bai Tu couldn't help but swallow, realizing that even at just level 1, the total attributes amounted to 29 points. Even if a leader class unit only gained 2 points per level, with the high base attributes and those of the mount combined, at level 55, it would hardly be inferior to a typical level 50 professional. How impressive am I? Chapter 19, The Dispersal of Hearts. Are you two alright? Zhao Heng and his companions stared in astonishment at the returning Gao Jun and Zhang Qingyun. Ma Qi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned away, while Zhao Heng rose with a smile. Patting the shoulders of the two, he felt no remorse for his earlier actions, having done his best, after all. It's good to see you're fine. So, what about that black-maned sawtooth tiger? It was slain by Bai Tu and the others, Gao Jun replied, pushing Zhao Heng's hand away, his tone somewhat stiff. Zhao Heng had fled first, even kicking Zhang Qingyun as he did, and Gao Jun's straightforward nature had begun to shift. Bai Tu? Huh, are you joking? Bai Tu managed to kill the black-maned sawtooth tiger? Zhao Heng chuckled lightly, disbelief etched across his face. Ma Qi looked at Gao Jun with curiosity. Surely another team came to your aid. Bai Tu's strength is so weak, it's a wonder he can survive in the dungeon. It was Bai Tu. Believe it or not. Gao Jun's expression soured as he brushed past the two, while Zhang Qingyun remained calm, merely nodding. Indeed, it really is him. I must have underestimated him. However, we are all classmates, so it's a good thing he managed to defeat a boss. Zhao Heng's expression was barely contained. Though he attempted to maintain a casual tone, his eyes betraying a hidden malice. Bai Tu had actually slain a boss, even if he hadn't been the main attacker. The experience gained and the numerous items dropped would surely elevate his power significantly. Dreadful, having expended such precious special potions, only to have them benefit him. Zhang Qingyun sighed inwardly. In comparison, Zhao Heng appeared increasingly hypocritical. He had once thought Zhao Heng a clever and righteous leader, but it seemed proximity bred misjudgment. Zhao Heng. Both Gao Jun and I are injured and in poor condition. Remaining here serves little purpose. We shall take our leave for now, Zhang Qingyun stated coolly. Moving towards Gao Jun, having lost much trust in Zhao Heng. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. It was best to depart quickly. Captain. Ma Qi looked anxiously at Zhao Heng. With the healer and tank departing, there would be no one left to fight. Zhao Heng shook his head, fully aware that Zhang Qingyun was still brooding over the earlier incident, but his mind was now ignited by the news of Bai Tu's victory over the boss. He recalled the sneaky skeleton that had pilfered their materials. It was likely the handiwork of Bai Tu. That despicable scoundrel had deliberately lured them near the boss, only to swoop in and claim the spoils after they had done the hard work. The more Zhao Heng thought about it, the angrier he became. If they simply walked away, it would only fulfill Bai Tu's wishes. Let them leave. Without them, we can still manage in the dungeon. Zhao Heng's cold gaze fixed on Ma Qi, causing him to feel uneasy. Bai Tu surely hasn't he gone far. Follow him. If he can steal from us, you can steal from them. Huh. Ma Qi was taken aback. He had thought Zhao Heng would have a brilliant plan, but this was it? I should go alone. What else? We can't stealth. Zhao Heng did not give him a chance to retort, pushing him forward. You should trust the captain. My plans have never gone awry. You seem to have never had any legitimate plans. Ma Qi mumbled to himself, reluctantly nodding before swiftly climbing a tree to stealth away. Watching Ma Qi depart, Zhao Heng's face broke into a satisfied smile. Sending this fool to harass Bai Tu meant one less burden to share experience with, regardless of the outcome. He stood to gain. He turned his gaze back to Gao Jun and Zhang Qingyun, who were quietly recuperating, and with a cold snort, he settled back down. He was currently drained of magic and in poor condition, needing to recover swiftly. The most awkward situation fell upon the two archers, who, having expended little during the previous battle, were now at full capacity, standing beneath the tree and glancing around, unsure of what to do. Although there was damage output, their survival capability was nearly non-existent. They glanced at Zhao Heng and Gao Jun, uncertain about how to distance themselves later. Leaving the dungeon felt unsatisfactory. What if following Zhao Heng led to their demise? While they didn't believe Zhao Heng had done anything wrong, the situation was dire, and he could not guarantee their safety. Zhang Qingyun opened his eyes and surveyed Zhao Heng and the others, realizing that the morale of the team had dissipated. However, he had never noticed before that the healer and the frontline fighters were truly the most valuable roles in the team, no matter how formidable Zhao Heng was. Without a tank and a healer, how long could he last? Regardless of his high damage output, if the margin for error was low, a single hit could prove fatal. In the dungeon, it meant losing all levels. In the small world, it signified immediate death. At that moment, a bold idea struck Zhang Qingyun's mind. He would form a new team, centered around himself and Gao Jun. He was confident that his judgment had been sharpened by recent events, and that he would never again find himself in a situation like Zhao Heng's. Sister, just let me borrow a bit of your strength. We're so familiar with each other. You know what kind of person I am. I promise to take responsibility. That is not possible. Just look at how rigid you've become. Can't you let me take my time? If this keeps up, how will I face others outside? It was just that one time I got a bit carried away. Why are you still holding a grudge? Yours isn't exactly small either. Besides, I'm just borrowing a bit of strength, no harm done, right? What kind of brazen words are these? Are they secretly engaging in something inappropriate out here in the wilderness? Machi listened from a distance to Bai Tu and Chun Yi's peculiar conversation, initially taken aback, then a lewd smile crept onto his face. Who would have thought that Bai Tu, with his disheveled appearance, would be so bold? His figure flickered as he swiftly approached the nearby woods, gently parting the bushes. He expected to witness a scene of intimacy, but instead, a stark white skull suddenly appeared before him, its eye sockets ablaze with ghostly flames. Ah, what the hell? Machi's heart raced, and he instinctively rolled onto the ground. Just as he turned to flee, he felt a tightness around his waist. A bone chain had ensnared him. Pulling him back, he crashed to the ground, and Bai Tu and Chun Yi approached. Is that you, Machi? Are you lost? Bai Tu observed Machi's panicked expression and quickly realized that the enslavement attempt had failed. It seemed his suspicion was correct. A skeleton master could not enslave professionals because they had no level cap. However, it could still function as a control skill to pull enemies back, somewhat akin to Zhong Kuei's hook. Hey, how did you two get dressed so quickly? Machi inquired. Perplexed by their neat attire. Did they have a peculiar fondness for wearing clothes? What are you talking about? Bai Tu shot him a confused look. Then his gaze darted to a monster being beaten by a thunder warrior not far away. Sister, it's almost dead. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. But Chun Yi remained unfazed. Throughout their journey, Bai Tu had taken the lead in battles, skyrocketing from level 5 to level 15, while she had only managed to rise from level 8 to 15, and he was about to surpass her. Thus, she had pushed Bai Tu aside in the previous encounters. Bai Xiaodu, please allow me to enjoy the experience alone. Thank you for your cooperation. Damn, so you were talking about leveling up by defeating monsters. Machi reflected on the battle in the distance and the skeleton soldiers surrounding him, feeling a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have spent less time reading those risque books. This was a classic case of being hoisted by his own petard. Chapter 20, The Blood Harvest. Has there been no news from Machi? Zhao Heng furrowed his brow as he deftly tugged at a unicorn lizard. Gao Jun and Zhang Qingyun had already left, and Machi had gone to bother by Tuesday. Only he and the two archers remained, and after some persuasion, they agreed to stay. The task of drawing aggro had always fallen to Gao Jun, but now Zhao Heng found himself in a predicament, realizing that being on the front line was no easy feat. Without a sufficiently robust mental fortitude, it was sheer torment. Perhaps he had been successful in restraining Bai Tu due to his consistent presence. After all, Machi's stealth abilities were commendable. Zhao Heng consoled himself and urged his teammates to accelerate their attacks. Finally, after several more minutes, the unicorn lizard collapsed lifelessly. No sensation of experience gained. Zhao Heng stared in disbelief, prodding it with his sword a few more times. But the unicorn lizard was undeniably dead. Even if he hadn't secured the kill, he should still receive some experience for participating, right? Is the monster still alive? His teammates approached cautiously, their expressions mirroring his confusion, as they too had received no experience. What is going on? The monster was clearly killed, yet we received no experience. There's only one possibility. Another team must have claimed the kill. Zhao Heng frowned, scanning the surroundings, but detected no presence. Even a stealthy individual like Machi couldn't possibly evade his senses entirely. This scene felt eerily familiar, gazing at the ground devoid of any loot. His teammates recalled someone. The observer sees clearly where the participant is blinded. Upon this reminder, Zhao Heng smacked his forehead, his previously simmering anger erupting suddenly. No wonder it felt so familiar. This was precisely the same tactic that the invisible skeleton had used to steal his materials. How infuriating. It had to be that scoundrel Bai Tu. Zhao Heng, in a fit of rage, swung his sword down onto the corpse, but it inexplicably missed. The body moved. It was still alive. His teammates jolted, immediately drawing their bows and aiming at the corpse, yet there was no clear target to lock onto. Still alive? Is it trying to continue stealing our kills? This is too much. Zhao Heng could no longer restrain his foul language, and as he cursed, he swung his sword violently at the air around the corpse. As they unleashed their fury on the empty space, the sound of hooves suddenly rang in their ears. Unable to resist, Zhao Heng turned to look, and in the distance, a towering skeletal warhorse approached, ridden by a heavily armored skeleton, heading straight for them. This can't possibly be Bai Tu's skeleton soldier, right? He only has one skill, yet there are clearly more than 3 types of skeletons visible. Oh, what is this? The astonished exclamations of his teammates snapped Zhao Heng back to reality. As the skeletal warhorse galloped ever faster towards him, he quickly sidestepped. But it seemed to have locked onto him, suddenly accelerating like a lance directly aimed at Zhao Heng. Strength contest. Target strength, 5 points. Our strength, 15 points. Contest passed. The ghostly flames in the skeleton warrior's eyes blazed brightly. And then a deafening crash reverberated through the air as Zhao Heng's body was sent flying like a rag doll, screaming as he traced a graceful arc before crashing into the distant forest. The two archers stared in shock at Zhao Heng disappearing from sight, their mouths agape as they watched the skeleton nonchalantly pick up the deceased unicorn lizard's body, too stunned to utter a word as it calmly departed. I must be seeing things. No, you definitely are. How could a necromancer summon such powerful skeleton soldiers? And what level is he anyway? Should we stay here? Let it go. Bai Tu is evidently fixated on us, not only seizing our experience and resources, but even refusing to spare the corpses. After a few brief exchanges, both sighed, filled with discontent towards Xiaohong. Why, one might wonder. Provoke him when we could simply coexist peacefully and focus on leveling up to prepare for the college entrance examination? Yet here we are, with him obstructing our path entirely. After waiting for a considerable time without seeing Zhao Heng's arrival, the two exchanged perplexed glances and stepped forward a few paces, only to feel the space around them distort, abruptly ejecting them from the dungeon. Did Ma Chi just exit the instance? Bai Tu observed as Ma Chi, bound to the back of a skeletal warrior, suddenly twisted and vanished. It became clear that Zhao Hong had exercised his captain's authority to withdraw from the dungeon. It appeared that the skeletal infiltrators had indeed succeeded. Moments later, the sound of hooves echoed in the air, and the skeletal champion knight approached slowly, dragging a monstrous corpse behind it. Perched atop its back was a slender little skeleton, clutching 2 pieces of loot. Upon spotting Bai Tu, it leaped down with excitement, eagerly presenting the spoils. After the skeletal infiltrator claimed the head, it leveled up 4 times, its basic attributes slightly enhanced, yet it remained as fragile as a piece of paper. Utterly useless in direct combat. The 2 types of materials were quite ordinary, intended for equipment crafting, and Bai Tu already had a plethora in his inventory, tossing the new finds in without a second glance. With Xiaohong having departed and the dungeon nearly cleared, having already vanquished the boss, the southern section was likely stripped bare by another team. Remaining here served little purpose, prompting Bai Tu to seek out Chen Yi, who was still diligently dispatching monsters. Return now? Absolutely not. I'm only level 15. I must surpass you in levels, Chen Yi declared, her competitive spirit flaring as she commanded her Thunder Hunter to fiercely attack the monsters, gritting her teeth. Having never lost to Bai Tu in any competition since childhood, she was determined not to falter this time. Bai Tu could only shake his head in resignation. Her insatiable desire to outdo him was evident. She had just secured the boss experience and leveled up. Yet it remained uncertain how many monsters she would need to defeat to reach level 16, as they could not depart immediately. He decided to keep the skeletons vigilant around them. After all, once the dungeon was exited, re-entry was impossible for the remainder of the day, making their current situation inconsequential. My summoning value has now reached 30 points, significantly increasing the number of skeletons I can summon simultaneously, and my limit for dark energy has risen to 340 points. Engaging in combat with opponents of the same level is now effortlessly within my grasp. Bai Tu's attributes had vastly improved since entering the dungeon, particularly his mental attribute, which, combined with the effects of his robe, now stood at an impressive 64 points. In the next dungeon, he could wholeheartedly focus on enhancing the levels of his skeletal troops. Especially Sherlock. Sherlock was the skeletal champion knight with the highest level cap, a unit of leader status. Though not as rare as hero-level entities, it possessed notable intelligence, allowing it to be granted a unique name. Once Sherlock reached level 30, he would be confident in achieving a commendable rank in the college entrance examination. For such a formidable entity could withstand significant damage at level 30. However, by level 50, its defenses might falter considerably. Story setting, unit quality. The quality of units is categorized as ordinary, elite, leader, hero, and special professionals. Ordinary units gain 1 attribute point for every 2 levels. Elite units gain 1 for each level. Leader units gain 2 for each level. Hero units gain 3, and professionals gain 4. However, professionals start at level 0, with all 4 attributes set at 1 point. Ordinary units begin at level 1, with basic attributes ranging from 4 to 8 points. Elite units begin at level 1, with basic attributes from 9 to 12 points. Leader units start at level 1, with basic attributes from 13 to 16 points. And hero units commence at level 1, with basic attributes from 17 to 20 points. Chapter 21, The Trading Market. Bai Tu did not linger in the dungeon for long, opting to exit that very evening. Chen Yi had already reached level 16 and, satisfied, accompanied Bai Tu back to the main world. After several days of battling in dungeons to level up, Bai Tu felt mentally and physically exhausted, returning home to sleep for an entire day to regain his vigor. Upon awakening, he partook in a modest meal and refilled his thermos with hot water, savoring a few sips with contentment. With the enhancement of his mental prowess, the dark energy in the graveyard had intensified, and though it did not directly erode his body, it left him feeling frigid, as if enduring the depths of winter, his body temperature having plummeted several degrees. The college entrance examination was set for July 16th, and with June 15th upon them, he had scarcely a month left. However, following his boss encounter, his level had risen to 15. With diligent effort, completing 3 or 4 more dungeons should allow him to reach level 25 or higher in time. Many did not comprehend why those who had transitioned into professionals still needed to participate in the entrance examination. Could they not simply venture into dungeons alone to grind for levels? The reality was far more complex. Dungeons could only facilitate leveling up to level 30. Surpassing this threshold meant they could no longer enter. To continue progressing, one would have to brave the truly perilous and ruthless realms of dimensional worlds, where not only were the monsters stronger and more cunning, but professionals would also turn against one another. If dungeons were akin to a novice village, then the dimensional worlds transformed into a battlefield of slaughter, where the strength of the monsters one might face was utterly unpredictable. Thus, gaining admission to prestigious institutions, forming robust teams, and seeking reliable allies became paramount. Moreover, universities possessed their own factions. Their faculty and administration were formidable, offering students invaluable resources. Gaining acceptance into a reputable university required merely satisfactory grades, allowing one to seamlessly join a faction, thus securing a supportive organization. In contrast, those on the fringes of society faced significant risks when acting independently, finding it challenging to align with organizations, often caught in precarious positions. Bai Tu had long resolved to strive for admission to a distinguished academy. After all, a sturdy tree provides ample shade, though the tall timber may attract the winds. If one remains hidden like a timid rabbit, who will recognize one's potential? He greatly disdained those who waited to be insulted before retaliating, possessing the capability yet allowing themselves to be trampled upon. Unless utterly outmatched, why squander one's opportunity to be audacious? After organizing all the materials in his backpack, Bai Tu rode his bicycle to school, bypassing the classroom and heading straight to the North Square trading market. This marketplace had been established by the school as a trading platform for students, facilitating the exchange of various equipment, potions, and materials. As he approached, the bustling sounds akin to a street market filled his ears. Upon entering, he indeed found a throng of people. Makeshift stalls lined the square, displaying an array of items in meticulous order, with youthful faces bustling about. Although the students selling their wares did not shout like market vendors, they engaged in heated negotiations with buyers, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. Typically, those who frequently sold items here were members of various teams who had taken on life professions. While they did not gain attribute points through leveling, they earned general knowledge points that enabled them to master various skills more swiftly, enhancing their vocational abilities. In contrast, their experience is not derived from battling monsters to level up, but rather from crafting various items to gain experience points. Bai Tu meandered through the stalls, his hands laden with an assortment of goods, a solitary practitioner finding it challenging to consume such a bounty. It is only those team members, particularly those of elite squads, who possess the capital to do so. As he traversed, he encountered numerous intriguing items, yet few bore price tags, with most requiring barter in exchange for equivalent gear or materials. Reconnaissance equipment? Bai Tu halted, his gaze fixated on a peculiar assortment of masks at a small stall. Clearly an item of equipment, it was distinctly labeled with the term recon. Brother, did you craft this yourself? Bai Tu inquired after scrutinizing the mask, which was devoid of superfluous colors, a uniform silver hue with only 2 eye holes, rendering it remarkably simplistic. The vendor, donning a mask akin to the one on display, but more exquisitely crafted, replied, "This is a self-made piece, imbued with the capabilities of reconnaissance tools, allowing for a basic assessment of an enemy's level and fundamental attributes. It applies to practitioners as well, yet it loses effectiveness beyond a 10-level difference, correct?" Bai Tu mused. Naturally, isn't that the case with reconnaissance tools? I lack the ability to extend that range. The vendor grumbled, clearly irked. If I possessed such abilities at level 10, I certainly wouldn't be here selling items. Bai Tu nodded, recognizing his need for a reconnaissance tool and intending to procure one from the Practitioner Alliance, fortuitously encountering it here at school. Moreover, it was an integrated mask that would alleviate equipment slot conflicts. No other stalls appeared to offer such a product, likely due to either insufficient forging capabilities or a lack of mastery. Yet, it was evident that this seller was no ordinary merchant. "May I test it?" Bai Tu inquired. Certainly. The vendor generously handed over the mask, understanding that as long as it wasn't T-bound, the equipment could be exchanged freely. Besides, he did not suspect Bai Tu would waste an expensive binding stone on a mere first-tier item. Ding. Target level, 10. Attributes, Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 1. Bai Tu nodded, promptly inquiring about the price. "What are you prepared to offer?" "I have plenty of materials here. It depends on your sincerity." The vendor spread his hands, his mask obscuring his face, yet Bai Tu could sense a palpable malice in his twinkling eyes, indicating he was prepared to extract a hefty sum. "We're classmates. And I'm no novice," Bai Tu countered. "Be fair, you need materials for practice, and I require equipment for dungeon runs. It's mutually beneficial. Besides, you likely lack a team, am I right?" Bai Tu observed that the stall was filled with various equipment, devoid of any precious materials, suggesting the vendor was a solitary worker. "Offer me a reasonable price, and our team will prioritize supplying you with materials, while your equipment will be prioritized for us. How does that sound?" The vendor's interest piqued. He activated his reconnaissance tool to assess Bai Tu's ding. Target level, 15. Total attributes exceed 60 points. Wow, level 15. The vendor was momentarily taken aback. The current mainstream level at school hovered around level 12, and while he had encountered elite teams, they rarely exceeded level 15. The captain was at most level 18. Yet here stood Bai Tu, a level 15, surpassing most classmates and holding a commendable position among elite teams. Moreover, he hadn't claimed to be from an elite squad. Could it be that he was a prominent figure in a smaller team? After a moment of self-reflection, the vendor's gaze towards Bai Tu shifted. Although he was reluctant to join an ordinary team, the prospect of a reliable resource supplier made future experience farming considerably easier. Observing the vendor's prolonged silence, Bai Tu sensed his intrigue and swiftly produced an array of materials from his backpack, allowing them to flash before the vendor's eyes before quickly stowing them away. Though plentiful, most were common materials, yet the occasional gleaming elite item caught the seller's attention. Ultimately, Bai Tu had showcased over 20 items. Are you gearing up for a dungeon run or restocking? Chapter 22. Why is my brother Zhao so sluggish? Lu Gu. Bai Tu. Bai Tu, such a familiar name. Alright, if you truly desire this reconnaissance mask, let us exchange it for these materials. Lu Gu selected a few items from Bai Tu's backpack. None particularly valuable, yet commensurate with the mask's worth. Bai Tu smiled. He had heard of Lu Gu, a bona fide academic prodigy, frequently ranking among the top 10 in cultural subjects at the prestigious Mountain City No. 2 high school. However, it seemed his innate talent was lacking, as he had opted for a crafting profession. You chose the blacksmith profession? Indeed, I have a slight interest in this field. What types of equipment can you forge? Can you manage a staff? A staff? Lu Gu paused in his work, puzzled. Surely you're not referring to that basic novice staff? Of course not. That would be an insult to your skills. Lu Gu chuckled wryly. You recognized me, didn't you? Things have changed. Feel free to laugh. Bai Tu shook his head, feeling unqualified to mock someone with such academic prowess. Not at all. I simply believe that with your academic excellence, even in a crafting profession, you would surpass others. Lu Gu glanced up, a flicker of imperceptible pride glimmering in his dark eyes. I wouldn't boast about it, regardless of my innate talent. I would still choose the blacksmith profession. It pertains to my personal aspirations. Thus, esteemed one, might I implore you to exert effort on my behalf to forge a staff? I have all the materials you might need at your disposal. Bai Tu grinned, producing a sheet detailing all the materials he possessed, including a rare skeletal component. Lu Gu took the list, casting a quick glance. Despite his expectations, he was nonetheless astonished by the array of elite materials. The rib of a great earth bear? If used as the primary component, it would greatly benefit a summoning mage. The wood spirit pearl, however, has too low a compatibility to be of much use. The eye of a black-maned sawtooth tiger. Its effects are unclear, but it seems promising. Lu Gu diligently analyzed each material listed, and Bai Tu sensed the venture was on the brink of success. These materials are quite valuable. If you trust me, you may provide them now, and I'll endeavor to complete the staff before your next dungeon run. Do you have any specific requests? Let me know, and I'll take note. Bai Tu shook his head, handing over the materials Lu Gu had selected. My combat primarily relies on summon units, specifically skeleton warriors. Just keep that in mind. What will your fee be? Lu Gu noted the requirements and chuckled. This is a splendid opportunity to hone my blacksmithing skills. Once you're satisfied, feel free to compensate me with any materials you wish. Now, please sign this agreement. It establishes clear responsibilities and helps avoid any potential misunderstandings. After both signed a copy of the contract, each retaining a copy, the document bore the blacksmith's mark, enforced by the Blue Diamond System's binding, rendering it impossible for practitioners to default. Subsequently, Lu Gu inquired about Bai Tu's preferences regarding design and weight, and after obtaining detailed specifications, promptly prepared to close his stall and retreat for focused crafting. After bidding farewell to him, Bai Tu prepared to continue her stroll, contemplating the plethora of equipment Lu Gu had that was of no use to her. Despite the exquisite craftsmanship, with some pieces crafted by master artisans, the majority were tailored for warriors. She needed to further explore and dispose of the useless materials in her possession. As she was observing the materials along the way, a familiar voice suddenly caught her attention. Turning around, she spotted Zhao Hong, his face beaming with a smile as he conversed with a man and a woman nearby. His slightly hunched back and the indifferent expressions of the two individuals immediately conjured an image of a sycophant in one's mind. Zhao Hong was fervently introducing various materials he was acquainted with when, out of the blue, he felt someone's gaze upon him. Upon turning, he was met with Bai Tu, who was smiling at him. Bai Tu. The smile on Zhao Hong's face instantly vanished, replaced by a surge of fury that surged to his forehead. His teeth clenched as he spat out the two words that irked him to no end. Oh, why is my brother Zhao looking so downcast today? Noticing that he had caught her attention, Bai Tu did not shy away, instead walking directly towards him. Bai Tu. I have pressing matters to attend to. We'll settle our grievances another day. Zhao Hong forced himself to regain his composure, aware that two top-tier team leaders were beside him, and he did not wish to leave a negative impression on them. However, both of them had already furrowed their brows. Lin Fangyu observed the tense standoff between the two and tugged at Wang Zili's sleeve. She had never been fond of troublemakers, whether they were Zhao Hong or Bai Tu, both of whom she had swiftly excluded from her acceptable list, despite their qualifications. Wang Zili shook his head, glancing at Bai Tuesday. He recognized this young man, who had been ahead of him during the awakening of their talents. With a mere 1-star talent, it appeared that Zhao Hong, boasting a 3-star talent, had suffered a setback at his hands. Gazing at Bai Tu as he approached, Zhao Hong inwardly cursed his luck for coming to the trading square. Inadvertently crossing paths with Bai Tuesday, a considerable number of classmates had gathered, drawn by the commotion, their eyes fixed on Bai Tu and Zhao Hong, all eager to witness the unfolding drama, many of whom were familiar with both. Bai Tu, don't go looking for trouble. Back in the dungeon, you disregarded our camaraderie, not only stealing my spoils, but also taking the opportunity to attack me. If it weren't for such despicable tactics, how could someone with your 1-star trash talent level up to 15 so quickly? As Zhao Hong saw the crowd swell, he decided to take the initiative, painting Bai Tu as the instigator and a villain driven by greed, while deliberately reminding everyone of his level. Level 15. Bai Tu has actually reached level 15? Does he have any scouting tools? Indeed, Bai Tu had indeed achieved level 15, with his mental attributes soaring above 60 points. What the hell? He is not even a pure elemental mage. Why has his mental strength increased so much? A necromancer daring to act this way, does he not court death? The crux was his level. With such a poor talent and no stable team, how could he have progressed to level 15 through conventional means? It seemed plausible that he had resorted to various cunning stratagems to achieve this. Everyone struggles to level up, and yet there is someone engaging in infighting. If our second-year high school is outperformed by the first-year high school again, I wonder if they feel any shame. The cacophony of discussions erupted, with the majority choosing to believe Zhao Hong's claims, concluding that Bai Tu's rapid level gain was due to underhanded methods, especially since their superior talents barely allowed them to reach level 10. So he is the necromancer. Not far off, Lu Gu observed Bai Tu, who remained calm amidst the crowd, somewhat astonished and enlightened. No wonder he had mentioned that his primary combat relied on skeleton soldiers. As a necromancer, summoning skeletons was indeed his signature skill, and given his 1-star talent, it was likely the only skill he possessed. Regarding Zhao Hong and the surrounding accusations, Lu Gu felt indifferent. Setting aside whether Bai Tu had truly acted in such a manner, even if he hadn't committed murder. The school only prohibited killing in dungeons, never stating anything about mutual robbery. Moreover, seizing an opportunity to strike back was a shared understanding. These individuals were not as righteous as they pretended to be, merely envious of Bai Tu's elevated level. Bored, Lu Gu turned away from the scene, taking his belongings and heading home. Chapter 23. Mutual Harm. In response to the clamor and derision surrounding him, Bai Tu's expression remained utterly unchanged. A true man should confront rumors head-on. After all, this was nothing compared to what he had faced during his days as an online keyboard warrior, fearlessly traversing forums. These classmates, alas, needed to lower their standards and bolster their combat prowess. Shaking his head, Bai Tu retrieved a thermos from his pocket and took a sip, making a satisfied sound, causing Zhao Hong and his entourage to feel a wave of annoyance. We're criticizing you. Could you please cooperate? Gradually, the voices began to dwindle, and some looked at Bai Tu's thermos with rising thirst. He is merely a talentless buffoon with no class, who progressed so swiftly through petty tricks. We'll avoid teaming up with him in the future, and whenever we see him, we'll rob him clean. Indeed, we are simply countering violence with violence. This way, he won't bully other classmates anymore. A few glared at Bai Tu with malice, continuing to spew their impotent insults. But Bai Tu found it hard to believe they had the time to keep an eye on him after leaving the dungeon. Even if they were foolish enough to target him, how would they know which dungeon he entered? Furthermore, Bai Tu did not believe that many would stand a chance against him at this stage. Lin Fengyu's frown deepened, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Tuesday. She did not know him personally, but through the recent chatter, she gathered a rough understanding of who he was. Poor talent, poor character, yet brimming with self-satisfaction. His thick skin could deflect bullets. He resembled the soldier in ancient novels who encountered a scholar, but a rogue soldier at that. Captain, let us leave. What is so interesting about this petty thug? Wang Zili smiled faintly, yet he appreciated Bai Tu's nonchalant demeanor. In truth, he did not perceive Bai Tu's actions as problematic. He merely happened to be the target of some disgruntled individual voicing their grievances publicly. How many present could be deemed clean, or had never engaged in a scrap? Brother Zhao, where's your team? Why are you alone here? Oh, did you leave the tank and healer behind in the dungeon? Upon noticing the sudden silence, Bai Tu twisted his thermos cap and retorted playfully. Being ambushed and bullied, lacking martial ethics, was one thing, it was mutual. However, if someone from the same team betrayed their comrades or even wielded a knife against them, that would be a far more serious matter. A chill swept through the crowd as they turned their gazes towards Zhao Hong, and someone, having recognized him and being from the same class as Gao Jun, exclaimed, "That's right. Our class Gao Jun, after returning last time, immediately formed a new team with Zhang Qingyan from class 6. He even invited me to join. Indeed, I saw them recruiting at the South Square yesterday. I initially thought it was Zhao Hong's team looking for new members, but it seems Gao Jun and the others want to go solo. Look at this kid. He is also level 15. Even if he is the captain, ISNT that speed a bit too fast? And Gao Jun seems to be only at level 12. He must be taking the bulk of the team experience. For Zhao Heng to drive the tank and Healer to leave the team and go independent. It's certainly not just a matter of level suppression. Could it be he sold out his teammates during a boss fight? Bai Tu couldn't resist following the gaze of the person who had just spoken. This guess was rather spot on. Zhao Heng's complexion darkened. Realizing that Bai Tu had indeed been nearby during the boss fight. That is undoubtedly a pitfall, deliberately leading them into it. Abominable, Bai Tu. You are slandering me. I, Zhao Heng, have always treated my teammates with fairness and justice, sharing equipment and experience alike. Gao Jun and the others merely felt that my humble abode could not accommodate two towering Buddhas, prompting their departure. What does that have to do with me? Heh. Bai Tu smiled faintly, stepping back to afford some space to those poised to berate him. Had Zhao Heng chosen to admit a mistake, perhaps matters would not have escalated. Instead, he opted to extricate himself entirely from the situation, even dragging Gao Jun into it. He ought to consider the caliber of those around him. After all, they are merely ordinary members of the team. Such remarks will only further tarnish his reputation as a leader. His lack of public relations skills may also be attributed to the two individuals flanking him. Observing Zhao Heng, who was now crimson-faced and flustered amidst the crowd, Bai Tu shifted his gaze to the two who were departing the throng. They were clad in complete sets of gear, presenting a stark contrast to the mismatched ensembles of those around them. Notably, the male was adorned in dark golden Western-style armor, presumably a practitioner of the Royal Guard class. However, probing into the information of others without consent tends to leave an unfavorable impression. Bai Tu was unaware of their levels. Yet he could surmise they were certainly not low. The fact that Zhao Heng was so subservient to them suggested they might belong to a top-tier team. Such elite groups are typically formed post-awakening, specifically recruiting those with exceptional talent, meticulously planning each member's profession before transitioning. Their superior team composition enables swifter dungeon exploration. They also possess dedicated life professions to ensure their equipment and potion needs are met, greatly enhancing their leveling efficiency compared to ordinary teams. Wang Ji protected Lin Fangyu as they maneuvered through the crowd, glancing at the increasingly exasperated Zhao Heng, shaking his head in disappointment. He had initially perceived Zhao Heng's professional traits as promising, envisioning him as a capable secondary C-class member in their team, but was taken aback by his utter inadequacy. Not only did he allow a ruffian to take advantage of him, but he also proved to be a small-minded individual. Captain, we absolutely cannot recruit this fellow into our team. My second team will certainly not accept him, Lin Fangyu declared resolutely, unwilling to harbor a thankless wolf in her ranks. Fine. If your second team won't take him, he certainly won't make it into the first team either. Wang Ji affectionately patted her head, before adopting a serious tone to caution her. Fangyu, do you realize what mistake this group, including yourself, has just made? Lin Fangyu paused, perplexed. I haven't done anything. How could I have erred? Wang Ji sighed lightly, noticing Bai Tu's gaze upon them, then smiled and waved in greeting, following the crowd without discernment. Utterly lacking in judgment. Never mind. Reflect on it yourself. No matter how much I explain, you would still fail to comprehend. With that, he turned and departed. Lin Fangyu stood momentarily stunned, surveying the bustling crowd, now animatedly attacking Zhao Heng, their actions based solely on a few exchanges between the two. But her gaze froze as she spotted Bai Tu, who was waving at her with a seemingly foolish grin from outside the throng. Instantly, her expression darkened. She snorted coldly and turned away. Bai Tu, somewhat disheartened, lowered his hand, puzzled. Are not such charming young ladies typically drawn to the sunny, neighborly boy image? Did I not smile brightly enough just now? Alas, in this day and age, women seem to overlook appearances. Here I am, a handsome lad. Yet I cannot compete with that pompous fellow from earlier. When will I ever find love? Bai Tu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure as he stood alone outside the crowd, nursing his silent sorrow for a few moments before resuming his stroll through the market stalls. Zhao Heng, his face flushed, stammered a few words amidst the throng, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming tide of insults. It was then that he truly comprehended Bai Tu's previous predicament. How had he managed to remain so composed? Even sipping tea. Infuriating. I did not lose to him. How could I possibly be defeated again? It was merely that I happened to forget my teacup today. Yet, gazing at Wang Ji and the others as they departed in disappointment, Zhao Heng felt a chill permeate his heart. He had squandered the opportunity to join a top-tier team. Bai Tu, just wait. I will not let you have an easy time. Chapter 24, The Goddess Yaya is Adorable. Returning from the trading square, Bai Tu was laden with spoils, having cleared out all his materials and useless equipment, procuring a few commendable pieces for himself, thus finally shedding the peculiar attire of a robe beneath a down jacket. Naturally, he did not forget Chini, fulfilling her request by gathering some suitable gear and mana potions. The magic array mage differs vastly from his necromancer. Both summoning arrays and repairing elemental creations demand substantial magical energy. Insufficient mana potions would significantly impair her combat endurance. With the enhancement of various equipment, his mental power attribute had soared beyond 70 points, manifesting a palpable chill coursing through his body. Measuring his temperature, he found it had dipped to 34 degrees Celsius. Although this was only a couple of degrees lower than that of an average person, he could still sense a sluggishness in his blood flow. My negative energy has reached 370 points, yet my constitution, strength, and speed, bolstered by the new equipment, have only received a marginal increase of 2 or 3 points. Bai Tu hesitated over whether to allocate some attribute points to his constitution, as his physical condition seemed somewhat precarious. However, he reasoned that in the future, when his negative energy swells into the thousands, those few points in constitution would be negligible. It would be wiser to continue augmenting his mental power, after all. His body had not become emaciated like that of other necromancers. With this thought, Bai Tu focused his mind and entered the skeleton graveyard, where he beheld a vast expanse of bleached bones greedily absorbing negative energy. He had set a foundational value for negative energy, permitting absorption only when it returned to 90, thus enabling the skeletons to level up. However, there was one exception, the current level 7 little slave number 2, until he could transmute new skeleton slave masters. Bai Tu had no intention of elevating its level further. In future encounters with formidable foes below level 35, this low-level little slave No. 2 would serve as a crucial trump card. Though the number of skeletons under his command was substantial, only a handful were truly usable. Skeleton warriors, X46, mere cannon fodder, would max out at a level equivalent to that of a goblin. Skeleton archers, X6, ranged attackers, barely passable. Skeleton slave masters, X2, primary combatants. Skeleton assassins, X1, currently only capable of petty theft and opportunism. Skeleton champion knight, X1, Xyloke, the current combat core, albeit only at level 8. As Bai Tu's consciousness entered the graveyard, Xyloke promptly sprang into action, rising to pat his skeletal warhorse and kneeling reverently on one knee. Bai Tu could vaguely sense its meaning. The champion knight Xyloke is willing to traverse fire and water for his esteemed master. Ah, delightful. Bai Tu surveyed Xyloke with satisfaction. While he was indifferent to such superficial formalities, Xyloke's conduct was a refreshing contrast to the dull-witted skeleton slave masters beside him. Little slave number 1 and No. 2 looked at Xyloke with confusion, wondering why he was kneeling, especially since their master seemed quite pleased. The two little ones felt an instinctive sense of crisis. Although Xyloke exuded an overwhelming aura of superiority that they could not contend with, being of the same intermediate tier, the disparity in their levels was merely a minor detail. Thus, united, they believed they could just barely hold their own against Xyloke. Well, just barely. Essentially, the creatures under Hylock's command scurry about to fulfill his every whim, while those tasks he forbids them from undertaking remain untouched. Bai Tu, having lingered not long in the graveyard, merely glanced at the skeletons within, like a leader conducting an inspection, before retreating, feeling the oppressive chill of the place, which even he found somewhat discomforting, despite being its owner. Just as he was about to retire to bed for a brief respite, a text message from Chun-Yi arrived. Where are you? Head to training ground number 1. Upon reading the message, Bai Tu could almost hear Chun-Yi's boisterous voice in his mind. Reluctantly, he rose, intending to deliver her equipment and potions. It seemed this time he could accomplish both tasks in one go. What could she possibly want at the training ground? Surely, it wasn't that she was itching to give him a beating again. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Tu donned his down jacket once more. While its defensive qualities might be lacking, it was certainly better than being without any protection. Arriving at training ground number 1 on his bike, he had scarcely parked when he spotted Chun-Yi energetically waving at him from the entrance. However, his gaze lingered only a moment on her before swiftly dropping to the petite girl with white hair beside her. Hiss. Yeah, what is she doing here? Could it be that after our last dungeon expedition, Chun-Yi has taken it upon herself to introduce me to her? In his surprise, vivid images of shy smiles shared with Yiya, candlelit dinners, a glorious wedding, and the joys of parenthood unfurled in his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to curve into a rather unsettling grin. Hey, what are you thinking about? Why are you grinning so creepily? Chun-Yi's sharp voice jolted Bai Tu from his delightful reverie as she scrutinized him with suspicion. He quickly shook his head and offered an awkward smile. Oh, it's nothing. Just reminiscing about something joyous. What joyous thing? My little Hylock has had a baby. Yes, a healthy father-daughter duo. Cough, cough, father-daughter. Hylock, 666. Dingya, bemused, inquired. Who is Hylock? Can a male give birth? Chun-Yi shot Bai Tu an exasperated glance, pulling Dingya close as if to spin her a cautionary tale about wolves. Hylock is a particularly fearsome skeleton warrior, and Bai Tu is merely pulling your leg. Cough, cough, I misspoke. It was Hylock's horse that had the offspring. The skeletal steed mused. Surely, the master of my master cannot be my master? Bai Tu, you've gone too far. Don't listen to him, darling. Let us go. Chun-Yi shot Bai Tu a look of disbelief and led Dingya towards the training ground. Dingya offered a gentle smile and waved at Bai Tu, her adorable, innocent demeanor contrasting starkly with the aloofness he had observed in her previously. Thump, thump, thump. Bai Tu instinctively clutched his chest. Dingya's smile had struck him like Cupid's arrow, piercing straight through to his heart. How utterly charming she was. Unable to contain himself, He chuckled softly but quickly realized that such behavior in public might not be wise. He certainly wouldn't want to be seen by the members of Dingya's Guardian Alliance. Was this akin to guarding the henhouse while stealing eggs? Delighted, Bai Tu hurriedly followed after them, pondering how Chun-Yi had become so close with Dingya. They seemed particularly intimate. Isn't that Bai Tu? P.S. actually walking side by side with the goddess Dingya, though the vicinity of the training ground was largely deserted. Fate had it that Chun Wufeng and a few others happened to pass by, catching sight of the trio. They, too, were members of Dingya's Guardian Alliance. In truth, with few exceptions, nearly all of the boys from the second high school had joined this alliance, which also boasted a plethora of girls. Wow, this kid is bold. How can he dare walk so close to the goddess? Isn't he afraid of getting beaten up? In its early days, the Guardian Alliance had been relatively normal, primarily focused on protecting Dingya from harassment on her way to and from school. However, as more members joined, including many affluent and influential individuals, the nature of the alliance began to shift. Ordinary folks were effectively barred from spending time alone with Dingya. Even speaking to her was frowned upon. Only those endowed with wealth and power were permitted to approach her. Chen Wufeng, who shared a class with Bai Tu and had a decent rapport with him, quickly sent a text warning him. Meanwhile, the others were already grinning as they contacted their president. Chapter 25, Alfred. Big sis, what exactly do you want me here for? Bai Tu inquired as he entered the training ground with the duo, observing the shut gate. He certainly did not hold any illusions that Chun-Yi would introduce him to Dingya. Setting aside whether he was worthy, the goddess herself would never consent. Oh, it's nothing major. Our little one has recently developed a new skill and needs someone to test it out in a real combat scenario. She doesn't have any suitable candidates in her team, so I thought of you. Oh, is that so? Bai Tu nodded in mild disappointment. Yet he couldn't help but find it odd that Dingya would lack for test subjects. No, rather, for manpower. Apologies, Bai Xiaodu. But my Alfred's damage output is rather high. Using summoned creatures as experimental targets would be relatively safer. The voice, pure and commanding, sent a smile sprawling across Bai Tu's face. He patted his chest and proclaimed, no problem at all. Dingya, we're all from the same school, and I'm always eager to help my classmates. Even Chun-Yi often praises my willingness to assist. However, he remained inwardly composed, suspecting that the danger level of this skill experiment was quite high. Elemental constructs could not perish, and skeleton soldiers were cheap and expendable. Thus, it made sense that Dingya sought out Chun-Yi in him. Dingya, bemused by Bai Tu's self-praise, found herself at a loss. She had encountered many thick-skinned individuals in her time, but this was a new level. Nevertheless, recognizing her need for assistance, she smiled brightly as she tossed a few large bags from her backpack. Of course, I want to take advantage of you. I have prepared the corpses for summoning skeletons. Their levels are decent and should allow you to summon some formidable skeletons. In the early stages, necromancers had virtually no means of preserving summoned undead, typically limited to storing a few corpses in their advanced backpacks for immediate use. Only upon learning the skill, Necromancer's Coffin, could they begin to maintain powerful summoned skeletons for the long term. This skill was regarded as the core ability for necromancers specializing in summoning. As a result, when everyone learned that Bai Tu's sole skill was summoning skeletons, they hastily labeled his career prospects as bleak. You can't even learn core skills. What is the point? To pursue a summoning path, one would need at least a 4-star talent. However, Dingya held no contempt for Bai Tu. In her eyes, anyone could prove useful. Rather than belittling others, it was far wiser to disregard them and avoid unnecessary trouble. Once Dingya had walked away, Bai Tu cautiously opened the black bag. Upon seeing the corpses inside, he was immediately taken aback. 5 corpses, all elite monsters of intermediate level. Judging by their appearance, they appeared to be some sort of amphibious creature native to coastal regions, with greenish skin and menacing fangs. This was his first encounter with real corpses. After all, dungeons were mere constructs of the Blue Diamond system, a false world that was neither truly real nor entirely fabricated. There was no comparison to the thrill of encountering monsters from the primary world of Blue Star or the miniature realms. It seemed that Dingya's family was quite well off. Indeed, if she didn't have a solid background, how could she keep so many fickle-hearted suitors at bay? The unique summoning method of Bai Tu is likely something Chun-Yi has not disclosed to her. Despite Bai Tu's disdain for Chun-Yi's incessant bullying, she holds her in the highest regard, regarding her as the person she trusts most deeply. Aside from a few limited secrets, such as reincarnation and the skeletal graveyard, Bai Tu shares nearly everything with her. Classmate Dingya, please prepare yourself. I shall be back shortly. The sight of summoning skeletons can be rather gruesome, and I fear you may lose your appetite for days. Bai Tu offered an excuse, instructing Chun-Yi to summon the Sandstone Warrior to assist in relocating the bodies to the adjacent compartment. Once the door was closed, Bai Tu promptly absorbed all the corpses into the skeletal graveyard. Although the mutation probability and the conversion rate of the already mutated skeletons are documented, Bai Tu has observed through numerous transformations that the more powerful the corpse in life, the stronger the resultant skeleton tends to be. After discarding the 5 corpses into the graveyard, Bai Tu immediately severed the food supply of all the skeletons. Moments later, as the negative energy was replenished. He infused it entirely into the most formidable-looking corpse. The mutation failed, resulting in the summoning of a skeleton warrior. Bai Tu did not feel particularly disappointed. Instead, he summoned 5 additional skeleton warriors and exited the room with them. Beside Dingya stood a towering robot, its size surpassing that of a large truck, adorned with a striking black and red paint scheme. The moment Bai Tu emerged, its electronic eyes locked onto him instantly. Target detected, student 203-502-0217 from Class 2 of Shan City Number 2 High School, Bai Tu. Target exhibiting no malicious intent. Disengaging lock. Goodness. This fellow even knows my student ID and can assess whether a target harbors ill intentions? Bai Tu was astonished by the robot's remarkable detection capabilities, finding his own skeleton soldiers to be rather lacking in comparison. My apologies. Alfred was designed with the intent of being a guardian automaton, which is why it records the information of everyone around me. Dingya explained with a hint of exasperation as she patted Alfred's shoulder. Alfred, in the future, do not disclose anyone's information without my command. Command acknowledged. However, Master, Alfred must ensure your safety. Target detection is indispensable and requires me to briefly report target information to you. Alright, just tell me their names from now on. Beep, front-end magic network has been updated. Dingya chose to ignore it and instead scrutinized Bai Tu's skeletal soldiers. Even without employing any reconnaissance tools, she could discern that most of these skeletons were of low rank and appeared rather feeble. If this was the extent of Bai Tu's necromancer abilities, he was destined for limited prospects. In contrast, Chun Yi's sandstone warriors were considerably stronger. With her 4-star talent, if she were to learn some enhancement and control formations, she could significantly elevate her combat potential. Dingya, did you construct this robot yourself? Bai Tu, oblivious to Dingya's appraising gaze, was entirely captivated by Alfred. After all, what male could resist the allure of mechanical creations? He was nearly tempted to reach out and touch it. Please refrain from touching Alfred, if I'm not mistaken. You just handled a corpse, correct? Alfred stepped back, extending a mechanical arm to poke Bai Tu on the forehead. Despite its expressionless demeanor, its tone was laden with disdain. Good heavens, does this robot possess such high intelligence? What program are you using? Dingya chuckled, a hint of pride in her voice. My profession is rather unique. Although I am a lightning mage, my talents have shifted my combat capabilities towards mechanical creations. With the power of lightning, I can forge formidable artificial weapons that diverge from traditional machinery. Indeed, our darling is unlike us traditional mages. She adeptly juggles both magic and technology. Chun Yi finally seized a moment to interject, clinging to Dingya's arm. She gazed enviously at Alfred, wishing for a talking robot that exuded a sense of security, in stark contrast to her own, which could hardly muster a word and often appeared dazed. Sandstone Warrior. Chapter 26, The Battle of Thunder Mechanics. Due to the complete integration with magic, I refer to my mechanical creations collectively as thunder mechanics, with Alfred being the sole thunder mechanics repository at my disposal. After a brief introduction to Alfred, Dingya signaled the two to commence their battle testing. Kid, quite audacious of you not to summon your strongest skeleton. Chun Yi exchanged a conspiratorial glance with Bai Tu, playfully teasing him. I thought you would, like other men, be eager to reveal all your cards to impress the beauty. TCH, this just shows how little you truly know me. Heh men, heh women. The two engaged in a playful exchange of laughter before separating. Dingya stood behind Alfred, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as she observed the vigilant sandstone warriors on the opposite end of the training ground. Alfred, deploy the repository. Command received. Deploying repository. Alfred promptly bent down, its back opening to reveal 6 cannon ports that burst forth, unveiling dark barrels. Type, Combat Thunder Mechanic, Hound, commencing deployment. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled sounds erupted as purple arcs of lightning shot forth from the cannon ports, propelling oval-shaped columns forward. Before the black pillars even touched the ground, they rapidly disintegrated, transforming into mechanical dogs measuring 1.5 meters in length and 0.5 meter in height. Indeed, it was extraordinary. The seamless metallic columns could morph into such intricately structured mechanical hounds. Not only was the loading and storage remarkably convenient, but it also allowed for unexpected tactics. As Bai Tu watched the deployment of the hounds, he pondered Dingya's combat style, noting several similarities between their approaches. Alfred effectively acted as a transport vehicle, capable of swiftly carrying the hounds into battle and deploying them at the opportune moment. No wonder it was referred to as a repository. Once the hounds landed, they quickly paired up, surrounding the sandstone warriors. They maintained an internal connection with Alfred through lightning, ensuring that as long as Dingya remained alive, their bond would not wane. Initiate attack. Alfred served as both the repository and battle commander. At its command, the hounds sprinted forth, employing a pack mentality to engage the sandstone warriors. After following the hounds' movements for 2 circles, the sandstone warrior decisively halted, recognizing that it could not match their speed. The more it spun, the more it risked exposing its vulnerabilities, so it curled its body slightly, relying on its formidable defenses to withstand the onslaught. Chun-Yi hesitated momentarily, refraining from equipping the true spirit's might onto the sandstone warrior, as the hounds resembled oversized pups. Standing before the 3-meter-tall sandstone warrior, they appeared even smaller, likely incapable of breaching its defenses. It would be unfortunate if she inadvertently upset her darling. However, she evidently underestimated the hound's offensive capabilities. Seizing an opportunity, 2 hounds launched a surprise attack from behind the sandstone warrior, one on the left and one on the right, moving with lightning speed. Their jaws gaped open to an exaggerated 150 degrees, sinking viciously into the sandstone warrior's legs, their sharp fangs piercing through its defenses and burrowing into the muscle. The anguished cries reverberated through the vast training ground as the sandstone warrior howled, twisting its body in an attempt to seize the hunting hounds. Yet, the latter nimbly evaded, unleashing arcs of violet lightning that surged from its wounds, swiftly enveloping the entire form of the sandstone warrior. Do not measure its combat prowess with conventional biological understanding. This is a mechanical weapon of artifice. Bai Tu's voice echoed softly, an undercurrent of trepidation toward the hunting hounds coursing through him. Their terrifying speed and formidable barrier-breaking ability rendered them the nemesis of skeletal warriors. Even his most stalwart skeletal slave masters, at their peak, could not guarantee victory against these hunting hounds. Chun-Yi gritted her teeth and immediately unleashed the true spirit's might upon the sandstone warrior. The hunting hound's overwhelming offensive capability compelled her to exert her utmost effort. Truly, the 7-star talent was evident, even at this stage, where everyone possessed merely a single skill. The disparity was astonishingly vast. While it initially appeared that all were equal with just one skill, the greater the talent, the stronger the occupational characteristics. Though it is often said that early-stage strength is deceptive, the reality is that if you cannot even compete at the onset with those of higher talent, the later stages are futile. As true spirit's might coursed into the sandstone warrior's body, it instantaneously felt an overwhelming surge of power. With a forceful stomp, it flung away the 2 hunting hounds that had clamped onto it, and a majestic golden armor enveloped its form. The sandstone warrior activated its full power combat mode, defense and strength both up. Roaring with excitement, the sandstone warrior declared that once clad in armor, it was the mightiest being in the entire training ground. Fiercely swinging its massive fists, it struck at the hunting hounds, which adeptly dodged. But the ground trembled under the impact, creating a substantial crater. How formidable, how grand! Dinya gazed at the sandstone warrior with a flicker of exhilaration. Though it was significantly smaller than Alfred, its resplendent golden appearance delivered a striking visual impact, prompting her to glance at Alfred beside her. Master, Alfred is your guardian and should not be adorned with such ostentatious embellishments. Please reconsider. Alfred's electronic eye twitched slightly. Harboring no fondness for the gaudy golden armor of the sandstone warrior, finding it rather gaudy, Dinya offered a non-committal smile, choosing not to elaborate further as she continued to observe the battle. At this moment, the sandstone warrior was clearly emboldened by its armor, scarcely dodging or evading the hunting hounds' attacks, allowing them to strike. Although the hounds could barely breach its defenses, the slight pain was akin to a mere tickle for the battle-hardened sandstone warrior. However, Bai Tu noticed an unsettling pattern. All the hunting hounds' attacks were precisely directed at the spots where the previous 2 had bitten through its defenses. Such an astonishing level of bodily control. Indeed, only mechanical constructs could achieve this. The flawless coordination and millimeter-precise targeting were astounding. Yet, Bai Tu refrained from alerting Chun-Yi. He wished to see if she could discern this detail, and he was equally curious to observe the extent of the hunting hound's capabilities. As expected, with the ongoing battle, although the sandstone warrior initially held the upper hand, its movements gradually slowed. Strands of violet arcs danced across its form, significantly hampering its actions. That's enough, recall them. The battle had reached its conclusion. Against a high-defense adversary, the hunting hounds had indeed showcased commendable combat prowess, and given enough time and a stalemate, they would undoubtedly prevail. Moreover, under Alfred's meticulous oversight, the hunting hounds possessed a comprehensive battlefield awareness, making them difficult to hit unless the enemy could match their speed. Finally, the battle concluded, and Chun-Yi sighed in relief. Had it continued, she might have lost, incurring a considerable expenditure of mana for repairs. She had discerned the sandstone warrior's anomalies as the fight progressed. Only the sandstone warrior itself remained oblivious to the reason behind its diminishing speed. Chapter 27, Thunderhail. The combat test of the hunting hounds had concluded, and with a snap of his fingers, Alfred summoned forth a dazzling display of lightning that enveloped the hunting hounds before swiftly reassembling them into their original black cylindrical forms, inserting them back into the ports on their backs. Bai Tu, puzzled by how a robot could snap its fingers, could not help but chuckle at the sight. While the earlier deployment had been executed with flair, the subsequent retrieval and reassembly appeared quite clumsy. Alfred cast a sidelong glance at him, continuing to reload the hunting hounds. Only offering a mild reminder, Bai Tu, the next test will be of my combat capabilities. You would do well to prepare yourself. Bai Tu's smile faltered. As he glanced at the skeletal frame nearly his height, then at the imposing Alfred, exclaiming, "Surely this test is unnecessary. However, if you believe the intensity of combat can be gauged by the fineness of the bone powder later, I have no objections." "Not quite. Alfred's combat capabilities are driven by my skills. I merely wish to assess the area of effect potential of this new ability." Dinya, somewhat bashful, stuck out her tongue. She too felt that using the skeletal soldiers, summoned with such effort, as targets seemed somewhat unethical, yet the training ground lacked sufficiently intelligent testing dummies. In terms of dungeons, her mechanical constructs were complex and represented personal innovation, akin to new plugins within a computer. The dungeons could not showcase them, necessitating real-world tests. She also intended to utilize the demonstrative destruction to refine and enhance her skills. Of course, that poses no problem. It's merely a trivial matter. Bai Tu's face flushed slightly, sheepishly scratching his head to convey that his skeletons would cooperate fully. The 5 skeletal warriors gazed up at the towering Alfred without a hint of fear, drawing their long swords and raising their wooden shields. Truly, they were the epitome of cannon fodder. While other skeletons wielded bone equipment, these were armed with mere flimsy blades. Bai Tu's attention often drifted to peculiar observations. Was this the moment to critique their equipment? They were about to test the waters, perhaps even courting death. "Master, step back." With a sweeping gesture, Alfred urged Dinya to distance herself, then slowly advanced a few steps, producing a series of thunderous collisions with his fists that reverberated in Bai Tu's ears. Was such excitement necessary? Given the skeletal warrior's diminutive frames, he could likely shatter them with a single slap. Bai Tu pulled Chun-Yi back to a safe distance, suppressing his urge to grumble internally when he suddenly noticed Dinya's hands shimmering with deep purple lightning. In an instant, Alfred raised his hand to grasp a colossal staff composed of crackling electricity. The staff was entirely black, towering like a flagpole, with a grotesquely coiling centipede at its apex, surrounded by dancing blue and purple arcs of electricity. Before Bai Tu could fully comprehend the spectacle, Alfred swung the staff, unleashing a torrent of lightning that cascaded toward the 5 skeletal warriors as if propelled by a shotgun. Thunderhail. Break. The thunderous explosion erupted in tandem with Alfred's cold, mechanical voice, prompting Bai Tu to hastily cover his ears, yet he could still perceive the bone-rattling roar that threatened to shatter his eardrums. Before him lay an expanse of blinding white, with countless arcs of electricity dancing like slender serpents, rendering the source of the attack completely inscrutable. The only indication of chaos was the cacophony of explosions that echoed, accompanied by the acrid scent of scorched earth. Bai Tu was utterly bewildered. While he was aware of the formidable power wielded by lightning mages, this was beyond the realm of reason. It was not merely the skeleton warriors that would be obliterated. It seemed likely that naught but ash would remain. The bombardment of lightning persisted for a full 30 seconds, after which Alfred yanked his staff, and with a resounding bang, the entire staff transformed into a final bolt of lightning, shooting into the recently ravaged area, triggering yet another tremendous explosion. Bai Tu and Chun-Yi were left speechless. While the might of lightning magic was indisputable, such extravagance was unwarranted. Good heavens, I might just develop a phobia of insufficient firepower. Rubbing his ears, Bai Tu stared at the vast crater unveiled as the smoke cleared, his expression marred by frustration. He could no longer discern any remnants of the skeleton warriors, their consciousness links severed long ago. With such overwhelming force, he found it difficult to comprehend the necessity of summoning him for testing. Surely, obliterating a target would suffice. Meanwhile, Dinya had donned a pair of spectacles at some point, meticulously examining the scorched ground and the scattered remnants of bone, diligently jotting notes in a small notebook, oblivious to the chaos. Perhaps this was the essence of genius. She was already on the path of skill creation. Observing Dinya engrossed in her research, Bai Tu suddenly understood why she was revered as a goddess by countless admirers at school. Despite her privileged background, she harbored no disdain for anyone. Though a 7-star prodigy, her diligence matched that of any ordinary student. Despite her appearance as a cultured little lady, she possessed an unwavering spirit of inquiry characteristic of the scientific realm. Who could resist such charm? My apologies for annihilating your skeleton soldiers. I hope they did not sustain any damage. Dinya, having organized her data, rushed over to inquire about Bai Tu and Chun-Yi, her face alight with a radiant smile. Clearly, the results of her recent experiment were promising. What do you think? Are the test results satisfactory? If not, I can have Bai Xiao summon a few more skeletons. While Chun-Yi was equally astonished by the earlier display of power, she did not ponder it deeply. After all, prodigies were inherently different, and comparisons seemed unnecessary. If comparisons were to be made, she would rather measure herself against Bai Tuesday. Well, the data from this test primarily focused on the paralysis effect, casting time, damage waves, and harvesting efficiency. The results were slightly below the average I obtained from testing dummies. I was correct, no matter how well a target simulates. It cannot replicate the realities of combat. Dinya rambled on, but Bai Tu and Chun-Yi could not fully grasp her words, as neither were elemental mages. and there existed a significant disparity in their understanding of casting and attack assessments. Ahem, as long as the tests yielded results. I was concerned that your skeleton warriors might be too weak and would fall too quickly, rendering your tests unhelpful. Not at all. Your skeletons are quite unique. The lightning element exhibits no natural counter against them, and due to their lack of muscle, the paralysis effect of electricity is severely diminished. Excuse me? No weakness to lightning? Bai Tu was unaware of this facet. He had always assumed his skeletons feared both lightning and holy light. However, according to Dinya's findings, it appeared that electricity held no particular lethal power over them. He silently noted to investigate their resistances in the future, as even a slight weakness to lightning but strength against light would greatly assist him in upcoming battles. With that, Dinya concluded all her tests without a hint of remorse for the damage inflicted upon the ground. She promptly produced a gold card and handed it to a waiter, instructing them to expedite the repairs. It was then that Bai Tu learned she had reserved the entire training ground and even constructed a mechanical base nearby. Goodness, what a lavish expenditure. Chapter 28. Let's explore the alley together. Once the testing concluded, Bai Tu did not linger. Although time spent with the goddess was invariably delightful and joyous, he was not a lecherous individual. Rather, he remained clear-headed and rational. A future with Dinya seemed improbable, as their backgrounds and social circles diverged significantly, lacking the fairy tale allure of a peasant's love for a princess. Thus, Dinya remained an untouchable goddess from afar. Waving farewell to the two, Bai Tu gazed at their retreating figures, a faint smile gracing his lips as he deftly retrieved his phone from his pocket. Wait a moment. Why didn't I seize the opportunity to snap a few pictures? Bai Tu stood frozen, feeling as though he had missed out on a fortune, a pang of regret striking him. Yet, when he looked up, they had vanished, and pursuing them would surely be awkward. Sighing, he lamented the missed chance to capture Yaya's adorable and mischievous side. Disappointed, he opened his phone, only to find several unread messages. They were from his classmate, Chen Wufeng. You little rascal, how dare you rendezvous with the goddess Yaya? Do you have a death wish? Run. Someone spotted you too. Hey, are you dead in there? Why aren't you replying? What on earth are you doing? All right, once you get out, avoid the southern path. Someone is waiting for you. 3 messages in quick succession. The most recent sent just 10 minutes prior. Bai Tu furrowed his brow, sensing trouble brewing. When he halted, he realized he was indeed walking along the southern route. As his vehicle was parked on the roadside to the south of the training ground, he knew better than to provoke certain individuals from the Yaya Guardian Alliance. They were either wealthy second-generation elites or privileged offspring, all possessing formidable backgrounds and strength. A wise man avoids unnecessary conflict. It was best to slip away, keeping a low profile. After the college entrance examinations, they would all scatter, and by then, he would be completely safe. Explanations? Some matters cannot be clarified. Their occurrence itself is the original sin. However, the beauty of imagination remains just that, imagination. As he approached his bicycle, a group of individuals suddenly emerged from the shadows, their faces adorned with sinister smiles, encircling him. You're Bai Tu, aren't you? Quite audacious, knowing full well the risks. Come with us, this isn't the place for talk. My family S. Wang Shao wants to see you. If you're sensible, you'll come quietly with us. Their demeanor was brazen, especially upon noticing Bai Tu's pallid complexion and his thick down jacket, resembling a frail patient, which only fueled their disdain. They had thoroughly scrutinized his background. An orphan with no connections, awakening a mere one-star talent, and now a necromancer, a veritable waste. These individuals were streetwise, adept at navigating social hierarchies, and they would never provoke anyone they deemed dangerous, nor would they show mercy to anyone they could bully. Bai Tu blinked, unperturbed. The levels of these individuals were not higher than his own, and they were in a public area. If a fight ensued, the police would arrive in no time. In such a brief window, he did not believe he could incapacitate them without attracting legal repercussions. Fine, just don't take me to some obscure place. I fear I might get lost. They shoved Bai Tu along, and one even kindly pushed his bicycle. Oh dear, how considerate of him. He is aware Bai Tu lives far away. Even when preparing to beat him up, he doesn't forget to bring his bike along. Not venturing far, they led him into a dimly lit alleyway. Bai Tu glanced around, puzzled by the resemblance to the bullying scenes portrayed on television. Why did they all prefer to retreat into alleys, unafraid of stepping in filth? Upon entering the alley, I soon found myself confronted by a group of individuals. At the forefront was a rather ostentatious figure clad in a pristine white suit, lounging on an inexplicably acquired white armchair. He exuded the unmistakable air of a wealthy heir, though his countenance bore a decidedly sullen expression. Yet, there was something familiar about his handsome features, as if I had encountered him before. Wang Shao? Bai Tu ventured tentatively, but upon receiving no response, he quickly added with a smile, You must be mistaken. I am but a destitute soul who can scarcely afford 2 eggs for breakfast. How could I possibly dare approach the goddess Yaya? I was merely serving as a target for her earlier. Ah, you are indeed perceptive. Since you are aware of your lowly status, you should refrain from shamelessly encroaching upon Yaya's presence. Wang Zillian's expression was icy, his gaze directed at Bai Tu as if he were nothing more than an insignificant insect. His family possessed considerable assets in the mountain city, controlling a significant portion of the supply chain for essential goods, although they had only recently acquired wealth over 2 generations. And it was only in his generation that the path of professionals had emerged. He was still far beyond Bai Tu's reach. Even in Yaya's presence, he felt unable to hold his head high, while Bai Tu, an orphan, had no right to share the same space as her, though the room was rather expansive, spanning over 1,000 square meters, and was not solely occupied by the two of them. There was also a woman present. It still made Wang Zilin quite uncomfortable. Furthermore, he had triumphed over several other wealthy heirs and second-generation elites to gain the opportunity to deal with by Tuesday surely. He would not let him go with just a few words. That was utterly impossible. So, what do you intend to do? You wouldn't actually resort to violence, would you? Bai Tu's smile gradually faded. He typically favored diplomacy before conflict, but if the other party continued to be aggressive, then he would have no choice but to reveal his true capabilities. Upon sensing the shift in Bai Tu's demeanor, Wang Zilin's displeasure only deepened. With a cold snort, his companions sprang into action. Kid, I'll break your leg to teach you a lesson. Their faces contorted with malice as they lunged at Bai Tu with fists flying, their movements alarmingly swift. Though the authorities had banned professionals from engaging in combat within the city limits, they were still human, and where there are humans, there are disputes. Could they not spar like ordinary people? Moreover, although professionals were prohibited from donning their equipment in specific settings, such as schools and alliances, their inherent attributes could not be stripped away. Each punch and kick possessed formidable lethality, which ultimately led the authorities to decree that professionals must not engage with ordinary citizens, leaving any issues to be resolved through official channels. Bai Tu and the individuals before him were all professionals, thus they harbored little concern. Let the confrontation commence. At worst, he would be taken away for a few days of imprisonment. He had endured that before. Bai Tu had already prepared his skills, eagerly awaiting the first move from his opponents. As soon as they charged at him, he promptly summoned Skeleton Soldier No. 1 and Hylock. Despite the official's warnings against utilizing skills as a mage, was he to engage in close combat like a warrior? That would be purely foolish. Adaptation was essential. Preserving his own life was paramount. All regulations could be set aside. Boom. The moment Hylock appeared, it swung its enormous cleaver, forcing the encroaching assailants to retreat. However, under Bai Tu's command, it wielded the back of the blade. As they were all from the same city and school, fighting was one thing, but they couldn't afford to cause fatal harm. What the hell? He used a skill. Brothers. Attack. Upon witnessing Bai Tu summon skeletal warriors, his adversaries ceased their restraint, hastily retrieving their gear from their bags. Wang Zilin, too, forcefully kicked aside the chair, a blue glow enveloping him as he transitioned from his suit into a complete set of silver armor, a shield in one hand and a broadsword in the other. A royal guard profession, balanced in both attack and defense, is particularly favored among warriors. Ah, so it is you. No wonder you looked so familiar. Your brother Wang Zili is far more flamboyant than you. Don't mention my brother. Wang Zilin's expression darkened immediately. He detested being compared to his brother. It wasn't that he had a poor relationship with Wang Zili, but rather, he felt overshadowed by his brother's immense superiority in every regard, leaving him feeling utterly inadequate. Moreover, Wang Zili was his utmost idol. He had chosen his own profession in emulation of his brother. The mere act of comparing him to Wang Zili was the greatest insult imaginable. As Wang Zilin's heart sank, a flicker of yearning emerged within him. If only he could one day strive to match his brother's strides. Even if it meant merely catching a glimpse of his back, he would be content. Regaining his focus, he noticed his companions had already engaged Bai Tu in combat. Wang Zilin, currently at level 15, ranked among the higher echelons of professionals in the school, while his subordinates hovered around level 13. Though their levels were not particularly high, their weaponry and armor were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Skeleton Soldier No. 1, at level 25, commanded 5 skeletal warriors, encircling Bai Tuesday. The alley was narrow, the widest point barely exceeding 2 meters, allowing the 5 skeletons to easily block one direction, while Hylock, at level 10, guarded the other. The sounds of whip cracking echoed as the skeletal warriors fearlessly engaged, 3 wielding shields for defense while 2 seized opportunities to attack from beneath, targeting their foes' lower regions. Although their overall attributes paled in comparison to Wang Zilin's group, they still managed to hold their ground. Damn, are these skeletal soldiers toxic? Their attack points are so cunning. The 2 iron guards flanking the front found themselves reluctantly dodging back and forth, even though they knew the skeletal warriors likely posed no real threat to them. Could anyone endure having a blade scraping against their most sensitive areas without feeling a shiver down their spine? Curse it, the space is too constricted. I can't use my skills. The 2 at the back, responsible for attacking, lamented their predicament. The alley was so narrow that should they unleash their skills, they would inevitably strike their teammates first. How could they allow their comrades to lie on the ground while the skeletal warriors capitalized on the opportunity to attack them? Wang Zilin was unaware of his subordinate's dire situation as he stood at the opposite end of the alley, and the situation on his side was equally dire. Hylock, despite being a mere skeletal steed, was a massive presence that effectively blocked the alley, resembling a tank as it charged forward. At level 10, its strength attribute had reached 20 points while mounted, with its grappling determination escalating to 60 points. Not only was it impossible for Wang Zilin to possess such strength, but even his brother Wang Zili would likely struggle to match it. Bang! One particularly anxious lackey stared in horror as Hylock barreled towards him, hurriedly attempting to unleash a skill. However, as he was still half a meter away, his body suddenly stiffened, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily several meters away. The distance of the collision had significantly reduced. Bai Tu noted the commotion and, upon observing the flying individual, silently recalled something. The effect of Hylock's grappling charge should be contingent upon the disparity in strength between the two parties. The greater the difference, the further the target would be repelled, and the greater the damage inflicted. In the dungeons, Hylock had once sent a minor monster flying at least 30 meters with a single charge, leaving it severely injured. Damn! Wang Xiao, these skeletal soldiers are quite formidable. It's as if they are on some kind of explosive potion. Another individual quivered at the sight of the towering Hylock, his legs trembling. The violent collision had caused him to witness his comrade's blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, being sent flying over 10 meters. Those with weaker physiques likely fainted on the spot. Wang Zilin was equally bewildered. The skeletal warriors Bai Tu commanded were clearly not of the same sort. Did he not possess only one skill? How could he summon such an array of peculiar and powerful skeletons? Moreover, he had summoned them without any corpses, hadn't he? Could it be that he had mastered the legendary skill coffin of the necromancer? No. Skills will always occupy skill slots. This is likely related to his occupational characteristics. After all, Wang Zilin has been exposed to a diverse array of experiences since childhood, and his intellect is quite sharp. Moments later, he roughly deduced the potential anomalies surrounding the white poppy skeleton. Even with considerable talent, it cannot possibly rival me, the royal guardian. We are the apex of all professions. With a thunderous shout, Wang Zilin was enveloped in a dazzling golden light, as a massive golden lion's head rapidly coalesced before him, roaring fiercely before transforming into a lion's head insignia emblazoned upon his shield. Lionheart Shield Tower. Wang Zilin forcefully slammed the shield onto the ground, shattering the sturdy stone tiles beneath him as though they were mere tofu, with the shield sinking 2 to 3 centimeters into the earth. Shiroku tightened the reins, the ghostly flames in his eyes flickering with growing interest as he gazed down at Wang Zilin. The individual caught between them hastily maneuvered past Wang Zilin. Retreating to the back, he lacked the courage to be caught in the middle. If he were to be flung aside and crash directly onto Wang Zilin's shield, it would spell disaster. After all, the Lionheart Shield Tower skill possesses significant rebound damage. The stronger the attack, the greater the retaliation. Only ranged attacks could render one immune. Shiroku stepped back a few paces to provide himself with some distance for acceleration, then immediately launched into a charge towards the shield-bearing Wang Zilin. The resounding clatter of hooves drowned out the voices of many, causing them to turn and stare. Wang Zilin himself had entered the fray. His rebound skills were formidable. This skeleton was in for a dire fate. Those being suppressed were suddenly filled with anticipation, having witnessed the effects of Wang Zilin's Lionheart Shield Tower. They were awed by its high rebound damage, and its thick and steadfast nature was a nemesis to high explosive attacks. This peculiar skeleton mounted on a horse could hardly withstand Wang Zilin's divine technique. It was likely that upon collision, it would be obliterated by its own attack. I kill myself. Ha ha ha. A splendid spectacle is about to unfold. Upon hearing their gleeful taunts, Bai Tu couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The renowned Lionheart Shield Tower is as well known as the coffin of the undead. It had long been mastered in school. How could Bai Tu be unaware of its effects? The rebound damage is contingent upon the physical damage inflicted by the enemy, with the effects increasing based on level while also being influenced by personal comprehension and mastery. However, the skill's effects would not apply to Shiroku. Shiroku, charge him fiercely, Bai Tu shouted, rallying Shiroku with encouragement, leaving those around momentarily stunned. Was this fool truly urging his skeleton to attack, fully aware of the rebound damage? At the command, Shiroku's speed intensified, ferociously charging at Wang Zilin. What an astonishing visual impact. From the perspective of the one under assault, Wang Zilin felt the shock of being targeted. The towering skeletal warhorse charged at him. And despite his confidence in his defenses, his heart raced. At half a meter's distance, the strength determination commenced. Strength determination. Target strength, 23 points. Our strength, 60 points. Determination successful. Wang Zilin's strength determination failed, and an immense force surged to propel him away, yet the Lionheart Shield Tower skill activated simultaneously. Stability determination. Target strength, 20 points. Our strength, 23 points. Determination successful. Wang Zilin suddenly felt another surge of power coursing through him, forcibly halting his movement. In the collision and subsequent stop, he was not flung away, yet his internal organs churned violently, nearly causing him to retch. Rebound determination. Target not detected. What? Wang Zilin was instantly enraged, nearly spitting blood. How could a gigantic mounted skeleton before me not be detected? Chapter 30. Bai Tu online for marriage. Wang Zilin could not comprehend why his skill had failed. It had been infallible in the dungeon, yet this skeleton. Impossible. There must have been some unforeseen circumstance. Wang Zilin would never allow his prideful divine skill to be bested by a mere skeleton, especially since this skill was also his brother's core ability. With a furious shout, Wang Zilin grasped his iron shield and swung it fiercely at Shiroku, only for the skeletal warhorse to retreat a couple of steps just in time to evade the blow. What is happening? Wang Zilin failed to injure that skeleton? How is that possible? That collision should have inflicted physical damage. Aside from Bai Tu, everyone else was bewildered and astonished, but their thoughts were quickly interrupted by the attacks of the skeletal warriors, who would not cease their assault in light of the clash between Shiroku and Wang Zilin. Defeating the enemy before them was their foremost duty. Shiroku, mounted upon the skeletal warhorse, retreated a few steps before charging again, crashing directly into Wang Zilin's iron shield with a resounding bang. Although Wang Zilin remained immobile, the impact left his insides feeling increasingly unsettled, prompting him to cough uncontrollably. This is bad. Wang Zilin is in trouble. We should leave quickly. Having gained no advantage in battle, Wang Zilin was knocked down again, and the others lost their desire to continue fighting. Fearing that prolonged engagement would attract the attention of the police, they could only hoist Wang Zilin and hastily flee from the alley. No, let me go? I can't leave. Wang Zilin's heart brimmed with humiliation. He, the esteemed second son of the Wang family, had actually suffered at the hands of this garbage Bai Tu. If this were to spread, it would surely be the source of endless laughter. Wang Zilin, a wise man, does not eat the loss in front of him. It's better for us to leave and seek revenge another day. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Wang Zilin. The group chattered in a flurry of persuasion, swiftly escorting Wang Zilin away from the alleyway. Bai Tu did not allow his skeletons to pursue. He bore no deep-seated grudge against Wang Zilin, and if he chose to leave, so be it. As for the notion of eradicating all threats, killing potential enemies was beyond his character. Throughout his past and present, he had never engaged in murder or arson, and even fighting was a rare occurrence. Though this world was undeniably perilous, he was still merely a senior high school student, possessing a fundamentally innocent nature. Let us go home. Bai Tu waved to retract his skeletons and picked up the bicycle that had been tossed aside, relieved it was undamaged. Otherwise, he would have to spend money on repairs. The next day, Bai Tu returned to school, not because he wished to attend class. Teachers were preoccupied with meetings, and students were engrossed in dungeon runs to level up. By the time he arrived in class, less than a third of the students were present. Oh, Bai Tu, are you alright? Chen Wufeng, who had not entered the dungeon and was busy researching materials in class, was taken aback. Previously, he had disregarded academic studies, but after 2 dungeon runs, he realized that aside from slaying monsters for loot, he could hardly recognize anything else. He had nearly missed all the materials manifested in the dungeon. Many classmates were in similar situations, leading them to earnestly sit with their textbooks in the classroom, reviewing new knowledge. Seeing Bai Tu saunter in, Chen Wufeng, astonished, promptly approached him, circling around Bai Tu twice, confirming that his arms and legs were unharmed, and his face bore no injuries. Did those guys not beat you up? Beat me up? I and Ding, you are innocent. Why would they attack me? Moreover, Chun Yi was present. We were not alone. Bai Tu casually explained a few things, mixing truth with falsehood, indifferent to whether Chen Wufeng believed him. He simply returned to his seat. All right, whatever you say goes. Chen Wufeng did not dwell on it. Whether or not anyone sought out Bai Tu was of little concern to him. Sending Bai Tu a message was merely a gesture of camaraderie. So, what brings you to class today? Looking for beautiful classmates to charm, perhaps? Ooh. Chen Wufeng cast a disdainful glance at him, bundled up in a thick down jacket, topped with a cotton hat, occasionally taking sips from his cup, resembling a vigilant guardian. If it weren't for his fair complexion and youthful demeanor, one might think he was an elderly man in need of assistance crossing the street, aided by kind-hearted children. Let us speak candidly. My brother, do you have any sisters? Or perhaps cousins, that you could introduce to me? Who knows, we might even forge a romantic bond, and I wouldn't mind becoming your in-law. Bai Tu chuckled amiably as he patted his shoulder, his words a mix of jest and sincerity. Chen Wufeng, exasperated, pushed his arm away. Those who usually enjoyed Bai Tu's company understood his underlying intentions. For practitioners, procreation poses significant challenges, and for necromancers, it is even more arduous. If preparations are not made early, one might face the grim prospect of extinction. That's impossible for me, either too young or already married. And you seem quite close to Chun-Yi. Haven't you considered anything? Ugh, that tomboy. Bai Tu spoke hastily, then quickly covered his mouth. Forget it. My level isn't high enough. I can still endure. Chen Wufeng shook his head at Bai Tu's pale countenance and countered, given your situation, you should indeed seize the moment. Who knows if you'll ever regain that ability in the future. Not only will you struggle with raising children, but you might also find it challenging to fulfill your role as a man. Cough. Can we refrain from provoking me? Bai Tu rubbed his nose, opting not to elaborate on his unique circumstances. Instead, He retrieved his phone and logged into the local networking site, pondering for a moment before crafting a message. I have a friend, a male practitioner, sincerely seeking a fair-skinned and beautiful woman to share his life with. Interested parties may contact me privately. With so many women online, he found it hard to believe there was no suitable match. Yet, as soon as he posted it, comments began flooding in. Isn't that friend you mentioned actually you? Bai Tu? Huh, the username baseball girl? Who is this person, and how do they know my name? This is quite damaging to my reputation. In no time, a barrage of replies ensued. Bai Tu? That kid from Shanxing number 2 high school? How old is he? And he is talking about sharing a lifetime. How could mere mortals comprehend the world of a practitioner with weakened vitality? However, one must admit, this lad is rather crafty. Other boys should be seizing their chances. The class representative has taken notes for everyone. Bai Tu, male, 17 years old, senior at Shanxing number 2 high school, a 1-star necromancer, currently level 15. This student harbors a strong desire for lineage continuation, perhaps a trait common among necromancers, often initiating conversations with various girls, with the singular aim of procreation. Everyone must protect their sisters. A lengthy comment left by Tu utterly bewildered. Who was this person, and how did they know him so well? And surely, the author was not one of his detractors. Bai Tu, what is going on? A sudden text from Chun Yiming jolted him back to reality. Bai Tu felt a wave of despair. He merely wanted to test the waters for friendship online, yet he had unwittingly branded himself a lecher. He hurriedly deleted the post, relieved that not many had seen it. But who was this baseball girl and the one who penned the scathing remarks? He couldn't recall offending so many girls. Bai Tu initially suspected Zhao Hong was setting him up, but why would a grown man assume a female pseudonym? What's wrong? Why do you suddenly look so pale? Chen Wufeng asked curiously. The air conditioning was running in the classroom. How could he possibly feel unwell? Bai Tu shook his head, retrieved his library card from his bag, and made his way to the library, intending to find some books on necromancers. Meanwhile, during his offline absence, his earlier post had been screenshotted and reposted with the headline, Weakened Vitality Necromancer by Xiaodu. How did he become a lecherous fiend overnight? Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? The sensational title, combined with the protagonist's multiple roles as a practitioner, a lecher, and a student, attracted countless clicks. Thus, on the afternoon of June 25, 2037, Bai Tu became a sensation in Shanxing City. Chapter 31, Lu Jiyi's Studio. Put it on. It suits you quite well. You may find it indispensable when you go out next. Chun Yi chuckled as she observed Bai Tu, who lay on the bed devoid of spirit, tossing him the white mask from the table. Just admit it, that baseball girl is you. Bai Tu tossed aside the mask, glaring fiercely at Chun Yi. He could hardly believe that, despite his usual meticulousness, he had fallen into such a trap. With his photo plastered across the local networking site for all to see. Although the post had been taken down with Chun Yiming's assistance earlier that morning, his reputation had already been tarnished. The entire debacle stemmed from baseball girl exposing his identity. So, you already guessed it, Chun Yi said sheepishly, sticking out her tongue, but then feigning composure as she raised her chin. Who told you to post those things online? What, are you feeling lonely? You. Bai Tu leaped up in fury, determined not to let this slide unless Chun Yi pummeled him. Ouch, my legs are going to break. I give up. Bai Tu found himself pinned to the ground, with Chun Yi seated on his back, forcefully gripping his legs to prevent him from moving. That wretched woman must have deliberately enhanced her strength and physical attributes. How could a mere magic array practitioner possess such prowess? Bai Tu sighed internally, realizing he was destined to be under her thumb for life. Bah, what do you mean for life? I certainly want to be with her forever. He quickly shook his head, just as Chun Yi released him, allowing him to roll away and regain his footing. I've already apologized. If you insist on holding a grudge, humph. Chun Yi brandished her tiny fists, revealing her little tiger teeth, feigning ferocity. Bai Tu dusted off his clothes, maintaining a stoic expression as he picked up his phone, wishing to set aside the troubling matter for now. Several new messages had arrived, but only Lu Jiyi's brought him a modicum of cheer. As promised, the staff has been completed. Come quickly. Truly, a scholar. Even his texts were succinct and efficient. Bai Tu donned the mask, layered on his thick clothing, and ushered Chun Yi to leave. I'm stepping out. You should head back as well. Where are you going? Don't tell me it's to rendezvous with some girl. I'm fetching my staff. Hurry back. You seem to have too much free time. Humph. Tomorrow we tackle the dungeon. We gather at the school gate by 9 in the morning. Got it. Bai Tu waved goodbye as he exited, leaving Chun Yi behind, fuming and stamping her foot. This guy is truly oblivious. Has he never considered our feelings? Fool. He deserves to be single forever. Achoo. Bai Tu rubbed his nose as he pedaled swiftly toward Lu Gu's house. Assuming the mask obscured his identity, he figured few would recognize him. Yet, on his journey, he spotted several classmates pointing and laughing at him. These clever rascals. I might as well have lost my face. How could they still recognize me? Bai Tu feigned ignorance, racing headlong toward Lu Gu's home. After a brief ride, he finally arrived, and before he could even park his bike, a familiar male classmate, Fang Jia, called out from a distance. Bai Tu, what are you doing here? Good grief, is it really that obvious? I'm wearing a mask. And you still recognize me? Haha, do you think we're fools? Who else would wear a down jacket and cotton hat in the summer? Is that a subtle insult directed at me? Fang Jie remarked nonchalantly, gesturing towards his attire, and then with a mischievous grin added. Your promotional copy from yesterday was rather impressive. It seems you've concocted such a clever scheme that every girl in the city now recognizes you. So, have you received any private messages? A faint, insincere smile flickered across Bai Tu's face as he removed his shirt and replied, My reputation may be a bit tarnished, but many beauties have secretly added me and initiated private chats, even sending me photos. Each one is fair-skinned, stunning, and possesses long legs. Can you believe the audacity? I'm swamped with attention now. Really? Fang Jie regarded him with skepticism, but Bai Tu offered no further explanation, stuffing his clothes into the car's compartment before waving goodbye and heading upstairs. Could his strategy truly be effective? Effective, my foot. Every day? A horde of leftover warriors gathers to critique me. If you don't fancy me, then simply disregard me. Why must you belittle me? Bai Tu muttered to himself in frustration as he ascended to the 9th floor in the elevator. Upon pressing the doorbell, it wasn't long before Lu Gu, sporting large black-rimmed glasses, opened the door. Wow, who are you, my friend? The reincarnation of Einstein? Bai Tu exclaimed in surprise at Lu Ji's frizzy hair. Are you undergoing a transformation, or just experimenting with a new hairstyle? You've completely changed. Lu Gu scratched his itchy scalp. Having battled tirelessly for nearly 2 days and nights without washing up, and had barely eaten, he was currently cradling a bowl of rice. Come in. Though it's a bit messy inside, so please don't mind. Recognizing Bai Tu, Lu Gu promptly opened the small inner door, simultaneously expelling a peculiar odor from the room. The scent resembled a hodgepodge of charred remnants, prompting Bai Tu to quickly remove his mask to shield his nose and mouth. Lu Gu, I usually see you as quite tidy, but when you dive into work, it seems you disregard everything else. Following him into the living room, Bai Tu was met with a chaotic scene. Clothes and shoes strewn about, boxes opened haphazardly, and various fast food containers littering the floor. It was a disarray so severe that a few foul-smelling socks were even soaking in the fish tank, where the goldfish had long since met their demise. Navigating carefully through the obstacles, Bai Tu finally followed Lu Gu into the innermost room. This is my workshop. Once you enter, be cautious not to disturb my things. Lu Gu warned sternly, and upon seeing Bai Tu nod in acknowledgement, he pushed the door open. To Bai Tu's surprise, the interior was impeccably organized, with several large shelves neatly arranged, containing various materials categorized meticulously. Even the storage boxes aligned in a single direction. Positioned by the window was a furnace, alongside a workbench where an array of tools was systematically laid out by size and purpose. The walls were adorned with various blueprints, showcasing designs for armor and weaponry, revealing Lu Ji's surprisingly broad research interests. Have you channeled all your energy into organizing this workshop while neglecting the rest of the house? Did you just toss the trash into the living room? Bai Tu teased. Certainly not. The refuse generated from forging is toxic and hazardous. It must not be carelessly disposed of, as it could cause significant harm. Lu Gu, typically reticent, became animated when discussing his craft, casually tossing the unfinished rice bowl outside. Bai Tu winced as he watched it topple into the toilet. This guy seemed to only care about forging, while maintaining an indifferent attitude towards everything else. Lu Gu retrieved a long box from a nearby shelf, evidently crafted with intention, adorned with a note inscribed with the words Bai Tu, Necromancer's Staff. This staff can be considered my most successful creation to date, a stroke of inspiration. Even if I were to attempt to recreate it now, I fear I could not replicate its brilliance. Lu Gu remarked, his admiration palpable as he caressed the box, igniting Bai Tu's own anticipation. Chapter 32. This staff is truly remarkable. Bai Tu exclaimed. Let us open it up. But didn't you just finish crafting this? Did you prepare a storage box in advance? Hey, this is my pride and joy. How could I just leave it lying around? Lu Gu chided, though he didn't elaborate further. The storage box had been hastily constructed, and the staff had only been placed inside for a few minutes. But that did not dampen his excitement as he prepared to unveil it. Turning the latch, the box emitted a soft click and slowly elevated, revealing a long staff entirely white in hue. I've temporarily named this the bone staff. It measures 184 centimeters in length and weighs 444 grams. It features 413 meticulously engraved runes that enhance spellcasting efficiency. Wait a moment. Bai Tu felt increasingly perplexed. What is this obsession with death? Are you crafting a staff or a coffin? Are we entangled with death now? I'm a necromancer, not a death mage. Lu Gu retorted, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Do necromancers dislike the number 4? Bai Tu sighed. Not many in Huaxia favor it. It's considered inauspicious. That is a valid point. Should I disassemble it and start anew? Lu Gu proposed. But Bai Tu quickly intervened. The staff had already come to fruition. It would be foolish to dismantle it. As he had just stated, it represented his pinnacle of craftsmanship, and recreating it would be an arduous task. As for the data, as long as he kept it to himself, who could discern its secrets? I'll assess its attributes first. Bai Tu declared. Forgers immediately submit their creations to the system for evaluation to receive attribute parameters, thus gaining experience. Grasping the bone staff, all its information unfolded before him. Unnamed weapon, equipment quality, second-tier craftsman. Equipment type, staff. Equipment requirement, intelligence 20 points. Equipment effects, 10 intelligence. 15 defense for summoned creatures. 15 damage boost against rock-type foes. While lacking distinct characteristics or skills, it still retained good craftsmanship quality, with an impressive 10 intelligence and 15 defense for summoned beings. However, the final attribute limitation was somewhat excessive, only benefiting rock-type monsters. Quite impressive. This staff could be considered a gem in the early stages. Bai Tu mused, though he found the 2 dragons adorning the top to be somewhat peculiar. Upon inspecting the staff's head, he discovered 2 white skeletal dragons entwined, vividly lifelike and imposing. Why are they kissing? What an odd design. Originally, I intended to create a double dragon playing with a pearl, cough, cough. A bone dragon is still a dragon, right? Lu Gu defended himself. And where's the pearl? That massive one. Did they swallow it? Bai Tu quipped, recalling the gallstone of a rock lizard which was nearly the size of a soccer ball. Look at the base of the staff. Bai Tu, bewildered, flipped the staff over, noticing a pearl embedded at the staff's end, no larger than a ping-pong ball. The materials can be polished down to size and incorporated throughout the staff for swifter magical conductivity. Lu Gu chuckled awkwardly, clearly not willing to admit that this blunder stemmed from his fatigue and distraction. Bai Tu gazed incredulously at the 2 gnawing skeletal dragons, feeling increasingly disheartened. Yet considering the staff's efficacy, he resolved to overlook these minor flaws. Oh well, it's a transitional weapon. Its performance is already commendable. Lu Gu, please bestow upon it a more fitting name. Hearing this, Lu Gu assumed Bai Tu was dissatisfied with the name Bone Staff, furrowing his brow in thought before tentatively suggesting, Double Dragon plays with Pearl? Ugh. The mere mention of those 4 characters sent a shiver down Bai Tu's spine. Don't bring up the pearl again, nor the dragons. Lu Gu was rendered speechless, struggling to come up with a response for quite some time. It turns out that you, too, are plagued by the dilemma of naming. Well, I suppose I shall simply call it the Bone Staff. I never anticipated that my first creation would bear such an uncomplicated name. Bai Tu, with no other recourse, ultimately chose to adopt the name that Lu Gu had decided upon in the morning, albeit with a few modifications. Thanks, my friend. Just let me know what materials you need. I will do my utmost to gather more for you during this dungeon run. With matters settled, Bai Tu felt somewhat uplifted and generously spoke to Lu Gu. Lu Gu did not respond, but rather scrutinized him until Bai Tu began to feel uneasy, instinctively covering his rear. Finally, Lu Gu spoke in a low tone. I know you, the 1-star talent necromancer. Given your aptitude, it is inconceivable that you could level up so swiftly. Even with assistance, it would be a formidable challenge. And although you appear pallid, you do not exhibit any severe physical ailments, which starkly contrast with the records of a level 15 necromancer. Thus, I deduce that your career traits must be uniquely exceptional, potentially revolving around the core skill of a summoning necromancer, Coffin of the Undead. Bai Tu, maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded, yet internally, a tempest of emotions surged. Truly, he is a scholar of remarkable acumen, having discerned this so rapidly. While not entirely accurate, his direction was correct. Bai Tu's class characteristics and skills were indeed unparalleled and vastly different from other necromancers. However, it wasn't solely Lu Gu who had come to this conclusion. The Wang brothers and Dingya, who had also encountered Bai Tu and were aware of his level, had reached similar deductions. Anyone who had taken the time to study necromancers would recognize Bai Tu's uniqueness. Seeing him acknowledge it so directly, a faint smile graced Lu Ji's face. If you master the core of the summoning necromancer, even if you cannot ascend to the ranks of the formidable, once you establish a legion of skeletons, you can still emerge as a powerful contender against those gifted mages. Thus, I am willing to invest in you. Huh. Bai Tu gazed at Lu Gu in confusion, not perceiving himself as possessing any regal aura, nor did he believe he could inspire others to flock to him. Haha, perhaps that statement was slightly pretentious. I am still but an obscure individual myself. However, I desire to avoid becoming merely a tool within a team while aspiring to enter a prestigious academy. Although Lu Gu spoke with a smile, there was an undercurrent of helplessness. Being a socially anxious individual with a proud disposition, he cherished his freedom. Numerous teams had invited him, yet he had declined each one without hesitation, purely out of a desire not to join. I heard your team consists of only 2 members. If you are willing, I can serve as your support. Lu Ji's tone was especially sincere, and Bai Tu found it hard to believe that someone so proud would bow down. It was rumored that a wealthy heir once offered a handsome sum for Lu Ji's assistance in retaking an exam, only to be completely ignored. Of course, if you choose to join our small team, all materials will henceforth be entrusted to you. The captain will not intervene, granting you considerable freedom. Aren't you the captain? Lu Gu inquired, taken aback. Was Bai Tu, at level 15, not the captain? How strong must the captain be? Well, the captain is someone else. But she is quite agreeable and easy to get along with. Bai Tu feigned indifference. knowing that Lu Gu wouldn't delve into dungeons and likely had minimal contact with Chen Yi. Thus, he presumed their interactions would be smooth. Wait a moment. That captain isn't a girl, is she? Lu Gu's expression shifted subtly as he suddenly realized something. You can't tell me the captain is Chen Yi. Bai Tu chuckled, surprised that Lu Gu even knew Chen Yi's name. I believe I need to reconsider my options. Chapter 33, the third dungeon upon exiting Lu Ji's residence. Bai Tu carelessly tossed the box containing the staff into his backpack. Without purchasing the spirit storage, he had no choice but to stow his equipment in his bag. It was cumbersome to retrieve or stow away, unlike Wang Ziling, who could summon his gear with a snap of his fingers. The spirit storage was simply too expensive for the average person to afford. He would have to save up and see if there were opportunities to acquire one in the future. After all, they were visually appealing and convenient. The next morning, Bai Tu, urged by Chen Yi's early phone call, arrived at school with his hair in disarray, bleary-eyed. In his semi-conscious state, he remembered to don his mask as he shed his outerwear. The encroaching aura of negativity was intensifying. Although 400 to 500 points of negative energy were stored within the skeleton graveyard, it still occasionally affected Bai Tu, leaving him feeling cold and increasingly lethargic. Good morning. Have you chosen a dungeon yet? Yawning, Bai Tu spotted Chen Yi already inside the dungeon room and hurriedly stepped in to greet her with a smile. It's already 10 o'clock. Is your health not well? You seem even paler today, Chen Yi remarked with concern, observing Bai Tu's day. At level 15, the effects of negative energy should have become noticeably severe. While Bai Tu had previously mentioned that his condition was somewhat unique and that the negative energy's impact was not overwhelming, he now appeared decidedly abnormal. His face was frightfully pale, with lips devoid of color, and even from a distance, one could sense the chill emanating from him, particularly striking in the heat of summer. Bai Tu waved his hand dismissively, fully aware of his own condition. Although it was not ideal, he could not allow himself to stagnate for fear of a setback in his progress. All right, let us finalize our plans and quickly dive into the dungeon. We still have 3 chances left. Let us aim to reach level 25. Each student awakens their talent and embarks on their career path, having a total of 5 opportunities to enter dungeons for leveling up before the college entrance examination. As long as one reaches level 25, they can participate in the exam. Once they leave school, they can no longer enter dungeons for free. To level up, they would have to pay to access specific dungeons within the Alliance. Although the small world of dimensions does not impose level restrictions, the official regulations of Longwar require one to reach level 31, equivalent to the intermediate professional tier, to gain entry into the dimensional realms. Thus, the ideal scenario would be to maximize leveling up to level 30 during the 5 dungeon opportunities before the college entrance exams, enabling a smooth transition into the intermediate professional tier during the exams. Otherwise, once they enter a professional academy, they would need to invest time in dungeons to level up, while those at higher levels would already be exploring small worlds, creating a significant gap. Some academies not only consider grades, but also level. Those below level 31 are outright rejected. Hence, it is crucial to elevate our levels to 30 within the remaining 3 dungeons. To be honest, Bai Tu acknowledged the difficulty. He required an additional 15 levels, and as one progresses, the required experience exponentially increases. The experience needed for those last 15 levels could potentially be 4 to 5 times greater than that for the first 15 levels. Let us directly opt for a level 3 dungeon. It offers the most resources, though it is somewhat perilous. The boss is a level 30 elite. But as long as we manage to level up to 20, we might stand a chance. Chen Yi nodded in agreement with Bai Tu's suggestion. While their duo would face some disadvantages, the experience distribution ratio would also be higher. Once they had deliberated, they promptly selected a level 3 dungeon known as Merman Beach. This dungeon had only seen a team enter an hour prior, thus its influence would be minimal. Upon confirming their choice, the 2 were instantaneously transported into the dungeon. As soon as they landed, they immediately summoned their sandstone warriors and skeleton soldiers, remaining alert. Level 3 dungeons featured larger terrains. Although they were still smaller than even the tiniest dimensional realms, they spanned thousands of square kilometers, with a more complete ecological system and richer resources. Dungeons were essentially semi-virtual worlds created by the Blue Diamond system, where various resources were predetermined. Professionals could find resources within, but could not extract any stones or weeds, as those inconsequential elements were mere figments of imagination. As soon as Chen Yi's sandstone warrior emerged, it immediately surveyed its surroundings with utmost caution. After several battles, it had developed an instinctive reaction. It was either taking blows or absorbing damage, as its master had entirely redefined its role as a frontline combatant. Bai Tu summoned Little Slave No. 1 and Hylic, while also conjuring several fully leveled skeleton soldiers to safeguard themselves. Little Slave No. 1, now at level 25, was accompanied by 5 skeletal archers, whose enhanced high-level status had maximized their combat capabilities. A volley of 5 arrows could easily overwhelm ordinary creatures below level 20, obliterating them in just 2 rounds of attack. Hylic had leveled up as well, reaching level 11, and its strength during a charge had escalated to a terrifying 69 points. At this juncture, few adventurers could withstand such force, unless they possessed skills or traits akin to Prince Lin's that could mitigate the impact. Bai Tu and Chun-Yi found themselves on a sandy beach, with the boundless ocean on one side and sparse trees on the other. Were it not for the various rocky cliffs obstructing the view, this dungeon would have seemed utterly desolate, consisting solely of sand and sea. The coastal merman was the most abundant creature in the dungeon, typically existing in tribal clusters, outnumbering goblins by a significant margin, with at least several hundred present. They had developed a rudimentary civilization, with levels generally around 12, weak, yet numerous, akin to a pack of wolves. Naturally, within the tribe, there existed formidable leaders, with many starting from level 20 at the very least. Let us proceed along the coastline. If we encounter a merman tribe, it will provide an excellent opportunity to gain experience, Bai Tu mused, leading Chun-Yi eastward along the shore, determined to confront the merman tribes rather than evade them. The sound of their footsteps on the sand was soothing, and rather than walking alongside Chun-Yi, Bai Tu climbed onto Hylik's skeletal steed, relishing the sea breeze. Though they had come to level up, he found himself feeling as if he were on a leisurely vacation, even contemplating a brief nap. Chun-Yi, emulating him, perched on the shoulder of the sandstone warrior, her height of 3 meters evoking a sense of exhilaration, but Bai Tu remained indifferent. Squinting his eyes and drifting into a drowsy state, Little Slave Number 1 and the other skeleton soldiers stood as vigilant sentinels, attentively monitoring their surroundings. It wasn't long before Little Slave Number 1 excitedly cracked its whip, having spotted several mermen peering cautiously from behind a distant sand dune. Hylik hesitated briefly before nudging Bai Tu awake. We've spotted mermen. Just ahead, by the dune. They must be merman sentinels, and a tribe is likely nearby. Chun-Yi had also noticed, prompting her to request the sandstone warrior to lower her to the ground. Bai Tu opened his eyes, and, peering into the distance, indeed saw several dark-hued humanoid creatures gazing at them, armed with wooden bows and spears. Merman sentinels. Capturing them should reveal the location of their tribe. After some contemplation, he commanded Little Slave Number 1 to initiate an attack, with the stipulation that they should not kill them. Although these merman sentinels seemed of little value, Bai Tu had devised a clever plan to minimize the trouble they would face in subsequent assaults. As dusk settled, at the entrance of the enormous merman tribe on the coastal reef, several guards clad in rudimentary seaweed shorts sat idly by, fishing. Suddenly, they noticed 5 patrolling mermen approaching, laboriously carrying a white skeletal frame, and hurried to assist. However, the 5 mermen paid them no heed, menacingly brandishing their weapons. The guards could only stand aside, watching as the sentinels bore the skeleton through the gates. Humph, what right do they have to be so arrogant? It's merely a skeleton they've scavenged, of no use to them. At best a trophy for their chief. One guard scoffed. Did you not see? They're all wounded. They were weak to begin with, yet now they dare act so proud. We'll find an opportunity to teach them a lesson soon. Yet, a flicker of doubt crept in. Where did they find that skeleton? It resembles us, but it appears significantly larger. Could they have encountered another tribe? The guards at the entrance began to speculate about the departing mermen, their low intelligence quickly yielding to conjectures, leading them to hurl insults at the sentinels. The guards, tasked with protecting the tribal base, had a natural aversion to those who ventured out for hunting and patrolling. A phenomenon of internal strife that had become increasingly pronounced with the advancement of civilization. After all, where there are people, there will inevitably be conflict. They've successfully infiltrated. Once it gets darker, we shall charge. Bai Tu whispered to Chun-Yi from behind a nearby hill, discussing their leveling strategy. He had refrained from allowing Little Slave No. 1 to kill the merman sentinels earlier precisely to facilitate their entry into the merman tribe. Bai Tu had seen a depiction of the tribe in a dungeon analysis, characterized by towering rock walls that soared 7 to 8 meters high and exceeded half a meter in thickness, resembling a fortress. An external assault would be nearly impossible. The optimal strategy was to breach from within. Little Slave Number 1, having enslaved the 5 merman sentinels, suppressed their ghostly flames to the weakest state. And under the guise of the merman slaves, they swaggered into the tribe's base, unnoticed by the guards at the entrance, who merely perceived the silent merman slaves as somewhat arrogant. However, any one of these merman slaves could easily overpower the level 12 guards with their level 25 prowess. Mermaid Sentinel, type, low-level monster, common, level, 12 attributes, strength 3, constitution 3, agility 5, intelligence 1 trait. Water breather, can breathe in water, speed significantly increased, skills, none. The 3rd-tier dungeon was distinctly different. Even the most ordinary merman grunts boasted a level cap of 12. And they were entirely maxed out, a power level directly comparable to the goblins in 1st-tier dungeons. This was why 3rd-tier dungeons offered abundant resources, with the overall level of monsters elevated by more than 1 tier. Skeleton units were unaffected by the night, gaining a significant advantage in nocturnal combat. And there was little need for the sandstone warrior to shield them. It would be prudent to switch to the more powerful Thunder Hunter for better experience acquisition. Although they were in a party, without engaging in combat, one could not gain experience, which is why Bai Tu decided against having Chun-Yi summon the Sandstone Warrior. Otherwise, he would likely claim over 90% of the experience. Chun-Yi, not one to be finicky, waved her hand to dismiss the Sandstone Warrior. But she did not immediately summon the Thunder Hunter, as its lightning-infused form would be too conspicuous at night. Summoning it now would undoubtedly draw attention akin to igniting a sun at midnight. Within the Merman tribe base, the Merman slaves entering through the gates were not heading directly toward the chieftain's palace. Bai Tu had instructed them to find a secluded corner to hide until nightfall, when they would sense Hylick's presence and then unlock the gate. Little slave number 1, a veteran skeleton who had fought alongside Bai Tu in 2 dungeons, had reached the highest level within Bai Tu's current ranks and possessed sufficient intelligence to comprehend Bai Tu's straightforward commands. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, it tugged on the skeletal chains binding the Merman slaves, leading them into a dark corner of the base, where the 5 mermen and 1 skeleton quietly huddled together, patiently awaiting the arrival of night. The sheer number of members in this Merman tribe is astonishing. Within a short span of time, over 100 have burrowed into their lair. Bai Tu's eyes sparkled as she observed below a series of Merman squads, each brandishing various items as they made their way to the tribe's base. These must be the Merman sentinels, venturing forth to forage for sustenance or patrol the vicinity. Yet, it struck her as peculiar that upon their earlier arrival, they had only encountered that one group of sentinels. Where had the others been lurking? Are you foolish? Merfolk. They wouldn't run onto land, would they? They'd end up like dried salted fish. Chun-Yi remarked, her tone laden with reproach. Bai Tu had indeed been fixating on trivialities. After all, merfolk were meant to dive into the water. The two engaged in a soft bickering while secretly observing the throngs of merfolk below, their hearts brimming with joy. Each of these creatures represented a wealth of experience. If they could eradicate the entire Merman tribe, they would each surely gain at least 5 levels. The twilight at the seaside lingered, the sky darkening slowly. Under the smooth, mirror-like surface of the sea reflecting the waning light, it was not until around midnight that the Merman guards returned to their base and secured the gates. Phew, finally back. Let us wait a bit longer, and when they are sound asleep, we shall make our move. Bai Tu mused. This bunch of stinky salted fish stayed up all night. It was no wonder they appeared so gaunt. Remember, don't stay up late, and refrain from excessive use of your hands, or you'll end up just like them. Bai Tu felt somewhat speechless at being critiqued. Setting aside whether their emaciated forms stemmed from their late hours, what did it have to do with her? As for her hand usage, it seemed like there was a misunderstanding. Sherlock, growing increasingly impatient, pranced forward, his skeletal hooves striking the ground silently. His mouth agape in a silent roar, clearly expressing his frustration. Enough with the flirtation, you two. My head is about to shatter. At the sound, Bai Tu turned to glance at the skeletal warhorse, noticing the rebellious flicker of ghostly flames in its eye sockets. It was evident that Sherlock held a certain degree of restraint over Bai Tu, yet there was little respect or allegiance to be found there. Sherlock tightened his bony claws, pulling on the reins of the skeletal horse, transmitting a stern warning through their soul connection. As Bai Tu's most loyal, or rather, the only one currently grasping the concept of loyalty, Sherlock was eager to avoid becoming a mere foot soldier. Nevertheless, Bai Tu paid little heed to the skeletal horse's sentiments. After all, it was merely a beast, akin to a pet dog, and one could hardly expect it to possess human-like intelligence. The skeletal warhorse seemed to grasp the disdainful look in Bai Tu's eyes, igniting its ire. Damn it, undead are not the same as living beings. Appearance matters little, the key lies in the flames of the eye sockets. Undead are classified by rank, not race. Did you not see my ghostly flames burning brighter than those of the skeletal warriors at your side? This time, Sherlock abandoned his sword and quickly embraced the skeletal warhorse, pleading, calm down. The master is not an undead. It is only reasonable that she does not comprehend these nuances. How can you bear to be angry with her? The skeletal warhorse was momentarily taken aback. Who are you cozying up to? Now that you have a master, you no longer need me, do you? Just yesterday in the graveyard, you swore eternal fidelity to those 4 corpses, and now you've forgotten them all. Bah! What a scoundrel! Chapter 35, The Ambush begins. Though Bai Tu possessed formidable mental strength and was the master of Sherlock, she could not fully grasp the intricate meanings behind Sherlock's thoughts. The esoteric nature of their soul communication was unlike the mental exchanges typical of elemental beings. And since Sherlock had yet to vocalize, their silent exchange offered little clarity. Fortunately, Bai Tu's intentions were still comprehensible to him. Otherwise, it would have been a futile endeavor. Bai Tu reiterated her plan to ambush the Merman tribe to Sherlock several times, ensuring he truly understood her intent before she could relax and await the passage of time. 3 hours later, the darkness deepened, rendering visibility nearly impossible even 5 meters away. In the depths of night, Bai Tu quietly opened her eyes. The moment had arrived. Let us proceed, Sherlock. The sound of hooves striking the sand echoed in the stillness of the night as Sherlock gripped his sword in one hand and the reins in the other, steadily advancing towards the Merman tribe. This would be his battlefield, the first step towards his ascendance. Once the battle commences, summon the Thunder Hunter to join the fray. We shall reap our rewards. Shun E nodded, her anticipation mirrored in her gaze as she watched Sherlock vanish into the distance. She had discerned the exceptional capabilities of Bai Tu's skeletal minions in the previous dungeon. After all, the ability to summon various types of skeletons with a single skill was no small feat. Thankfully, Bai Tu had not contemplated concealing this from her. Phew. In a corner of the Merman tribe's encampment, the ghostly flames in Little Slave No. 1's eye sockets suddenly flared to life, casting an unusually bright glow in the dim night. It sensed Sherlock's soul fluctuations nearby. The moment of its master's plan had arrived. Instantly, it grasped the skeletal chains and roused the heavily slumbering Merman slaves, cautiously leading them out of their hiding spot. This was the time when humans were most prone to drowsiness. Under the flickering candlelight, aside from a few scattered Merman sentinels on watch, the rest had retreated into their abodes. The sentinels, perhaps overly trusting in the sturdy walls, or perhaps having never encountered a formidable foe, dozed off atop their high platforms. Little Slave No. 1 silently chuckled, guiding the Merman slaves towards the entrance. With a few swift strikes, they easily dispatched the Merman foot soldiers obstructing their path and disengaged the mechanism securing the gates. The sound of chains clanking in the quiet night seemed jarringly loud, causing the drowsy Merman guards to groggily lift their heads towards the gate, only to be met with the sight of several Merman sentinels and a towering skeleton. What is going on? One of the guards nudged his companion, still dazed and unable to grasp the situation at hand. His companion, however, jolted awake, slapping him on the head. It's an enemy attack, you fool. Immediately reaching for the conch shell hanging from his chest, he blew into it with all his might. The sharp, piercing sound instantly reverberating throughout the entire Merman tribe. Chaos erupted, and from the various quarters of the encampment came a cacophony of shouts and curses. The Merman captains recognized the sound as the alarm of an enemy assault and hurriedly rallied their subordinates. Little Slave No. 1 wasted no time. Two of the Merman slaves wielded bows and immediately aimed at the alerted guards atop the tower. The arrows whistled through the air with ferocity, embedding themselves into wooden structures, their tremendous force causing the tail feathers to quiver incessantly. The Merman guards, in a state of panic, lowered their heads and beheld the arrows before them. A sense of familiarity washing over them. Aren't these the arrows from our tribe? Those invaders, are they the sentinels? Have they betrayed the tribe? A wave of foreboding surged within them as they gazed down at the tumultuous encampment. The Merman guards and sentinels represented the tribe's primary military forces. While the guards were more familiar with the encampment and knew all the critical positions, if the sentinels turned against the Merman leader and launched an internal assault, the guards would undoubtedly struggle to withstand the onslaught. Quickly, informed the chief. Several Merman guards, believing they held the key to the tribe's survival, scrambled down from the high tower, during which time, the two Merman slaves failed to hit them even once. Such lackluster marksmanship infuriated Little Slave No. 1. Had there been skeletal archers present, none of those Merman guards would have escaped. After all, these Merman slaves were not skeletons, in the dimness of the night. Merely spotting the silhouettes was a feat in itself. The fishmen appeared to harbor a profound aversion to the flicker of flames. The entire encampment featured but a solitary fire pit situated at a considerable distance. Even when the alarm sounded, they gathered in the shadows, refraining from brandishing many torches for illumination. As the massive gate creaked open halfway, revealing the bony legs of skeletal steeds, a throng of guards and sentinels swiftly amassed, surging forth in a dark tide. No. 1 immediately positioned the fishman slaves in front of the entrance, adhering to its master's strategy, determined to hold the line until Hylic could burst through. Crack! The whip lashed fiercely against the fishman slaves, and with a flick of the wrist, No. 1 directed them to unleash a cacophony of incomprehensible roars. 3 of them brandished spears while 2 others readied bows, their arrows aimed squarely at the fishman forces. The captain of the fishman guards, upon witnessing the so-called intruders, 5 fishman sentinels, and a solitary skeleton, was instantly consumed by rage. What treachery is this? Sentinel, your men have betrayed the chief. The fishman sentinel captain's countenance darkened as his thoughts spiraled into disarray. He longed to refute the accusation. Yet the reality before him was undeniable. These were indeed his subordinates. Captain, that group of sentinels has defected. Before he could formulate a response, several fishman guards stationed atop the platform rushed over, breathless and shouting. The guards swiftly turned their spears towards the sentinels, maintaining a cautious distance, while the sentinels stared blankly at their captain, bewildered. Betraying the chief? When did the captain issue such orders? Moreover, why would we betray the chief in the first place? Guards, lay down your weapons. This is all a misunderstanding. Yet before the sentinel captain could finish his plea, an arrow was loosed from the hands of a fishman slave, aimed directly at the fishman guard captain. The shot was akin to a spark igniting a powder keg. It mattered not who struck the match, for it was destined to explode. The guard captain immediately launched himself at the sentinel captain with a fierce thrust, prompting his fellow guards to follow suit. Naturally, the sentinel captain and his men could not simply await their demise. They retaliated with equal fervor, and soon, chaos ensued. Number 1 observed the tumultuous clash between the two factions with a sense of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend how the enemy had turned upon itself. The massive gate was finally raised, and Hylik tightened his grip on the cleaver, ready to charge forth. However, the ensuing melee nearly caused him to stumble. Casting a glance at the perplexed Number 1, Hylik hesitated momentarily before deciding to plunge through the gate as per his master's plan, disregarding everything else. Now that he had breached the entrance and laid eyes upon the enemy, his subsequent task was crystal clear. With this thought solidified in his mind, Hylik instructed Number 1 to step aside, the skeletal steed taking a heavy step before dashing into the fray. Chapter 36, The Nighttime Melee. The skeletal steed bore Hylik into the throng of fishmen like a colossal white beast, and the charge was executed with ferocity, sending fishmen sprawling in all directions, crashing against walls or rooftops. Some were violently propelled back, blood gushing forth, while others met their demise with broken limbs or worse. All the experience gained was accrued solely by Hylik. Though the foes were not particularly formidable, his own level had just reached 11, and with a single engagement, he ascended to level 12. The sudden onslaught caught the fishmen off guard, inciting further wrath from the fishman guard captain, for Hylik's attacks were directed precisely at his subordinates. Sentinel, you've hidden your capabilities well. The guard captain wielded greater strength than the sentinel captain, his spear crashing down heavily. The sentinel captain dared not withstand the blow, rolling aside just in time, but a hapless sentinel behind him was struck in the head, instantly splitting like a ripe melon. As the sentinel captain's fury escalated, his attacks grew more vicious, prompting those around him to hastily evade, fearful of collateral damage. While the two engaged in their furious duel, Hylik seized the opportunity. The ordinary fishman foot soldiers were no match for him, falling before his blades with ease. A few steps back and another charge sent yet more enemies sprawling. Before Bai Tu could even reach the gate, Hylik inexplicably leveled up. What on earth is happening in there? Why are they attacking each other? Bai Tu lamented, observing the fishmen as they inflicted damage upon themselves. Come on, hurry up. The experience is about to explode. Seeing the fishmen battle amongst themselves, Bai Tu felt a pang of sympathy. Such experience was a precious commodity, squandered in their internecine struggle. Chun-Yi promptly conjured the Thunder Hunter, donning it with the true spirit armor, and joined the fray. The Thunder Hunter, an elemental construct resembling a human but lacking a lower half, hovered in the air, crackling with unstable blue lightning, clad in armor and armed with a bow, serving as a ranged attacker. The crackling thunder and blinding flashes of lightning attracted the fishmen's attention. Before they could ascertain the source of this newcomer, the Thunder Hunter released a bolt of lightning. It arced through the air towards the chaotic fishmen. Many attempted to dodge, but with hundreds crammed into a narrow passageway flanked by buildings, there was nowhere to escape. In the horrified gaze of the crowd, the lightning arrow tore through dozens of fishmen, carving a bloody path. The aftermath was catastrophic. Shredded fishmen burst forth like snowflakes, cascading onto their comrades, creating a scene of sheer horror. What in the world is happening? The Thunder Hunter's overwhelming assault finally drew the attention of the fishman chief. Initially unconcerned by the chaos outside, he believed his robust defenses would safeguard him. Even if an enemy did attack, his sentinels and guards could easily handle the situation. However, the sudden thunderclap reverberating through the palace jolted him upright. What kind of foe wields lightning? Such an adversary is undoubtedly formidable. He hastily donned his armor, seized his weapon, and gathered several fishmen elders and warriors to rush to the gate. The outer fishmen were stunned by the Thunder Hunter's onslaught, while those in the inner sanctum remained oblivious, still embroiled in their conflict. Furiously, the fishman chief seized two combatants, their feeble forms dwarfed by his towering stature of nearly 3 meters. Chief, what on earth are you doing? He glanced left and right, bewildered to find his own men battling one another. Why are you fighting amongst yourselves? Ignoring their explanations, he flung them aside and bellowed, commanding silence from the assembled fishmen. As the sentinel and guard captains saw their chief emerge, they scrambled to report, but they had paused. Hylik and the Thunder Hunter, however, did not relent, continuing their relentless assault, one charging, the other firing arrows, systematically dispatching numerous fishmen. Bai Tu also switched Number 1's bowman slave, converting the 5 fishman slaves that had infiltrated the fishman tribe into experience points. After all, the ranged output of the skeletal archers far surpassed that of the fishman sentinels. The fishmen, in a state of panic, struggled to withstand Hylik's onslaught. Yet, their strongest fighters barely reached level 12, while Hylik, now a level 14 chief unit, was far beyond the capabilities of these rank-and-file soldiers. In the midst of the crowd, Sherlock wielded his colossal blade with the precision of a seasoned harvester, executing a relentless flurry of strikes that matched the efficiency of the Thunder Hunter. Outside, Bai Tu and Chun-Yi observed, shielded by several skeletal warriors and the protection of Number 1, their safety assured. Given the limited intellect of the fishmen, it was unlikely they would grasp the strategic principle of capturing the king before the thieves. The fishman leader emerged, appearing significantly weaker. Bai Tu focused his attention on the surrounded leader, activating a reconnaissance scan that unveiled his details. Fishman leader. Type, low-level monster leader. Level, 25. Attributes, Strength 22, Constitution 16. Agility 17, Intelligence 5. Characteristics, Overturned water. Skills, Salty fish charge. As a level 25 leader-type creature, with a cumulative attribute score of 60, his overall strength, while slightly inferior to that of the black-maned sawtooth tiger, was still formidable for a non-boss entity. Chun-Yi glanced at him with curiosity, noting the absence of any reconnaissance equipment. This mask possesses reconnaissance abilities akin to standard scouting tools, albeit it was crafted by the oft-loathed Lu Go. Impressive, isn't it? It certainly is, adding another mask slot. But what about mine? You didn't want him in the team, so of course, you don't have one. Yet you just acknowledged that he is decent. Why not accept it? Having an extra ally could alleviate the burdens of logistics. Chun-Yi pouted, clarifying that her earlier compliment referred to the mask, not to Lu Go. Fine, it doesn't matter. He won't join the dungeon anyway. As long as he doesn't bother me during his free time. I detest bookish types who incessantly chatter nearby. Compared to Lu Go, you might just be the quintessential chatterbox. With a smile that belied her inner mischief, Bai Tu turned her gaze back to the battlefield, where the fishmen appeared to finally be organizing a defense. After hearing the words of the scout captain and the guard captain, the fishman leader reprimanded them with a few sharp slaps, an instance of infighting. Witnessing the true enemy slaughtering his kin, the leader rallied his subordinates to repel the invaders. With a fierce shout, he charged forward, targeting the Thunder Hunter, whose bizarre appearance and dangerous aura posed the greatest threat to his tribe. Be careful. The fishman leader is coming. He possesses commendable attributes and a piercing skill. Let us keep our distance. Bai Tu quickly led Chun-Yi back 100 meters, ensuring they remained undetected by the fishmen. Both the Thunder Hunter and Sherlock were capable of autonomous combat, requiring minimal intervention from them. This is the comfort of being a summoner. There is no need to grapple with spellcasting logic or endure the rigors of melee combat. Just keep a low profile, grasp the dynamics of the battlefield, and serve as a mere talisman. Chapter 37. Why are you pursuing me? The Thunder Hunter noticed the approaching fishman leader and swiftly adjusted its aim, unleashing an arrow without hesitation. The essence of the Thunder Hunter and the Sandstone Warrior is rooted in an elemental spirit. It typically manifested in the form of the Sandstone Warrior, enduring blows rather than delivering them. Now, as the Thunder Hunter, it reveled in the exhilarating rush of effortlessly claiming numerous fishmen lives. Thus, upon sighting the fishman leader, it instinctively drew an arrow and released it. Only when the arrow was loosed did it realize this fishman was unlike the others it had just slain. The fishman leader sneered as blue vapor coalesced and spiraled around his spear, resembling a rotating drill bit. He deftly evaded the arrow, transforming into a streak of light that lunged towards the Thunder Hunter. It was no wonder the leader chose to target the Thunder Hunter instead of the nearest Sherlock or the nearby number 1. The Thunder Hunter's crackling lightning not only illuminated the night like a brilliant bulb, but also created incessant noise, making it an eyesore for the environmentally conscious fishmen, who yearned to eliminate such a nuisance. Salty fish charge. In mere seconds, the fishman leader traversed 100 meters, weaving past a throng of his kin, and thrust his spear fiercely at the Thunder Hunter's chest. With a sudden screech, the Thunder Hunter instinctively grasped the spear, but the overwhelming force propelled its hand forward, crashing into its chest and piercing through its armor. Only then did it realize that it was currently in a ranged form. Lacking the strength and resilience of the Sandstone Warrior, close combat was not its domain. However, the Thunder Hunter's initial misjudgment, compounded by subsequent errors, left it cornered by the fishman leader, with no opportunity to create distance, forced to endure the blows. MMP, that familiar sensation. Trouble. The Thunder Hunter had been engaged in close quarters. From afar, Chun-Yi, unable to fully discern the battle, sensed the injuries afflicting the Thunder Hunter and grew anxious. The true spirit's might primarily augments mental power, enhancing damage attributes, yet the ornate defensive armor it wore was as thin as parchment, offering little protection. If the fishman leader closed in, it would likely be obliterated within minutes, transforming into elemental consciousness, ensnared in a 12-hour cooldown. Bai Tu sensed the escalating predicament and attempted to summon Sherlock for assistance, but the distance rendered her soul link hazy and slow to react. Sherlock vaguely felt Bai Tu's call, redirecting his mount upon witnessing the Thunder Hunter being pummeled by the fishman leader. However, the skeletal warhorse encountered an unexpected distraction. Before him stood several familiar fishman elders, their green faces and sharp teeth starkly contrasting with the surrounding dark, murky fishmen. This resemblance evoked memories of the 4 corpses discarded in the graveyard, and, coincidentally, there were precisely 4 before him, coupled with Bai Tu's earlier soul disturbance. The skeletal warhorse was consumed by rage. Was this a sign that its master's master had been taken away? The skeletal warhorse pivoted, charging fiercely towards the fishman elders. Sherlock, bewildered, questioned the sudden shift from aiding the Thunder Hunter to plunging into the tribe's depths. In vain did he attempt to communicate with the warhorse, which ignored him entirely, barreling towards the startled fishmen elders. Protect the elders. Nearby fishmen warriors leaped into action, brandishing their swords, only to be sent flying by the warhorse's charge. Yet, their strength surpassed that of ordinary fishmen warriors, allowing them to roll upon landing and sustain only minor injuries. Though Sherlock found the warhorse's behavior perplexing, he pressed on with his charge, swinging his blade at the adjacent fishmen warriors, dispatching them with ease. Reminiscent of toppling an entire fishman kindergarten, these fishmen were utterly diminutive and feeble compared to him. Their spears fell short of reaching his height. And while some astutely targeted the skeletal warhorse, the slender spear tips struggled to penetrate its delicate bones. The elder of the fishmen, in a state of panic, sought refuge. For they possessed little combat prowess and were primarily tasked with various records and administrative duties within the fishman tribe. Their only skill, a healing ability, likened them to a healer, yet whether it was Sherlock, little slave number 1, or the distant thunder hunter who was currently under siege, each attack was executed with such ferocity that it left no room for the fishman elder to contemplate a rescue. Even if he dared to intervene, the majority of the fallen fishmen would not afford them the opportunity to act. The fishman healer was no match for the celestial avengers, lacking any resurrection abilities. Around them, the fishmen, now aware of the dire situation, hastily gathered to shield the elder. However, upon witnessing Sherlock sever the heads of several fishman sentinels in one swift stroke, they promptly turned to flee. Protecting the elder was indeed a duty, but it was contingent upon preserving their own lives. The skeletal warhorse, gathering its strength, charged once more, the fleeing fishmen parting before it, creating a path for its assault. This time, it did not falter, crashing directly into a fishman elder. The aged healer, unable to react in time to heal himself, was propelled into the inky darkness, followed by a chilling scream, as Sherlock ascended to level 16. The fishman warriors erupted in fury. Their duty was to safeguard the fishman elder, yet one of their own had just been ruthlessly dispatched before their very eyes. Outrageous. The fishman warriors immediately besieged Sherlock, wielding unique skills unlike those of ordinary fishman fighters, such as this salty fish curved blade, which was particularly suited for ambushes and high-intensity combat. Even when faced with the ineffective spear attacks against the skeletal unit, their long blades could still unleash considerable lethality. Perceiving the imminent danger, Sherlock swiftly wielded his weapon to repel the encroaching fishman warriors. He possessed only a single skill, grapple charge, which was entirely bound to his character traits, meaning his strength relied heavily on the skeletal warhorse. He was, at best, an intelligent ornament. With the fishman warriors leading the charge, the scattered fishman sentinels and guards finally regrouped, brandishing their spears as they advanced towards Sherlock. On a traditional battlefield, spears and polearm soldiers would undoubtedly counter cavalry, but this was no ordinary battleground, and the skeletal warhorse was no ordinary steed. After retreating a few paces, the skeletal warhorse, undeterred by death, launched into another charge. The fishman warriors shouted loudly, urging their fellow fishmen to brace their spears. Nearly 100 fishmen formed a spear formation, doubting that this four-legged skeleton could break through. They feared the outcome would see them skewered like a porcupine. Yet, the skeletal warhorse was no ordinary skeleton. It was a rebellious steed that dared to confront the formidable Bai Tu. As it approached the spear formation, it leapt suddenly, vaulting over the fishmen and landing upon 3 fishmen elders who were retreating in trepidation. This maneuver caught all the fishmen off guard. As the skeletal warhorse neared the elders, the grapple determination activated. Unsurprisingly, the determination succeeded, and the 3 elders were forcefully hurled backward, their trajectory meeting the unforgiving ground. With a splatter of blood and dismembered limbs flying through the air, the fishmen elders were crushed as if struck by a colossal hammer, amalgamating into a grotesque mass. Their screams stifled before they could escape their lips. In an instant, Sherlock leveled up to 17. Chapter 38, Fishing Up a Brother Fish. The footsteps of the charging fishman warriors came to an abrupt halt. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the shapeless corpses on the ground. The elder they had fought to protect had perished in such a brutal manner. Moreover, this peculiar four-legged skeleton was astonishingly formidable. They stood frozen in shock, yet Sherlock showed no signs of pausing. After dispatching the fishman elder, he turned and swung his weapon again, felling the surrounding fishmen, converting them into experience points. Even the fishman warriors found it increasingly difficult to persist. Although their attacks had some effect on Sherlock, the sheer power of his assaults was overwhelming. Though they could wear him down, it would come at a tremendous cost in casualties. No one wished to perish at the forefront. The fleeing fishmen attempted to escape through the entrance, but before they could make significant progress, they were systematically targeted by little slave number 1, whose bone arrows mercilessly pierced their skulls. The remaining survivors could only turn toward a spacious pond in the center, several meters wide. The entire fishman tribe was situated upon a coral island, with the central pond connecting to the sea. Once they leaped into the pond and fled into the ocean, the fishmen harbored no fear of any adversary. Under the influence of the overturned water trait, their speed was astonishing. Sherlock pursued them and ultimately confronted the Fishman chief. At that moment, the Fishman chief found himself in a precarious position. He had initially intended to swiftly eliminate the Thunder Hunter and then deal with the skeleton behind. However, he was taken aback by the durability of this shimmering creature, having expended considerable effort without managing to slay it. The Thunder Hunter, cradling its head, endured the relentless assault, having accumulated experience through the beating, secure in the knowledge that it would not perish, protecting its head from being crushed. It occasionally retaliated with bolts of lightning to vex its foe, thinking, "Ah, you simply cannot kill me." From a distance, Sherlock, mounted on the skeletal warhorse, gathered momentum and initiated the grapple charge, accompanied by the thunderous sound of hooves, gallantly surging towards the Fishman chief. The chief, upon hearing the commotion, glanced back with apprehension, only to find his remaining subordinates scattered and few in number, while several skeletons nearby were gleefully drawing their bows, shooting arrows with great enthusiasm. Roaring with fury, the Fishman chief surveyed the desolate camp, filled with rage. His massive form twisted midair, emitting a bone-chilling, guttural growl. His towering figure darkened further, akin to ink threatening to seep from his being. With this transformation came an overwhelming aura of intimidation, a signature display of his authority as the Fishman chief, effectively stirring fear within his foes. However, facing three adversaries, aside from the battered Thunder Hunter, neither Sherlock nor Little Slave Number 1 knew the meaning of fear. Their movements did not waver. On the contrary, they accelerated as Sherlock charged fiercely at the Fishman chief. The chief, unprepared for such unyielding resolve, steeled himself and raised his spear in defense. The clash was thunderous. The strength determination succeeded, and Sherlock, at level 18, overwhelmed the Fishman chief with threefold might, sending him hurtling away. After tumbling through the air several times, the chief staggered upon landing, immediately feeling intense pain coursing through his limbs. Despite having braced with his arms, the force had bizarrely radiated throughout his entire body, leaving even his legs in agony. At this moment, the Thunder Hunter finally dared to lift its head, gazing at the Fishman chief in the distance. It swiftly knocked an arrow, only to realize that its bow had long since been shattered by the chief's earlier strikes. After dispatching the fishmen within the tribe, Little Slave Number 1 emerged, accompanied by skeletal archers, who promptly aimed their arrows at the Fishman chief. Infuriated, the Fishman chief swung his spear, knocking aside the incoming arrows. Yet, the formidable force behind each projectile caused him to flinch. Astonished that these seemingly inconspicuous skeletons wielded such power, no wonder they could easily slay his subordinates. Clearly, these three were no ordinary foes. Seeing Sherlock prepare to charge once more, the Fishman chief leapt into the water, confident that once submerged, these three would not stand a chance against him. Thunder! Chun-Yi shouted, commanding the Thunder Hunter to leap into the water as well. Splash! A deafening thunderclap erupted amidst the ocean waves, arcs of electricity leaping and crawling up the body of the Fishman chief, leaving him trembling uncontrollably. On land, his speed was unmatched, and the Thunder Hunter, without the use of arrows, had a limited attack range that rendered him nearly untouchable. However, once submerged in the water, the Thunder Hunter could unleash his electrical power from a distance, allowing the surging waves to carry the lightning directly to the Fishman chief. The chief, convulsing from the electric shock, found his body rigidly floating on the surface, unable to dive, and panic surged through him as he hastily activated his dried fish charge skill, yearning to plunge into the depths. If he could just reach the water, he would be safe. At that moment, all thoughts of further combat fled from his mind. Survival was his only concern. Yet, before he could make his move, the sound of chains rattling echoed ominously in his ears, akin to the whispers of a demon, sending shivers down his spine. A sudden tightness around his waist ensued as he was hoisted up into the air. Little Slave Number 2, witnessing the Fishman chief ensnared, felt a surge of joy. How could he have managed to hook such a prominent unit so effortlessly? Be cautious, he may escape. Sherlock, attack him immediately. Despite being ensnared, the Fishman chief was not enslaved, although his level cap was indeed beneath that of the skeleton slave master. The latter being an elite unit while he was a chief unit afforded him the intrinsic ability to resist the shackles of servitude. Observing his inability to be enslaved, Little Slave Number 2 quickly produced additional chains, binding the chief's neck, legs, and arms tightly, rendering him akin to a zongzi, barely able to move, let alone struggle. At that moment, Number 1 and Sherlock arrived. With a swift swing of his cleaver, Sherlock delivered a fatal blow to the Fishman chief's head, sending him to his demise. Instantly, Sherlock leveled up, achieving level 19, while the other combatants, Numbers 1 and 2, also gained significant experience. Bai Tu exhaled in relief. When the Fishman chief had leaped into the water, he had feared the creature would escape, which would have been a considerable loss. To his surprise, Chun-Yi reacted with remarkable swiftness, prompting the Thunder Hunter to dive in and thwart the Fishman chief's escape. Bai Tu had successfully reached level 19 and was on the cusp of level 20, while Chun-Yi lagged slightly behind at level 18. having been thoroughly pummeled by the Fishman chief and thus deprived of the opportunity to farm monsters. Damn it, you surpassed me again, Chun-Yi grumbled, watching the Thunder Hunter clamber ashore, feeling like merely a summoned creature while Bai Tu commanded an impressive array of units, making it impossible for her to keep pace with his leveling speed. Fear not, your efforts in slaying the chief were invaluable. There are still plenty of straggling fish left. All yours to claim, and it should be sufficient for you to level up, Bai Tu said reassuringly, casually picking up the loot dropped by the Fishman chief. Steel spear. Equipment quality, artisan crafted. Equipment type, weapon. Equipment requirement, strength 5. Equipment effect, 2 strength, 3 agility, 10 penetration. It was an ordinary artisan weapon, of no use to either of them, while the remaining items were mere common materials, intended for crafting, which Bai Tu collected to later assist Lu Gu. The fishmen had all jumped into the water, but they could not linger there for long, and would soon resurface. I'll have the skeleton soldiers guard the shoreline. Should they spot you, make haste to the surface, Bai Tu instructed as he secured the coastline for Chun-Yi, before leading Sherlock. Numbers 1 and 2 into the tribe to collect corpses and dropped materials. Hundreds of bodies awaited them, a bountiful harvest indeed. Chapter 39, The Skeleton Painter. How many Fishman tribes could there possibly be? If we continue this strategy, conservatively speaking, each tribe could yield a 3-level increase. If I conquer 5 tribes, wouldn't it be effortless to reach level 30? As dawn broke, the sun rose over the horizon, casting a crimson hue over the Fishman tribe, while the tide washed away the bloodstains on the ground. Bai Tu and Chun-Yi sat atop the high walls, gazing out over the ocean, the fatigue from their night of toil settling heavily upon them. Casting a glance at a few fishmen still struggling in the water, Bai Tu yawned deeply. Had it not been for aiding Chun-Yi in leveling up, his skeleton archers would have dispatched these fishmen without issue. The Thunder Hunter's dazzling appearance would deter any fishman from approaching. There can't be that many. At most, there are 3 fishman tribes in this dungeon, with the remainder being wild beasts. We cannot reach those in the ocean. It is too perilous. As for the inland areas, they are too scattered. Once we clear the fishman tribes, we can depart. Leveling also requires strategy, rather than exhausting oneself in a single dungeon for minimal rewards. It would be prudent to swiftly transition to another dungeon to acquire readily obtainable experience. Dungeons are finite, and those already rated yield little of value. After a brief conversation with Chun-Yi, Bai Tu could no longer resist and retreated to the Fishman Chief's palace for a short rest, feeling secure under the protection of Sherlock and the others. By noon, the sun hung high in the sky, and the alluring aroma of cooked fish roused Bai Tu from his slumber. Delicious. I didn't realize you could grill fish. Not bad, though a bit charred. Did you bring any seasoning? Bai Tu seized a grilled fish and took a hearty bite, although it was somewhat unpalatable. Having something to digest in his empty stomach felt immensely satisfying. No, if you like it, you can have it all, Chun-Yi replied, a bit embarrassed. Pushing the grilled fish in front of her towards Bai Tu, somewhat perplexed, took another bite, only to see a grilled fish fall from the sky, landing with a thud before him. Turning around, he saw the Thunder Hunter vigorously battling the fishmen in the water, occasionally sending grilled fish flying from the depths. Ugh, this thing can't possibly be a fishman, right? Bai Tu felt a wave of nausea. While fishmen were indeed fish, they were also humanoid. Of course not. But do you think the fish produced by the Thunder Hunter is fit for consumption? Chun-Yi quickly waved her hands. Had they been fishmen, she would never allow Bai Tu to eat them. Hearing her words, Bai Tu sighed in relief and continued to eat. His demeanor relaxed as he remarked, grilled fish is grilled fish. Whether electric or fire-cooked, they're essentially the same. Isn't your electric grill also powered by electricity? Why discriminate against it? In fact, it's cleaner than fire. Chun-Yi found this reasoning quite persuasive and took a piece for herself, savoring a bite. Bai Tu calmly tossed the fish aside, spitting out the meat in his mouth as he rose to leave. Bai Tu, you scoundrel. It's still raw. There's blood in it. Chun-Yi's furious shout echoed behind him, but Bai Tu had already run off. I mentioned that electric cooking is clean and sanitary, but I never claimed it would cook thoroughly. It's only fair to share good food with everyone. The time spent battling had not been as lengthy as the cleanup, and by nightfall, they had finally dealt with all the fleeing fishmen and collected all the spoils from the tribe. Bai Tu's backpack was nearly bursting at the seams. Most of the contents were materials, with only a few pieces of equipment, and those were hardly worth anything. Dungeons typically yielded low-level materials, with only bosses capable of dropping special items. It was evident how fortunate Bai Tu had been when he defeated the goblin sorcerer, obtaining a robe and a skill stone. It was akin to pulling a gold card from a lone draw, and that too without any stacking. As night fell, the two continued along the coastline. Bai Tu's bounty plentiful. Within the skeleton graveyard lay hundreds of corpses, with the fishmen being decomposed by the negative energy Bai Tu infused, continuously emanating dark energy to elevate the skeleton's levels. Only the fishman warriors, fishman elders, and the fishman chieftain were worthy of his attention for opening blind boxes. How infuriating. A skeletal warrior had unexpectedly emerged. Bai Tu, in his disappointment, struck the skull steed's head repeatedly, entirely oblivious to the flickering ghostly flames within its eye sockets. It would be more appropriate to curse Mada, for the third party had usurped my position, all the while exchanging glances with him. Who truly understands the pain of the skeletal steed? Zylok awkwardly attempted to soothe the skeletal horse, though it was not his place to take charge of the household. Meanwhile, Shun-E reclined against the shoulder of the sandstone warrior, comfortably basking in the sea breeze, lulled into a drowsy stupor beneath the protection of the warrior's armor. Bai Tu, undeterred by misfortune, extracted the corpse of the fishman chieftain, knowing that the act of opening blind boxes was akin to gambling. One could easily become ensnared in its allure, losing all sense of caution. However, Bai Tu's circumstances were unique. The mutation rate for skeletons remained constant, regardless of his level, a mere one chance, which could be elevated to 2 when all the accumulated ghostly energy was invested. It would be far more prudent to convert the skeletons outside of combat, where no ghostly energy was expended, in hopes of capturing a mutated specimen. If a formidable mutated skeleton were to manifest, his skeletal army would instantly gain tremendous strength. Moreover, with a limited amount of ghostly energy in the early stages, the recovery would be swift, thereby accelerating the conversion rate. Once his ghostly energy was replenished, Bai Tu first wiped his hands with a piece of fabric from Zylok's armor, then greeted the myriad of deities and demons in the sky before resolutely channeling all his ghostly energy into the body of the fishman chieftain. The surrounding circle of skeletal warriors and archers had grown accustomed to such occurrences, with only the slightly more intelligent number 2 watching the spectacle in a daze. The terrifying ghostly energy was manipulated at will by its aerial master, directly infusing the corpse, thereby creating a variety of skeletons. The master was akin to a skeletal king, a creator of the divine. Though lacking in intellect, it was the first skeleton to revere Bai Tu as its faith. As the ghostly energy swiftly converged into the corpse, an oddly shaped little skeleton emerged. Had he succeeded? Bai Tu was initially filled with surprise, but upon seeing its diminutive form, he wondered if it resembled the useless skeletons akin to skeleton stalkers. Not only was it short, barely a meter tall, but it was also draped in a tattered triangular cloth, wielding a brush instead of a weapon. Was it here to amuse him? A barbecue brush supplier? Yet, upon opening its information panel, Bai Tu discovered that it was, surprisingly, a mid-tier elite unit. Skeleton painter. Level, 132, elite. Attributes, strength 1, body 1, agility 1, precision 4. Summoning value, 3 points. Ghostly energy, 150 points, 2. Special trait, magical painting, capable of applying magical effects to the bodies of skeleton units through unique designs, with each individual possessing distinct painting skills. Skills, attack painting. Enhances skeleton units' attack power by 1. Increases level by 1 for every 3 points of spirit. Maximum level is 10. At maximum level, painting effects can be stacked. An auxiliary skeleton unit, adept at applying designs to its kind. With the aid of its special trait, Bai Tu instantly grasped the skeleton's capabilities. In simple terms, it was akin to tattooing skeleton units, where the patterns could enhance attack, defense, speed, and other attributes. This was indeed a treasure, directly amplifying the overall strength of his skeletons. Bai Tu was elated. A 10 increase in attack power upon reaching maximum level was quite commendable, especially when his staff merely enhanced defense by 15, and that required him to equip it and actively release its power. He promptly instructed the skeleton painter to experiment on a skeletal warrior, and soon the brush in its hand was brutally swiping across the skeletal warrior, resulting in red lines of a thumb's width appearing on its body, forming peculiar patterns. It looked rather cool, thankfully not in fluorescent colors, otherwise, it would be far too glaring at night. Chapter 40, Lin Fengyu's team. While Bai Tu and Shun-E were journeying under a starlit sky, several dozen kilometers ahead, a massive fishman tribe was gathering a team of professionals, led by none other than the beautiful Lin Fengyu, with whom Bai Tu had once crossed paths. However, she no longer exuded her former vigor. Fatigue clouded her eyes, her makeup was smudged, and her expression was as gloomy as stagnant water. The team members surrounding her sat with their heads bowed, engulfed in silence. They had been assaulting the fishman tribe for an entire day. Despite her heavy armored mechanic's formidable firepower breaching the gates multiple times and slaying several fishmen, the chieftain and most of the fishmen had consistently evaded capture, diving into the water to escape. Utilizing their innate racial traits, they had even counterattacked, leaving the entire team in a state of disarray. Alas, it had been a mistake to attempt the assassination of the fishman chieftain. Failing to eliminate him had only allowed him to grow wiser. Now surrounded by a cadre of fishmen elders and warriors, the shadow assassin, Yu Chung and the team expressed some regret. He had infiltrated the fishman tribe with the intent to assassinate the chieftain, only for his blade to inadvertently slice into the chieftain's carotid artery, allowing the fishman elders to drag him back from the brink of death. The fishman chieftain, having narrowly escaped, immediately rallied all the fishman warriors, impeding their attacks significantly. And whenever they posed even the slightest threat, they would vanish into the water. The pond in the center of the tribe was a dilemma. They could neither guard it nor abandon it. If they chose to guard it, the fishmen would launch various surprise attacks, their speed amplified by the water flow trait, rendering them nearly unstoppable. If they released it, the fishmen would emerge from the pond, reclaiming the tribe. This chaotic back and forth had persisted for an entire day and night, resulting in the team barely leveling up once. In a 6-person team, embarking on such a dungeon was intended to farm the fishman tribe, with 3 tribes. Each member could easily gain over 5 levels. Furthermore, they could also encounter special monsters, such as those from the inland sea, which they could farm as well. The advantage of numbers meant they could forge ahead without fear of any adversary. Yet, they found themselves unexpectedly stalled at the fishman tribe. Lin Fengyu was plagued by headaches. This was their 3rd dungeon, and she had reached level 19, while the others were mostly at level 17, not far from level 25. Yet their target was at least level 28. If this dungeon could yield a 5-level increase, the subsequent 2 dungeons would surely allow them to achieve level 28 without issue. Otherwise, the pressure would be immense. The team leader, Wang Zili, had mandated that they must be able to accompany the first team into the same academy. Previously, she had not perceived this as a daunting task, but upon reaching the 3rd dungeon, it suddenly felt overwhelming. They brainstormed collectively, contemplating any viable strategies. For if none could be devised, they would have to abandon this fishman tribe and continue searching for the next one. Yu Cheng hesitated before suggesting, "What if I attempt another assassination? If the fishman chieftain is slain, chaos will ensue among them, and we could benefit from the ensuing turmoil." Too perilous, countered Light Priestess Zhuo Xiaoxin, shaking her head in disapproval of his reckless proposal. Assassins are the sharp blades of reconnaissance and assassination. Using the same tactic in the same place once is sufficient. If you fail, the cost may be too great. Yu Cheng shook his head, devoid of any further ideas. The remaining mage hunters and frontline fighters followed suit, expressing their agreement that it would be wiser to seek another fishman tribe. Given the circumstances, we have no choice but to turn our attention to the next merman tribe. This time, as we confront this new faction, we must exercise caution and strategize meticulously. We cannot afford another failure like the last one. Lin Fengyu spoke in a low voice, directing the others to begin packing their belongings. In the darkness, Yu Cheng furrowed his brow and nimbly leaped onto a rock, gazing towards the distant seaside. He sensed the approach of several individuals, likely a group of other practitioners. If they are coming from that direction, it bodes ill. We've delayed too long, and ordinary teams are already attempting to enter. Lin Fengyu's expression darkened further. He was familiar with the elite teams from the academy, having formed a group to notify each other when entering dungeons, ensuring minimal interference. Furthermore, they had all signed an agreement stipulating that if any secondary team deliberately targeted a primary one, they would unite against that offending team. Thus, Lin Fengyu was certain that the approaching individuals could not be from any elite teams. Ordinary squads barely reached level 15, and their equipment was vastly inferior. How could they dare to attempt a level 3 dungeon at this stage? Zhuo Xiaoxin also frowned. Dying once in a dungeon could be catastrophic, essentially eliminating any hope of success in the upcoming exams. It was audacious for an ordinary team to challenge the high difficulty of a level 3 dungeon so soon. Encountering a level 30 boss could lead to their complete annihilation. Yu Cheng, go and see who possesses such audacity. Lin Fengyu felt a surge of irritation. She particularly despised the sensation of losing control. This newly emerged team of practitioners could significantly disrupt her carefully laid plans. Yu Cheng nodded, a plume of dark mist enveloping him as he swiftly vanished like smoke. He approached the group by the seaside, skirting along the shadows beneath the trees. However, the other party had not lit a torch, and it was pitch black. He could only discern silhouettes when he was within 10 meters, the first of which were several skeletal soldiers. Skeletons? A necromancer, Bai Tu? The image of Bai Tu immediately materialized in Yu Cheng's mind. He was the only necromancer in the entire mountain city. But wasn't he only a one-star? Though the recent online dating escapade had stirred considerable buzz, Yu Cheng was astonished to note that Bai Tu had reached level 15. Yet, level 15 hardly justified entering a level 3 dungeon. As he drew closer, he decisively spotted a masked figure seated upon a skeletal steed. It must be Bai Tu's day. However, the skeletal soldiers appeared rather peculiar. Skeletons wielding blades, archers, and whip-wielding skeletons. Even mounted skeletons? Yu Cheng regarded the assembled skeletal soldiers, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. How had Bai Tu summoned such a diverse array of skeletons with a single skill? Did he possess some equipment with special abilities or traits? Just as he pondered this, he sensed an unusual shift in the air beside him. Someone had stealthily approached within half a meter of his position. Was it an assassin from Bai Tu's team? Yu Cheng felt a pang of panic. Assassins were most vulnerable when faced with other, more cunning assassins. They thrived on lurking in the shadows, relishing the chaos that ensued when their enemies could not ascertain their whereabouts. But when in a position of being hunted, they would be thrown into disarray. Calm down. Calm down. He wouldn't dare kill me. Besides, I am an elite shadow assassin, one of the top ranks within the profession. Let's see how you can keep pace with me. With this thought, Yu Cheng's pride surged, and with a swift motion, he shifted slightly to the left. only to find the other party mirroring his movement with remarkable speed. The fluidity of their motions rendered Yu Cheng unable to pinpoint their exact position, and he could not help but admire their finesse. How elegantly executed. He never expected to encounter such a deft assassin in this small dungeon. They must certainly belong to an elite team, perhaps even another shadow assassin. With a subtle smile, Yu Cheng decided to showcase his recently developed technique specifically designed to counter assassins. The shadow technique, the art of repeated lateral jumps. His body darted from side to side, each movement generating a consistent wave of airflow. By employing this lateral motion, he created a balanced radar-like air wave grid that expanded outward. Any contact would instantly reveal the opponent's location. With such a vast detection unit, evasion was impossible. Haha, genius that I am. Let us see how you will counter this maneuver. Chapter 41, Bai Tu, is level 20. The skeletal infiltrator stared, bewildered, at the jumping Yu Cheng. Unable to decipher his actions, Bai Tu had cast it out upon entering the dungeon, sending it to scout the area. It was thanks to its assistance that the prior merman tribe's sentries had been thwarted. After concluding the battle with the merman tribe, it continued to roam around the team, observing, and had stealthily dealt a few strikes during the previous skirmish, resulting in its level being fully upgraded. As a level 25 elite unit, its agility had surged to 20 points, allowing it to move as swiftly as the skeletal steed. When it spotted Yu Cheng, it stealthily approached. Reminiscent of the earlier encounter with Ma Chi, albeit with a bit more speed. The skeletal infiltrator discreetly followed, curious about his actions, but soon became perplexed as Yu Cheng began his lateral jumps, leaving it unsure of how to proceed. Silently retreating a few steps, it decided to inform its master. With that thought, it hastily departed, heading back to Bai Tu's Yu Cheng, having sensed the other's position, realized they were rapidly retreating, and he felt a surge of pride. Indeed, while they possessed decent stealth capabilities and could detect him first, they remained utterly exposed under the brilliance of his unparalleled skill. Continuing his observation, he concluded that their party comprised only 3 individuals, Bai Tu, the assassin, and a female mage who appeared to be at level 19. Such audacity to challenge a level 3 dungeon with just 3 people. Since they had noticed him, he might as well assess their levels. Deploying a reconnaissance tool would undoubtedly reveal his position, but Yu Cheng had little regard for that now. Bai Tu was at level 20. This female was also at level 19. How could this be? It defied logic. The only individual within their group at level 19 was Lin Fangyu, while Yu Cheng himself was merely at level 17. This meant that everyone in Bai Tu's team was at least level 19. He needed to return and inform the captain immediately. Unable to locate the assassin, Yu Cheng resolved to abandon the search and hurriedly made his way back. Upon receiving the news from the skeletal infiltrator, Bai Tu glanced towards Yu Cheng's direction, aware that an assassin was lurking and observing them, yet unable to ascertain who it was. Sister, we encountered a practitioner team ahead. They must have entered about an hour before us. Be cautious. But I doubt they are heading our way, right? Let us ignore them. We'll stick to our own business. If they can manage to enter a level 3 dungeon, they shouldn't be too blind. Nevertheless, Bai Tu remained vigilant, instructing the skeletal warriors to remain on alert, while sending the skeletal infiltrator out once more. Previously, he had deemed the creature somewhat useless, but now it was apparent that despite its lackluster attack power, it excelled in stealth reconnaissance. Moreover, it had unknowingly leveled up to full, requiring no oversight from Bai Tu's day. Meanwhile, upon learning that the approaching group was Bai Tu's team, Lin Fangyu could not suppress the frown that formed on her brow. She had encountered him at the trading square, and had harbored no fondness for the lazy, feeble-looking individual who appeared as if he were suffering from some ailment. Moreover, he is nothing but a scoundrel who resorts to ambushing other teams, which further incites Lin Fangyu's disdain for him. Humph, a despicable, shameless, and lecherous rogue. Lin Fangyu let out a cold snort, leaving the others in her party somewhat perplexed. Unsure why she harbored such animosity towards Bai Tuesdays was Xiaoxin, who shared a close bond with her, quickly tugged at her, playfully saying, Sister Lin, don't be angry. Haven T, I just helped you teach him a lesson? A mere 1-star necromancer. What threat could he possibly pose? Yu Cheng sighed and interjected. I just used a reconnaissance tool to check their levels. What is there to see? P.S. only level 15. Oh, and that was achieved by ambushing classmates. So Xiaoxin dismissed it casually, and the others paid little heed. Bai Tu was merely a level 15 weakling, if he dared to provoke them. They wouldn't hesitate to teach him a proper lesson, making him understand the meaning of familial love and unity. P.S. level 20. Oh, just level 20, nothing more. What did you say? P.S. level 20. Are you joking? Zhua Xiaoxin's eyes widened in disbelief as she stood up and approached Yu Cheng, incredulously asking, are your eyes deceiving you, or is the tool malfunctioning? How could he possibly level up to 20 so quickly? Lin Fangyu and the others looked at him in shock. He was only at level 15 just 2 days prior. Indeed, he.s. level 20. And the girl beside him is level 19. Yu Cheng stated, emphasizing the shocking revelation that left everyone dumbfounded. There's an assassin in their team, quite formidable, capable of stealthily approaching me. I suspect his level is not low either. Could it be that Bai Tu's team is leveling up at a pace not inferior to a full party? How could a mere necromancer, with just one skill, achieve such efficiency in monster farming? Zhuo Xiaoxin was momentarily speechless, while Lin Fangyu's brows knitted tighter, sensing that matters were veering into an increasingly obscure direction. Bai Tu. How on earth did he level up so swiftly? This could spell trouble. Had their team already vanquished a merman tribe? If a merman tribe were completely wiped out, it could yield around 10 levels worth of experience. Divided among just 2 or 3 of them, Bai Tu going from level 15 to 20 was entirely plausible. But how did Bai Tu and his 3 companions manage what their 6-member team could not? Lin Fangyu's thoughts were in turmoil. If her suspicions proved correct, their team's leveling plan would be gravely compromised, and this merman tribe might be snatched away by Bai Tu. Captain, Sister Lin. Zhuo Xiaoxin and the others looked at Lin Fangyu with grave expressions, having also contemplated the potential threat posed by Bai Tu in seizing experience points. Although they had the numbers, the level disparity might enable Bai Tu to cause significant interference. Moreover, as Yu Cheng mentioned, there was a powerful assassin in their ranks. Even if that assassin lacked Yu Cheng's devastating skills, his ability to stealthily create disturbances would be particularly troublesome. We must approach them directly and converse. Lin Fangyu pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to have an open and honest dialogue with Bai Tu to ascertain their intentions. The rest of the team, lacking better options, followed Lin Fangyu towards the direction of Bai Tu's party. Isn't that Linda May, cough, Lin Fangyu? So it's her who entered the dungeon. Bai Tu spotted Lin Fangyu leading her group and nearly stumbled over his words. Chen Yi, having heard it was Lin Fangyu, instantly perked up. Although she wasn't particularly close to Lin Fangyu, they had occasionally played together. At that moment, Lin Fangyu had yet to notice Bai Tu and his companions. But Yu Cheng was already fuming, as the assassin had reappeared, circling them incessantly, darting from left to right, seemingly exposing himself on purpose. Given his previous ability to stealthily approach within half a meter of Yu Cheng, how could he now be so blatantly visible? It had to be intentional. He must be seeking revenge for my earlier rebuff. Yu Cheng gritted his teeth, muttering as he walked, his gaze following the moving shadow of the skeleton infiltrator. However, the skeleton infiltrator merely followed Bai Tu's south orders to keep close without engaging, hence it did not fully conceal itself. Everyone be cautious, that assassin is lurking nearby. Yu Cheng warned, prompting the group to heighten their vigilance. What an annoyance. We're not even fighting him, and yet he is spying on us. Zhuo Xiaoxin pouted, leaving Yu Cheng exasperated. Chapter 42. Cooperation is the key. Fangyu, Chen Yi, how is it that you are in the same team as Bai Xiaodu? Lin Fangyu gazed at Chen Yi in astonishment, never expecting the 4-star talent to team up with Bai Tuesday. However, upon reflection, it made sense. They had always shared a good rapport, being classmates and deskmates. Captain Lin, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. Our last parting left me quite yearning. And to meet again today is truly a stroke of fortune. Bai Tu dismounted, wearing a carefully crafted smile as he directed his gaze towards Lin Fangyu. Though her makeup appeared slightly smudged, under the flickering candlelight, it rendered her even more enchanting, and her sleek black metallic armor accentuated her gallant demeanor. Oh, if only I could catch up to her. Before formalities could be completed, Chen Yi yanked Bai Tu by the ear and pulled him to the back. Apologies. This rascal often misbehaves. A few good thrashings will set him straight. Lin Fangyu shot a glance of silent exasperation at the indignant Bai Tu, who, from behind Chen Yi, was still attempting to communicate through glances. Yet, the moment Chen Yi turned around, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor, resembling a solemn secretary at a meeting. Bai Xiaodu. I know him. He is the one. Zhuo Xiaoxin rolled her eyes, about to expose his weaknesses, only to be silenced by Lin Fangyu covering her mouth and pulling her back. Chen Yi, I didn't expect you to enter the level 3 dungeon so early. Honestly, if it were you, you could have easily joined a top-tier team. Chen Yi nonchalantly shook her head, stating that while joining a top-tier team was splendid, there was no one there she truly liked. What happened to make you look so disheveled? Did you encounter a boss? No, just face some minor troubles. Have you ever encountered a merman tribe? A merman tribe? Chen Yi hesitated, glancing back at Bai Tuesday. Lin Fangyu followed her gaze. Realizing that Bai Tu was indeed the linchpin of their team, Bai Tu stood upright, his mind racing as he processed the implications of her words. This was not as simple as it appeared. Entering this dungeon, who wouldn't want a piece of the merman tribe, especially with their ample numbers? They would be eager to claim every bit of experience, unlike Bai Tu's and Chen Yi's team. Someone just used a reconnaissance tool on me. They must know my level, so they are merely testing me. With that thought, Bai Tu decided to be forthright. Yes, we encountered and dealt with it, successfully leveling up a few times. They had indeed eradicated a merman tribe. Lin Fangyu and the others were taken aback, a sense of panic washing over them. This was tantamount to directly snatching the richest third of the spoils from their very grasp. Hey, Bai Tu, could you please have your assassin buddy show himself? We have matters to discuss here, and he has been lurking around for ages. Yu Cheng, increasingly irritated, could no longer contain himself and coldly admonished Bai Tuesday. Bai Tu raised an eyebrow. Are you instructing me on how to manage my team? He chose to remain silent, allowing the skeleton infiltrator to continue its restless pacing. Bai Tu, you must be aware of the arrangements for our elite team. The upgrade tasks are quite demanding, and this marks our third dungeon. There is no room for waste. So what is your intention? Surely, you do not expect us to forfeit this opportunity? Hey, most of you are already at level 20. With a little more effort in the remaining 2 dungeons, reaching level 25 should be quite effortless. Zhou Xiaoxin's tone was somewhat brusque. How could this person be so greedy when they were on the cusp of leveling up to 25? We must reach level 28. Or else gaining admission to prestigious schools will pose a significant challenge. Huh, your words imply that we are limited to merely reaching level 25. Chen Yi's smile gradually faded. She had initially approached them with good intentions, only to be met with an air of superiority. Did their level-ups carry more weight than hers? Who do they think they are? Lin Fengyu raised her hand to silence Zhou Xiaoxin, recognizing that they had no valid reason to permit Bai Tu and the others to leave the dungeon. Nor could they afford to focus their attention on them, while simultaneously contending with the remaining threats. Given their swift resolution of the merman tribe, it was likely that if left unchecked, they would decimate another tribe. Captain Lin, why not consider a partnership? Partnership? How do you envision this collaboration? Lin Fengyu was somewhat perplexed. It was one thing to avoid each other, but to actually cooperate? 6 against 3, was he not concerned about being at a disadvantage? Bai Tu smiled lightly, pondering if there was any alternative to collaboration at this juncture. Regardless, Lin Fengyu would never allow them to leave. And rather than let tensions escalate later, it was wiser to offer a gracious exit now. After all, we are here to level up, not to forge enmities. It's quite simple. We will act in unison, targeting the remaining merman tribe and the boss. Experience and loot will be dictated by our respective strengths. Whatever we can seize will be ours, and no grudges shall be held afterward. Moreover, our focus will be solely on these 2 targets. Once they are vanquished, we shall depart immediately, leaving all other creatures for you. Upon hearing Bai Tu's proposal, Lin Fengyu and the others exchanged glances, utterly astonished that Bai Tu would willingly bind his own hands. Just as they had suspected, with double their numbers, they would undoubtedly hold the advantage in a cooperative scenario. And he was only asking for the merman tribe and the boss. Are you certain about this? This is your suggestion, not something we are coercing you into. Zhou Xiaoxin eyed Bai Tu suspiciously, doubting his benevolence. Surely, you are not attempting to deceive us, are you? Looking for an opportunity to ambush? Hey, you may be a cute little girl, but why is your mind so dark? Bai Xiaodu is not that type of person. He is steadfast in his promises and never reneges on his word. Do not project your own thoughts onto others with malicious intent. Chen Yi shot her a cold glare, having long held disdain for this arrogant little girl who squandered her adorable appearance. Bai Tu could not help but applaud. He had not anticipated that the usually violent leader would possess such formidable verbal prowess, leaving the girl blushing and at a loss for words. Lin Fengyu sighed. Although Zhou Xiaoxin could be blunt at times, she was considering the team's welfare, and as captain, it was his duty to defend her. Chen Yi, do not be angry. If we proceed with Bai Xiaodu's method of collaboration, is there any reason for you to worry about being outnumbered? I trust no one else. But I certainly trust my Fengyu. Chen Yi's face brightened, as she affectionately draped an arm over Lin Fengyu's shoulder. If you agree, I have no objections whatsoever. I understand the pressures you face as captain. The intimacy between the 2 girls instantly softened the previously tense dynamics between the 2 teams. Zhou Xiaoxin muttered a few words, but chose to remain silent. At that moment, Yu Cheng could no longer contain his impatience and leaned closer to Bai Tu, asking urgently, by the way, can we get that assassin to show himself? He's been lurking in stealth, and it's causing me too much anxiety. You might not feel it, but I feel as if a knife is pressed against my neck. Well, I advise you to avoid encountering him. I fear your fragile heart may not withstand it. Bai Tu recalled Ma Qi's existential crisis upon first encountering the skeleton assassin and kindly cautioned Yu Cheng. Now that the 2 teams were cooperating, Yu Cheng was essentially a temporary ally, and Bai Tu had no intention of harming his teammates. Yet, Yu Cheng persistently begged, even speaking in a high-pitched tone. Reluctantly, Bai Tu allowed the skeleton assassin to emerge and greet him. What the hell? Looking down at the small, thin skeleton before him, Yu Cheng's worldview shattered, and his nervous composure instantly crumbled. An assassin, and it's a skeleton soldier? Chapter 43, the plan is finalized. Bai Xiaodu's skeleton soldier was extraordinary. Without even mentioning the variety, its power was absurdly formidable. Just that assassin skeleton alone, in terms of stealth, I doubt I could defeat it. Moreover, its speed is remarkable. It surely possesses a high level. Yu Cheng stealthily pulled Lin Fengyu aside to discuss the skeleton assassin. Lin Fengyu nodded, her expression growing serious as she gazed at the skeletal figure, saying, just observing that skeleton soldier reveals its menace. Although summoned creatures cannot be inspected for information, it exudes an aura of danger. So, are we still going to collaborate with him? Of course. The more ominous the situation, the less we should antagonize him. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, we must never make enemies lightly. Even if we remain indifferent, it spares us future troubles. Lin Fengyu sternly admonished Yu Cheng, a lesson imparted by Prince Li, who had always urged her to maintain goodwill. This world, imbued with extraordinary powers, brims with boundless opportunities and possibilities. One can never predict when an underachiever might suddenly rise to prominence, orchestrating a dramatic turnaround reminiscent of the tales of 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. The more one occupies a position of advantage, the more vigilant one must be. Otherwise, one might inadvertently become a stepping stone for those destined to rise against adversity. Princely had long recognized this. Hence his consistent efforts to foster goodwill, never seeking to create enemies. He did not aim to forge an abundance of friendships with those of potential, nor would he easily become adversaries with anyone. Influenced by his philosophy, Lin Fengyu, though often struggling to control her temper and frequently giving others the cold shoulder, would never truly create trouble for Princely during critical moments. Yu Qing nodded and, after discussing the forthcoming battle, returned to the temporary camp of the two teams. I hear you encountered some difficulties while dealing with a certain merman tribe? Bai Tu sat before the campfire, shuffling the freshly grilled steak. Such is the advantage of a larger team. The healer even has a backpack filled with food. Ignoring the poutings was Xiaoxin, who attempted to snatch his food. He effortlessly switched hands with his longer arms. Observing the playful bickering between the two, Lin Fengyu furrowed her brow, suppressing her irritation. She seated herself beside Chun Yi, explaining. Although the merman tribe is easy to breach, they are incredibly cunning, frequently diving into the water, leading to minimal gains. Indeed, that is why I must take charge. Only my Thunder Hunter can truly counter them, Chun Yi stated with a hint of pride, asserting that without her presence, Bai Tu would never have been able to successfully deal with the merman chief. Lin Fengyu paused, suddenly realizing that water conducts electricity. If a lightning element mage were to lay down a lightning net on the water's surface, how could those mermen possibly escape? Alternatively, an ice element mage could also suffice. But she quickly regretted not reviewing the dungeon details in advance, leading to such a significant oversight. Enough with the introspection. This dungeon has only been open for a short while, refreshing once a month. The detailed guides are far from complete, so your lack of clarity is entirely understandable. The school dungeon opens only for 2 months each year, around June or July, and once the third-year students depart, it closes its gates. Where would one find such comprehensive strategies? Not to mention, that group of old-timers who, under the pretext of honing students' adaptability, incessantly concoct various modifications for the dungeon. Lin Fengyu felt a warmth in his heart. He was pleasantly surprised that Bai Tu would offer him comfort. Sometimes, this lad appeared timid and subservient, yet at other times, he displayed a bravery akin to that of Captain Wang Ji. Where's that merman tribe? While it is still dark, we can launch a surprise attack. They generally have poor night vision. A nocturnal assault is our optimal choice. Agreed. After everyone has had their fill, we shall set forth together. Bai Tu nodded, extending his hand to offer a piece of the roasted steak to Zhuo Xiaoxin. Wow, it's so hot, Zhuo Xiaoxin exclaimed, her mouth full. Muffled sounds escaping her lips as she could only gaze wide-eyed at Bai Tu, her adorable expression eliciting chuckles from the group. Lin Fengyu helplessly pulled Zhuo Xiaoxin to sit beside him, wiping the grease from her mouth. Despite it being their first encounter, they bickered like old foes. Was it truly a case of light and darkness being born adversaries? After hastily satisfying their hunger, the group promptly set off towards the coastal merman tribe. The dim light of dawn obscured their view, yet from the rough outlines, Bai Tu could discern that this tribe was not inferior in scale to the one he had conquered the previous day. A few flickering lights indicated that. Following Lin Fengyu's party's departure, the mermen had reclaimed their territory and even repaired the gates. The mermen relied on the central pond within the camp. If they could breach the gates and seize control of the pond, preventing the mermen from escaping into the water, they would have the upper hand. Bai Tu mentally calculated the pond's location from the previous tribe, estimating it to be approximately 300 meters from the gate. Captain Lin, how long do you think it will take to breach the gates? Is 1 minute sufficient? Not at all. 30 seconds will suffice. Very well, I have a plan. Bai Tu succinctly outlined his strategy, and the group buzzed with excitement, sensing a tangible possibility of success, though their gazes turned toward the sandstone warrior, tinged with skepticism. The sandstone warrior took a couple of hesitant steps back, sensing an ominous cloud looming over it. The merman chief was a level 30 boss monster, accompanied by numerous level 22 elite monsters and hundreds of merman warriors. Even a single poke from each merman could reduce it to a mere wreck. Chun Yi also harbored concerns. While the sandstone warrior might hold its ground, if it were to be replaced by a thunder hunter, even with the true spirit's armor, the situation could turn dire under siege. With no better alternatives, they resolved to employ trial and error. If they succeeded even once, they could eliminate all the mermen. This merman tribe was a target they had to engage, and this was the only viable method. Otherwise, they would have to forego this endeavor until the remaining tribe was dealt with. After a lengthy discussion, they ultimately decided to attempt an attack, to avoid wasting time going back and forth. Once the plan was set, Chun Yi guided the sandstone warrior aside, succinctly conveying its forthcoming task. The sandstone warrior nodded solemnly, resigned to its fate of taking hits. Around 4 in the morning, Darkness enveloped the surroundings as Hylock plunged into the water, while Chun-Yi stowed the sandstone warrior and mounted the skeletal warhorse, gliding through the water. The merman tribe was 50 meters from the sandy beach, connected by a 3-meter-wide path of sand and gravel. Walking directly on it would easily expose them to the merman sentinels. So Bai Tu instructed Hylock to approach the gates via the waterway. Unfazed by the night, Hylock vigilantly scanned the walls for the patrolling merman sentinels, gradually guiding the skeletal warhorse closer to the encampment. Chun-Yi could barely see anything, gripping the horse's skull tightly, her legs submerged in seawater. Listening to the sounds of splashing water, her mind blank as she awaited their designated position. Release the magic array next to the gate, she murmured under her breath. And upon catching sight of the black walls, she felt a jolt of adrenaline, her senses sharpening. Are we there? The skeletal warhorse came to a halt next to the gate, and Hylock timely tapped her shoulder. Chun-Yi nodded. In the brief time spent with Hylock, she was struck by its vigilance and intellect, feeling as if she was in the presence of a living, sentient being rather than a mere skeleton. It must be one of Bai Tu's special skeletal soldiers. Her thoughts no longer lingering, she drew her staff, resting her hand against the wall and concentrating. Swiftly inscribing the spirit-gathering array on the other side of the wall. Bright lines rapidly emerged on the open ground within the encampment, as if an invisible hand wielding a glowing pen was skillfully sketching the design, and soon a complex magical array began to take shape. The sudden burst of light immediately caught the attention of the merman sentinels, yet they saw no enemies, only a sparkling pattern, and stood there, bewildered. As the magical array continued to form, with a crackling sound, the roar of thunder erupted from the magical array, and blue arcs of electricity converged from all directions, swiftly coalescing into a half-formed thunder elemental creature, the Thunder Hunter. Almost instantaneously, it surged from the magical array toward the center of the encampment, its target being the pond. Meanwhile, the true spirit's armor, in Chun-Yi's grasp, quickly caught up with it, enveloping it in blue armor within mere strides. Only then did the merman sentinels realize they might be facing an enemy, immediately sounding the conch shell, the dull alarm echoing throughout the encampment. Bai Tu and the others, having spotted the flash of lightning, charged forward, covering the 50 meters in mere moments. Stand aside, Lin Fengyu bellowed, reaching out to grasp the air. A massive black weapon platform crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, resembling a large refrigerator laid sideways, filled with various firearms. Lin Fengyu's right hand struck the weapon platform, and a series of illuminated rings sprang to life, the platform levitating in the air, radiating a soft blue glow. The height of the platform was perfectly aligned with Lin Fengyu's elbow, and with a series of clicks, 5 barrels of long and short artillery aimed toward the gate. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of cannonballs erupted from the barrels, hurtling toward the gate, and instantly creating a shower of debris. Wow, how ferocious. The firepower is incredible. Bai Tu was witnessing the assault mode of a firearm class for the first time. Lin Fengyu's heavy armored mechanic class talent was anchored in various weapon platforms, capable of offense, defense, or a combination of both, with the ability to learn skills that added more attachments, weaponry, while expending mana and stamina to unleash cannon fire. Thus, she was a hybrid class, balancing physicality and magic, with physical and mental attributes as her strengths. In comparison to Yaya, her class was far more fixed. Yet she outperformed Yaya in damage output within the dungeon. Dingya is forging a new professional path, with the focus of both individuals diverging from the very beginning. One instilled in Bai Tu a profound fear of firepower, while the other exacerbated the ailment. No, I must hasten to produce more mutated skeletons. Boom. Another thunderous explosion resonated as several shells struck the already ravaged gates with tremendous force. Following the cacophony, a resounding blast erupted, sending flames scattering and shockwaves soaring. A thick plume of smoke billowed forth from the entrance, and with a swift gesture, Lin Fengyu signaled his team to charge ahead. Little Slave Number 1 trailed closely behind, accompanied by 5 skeletal archers, supported by the front line of Lin Fengyu's squad, allowing it to unleash its firepower at will. At this moment, the camp was not in disarray. Having endured multiple assaults from Lin Fengyu's team, the fishmen had grown accustomed to the onslaught. The sentinel captain and the guard captain, along with their respective subordinates, had gathered before the palace, awaiting the emergence of the fishman leader. However, this time, an odd figure had appeared, enveloped in blue arcs of electricity that illuminated the surroundings, wielding a large blue bow. Hesitation swept through the fishmen, preventing them from attacking the Thunder Hunter until it leapt into the pond before them, sending alarm bells ringing in their minds. How dare the enemy block our waterway? Eliminated at once, the fishman leader emerged, and upon sighting the Thunder Hunter, his fury ignited, commanding his fishman warriors to besiege it, while he himself lunged forward with a salty fish strike. Encountering the fishman leader again, though not the same individual, the striking resemblance in both size and weaponry incited the Thunder Hunter's wrath. The Thunder Bow instantly aimed at the fishman leader. This time, it had learned its lesson, taking careful aim before releasing the arrow. Yet, more often than not, The outcome is not dictated by one's own will, but contingent upon the adversary's response. The fishman leader disdainfully twisted his body mid-air, effortlessly evading the arrow, and with a thrust of his spear, shattered the bow into splinters. Oh no, not again. Please. Show some gentleness. The Thunder Hunter promptly shielded its head and submerged into the water, simultaneously unleashing a maximum discharge of electricity, filling the pond with leaping arcs and accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds, creating a terrifying spectacle. Boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted as lightning detonated within the water, forming clouds of mist. The Thunder Hunter was engulfed in electricity, its body quivering slightly. The moment the fishman leader touched the water's surface, a tingling sensation coursed through him, prompting him to leap ashore, bewildered as he gazed at the pond, unsure of how to proceed. Ultimately, he was merely a low-intelligence creature, incapable of contemplating complex strategies. Instinctual tendencies to seek advantage and avoid harm dominated his thoughts, rendering him incapable of considering a retreat to the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, Lin Fengyu and Bai Tu had already surged forward, skeletal arrows slicing through the night sky and sinking into the foreheads of several fishmen, instantly claiming their lives. Following were shells, fireballs, arrows, and a barrage of attacks raining down upon the fishmen encircling the pond, swiftly dispatching dozens. The sheer number of attackers made the extermination of these fishmen a matter of moments. They would scarcely endure even a minute. Bai Tu's eyes flickered as he commanded Xylock to target the fishmen elder and warriors. As he and Lin Fengyu were not on the same team, even with assistance, they would not gain experience from monsters not within their squad. The fishman leader, being of a higher level with substantial health, risked being claimed by the opposing team. Thus, the optimal strategy was to refrain from competing for kills, focusing solely on those monsters that could be dispatched in a single blow, ensuring safety. Xylock obeyed the command, launching directly into the chaotic fishmen, charging towards the fishman elder. Swiftly, they aimed for the fishman leader. This monster must be theirs. Yu Cheng, accompanied by other melee fighters, promptly targeted the fishman leader, bolstered by both a front line and a healing light, making casualties in this battle nearly impossible. They boldly pressed the assault on the fishman leader amidst the explosions. Bai Tu's team had already slain one fishman leader. If this one were to be snatched from them, where would the pride of their top-tier team lie? The fishman leader was thoroughly befuddled, standing dazed as he attacked the Thunder Hunter a few times, only to be targeted by Yu Cheng and his allies. Chapter 45. The battle concludes. The entire skirmish did not endure for long. Within 5 minutes, the tumultuous fishman tribe camp fell silent. The fishman leader was not seized by Bai Tu, but was instead felled by a volley of bullets from Lin Fengyu. However, Xylock's proactive actions secured him the heads of more than half of the elite monsters. In stark contrast, Chun-Yi profited the least from this fray, only gaining experience from monsters directly slain by the Thunder Hunter or indirectly assisted in being killed by Bai Tu's skeletal units. Ultimately, she barely advanced half a level. While Bai Tu was on the cusp of reaching level 21, Lin Fengyu's team had largely leveled up, as their numbers were significant. Apart from the healers was Xiaoxin. Everyone else boasted combat prowess, with each skill executed yielding far more damage than the skeletal archer's mere bone arrows could deliver. The battle was over. Chun-Yi stood beside Bai Tu, lamenting her failure to level up, especially as Lin Fengyu, once her equal, had now ascended to level 20. Next time, they must ensure she retains more experience. This time, at the very least, let her reach level 22. She could only fervently hope not to encounter other teams. Otherwise, they would still be outpaced in the later stages. Even in a level 3 dungeon, two teams could hardly sustain themselves. The best course of action would be to monopolize all the experience, yet that would mean disrespecting Prince Li, whom they had already bullied not long ago. If they were to repeat such an act today, Bai Tu feared he would find himself on the blacklist. So what to do? Though, he was equally reluctant to be surpassed by Fengyu. Chun-Yi anxiously observed Lin Fengyu, who was gleefully gathering the spoils of war. She had always been competitive. Aside from Dingya, whom she deemed her superior, she was unwilling to fall behind the others. At this moment, a skeletal infiltrator swiftly approached Bai Tu, presenting him with several items before vanishing into the shadows. Bai Tu inspected them briefly. They were elite-grade materials, along with a special item. Fishman Warrior Recruitment Order. Type, limited time item, 1010. Effect, summons 3 level 22 elite Fishman Warriors to assist in battle. This was indeed a valuable asset, capable of summoning 3 Fishman Warriors. Albeit with only 10 uses, yet it would prove advantageous in upcoming challenges. Bai Tu pondered which creature had dropped this item. The skeletal infiltrator had seamlessly blended into the fray from the onset, scouring the ground for fallen treasures. Having spent ample time with Bai Tu, it had discerned what constituted valuable items versus mere detritus. Items, materials, and equipment, that was the basic hierarchy. If it found something appealing, it would disregard the order entirely. With a beaming smile, Bai Tu stowed the items into his backpack. Noticing Chun-Yi still in turmoil, he decisively reassured her. What is the matter? After we resolve the next tribe, we shall part ways and continue grinding until you reach level 22. Next time we choose a dungeon, let us ensure it's one devoid of other teams. Rest assured, level 25 is a certainty, and level 30 is not beyond reach. Confidence radiated from Bai Tu. 3 fishman tribes would yield a bountiful harvest of corpses. Just from the fishman leaders alone, there were 3, not to mention the multitude of elite monster carcasses. He couldn't afford to let Xylox slip away again. By then, he would also elevate Little Slave number 2, doubling their attack power, and plow through the entire dungeon without consuming much time. Chun-Yi gazed at the self-assured Bai Tu, momentarily lost in a reverie, as if transported back to her childhood. During those formative years, whenever Chun-Yi was bullied, it was invariably Bai Tu who comforted her, his face radiating the same unwavering confidence, only to find himself battered and bruised the following day. The mere recollection of those times elicited an involuntary chuckle from Chun-Yi, prompting a puzzled glance from Bai Tu before he set off to seek out Xylox, checking if any spoils had been overlooked. Lin Fengyu, his face alight with joy, observed Bai Tu approaching amidst a throng of skeletal warriors and immediately stepped forward, exclaiming, "Bai Xiaodu, your strategy is simply brilliant. All the fishman warriors have been eliminated. Not a single one escaped." Bai Tu nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "This is merely the beginning. You've already decimated a significant portion of the fishman tribe. Were it not for that pond, I might not have acquired a single bone. Captain Lin, have you cleared the battlefield? The corpses cannot remain for long, and I wish to summon a few formidable skeletons. Might you grant me a moment?" In the dungeon, the bodies would be cleared away in approximately half an hour, so Bai Tu was keen to avoid any delays. Moreover, he was reluctant to reveal his ability to collect corpses. Lin Fengyu nodded, understanding that as a necromancer, Bai Tu likely preferred to summon skeletons with the same discretion as changing undergarments, wishing to avoid prying eyes. "Just wait, I'll have my team leave in 10 minutes. Lin Fengyu then urged Yu Cheng and the others to hasten their pace, inspecting the loot and thoroughly searching the fishman chieftain's palace, despite having already done so numerous times, for fear that something might have respawned. By the time they departed, Bai Tu had less than 10 minutes remaining. The skeletal warriors had already gathered the more valuable corpses, such as that of the fishman chieftain, into a pile, anxious to prevent time from running out. As soon as Lin Fengyu and her team left, Bai Tu swiftly activated the skeletal graveyard, rapidly storing the corpses within. The skeletal graveyard had a defined perimeter, and the ground was already littered with bodies, with all skeletal units huddled in a corner, gazing blankly at the towering mound of corpses, which loomed even higher than themselves. Perhaps there were conditions that could expand the graveyard's range? If this continued, it would become exceedingly difficult to manage, as any increase in the number of skeletons would lead to them trampling each other. Currently, the graveyard was merely the size of a basketball court, its thick, ominous aura casting the entire space in a gray haze, with temperatures plummeting below 20 degrees, making Bai Tu feel immediately uncomfortable upon entering. It seemed the key to upgrading the graveyard was related to the upper limit of the ominous energy. With a total of 490 points of ominous energy, would reaching 500 points trigger any changes? Bai Tu pondered momentarily, while his subordinates continued their work. Before long, he had stored all the corpses in the graveyard, but he deliberately delayed his departure, exiting the fishman tribe a full half-hour later. "All sorted. Let us continue our search for the next fishman tribe," Lin Fengyu remarked, glancing at the additional skeletal warriors beside Bai Tu, not overly concerned, as she dismissed these low-level skeletons. However, should 2 more like Xylox appear, she would begin to harbor doubts. Having witnessed Xylox's combat prowess, which rivaled that of the top-tier professionals, Lin Fengyu began to reassess Bai Tu's capabilities. Though his 1-star talent seemed lackluster, what if he possessed an extraordinarily powerful occupational characteristic? After all, aside from conventional classes, most special occupations had core skills. And if his occupational characteristic happened to be a core skill, even a poor talent could yield commendable achievements. Perhaps his characteristic was indeed the coffin of the undead. Let us move. The 3rd fishman tribe is likely quite distant, and we shall need the better part of a day to reach it. After the group made their preparations, they pressed on, as the sky gradually brightened. By then, the fishman tribe was left a desolate landscape, devoid of corpses and bloodstains, appearing as an abandoned territory. Chapter 46, Evolution of the Graveyard. Charge. Secure the waterways. Amidst the thunderous roar of heavy artillery, Lin Fengyu's face glowed with excitement, the orange-red flames reflecting off her black armor. Eyeing the terrified fishmen in the distance, she licked her lips, knowing that if they could vanquish this group, their team would surely level up at least once. Bai Tu raised his hand, commanding skeletons 1 and 2 to don their skeletal archer attire, unleashing a torrent of arrows that ruthlessly harvested experience points. Xylox, with unwavering focus, charged forward on his skeletal steed, targeting the fishman elders and warriors, leaving those who attempted to obstruct him to Yu Cheng and his companions. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi directed the thunder hunters blocking the pond, striving to earn some experience while opportunistically shooting an arrow at the fishman warriors. As the afternoon approached dusk, they finally discovered the 3rd fishman tribe. Bai Tu continued to employ his previous strategy, sending in the first skeleton to infiltrate the camp, catching the fishmen off guard in the dark of night. With the cooperation of both teams, the Fishman tribe fell swiftly, unable to mount a defense or escape, utterly overwhelmed. In this battle, Bai Tu did not hold back, deploying his elite forces. Having already consumed a significant portion of the previous tribe, he decided to do Lin Fanyu a favor by allowing her to claim the lion's share this time. Thus he seized even more for himself. Consequently, Bai Tu surged to level 24, claiming nearly 2 levels of experience for himself, while Chun Yi also leveled up to 20. In Lin Fanyu's group, only a few at level 18 ascended to 19, while the others remained unchanged, including Lin Fanyu herself at level 20. TCH by Xiaodu. Keep up the relentless output under our protection, with 10 skeletal archers firing arrows and 1 mounted on horseback attacking elite enemies. Leveling up is a certainty. Zhou Xiaoxin remained at the back, healing the team and witnessing everything clearly. The skeletal archers had an optimal environment for output, seemingly unaffected by the night, with each arrow striking true against their foes. Lin Fanyu nodded expressionlessly, now recognizing Bai Tu's worth, yet still underestimating his strength. Truly, as a necromancer, they were said to be war maniacs, capable of effortlessly assembling an army given ample corpses, unleashing waves of death like a relentless tide. Bai Tu once again stored all the corpses in the graveyard, allocating all his attribute points to spirit. Name, Bai Tuesday level 24. Attributes, Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 2. Spirit 106. Talent 1 star. Characteristic, Skeletal Graveyard. Current limit of Ominous Energy, 530 points. Current recovery efficiency of Ominous Energy, 24 points per minute. Skill, Summon Skeleton. Current summoning value, 35 points. His spirit had surpassed 100, and the upper limit of Ominous Energy had risen to 530 points. As his consciousness once again delved into the skeletal graveyard, he immediately perceived a difference. Firstly, the concentration of Ominous Energy within the graveyard was gradually decreasing, and the entire graveyard was expanding rapidly, stretching in length, width, and height, with the area gradually enlarging to approximately 1 kilometer in both dimensions, a significant increase from before. The height also saw a remarkable elevation, nearing 500 meters. Subsequently, a new space, identical to the one below, suddenly emerged above the graveyard. With a long staircase of bones connecting the 2 levels, the ominous energy within the graveyard surged into this new space, and Bai Tu instantly felt the chilling atmosphere lighten considerably. Skeletal Graveyard. Internal Ominous Energy, 10, 500, 10 points per minute. External Ominous Energy, 530, 24 points per minute. Following the evolution, the graveyard now exhibited a clear division between internal and external ominous energy. The malevolent energy emanating from the spirit of Bai Tu is classified as surface-ine energy, which he can manipulate at will to transform skeletons. In contrast, the ine energy produced by the grave itself, along with that generated by the corpses, is considered inner ine energy. Bai Tu is unable to use this inner energy for the transformation of skeletons. However, it can serve to enhance the levels of existing skeletons and expand the cemetery space, with its capacity being limited to the amount of surface-ine energy available. This arrangement indeed alleviates my concerns considerably. Bai Tu surveyed the significantly enlarged skeleton cemetery. Nodding in satisfaction, he proceeded to delineate areas within the cemetery, relegating all corpses to the first level, which he designated as the cycle of rebirth, symbolizing the transformation of corpses into skeletons and their subsequent rebirth. The concept of reincarnation implies that upon arriving here as corpses, one's fate as a high-ranking or low-ranking skeleton is left to chance, echoing the principles of the 6 paths of reincarnation. He retained the skeletal warriors with negligible combat prowess on this level to engage in the upkeep of the corpses, allowing them to witness the cycle of reincarnation, thereby accruing experience for their eventual transformation into advanced skeletons in their next lives. Those with potential for combat were ushered into the second level, which he aptly named the Path of the Underworld. The skeleton painter took residence at the staircase entrance, and every skeleton ascending from the cycle of rebirth would first receive tattoo services from him, free of charge, with the option for revisions if they were unsatisfied. Any future mutated skeleton painters would also be placed here, creating a seamless service chain and allowing for the efficient disposal of any resultant waste. Once Bai Tu completed the planning of the new skeleton cemetery, he seized the opportunity to select the corpse of a merman chief for an audacious gamble. Double mutation probability skeleton transformation in progress. Congratulations, you have transformed into a skeleton slave master. The automatic voiceover filled the space, and upon witnessing the towering and robust skeleton slave master before him, Bai Tu felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Although it was not a new skeleton, the value of the skeleton slave master remained considerable. Even in the later stages, it could serve as a cornerstone in combat, whether leading the skeleton warriors in the front lines or directing the skeleton archers for ranged assaults, proving to be highly effective. From this point onward, I shall refer to you as Slave 1, 2, and 3, forming a 15-member archer squad, assuredly unleashing a rain of arrows with formidable lethality. Presently, Bai Tu possessed a modest number of skeleton archers, 12, still a few short, but that was of no concern. Within the cycle of rebirth, there lay nearly 1,000 ordinary corpses and over 30 elite corpses, providing ample material. Little 2, the merman tribe has been entirely dealt with. Do you intend to linger any longer? It was Lin Fanyu's voice. Bai Tu promptly exited the cemetery, casually replying, we won't exit just yet. Xinyi's level is still too low. We'll depart once she levels up. Rest assured, we won't compete with you for the boss, nor could we even if we tried. Lin Fanyu furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Bai Tu for a considerable time before finally nodding in reluctant agreement. I hope you keep your word. We must secure that boss. Fear not. I, Bai Xiaotu, am a man of integrity. What I say, I shall uphold, and I have never deceived anyone. Under the gaze of the enchanting woman, Bai Tu felt a blush creeping to his cheeks, chuckling awkwardly, yet his resolve remained steadfast. Could it be that he blushed? Was he not a lecherous young man? I have misjudged him in the past. Observing the somewhat endearing Bai Tu, Lin Fangyu felt a flicker of unexpected affection. But that sentiment was quickly shattered when she saw Bai Tu retrieve his skeletal staff, clearing space for materials. The sight of the draconic head adorning the staff obliterated her earlier fondness. I was mistaken. He is indeed a repressed lecher, appearing earnest while harboring distasteful tendencies. Ugh. With a cold expression, Lin Fangyu turned away, leaving Bai Tu bewildered. Perhaps her mood was simply unsettled. Chapter 47. The Skeleton Undertaker. Despite Lin Fanyu's lingering unease regarding Bai Tu and his companion, the urgency of leveling up precluded further engagement, and they promptly set off toward the dungeon boss. Aiming to secure it first, Bai Tu, meanwhile, accompanied Chun-Yi inland from the seaside, battling monsters to level up, allocating the majority of experience to Chun-Yi while allowing Slave 2 and 3 only a modest share. After a full day of relentless grinding, Chun-Yi finally achieved level 22, leaving both of them mentally fatigued, prompting their decisive exit from the dungeon. Surprisingly, the most valuable gains were not various materials, but rather the thousands of corpses collected. Upon returning to the main world, Bai Tu immediately commenced the transformation of the mutated skeletons, yet regrettably, not a single elite corpse yielded anything of merit, save for one skeleton archer. The rest were merely skeleton warriors. I have never gambled on probabilities, for I only act when I possess absolute certainty. Lu Gu squatted on the ground, meticulously organizing materials, labeling them with care before placing them on the shelves, his expressions alternating between excitement and mild disappointment. Yet, does this not evoke a gambler's thrill akin to unboxing blind boxes? After all, you possess no knowledge of what treasures lie beneath. Sipping hot tea, Bai Tu sat at the workbench. Having briefly shared his vexations regarding summoning skeletons with a stroke of luck with Lu Gu, seeking the scholar's insight on enhancing fortune. When faced with uncertainty, consider quantum mechanics. You must have heard of Schrodinger's cat, right? Regardless of my curiosity, once the materials are in hand, they are simply good or bad materials. Lu Gu displayed no interest in Bai Tu's musings, but, wishing to hasten his departure, feigned profundity and remarked, actually, it is quite simple to achieve luck during card draws. Conduct them at midnight. Pray tell, how so, my friend? Quite straightforward. At that hour, most individuals are asleep, and few are drawing cards. Thus, with less competition during that time frame, your chances of success increase significantly. Bai Tu found himself momentarily dazed, sensing a flicker of truth in Lu Ji's words, though something felt amiss. Yet, observing Lu Ji's earnest demeanor, he deemed it rather plausible. No more talk. I shall return home to prepare. Tonight, I shall put this to the test. Having entrusted Lu Gu with the materials, Bai Tu learned of Chun-Yi's profession and what equipment she could forge, which Lu Gu likely had an inkling of. In the dead of night, Bai Tu sat before his desk, sporting large panda eyes, intently watching the clock, which read 11:55. Only 5 minutes remained until midnight. The nocturnal Yin energy felt more pronounced, and with his mental fortitude exceeding 100, he could discern the presence of Yin energy in the air. Indeed, the dungeon was but an illusory realm devoid of any tangible sensations, while upon entering the main world, although the Yin energy was thin, it still lingered. This was the impact of the revival of spiritual energy. The entire blue star was enveloped in various energies, giving rise to a multitude of individuals capable of awakening and transitioning into new professions. The moment arrived. Bai Tu observed the clock hands align at midnight and promptly infused all the surface Yin energy from the cemetery into the last corpse of the merman chief. Filled with anticipation as he observed the transformation. Crack! The corpse slightly expanded, followed by a sudden rupture, from which a bony claw emerged, starkly contrasting the hands of skeleton warriors, signifying the birth of a usable skeleton unit. This skeleton swiftly emerged from the remains, standing approximately 6 feet tall, comparable in height to the skeleton slave master, with gleaming white bones and devoid of any equipment. However, upon emerging, it lowered its head to extract a small coffin, half a meter wide and a meter long, also white and adorned with clearly visible skeletal patterns, appearing to be bone-like in composition. Skeleton Undertaker. Level 150 Boss. Attributes: Strength 4, Constitution 4, Agility 4, Intelligence 4. Summoning value: 4 points, unique. Energy value: 400. Feature 1. The Reverse Soul Coffin. Accommodates a uniquely bound entity, allowing it to gather necromantic flames to control the body. Feature 2. The Positive Soul Coffin. Devours damaged skeletal units, consuming negative energy for restoration, with the amount consumed determined by the unit's strength. This is a special skeleton, and moreover, it is a leader unit. Its level cap is slightly lower than that of Hylic by 5 levels, yet its fundamental attributes reach an impressive 16 points, the highest for mid-tier leader units, surpassing even Hylic. Its abilities are quite peculiar. It possesses 2 features, but lacks any skills. And it appears that both features are intricately linked to the white bone coffin it bears, rendering this skeleton akin to an ornament. The white bone coffin is adorned with 2 bone chains, firmly embedded in the body of the negative coffin bearer. The second feature is easily comprehensible, as it consumes negative energy to restore damaged skeletal units using the white bone coffin, while the first feature binds a certain entity to gather necromantic flames. Although there is a detailed explanation in his mind, Bai Tu remains somewhat perplexed. According to its features, it should grant the binder the ability to control the body of the negative coffin bearer. Does that not imply that the binder could transform into a skeleton? Bai Tu is suddenly taken aback. Even the formidable pioneer of necromancers could not transform himself into a skeleton, merely withered away. Yet this negative coffin bearer can genuinely conjure a skeleton. After all, a skeleton emerging from one's own corpse is entirely unrelated to oneself, akin to birthing a child. Regaining his focus, Bai Tu becomes exhilarated. His physical attributes are exceedingly poor, and his safety in battle has always been a significant concern, even with skeletal warriors for protection. Facing shadowy assassins like Yu Chung poses a grave danger to his life. However, this skeleton appears to provide a perfect solution to that dilemma. He must test its efficacy. Bai Tu promptly summons the negative coffin bearer, a small creature lugging a white bone coffin like a college student, empty-handed and utterly bare. Activating the feature Reverse Soul Coffin, he selects the uniquely bound entity. Upon receiving Bai Tu's command, the negative coffin bearer reaches for the coffin on its back, and the bone chains extend with a clatter, pulling the white bone coffin to the front, which is then forcefully opened by the negative coffin bearer. Bai Tu leans in to look, but the interior is pitch dark, rendering it impossible to discern anything or gauge the size of the space within. Do I have to crawl in there myself? Just as he hesitates, a blood red eye suddenly opens on the white bone coffin, rotating twice before fixing its gaze on Bai Tu, who feels a dizzying sensation as his consciousness is drawn from his body, swirling through a kaleidoscope of distorted colors, leaving him feeling lightheaded. The negative coffin bearer supports Bai Tu's body and tosses him into the white bone coffin, slamming the lid shut with a thud. Master, your necromantic flames are about to be forged. A clear wave of spiritual energy pulls Bai Tu from his stupor, and he soon realizes that his perception of the world seems altered. It is as if he is no longer seeing through human eyes, but rather perceiving the world with his soul's consciousness, a sensation unlike any he has ever experienced. Straddling the line between human sight and magical perception, allowing him to see the immediate surroundings while also observing minute details. Looking down at his hands, he sees delicate white bony claws, his body transformed into that of a skeleton, while the environment remains within his room. Is this the perspective of the negative coffin bearer? Chapter 48. Bai Tu of the Six-Eyed Skeleton. Bai Tu attempts to move slowly. Yet controlling the body of the negative coffin bearer feels like an uphill battle, akin to a person paralyzed for years undergoing rehabilitation. Each step is arduous, but with every stride, his movements become increasingly fluid. Approaching a mirror, he catches a full glimpse of his current form, a tall, slender white skeletal figure, precisely as he had previously observed with the negative coffin bearer, but now it boasts 3 pairs of eye sockets, 6 pairs of ghostly flames flickering fiercely. The uppermost flames are purple, and he can sense that they are his own. The middle set, a green hue tinged with red, belong to the white bone coffin, while the lowest, a deep green, belong to the negative coffin bearer. The white bone coffin possesses its own ghostly flames. Does it have an independent consciousness? Bai Tu recalls that there is also an eye on the white bone coffin, and he is astonished to find that it possesses a pair of eyes on its face as well. It seems he can distinctly feel the presence of both. Indeed, master, I am an independent entity. The white bone coffin sways slightly, and Bai Tu suddenly finds himself with a second, third, and fourth perspective, astonishingly able to access the views of both the white bone coffin and the negative coffin bearer at will. This effectively grants him nearly 360-degree scene coverage. The blood-red eye on the back of the white bone coffin can perceive everything behind him, perfectly suited to counteract those treacherous assassins lurking in the shadows. The greatest threat to a mage is significantly diminished. Moreover, appearing in this form, others should find it difficult to discern who the true controller is. Imagine an enemy assassin stealthily approaching, intent on eliminating the mage, only to find themselves surrounded by skeletons. Surely they would be left utterly bewildered. Bai Tu chuckles maliciously, resolutely deciding to adapt to this newly acquired body, dubbed the six-eyed skeleton, as his vessel in battle. After all, compared to his frail original form, this skeletal body boasts far superior capabilities. Furthermore, upon leveling up, he can freely allocate points, investing all in strength and agility. The six-eyed skeleton also possesses both internal and external negative energies. The internal negative energy is fixed at 400 points and cannot be increased through mental enhancement. Thus, Bai Tu promptly dismisses any thoughts of allocating points in that area. In truth, his current attributes in skeletal magic are utterly useless, as neither features nor skills benefit from mental attributes, and the negative energy values are fixed. Perhaps this is due to their non-magical classification. Besides the 400 points of internal negative energy, the six-eyed skeleton also has Bai Tu's surplus of over 500 points of external negative energy, directly linked to the surface negative energy within Bai Tu's skeletal graveyard. Bai Tu can swiftly replenish the internal negative energy with this external source, akin to an external power supply. He must acquire an entire set of equipment for it to don, although it lacks combat skills and can only serve as an auxiliary. The enhancement from equipment will undoubtedly bolster its self-preservation capabilities. Bai Tu expels his original form, the ghostly flames dimming slightly, the eye sockets gradually closing as his consciousness returns to his body. Compared to the six-eyed skeleton, while his original form may be frilier, the tangible sensation it provides is unparalleled, and despite the security and strength offered by the skeleton, Bai Tu would never allow himself to become entirely enamored with that skeletal existence. Retrieving the negative coffin bearer back to the graveyard, Bai Tu's energy soon wanes, leading him to yawn and collapse into a deep slumber. The calendar on the desk reveals that today is June 30th, 2038, with merely a fortnight remaining until July 15th. Bai Tu must complete the remaining 2 dungeon quests for leveling up in the ensuing 2 weeks, ideally elevating his level to 30. He is currently at level 24, and the challenge of 6 levels poses little hardship for him. After a satisfying sleep, the sun has risen brightly. Bai Tu rises, nibbles on a bun, and drinks some hot tea, alleviating his hunger. Although he has accumulated tens of thousands from selling equipment and materials, he intends to save this money for purchasing skill stones in the future, as the number of skill points will directly determine how many skeletons he can summon. For the sake of his skeletal legion, he remains indifferent to mere culinary desires. Consciousness settled into the skeletal graveyard, where the skeleton painter was diligently applying attack markings to the corpse bearer. Under the deliberate care of Bai Tu, the skeleton painter had ascended to level 12. The next time they ventured into a dungeon, he intended to bring this young one along, fully leveling him up, so that the markings could exhibit their utmost potential. Everything in the graveyard remained unchanged. The skeleton warriors in the cycle path were languidly bored, and upon receiving Bai Tu's orders to organize the corpses, they busied themselves moving the bodies around, each one exhibiting an obsessive-compulsive neatness. The painter at the entrance of the underworld path was equally idle. After finishing the markings on the corpse bearer, he returned to his steps, gazing at the cycle path, awaiting the arrival of newcomers to showcase his superb tattooing skills. Slave number 1 had now become the strongest skeleton in the entire graveyard, second only to Sherlock, boasting an impressive level 30, leading 5 skeleton archers. He paraded around the vicinity of number 2 and number 3, displaying his prowess. Number 2, currently at level 20, also commanded 5 skeleton archers, but lagged far behind No. 1. Previously, he had been subservient, acting as a sycophant to number 1, but now he had started to exhibit arrogance due to the arrival of a new younger brother. Number 3 had just surpassed level 10 and lacked a complete set of skeleton archers under his command. His intellect was rather limited, as he sat vacantly, consistently pestered by the 2 older brothers without understanding how to resist. Although the skeleton infiltrator held the highest level, he was rarely seen due to his stealthy nature. Upon Bai Tu's entrance, he discovered the infiltrator lurking behind Sherlock, gradually inching closer, a flicker of thrill evident in the ghostly flames. Sherlock, cradling a skeletal warhorse, was counting the skeletons, as there were currently no corpses available. Climbing the stairs posed a challenge for the skeletal steed. 1 archer, 2 archers, for archers. Bai Tu watched this scene with bewilderment, wondering how it seemed that the skeleton's intelligence had escalated so swiftly, entirely devoid of the brutal and savage demeanor he had anticipated. Almost indistinguishable from human society. The only difference was their lack of fear towards anyone outside their kin. After exiting the graveyard, Bai Tu immediately sought out Lu Go, procuring a set of warrior gear for the corpse bearer to use once he leveled up. Brother, your level is rising remarkably fast, already at level 24. Even the leaders of top-tier teams would be hard-pressed to reach this level. Lu Go, noticing Bai Tu's level, was taken aback, a fleeting suspicion forming in his mind that Bai Tu aimed to challenge the most prestigious academies. Haha, you're leveling up swiftly as well, now at level 25. What? Are you aspiring to join one of the 5 great academies? Well, don't pretend you aren't interested. Life-oriented professionals either take the exams themselves or team up with combat-oriented squads, where each team can accommodate 2 life-oriented professionals. Of course, if it were possible, I would undoubtedly choose a superior academy. Ding ding ding. The phone abruptly rang, and Bai Tu glanced at the screen to find it was his old teacher, Chen Yiming. Hello, teacher, what is the matter? Bai Xiaodu, is it Chun Yi who is in your party? Yes, why? Bai Tu detected a note of urgency in the other's voice, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Oh, never mind. Just come to my office. Bai Tu replied affirmatively. Sensing something amiss, could it be that Chun Yi had encountered an accident? His heart raced with anxiety as he bid farewell to Lu Gu and hurried to the school. Chapter 49, Chun Yi's biological father. Chun Yi. Bai Tu sprinted, reaching the school in mere minutes. Upon ascending the stairs, he spotted Chun Yi squatting at the office door. As she heard Bai Tu's voice, she slowly lifted her head, her eyes slightly swollen, clearly having just cried. Bai Tu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing had gone awry. Sister, what happened? Did the teacher criticize you? Bai Tu, hiding beside her, attempted a joke. But Chun Yi suddenly embraced him tightly. Stunned, Bai Tu froze, unsure of how to react. My father has come to find me. Your father? I thought he had long since. Bai Tu began, confused. What are you saying? My father is not dead. From her brief words, Bai Tu gleaned the situation. Her biological father, whom she had never met, had unexpectedly appeared. Not slain by monsters as her mother had claimed, but instead was a powerful professional who intended to take her away. Where to? The 5 great academies? She hadn't finished speaking before Bai Tu interjected, but I don't want to leave. I haven't helped you reach level 30 or participated in the college entrance examination yet. Chun Yi's voice trembled slightly, a vulnerability Bai Tu rarely witnessed. If you don't want to go, can he really force you? Bai Tu frowned, pondering if her father was so tyrannical as to act recklessly at the school. Just as he pondered, the office door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an overwhelming magical aura. Upon seeing the two embracing, the man's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force separated Bai Tu and Chun Yi. Bai Tu was thrust aside by the immense force, tumbling twice before scrambling to his feet, looking at the man, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to Chun Yi. Realizing he was indeed her suddenly reappeared father. Xiang Yi, come, let us go home and pack. We are leaving. Xiang Lu's tone carried an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. Chun Yi stood up, head bowed, not even daring to retort. Bai Tu found it perplexing to see Chun Yi so submissive. In the past, she would never have allowed even the teacher to treat her this way. Chun Yiming slowly emerged, his expression devoid of emotion, beckoning Bai Tu to approach him with a wave. You must be Bai Tu, the necromancer with a unique occupational talent. However, even so, your 1-star talent will find it difficult to progress far. In the future, you will be but a companion to the dead. Xiang Lu's eyes shimmered with golden light, as if he could see straight through Bai Tu's day. Being with Chun Yi is a disgrace to her talent. Small towns breed small-minded individuals, and neither students nor teachers know how to manage. Bai Tu merely smiled in response, remaining silent. This man before him undoubtedly exceeded level 70, capable of easily annihilating him. Moreover, he seemed to possess a significant status, as Chun Yiming stood off to the side like a defeated quail, utterly deflated. My lord, may I inquire as to your origin? Humph, that is not something a waste like you should be asking. Just stay in your rural village for a lifetime. Filth belongs with filth. Xiang Lu reached out to seize Chun Yi, his fingers adorned with sharp, elongated rings, swiftly forming a seal, causing the air around them to warp. And in an instant, the two vanished from sight. They're leaving just like that? Bai Tu wished to inquire about his origins, but found himself abruptly severed from any connection to Chun Yi. Come in and speak. Chun Yiming's expression remained calm, and Bai Tu promptly followed him into the office. He was one of the exam coordinators for the upcoming college entrance examination. A level 75, magic array mage, named Xiang Lu. To his astonishment, he also turned out to be Chun Yi's biological father. Xiang's family was not to be trifled with. The Xiang family? Which Xiang family? Do you intend to seek Chun Yi in the future? That would be quite difficult. Their family is not one that ordinary people can meet at will. Chun Yiming shook his head. Even in this mountainous city, the nascent professional families were not something average professionals could engage with, let alone those illustrious families that cultivated special professions. However, upon meeting Bai Tu's resolute gaze, Chun Yiming spoke up. The Xiang family of Dongdu. Their illustrious ancestor is none other than the renowned Xiang Tianqi. Xiang Tianqi? That name sounds familiar. Could it possibly be the Xiang Tianqi, the founder of the demon array mage? Indeed, it is he. Presently, the Xiang family virtually monopolizes all resources pertaining to demon array mages, and their ranks are filled with formidable individuals. I am aware of your close relationship with Chun Yi, but you must recognize that this will greatly benefit her. With superior training, her future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass her current capabilities. Bai Tu nodded, understanding this rationale, yet he suddenly felt a hollow sensation within, as if something precious had been lost. Entering a prominent family would mean that she would become Xiang Yi, benefiting from familial resources and her father's guidance. Her path ahead would likely be far more extensive. Bai Tu's thoughts were muddled, despite Chun-Yi being merely an ordinary friend with whom he had not often pondered. Yet, why did her soft gaze directed at him just moments ago linger in his mind? Chun-Yi shook his head with a sigh, seemingly reminiscing about the days when the two of them would run together, casting shadows in the setting sun, a nostalgic reminder of the fleeting youth. Bai Tu, you have ascended to level 24 already? How could you achieve this so swiftly? Suddenly noticing Bai Tu's level, Chun-Yi was taken aback. Such rapid progress was remarkable. Had he truly completed 5 dungeons already? Why the rush? Even if you take your time, reaching level 25 is still attainable. If you hurry, you might miss the college entrance examination, making your future endeavors increasingly challenging. Teacher, I have just finished my 3rd dungeon. Chun-Yi fell silent, astonished that Bai Tu had reached level 24 with only 2 dungeons remaining. He wondered if Bai Tu had engaged in dubious activities within the dungeons, perhaps ambushing classmates to gain experience. While he had once trusted Bai Tu's character, the incident involving online matchmaking had left him with an inexplicable unease. This boy seemed somewhat cunning. Rest assured, teacher, every ounce of experience I have gained is entirely legitimate. I have abided by all rules. Bai Tu felt revitalized. He had just come to realize that he was merely reluctant to part with a good friend, akin to the feeling of leaving behind companions when moving in a past life. It must be said that his emotional awareness could be rather dull at times. Chun-Yi was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Bai Tu's swift recovery. A smile of relief crossed his face, filled with anticipation. It appeared that this student he had scarcely regarded was not as lacking as he had presumed. Perhaps he possessed an extraordinary talent for top-tier professions, one that could easily surpass the masses. Such individuals were not entirely unfamiliar to him, yet the road ahead remained fraught with challenges. Bai Tu, shall I set a modest goal for you? No. I despise pressure from others. I prefer to strive on my own. This is a goal set by your homeroom teacher. As my student, you must comply. Before the college entrance examination, reach level 30. I will be checking your level in advance. Bai Tu lowered his head, glancing at Chun-Yi's beaming face, suddenly feeling an urge to practice C language, but ultimately resisted. Fine. I promise to reach level 30. Chapter 50. Everyone, step aside. Upon returning home, Bai Tu initially intended to contact Chun-Yi, only to discover that her phone number had been deactivated. Riding his bike to her residence revealed that she had already moved away. The merciless sunset streamed through the window as Bai Tu gazed at the tranquil city, suddenly engulfed by a sense of coldness and solitude. His dearest friend of many years had vanished. Feeling somewhat desolate, he pushed his bicycle homeward, only to soon realize something was amiss. The light around him grew dimmer, and the streets were devoid of any passers-by. Come out, there's no need to hide. Bai Tu was exceedingly irked, and at that moment, an unwelcome figure appeared, draining the last remnants of his good humor. Bai Tu, you're quite capable, aren't you? Last time, you managed to deal with Wang Zilin. A group emerged from the distorted space nearby, led by a man clad as a mage, flanked by various other professions. Is this elemental mage's dark sky? What else with such a grand display just to confront me? Bai Tu tossed his bicycle aside and slowly retrieved his skeletal staff from his backpack. What a ridiculous piece of equipment. And that hideous mask you wear, does it serve any purpose? Everyone knows it's you, Bai Tu. He must be too ashamed to show his face after attempting to seek a partner online. This only proves that your interest in Yaya was driven by ulterior motives. Such a person deserves a thorough lesson to set him straight. Or perhaps we should incapacitate him, ensuring he can't participate in the entrance examination. The leaders of the group clamored, pronouncing Bai Tu's supposed crimes and their punitive measures, while the throng behind them bore malicious grins. As expected, they were members of the Yaya Guardian Alliance. Bai Tu took a slight step back. Having resolved to engage in battle, he prepared to unleash his pent-up frustrations. With a gentle tap of his staff on the ground, a multitude of skeletal units materialized before him. Zylok rode forth on a skeletal warhorse, wielding a scythe, while Skeleton 1, accompanied by 30 level 30 skeletal warriors, stood guard before by Tuesday Skeleton 2 drew 5 level 21 skeletal archers, aiming their bone arrows at the opposition. The skeletal infiltrators silently activated their talents, charging into the enemy ranks, while several skeletal warriors bravely charged forward as cannon fodder. What the hell? How did he summon so many skeleton soldiers at once? Mere skeletons, dispose of them. Kill. Bai Tu's former classmates displayed their skills, unleashing fireballs and ice arrows upon the skeletal warriors. The level 10 skeletal warriors possessed little combat prowess. Before enduring even a round of attacks, they were swiftly eradicated. Such pathetic skeletons. Even if there were more, they'd be rushing to their doom. An elemental mage, controlling a fireball, boasted gleefully after eliminating a skeletal warrior, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain at the back of his head, rendered unconscious by an unseen assailant. After being trampled a few times, someone finally took notice of him. Where did that assassin come from? Priest, quickly pull him back. Take him to the rear. As the priest hurriedly dragged the unconscious mage back, he discovered that several items had mysteriously vanished from the mage's person. However, the priest paid it little mind. After all, the battlefield was chaotic, and with the mage knocked out, losing a couple of items seemed reasonable. He could retrieve them once the fight concluded. The priest remained focused on the front lines as Xylox surged into the fray, wreaking havoc and sending frontline tanks flying, causing many hunters and mages to weep in agony from his strikes. Bai Tu was clearly holding back. After all, killing in the main world was strictly prohibited by the system and authorities, with even actions resulting in dismemberment, facing severe consequences. This was not only to preserve the strength of human practitioners, but also to prevent the strong from bullying the weak. Thus, the main world was often referred to as a safe zone by practitioners. Goodness, how powerful are his skeleton soldiers? That one on the horse just sent people flying. The priest was gradually feeling overwhelmed. With only himself as the healer among a dozen individuals, he found himself fatigued after just a few minutes of healing. Sitting down to catch his breath, he turned around to discover a figure lying bare on the ground. Wait, who is this pervert? Lin Xiao? How did he end up stripped naked? The stunned priest barely had time to rise before he sensed a threat behind him. With a thunderous crash, his vision plunged into an abyss of darkness. Assassins, oh assassins, deal with Bai Tu. Gazing at the relentless onslaught of skeletal warriors, many began to panic. A dozen skeletal soldiers, and just as they seemed to be vanquished, Bai Tu waved his hand, summoning yet another wave of 10. No need to rush. Take your time in slaying them. I still have hundreds more at my disposal. Bai Tu accepted the equipment handed to him by the skeletal infiltrator, stuffing it into his backpack, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected windfall. However, he decided to forego any more of those undergarments and bras in the future. Bras? Where would a bunch of burly men obtain such things? Bai Tu, with a look of disdain, flung the items far away, only to discover that some had a rather peculiar taste, enjoying a mix of flavors that was quite heavy. By sheer coincidence, the underwear he tossed landed squarely on the head of a stealthy assassin, prompting Bai Tu to take notice. Skeleton 1 yanked on the chain, and the skeletal warriors, brandishing their weapons, forced the assassin, who had painstakingly maneuvered past layers of skeletal defenses, into retreat. How infuriating. The despicable creature, having clearly spotted me, resorts to humiliating me with underwear. The assassin clutched the offending garment, dodging the skeletal warrior's strikes as he fled back to his comrades. No one had anticipated Bai Tu's strength. With the skeletal warriors absorbing damage, Shilaw charged through, effortlessly tearing apart the frontline defenses, leaving the fragile opponents utterly defenseless, collapsing one after another. Without any form of immunity akin to Lionheart's shield tower, or the inability to match Shilaw's tripled strength, this group battle was far too simple for me. It was at that moment Bai Tu truly recognized Shilaw's purpose, born solely for the chaos of battle. He was the skeletal champion knight commander, and surely there would be ordinary champion knights, and even common knights to follow. If a legion of skeletal cavalry could be assembled, who would dare stand against them on flat terrain? The battle did not linger much longer. After a few fragile foes succumbed to unconsciousness, the darkened sky gradually dissipated, restoring the surroundings to their former state. The few remaining warriors still conscious gazed in horror at their fallen comrades, utterly bereft of the will to fight, and turned to flee. Bai Tu made no effort to pursue them, allowing the skeletal soldiers to strip the fallen of their equipment, while also gathering the remnants of the hundreds of skeletal warriors into the cemetery. Perhaps these remains could yet serve a purpose. Though it was summer, the night brought a chill, and Bai Tu kindly tossed the fallen into a nearby dumpster to spare them from freezing. With a wave, he summoned the skeletons back to the cemetery, and as he surveyed the pristine street, the weight in his heart was finally lifted. Engaging in a battle was exhilarating, and the spoils of war were plentiful. Perhaps he could have Lugu sort through them later, and with a bit of luck, he might accumulate enough funds to visit the big city in search of skill stones. Returning home, he tidied up after the dungeon. Chen Yi, await my arrival. Chapter 51. The arrival of the college entrance examination. Has there been any anomalies in the dungeons lately? What is the matter? A few dungeons have been consuming an unusually large amount of energy. Typically, it would not exceed 50, yet this time, upon inspection, it plummeted to a mere 10. This is impossible. The construction of basic scenes consumes only 5 of the energy, and the recovery of corpses should account for at least 30. Combined, those figures far exceed 10. But look at the energy meter. The 2 campus dungeon maintenance staff gazed in astonishment at the energy gauge. Most dungeons retained between 60 and 70 energy, with only 2 or 3 dungeons remaining at 35, 12, and below 10. This is utterly absurd. Even if those novice adventurers were digging for resources, it wouldn't result in such a clean sweep. Oh well, it can be restored, albeit slowly. It's projected to take 6 months. No worries, as long as the college entrance examination next year isn't affected. Very well. Make sure to include this matter in the report. Meanwhile, all the teachers at the school were busy with the final preparations for the college entrance examination. Principal Wuyin of Shanxing No. 2 High School pulled out the goals set by all the class heads during the class division. Though he appeared amiable, a chill could be sensed in his demeanor. The tasks assigned back then were clear: If our school wishes to obtain resource allocations from the 5 prestigious schools next year, we must surpass number 1 high school. The teachers in attendance shifted uncomfortably. These targets were not set willingly. It was Wayne who had pressured them into committing to such figures. Last year, number 1 high school had 42 students enter the 5 prestigious schools, averaging 7 per class. With 6 classes, they decisively set a target of 8 students per class, totaling no fewer than 48 students. Any class that fails to meet this standard will have the class head personally summoned to explain. The threat in Wayne's tone was unmistakable, causing various faces to pale as they exchanged glances, whispering among themselves about their students. Chen Yiming calculated silently. His class had already formed a top-tier team of 7. If Bai Tu could successfully pass the assessment, they would be set. But could things truly go that smoothly? Ever since the issues arose at No. 2 high school years ago, the entire Shanxing region had faced discrimination from the 5 prestigious schools. They not only required students to be above level 30, but also imposed extraordinarily restrictive rules on solo actions. In a configuration of 7 players, surpassing number 1 high school solo seemed an insurmountable challenge. Therefore, the class heads had discussed privately, agreeing that it was unlikely for number 1 high school to witness any solo breakthroughs or second team triumphs. As long as their first team could secure a position in the 5 prestigious schools and not fall behind number 1 high school, they would be spared Wayne's wrath. Bai Tu, it all rests on you now. Chen Yiming had gauged his class once, discovering that aside from the first team, the rest barely scraped by at level 25, with a few reaching 28, but still far from qualifying for the 5 prestigious schools. Since their last parting, Bai Tu had not been seen. It was rumored he had fallen out with several wealthy heirs and was holed up in dungeons. Yet, one would think that even alone, given his previous rate of leveling up, he should have reached level 30 by now. Meanwhile, Bai Tu was at Lu Ji's house, watching him finalize his last piece of equipment. Once this item was completed, he would successfully reach level 30. Are you truly planning to tackle the college entrance examination solo? I've heard the current examination is quite unfriendly to lone wolves. Lu Gu concentrated intently on controlling the flames, yet he also engaged Bai Tu in conversation, believing a too tense mindset could lead to forging errors. Well, being alone is not an issue. Compared to others, I have greater faith in my skeletal soldiers. You are increasingly resembling a true necromancer. The necromancer class has only recently emerged, with few choosing it, and to date, only 2 factions have formed. With no skills circulating widely, who could emulate whom? That is indeed true. Given your current level of 30, entering the 5 prestigious schools is not out of reach. However, I feel a bit guilty. I promised to help you enter a prestigious school, yet now you must participate in the examination as well. Lu Gu chuckled nonchalantly. With Bai Tu's unrestrained investment in resources, he too was on the verge of reaching level 30 and had even mastered the ability to forge 3-tier equipment, making entry into the 5 prestigious schools a trivial matter. He had also heard about Chun Yi's situation, which was beyond Bai Tu's control. In fact, he noticed Bai Tu had appeared somewhat downcast during his recent visits, so he offered some comforting words. The flames in his hands surged rapidly, and Lu Gu embedded the remaining materials into the ring, hastily quenching it. The equipment was finally taking shape. Excellent, a 3-tier craftsman. A ring adding 15 spirit and 5 agility. It is ready for you to equip. After acquiring the system's property annotation, Lu Gu promptly tossed the ring to Bai Tuesday. A name. Equipment quality. Artisan of the 3rd Forge. Equipment type. Ring. Equipment requirement. Spirit 15. Equipment effect. 15 spirit, 5 agility, 15 casting speed. A commendable piece of equipment that enhances basic attributes, particularly the final boost to casting speed, making it especially suitable for elemental mages. Thank you. I am indeed in need of such specialized gear. Bai Tu adorned the ring on his left index finger, significantly augmenting his mental prowess. His attributes had escalated to an exceptionally exaggerated level. Name, Bai Tuesday level 30. Attributes, Strength 2, Constitution 5, Agility 9, Spirit 150. Talent, 1 star. Traits, Skeleton Graveyard. Current EN energy cap, 750 points. Current EN energy recovery rate, 30 points per minute. Skill, Summon Skeletons. Current summoning value, 45 points. With 150 points in spirit. Although the converted EN energy was not directly stored within Bai Tu's body, he was nonetheless affected by the chilling aura, rendering his complexion increasingly pallid, with his lips darkening and nails similarly afflicted. While his physique remained comparable to before, the unhealthy pallor rendered him notably weaker. The college entrance examination was imminent. He should return home to prepare. I hope we both gain admission to the top 5 prestigious schools. Lu Gu, though notably anxious himself, maintained his usual composure. Bai Tu nodded and cast another glance at him. He left a favorable impression, yet it was regrettable that they would soon part ways, uncertain of future encounters. After bidding farewell to Lu Gu, Bai Tu descended into the skeleton graveyard, assuming control of the Undertaker's body, transforming into a 6-eyed skeleton. Over the course of the next 10 days, the graveyard underwent a remarkable transformation. The number of corpses in the cycle path surged back to over 1,000. and Bai Tu summoned approximately 500 skeleton warriors for unforeseen circumstances. Both Slave 1 and Slave 2 reached maximum levels, gaining the unique talent effect, Whip, which enhances the overall attributes of slave units by 10. Skeleton 3 also advanced to level 25, accompanied by 5 skeleton warriors, primarily serving as Bai Tu's guardians. Hylock reached level 36, and when activating Wrestling Charge, his strength surpassed 300 points, rendering him unmatched by any current practitioners, even in fully equipped scenarios. During this process, he summoned 2 skeleton painters, both reaching maximum level, one adorned in yellow for defense, the other in purple for speed, both conventional attributes. Once the skeleton painters reached full capacity, their embellishments could be layered, resulting in Bai Tu's skeletons, from Hylock to the skeleton warriors, each adorned with tricolored patterns, resembling a skull. Under Bai Tu's deliberate allocation of resources, the six-eyed skeleton's level was also elevated to 30, with attribute points evenly distributed between constitution and agility. Not to mention, it was now exceedingly challenging for an average assassin to eliminate him. Upon Bai Tu's arrival, all the skeletons turned to face him, silent and motionless. The resonance of their souls allowed them to perceive Bai Tu's emotional state. College entrance examination, let us give it our all. Defeat all adversaries. Chapter 52. Is this what you call 1v1? The first assessment of the college entrance examination, a personal confrontation match, would randomly pair 10 candidates, with the final victory contributing to the overall score. Please prepare swiftly. Bai Tu had already entered the simulation assessment unit, confined within a small, enclosed space. This was a specially designed instance for candidates, perfectly materializing all of their states and abilities. Without hesitation, Bai Tu selected to commence the examination. Matching successful. The first battle was about to begin. Suddenly, Bai Tu's vision turned dark, and when it illuminated again, he found himself in an open field. 100 meters away, a boy clad in silver armor materialized simultaneously. Neither could discern any information about the other, and reconnaissance tools proved entirely ineffective. 3, 2, 1, the assessment commences. As the countdown concluded, the barrier between the two vanished instantly. With a rustling sound, Hylock and Slave 1 appeared beside Bai Tu's Deha. Who would have thought I'd encounter a necromancer in this day and age? What a pity. If you were a bone explosion specialist, I might have feared you. But a summoning type? Humph. The warrior candidate scoffed disdainfully, noting that early-stage necromancers had yet to learn Coffin of the Undead, making a summoning build rather laughable. Though somewhat surprised by Hylock's uniqueness, he brushed it aside. As the battle commenced, he charged forward. With a swift draw of his longsword, he unleashed a fierce attack toward Hylock, imbued with an indomitable aura. Hylock disregarded the assault entirely, as the skeletal warhorse's evasion capabilities were negligible, compelling him to endure the blow. Bang! A slender gash appeared on the skeletal warhorse's neck, yet under the fortification of the skeletal staff and the yellow defense embellishment, the damage was far from severe. The skeletal warhorse rapidly gathered momentum, swiftly closing the 50-meter gap with terrifying speed, its massive form crashing toward the warrior candidate, startling him into sidestepping to evade. However, Hylock's wrestling charge would be preemptively determined. The warrior's precarious maneuver only led to his own downfall. Wrestling determination successful. A powerful force slammed into the warrior candidate, leaving him feeling as if he had been hurled against a wall, his head spinning as he was propelled back 7 or 8 meters before crashing to the ground. Hylock, offering no respite, unleashed a second charge, amplifying his speed once more, swinging his cleaver toward the warrior candidate. Bang! Remarkably, Hylock single-handedly dispatched a candidate, sustaining minimal damage in the process. While the opponent's underestimation and lack of information contributed to this outcome, it was also attributable to Hylock's own extraordinary level of 36. Even if equipment and attribute points were not in his favor, possessing an additional skeletal warhorse's attribute line rendered him a force not easily contended with by current young practitioners. Congratulations, you have achieved an upgrade in the first battle. Current score, 1 point. You will have 3 minutes to prepare before entering the next match. Let us commence now. Bai Tu hesitated not in the slightest. After each battle concluded, his status would fully restore, and having not engaged in actual combat, he felt no fatigue. Matching successful. The second battle was about to begin. The system swiftly matched Bai Tu with his next opponent. This time, he faced a female candidate. The opponent appeared to be a magical array mage, summoning a sandstone warrior with a massive double-bladed axe with a mere wave of her hand, evoking a sense of familiarity in Bai Tu's day. Could she be from the Xiong family? It was rumored that magical array mages were predominantly controlled by the Xiong family, making it challenging for ordinary individuals to progress in this domain. His speculation proved correct. The girl was indeed Xiong Juanrui, a descendant of the Xiong family from Dongdu No. One high school. A necromancer, a particularly rare profession, she mused cautiously, refraining from immediate action and instead scrutinizing Bai Tu's skeletal soldiers. Dongdu No. One high school had practitioners of the necromancer profession, of which she had seen before. However, the others had not opted for a summoning build. but rather a bone explosion build. The core skill of the bone explosion class, Fong Bone Rising Spear, is notably easier to acquire, delivering a formidable blend of elemental and physical damage, with the potential to inflict corpse poison in later stages. The individual before her evidently specializes in summoning. The bone explosion class might learn a skill for summoning skeletons, but would require various supplementary skills as well. Observing the necromancer, Xiang Juanrui noted the absence of a soul coffin on his person. Perhaps he was new. Before Xiang Juanrui could ponder further, Bai Tu swiftly summoned slave number 2 in No. 3, accompanied by a throng of skeletal warriors, all glaring with green ghostly flames at the sandstone warrior. A sudden tightness gripped Xiang Juanrui's heart. Wasn't this supposed to be a 1v1 duel? How could this be called a fair fight? She immediately activated her talent, causing the sandstone warrior to swell significantly, towering at 5 meters, far surpassing Chen Es. Indeed, necromancers tend to invest heavily in elemental constructs. With a wave of his hand, Bai Tu commanded Shiluo to charge forth. Xiang Juanrui quickly directed the sandstone warrior to shield her within its chest, causing Shiluo to lose sight of his target. Bai Tu's brow furrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated that a mage could enter the body of an elemental construct. Attack! Surround it, he ordered, and the summoned slaves, alongside the skeletal archers, advanced, knocking their bows and unleashing a volley of bone arrows upon the sandstone warrior. Clang! Clang! The cacophony of impact echoed in her ears as Xiang Juanrui's expression shifted to one of alarm, witnessing the rapid erosion of the warrior's defenses. She had not anticipated the formidable strength of these skeletal soldiers' arrows, which easily penetrated the sandstone warrior's armor. Attack! Attack! A panicked Xiang Juanrui commanded the wounded sandstone warrior to charge at Bai Tu, believing that eliminating the controller would lead to victory. However, Shiluo had already closed in, thrusting forward with a powerful charge that forced the warrior back 2 steps, and with a follow-up double dash, he cleaved deep gashes into its legs with his massive sword. Shiluo's skills are improving. He may soon rival the prowess of Guan Yu from the legends. Bai Tu observed the unfolding battle from a distance, reasoning that against such a defensive opponent, a surrounding strategy would suffice. While he remained at ease, Xiang Juanrui was drenched in sweat, pondering whether contemporary challengers had become so formidable. She had scarcely attended school, focusing her studies under her family's guidance, and now faced such a daunting opponent for the first time. It felt akin to her mercilessly dominating her kin. Who exactly was this adversary? Surely, few from her lineage could contend with him. Furrowing her brow, Xiang Juanrui watched the struggling sandstone warrior attempt to wield its dual-bladed axe against the mounted skeleton, only to be evaded time and again, its armor now shattered, riddled with arrows like a porcupine. Just as despair began to set in, a faint sound caught her attention. She focused and saw that a thumb-sized hole had been pierced through the warrior's torso. Oh no! As the realization struck, a bone arrow whistled through the opening, striking her squarely in the face. Exiting the battle, Xiang Juanrui screamed, bounding around in her personal space, her heart still racing. Although there was no physical pain, the sensation of an arrow hurtling towards her face was profoundly terrifying. In that moment, an overwhelming fear of death gripped her. I will remember you, Necromancer. Chapter 53, Ascending to the Pinnacle. The challenge was hardly daunting. Overwhelming numbers made victory deceptively simple. Bai Tu continued to engage in 5 more battles, oblivious to whether his opponents were particularly weak or if he was truly exceptional, as few could withstand a single barrage of arrows. At most, an assassin would appear but promptly vanish in a stealth. It took a skeleton stealth operative quite some time to capture him. With 7 battles completed, he boasted a flawless record of 7 victories, 0 defeats, and 0 draws, accumulating 7 points. You currently hold the top position on the national leaderboard. Bai Tu was taken aback. This year's competitors seemed rather lackluster. Meanwhile, countless eyes on the external network were fixated on the examination, bewildered by Bai Tu's name on the scoreboard. Who was this individual? It appeared that none from the 5 major cities bore such a name. Wait, let me look up Bai Tuesday. I am certain he is not from one of the 5 major cities. There are no examinees with the surname Bai this year. Could he be from a small town? The 5 major cities were certainly suffering a blow to their pride. Why does this name sound somewhat familiar? Subsequently, an image circulated online, revealing Bai Tu's rather audacious online courtship attempts on a local chat platform. Wow, this guy is quite bold, so young yet exuding such charisma. Bah. Merely a lecher. Boys are so disgusting. Please refrain from fighting upstairs. And you are being discriminatory. What if they identify as female? Am I the only one who noticed he is a 1-star necromancer? Once this remark was made, it effectively silenced the chatter. With all eyes fixating on the terms 1-star and necromancer, a silence ensued for a full 5 minutes. What on earth were the examinees from the 5 major cities doing? They were bested by some rural upstart. Back in my day, the top 100 were virtually monopolized by the 5 major cities. Pray tell, what position did you hold? I was 10,086th, yet I still thrived alongside the elites, dominating the leaderboard. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. You dare mock us from the mountain city, ranking 10,086? You were merely a follower while others were the ones truly slaying. Bai Tu is impressive. Mountain City is impressive. Unbelievable. The monkeys from Mountain City dare to boast online. Do you wish to test the sharpness of my keyboard? Humph, my keys have yet to falter. The online uproar continued unabated and offline. The principals and teachers from the 5 major city high schools wore grim expressions. Can someone explain to me how this Bai Tu, a mere waste from Mountain City, managed to defeat your carefully nurtured prodigies? Principal Seong Luexis of a prestigious Eastern City high school was livid, pointing accusatorily at the teachers below. This is a nationwide broadcast. As representatives of the 5 major cities, having invested so many resources, and this is our outcome, how will we lead the national high school scene moving forward? Principal Seong. Bai Tu merely occupies the first position, from 2nd to 40th. All are from our 5 major cities. Indeed, perhaps Bai Tu possesses exceptional traits, easily gaining an advantage in the early stages when most competitors wield only 1 or 2 skills. Once skills proliferate, how much can a single skill truly accomplish? Furthermore, relying solely on individual prowess is not a sustainable path, and with his current visibility, he is bound to be targeted in future assessments. He has only completed 7 battles. With 3 remaining, perhaps luck may not always favor him. The teachers below engaged in discussions, some deflecting blame, yet all secretly committed Bai Tu's name to memory. Ding! A soft chime rang out, prompting everyone to look up at the large screen. While the rankings remained unchanged, Bai Tu's points had risen to 8. With the second-place contestant still at 6. At this rate, even if many others achieved full points to tie for first, Bai Tu would undoubtedly hold the top position longer than anyone else. Sigh. Seong Luexis and others felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. As the once arrogant prodigies from prominent families, who typically disregarded their teachers, now appeared to be cowering in fear. In the 9th round, victory was secured, accumulating a total of 9 points, placing him at the pinnacle of the rankings. Old Shun, your class's Bai Tu is truly remarkable, managing to surpass so many prodigies from the 5 major cities and firmly holding the first position. Principal Wu Zian of the 2nd high school was present, accompanied by a group of teachers, to witness the live broadcast of the college entrance examination. Without a host to guide the proceedings, he sat alone on stage, continually extolling Bai Tu's virtues. However, did Bai Tu not typically keep a low profile? Why did he leave me with such a faint impression? Contemplating this, Wu Zian picked up his phone to search for information, and his previously cheerful expression suddenly faltered. The face that appeared on the screen was eerily familiar. It was none other than Bai Tu, who had recently stirred controversy with a matchmaking scandal. To think our school's pride would be him? How shall we promote him in the future? Surely, the promotional slogans will be shadowed by his scandalous past. Chen Yiming, noticing Wu Zian's change in demeanor, immediately surmised the situation and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had not anticipated Bai Tu's sudden brilliance in the college entrance examination, should he indeed achieve an outstanding score. The school would find itself in an even more awkward position. However, the silence did not linger for long, as Bai Tu's score rose yet again, achieving a perfect record with 10 consecutive victories, firmly securing the top rank. Wow, Bai Tu is incredible, Wu Zian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. All the teachers were taken aback. Principal, what did you just say? Was that a curse word? Surely you must have. Yet, after his outburst, Wu Zian quickly regained his composure, as if the previous exclamation had never escaped his lips. Truly, a man capable of holding the position of principal. His talent for feigning ignorance could serve as a lifelong lesson for many. In the virtual realm, after concluding the final battle, Bai Tu felt a twinge of astonishment. His last opponent had indeed been formidable, despite the simplicity of his skills and his status as an unremarkable elemental mage. He had manipulated the most fundamental magic projectiles with remarkable finesse. Ice projectiles slowed, fire projectiles enhanced, wind projectiles controlled, and lightning projectiles delivered explosive damage. This individual possessed the unique ability to seamlessly switch between multiple elemental attributes. Even with just one magic projectile skill, he was capable of executing an array of combination techniques, boasting an astonishing accuracy. Had it not been for the intervention of the skeleton archer, overwhelming him with sheer numbers, it was likely that Hylic would have been outmaneuvered and defeated. There are always greater talents beyond our own, and had it not been for the advantage of numbers, I would have stood no chance against him. Yet, this numerical advantage was precisely the essence of Bai Tu's combat strategy, showcasing the diversity of their respective fighting styles. Consequently, Bai Tu emerged as the first candidate to complete the PvP assessment, achieving a perfect score of 30 in the combat evaluation, coupled with his cultural course score of 19. His total score for the college entrance examination now stood at 49, marking a significant milestone, although it did not place him at the very top of the rankings. His name alone dominated the leaderboard, standing out conspicuously. Yet, unbeknownst to Bai Tu, he had only observed various news rankings following previous college entrance examinations or the live news broadcast on the day itself. This was his first experience of such an event. Chapter 54, the College Entrance Examination Live Broadcast. Good evening, dear viewers. Welcome to the live coverage of the National High School Entrance Examination. I am your good friend, Xiaoming. Hello everyone. I am Teacher He, who has dedicated decades to guiding students through the college entrance examination. Hi there. I am Lu Yuanyong, a sophomore at Bai Tu Academy, and I am delighted to join you in watching this year's examination live. As all candidates completed their assessments, results began to be unveiled, and the scene shifted to the studio. The young and handsome official host, Xiaoming, greeted the audience with a beaming smile, flanked by a man and a woman. The man sported a meticulously trimmed Mediterranean hairstyle and gold-rimmed glasses, embodying the archetype of a rather greasy middle-aged gentleman. The woman, in contrast, radiated youthful vitality, appearing barely 20, clad in a sleek athletic outfit that showcased her exceptional physique. Keep that old man at a distance. His gaze is rather indiscreet. If he continues to stare at my wife, I might just have to take drastic measures. Hey, that's clearly my wife. No stealing. Wait, why is my wife barefoot? Goodness. I'm feeling a bit peckish. Why on earth does someone leave food on the floor? Such wastefulness. I could devour it all. Sir, please maintain some decorum. As the broadcast commenced, the barrage of comments on the screen was anything but civil. This event marked the debut of live streaming technology, evoking a sense of curiosity among the viewers, with some elderly individuals shedding tears of nostalgia as they witnessed the revival of technology from decades past. While Xiaoming hosted the live event, he keenly monitored the comments, aware that this was his first experience with such a real-time broadcast, which allowed only a mere 30 seconds for corrections, a substantial challenge indeed. Alright, dear viewers, let us now focus our attention on the college entrance examination rankings. After all, this is a program dedicated to the examination, not a culinary showcase. Lu Yuanyong nonchalantly crossed her legs, her pristine feet swaying gracefully, confident in her allure. She saw no issue with being barefoot, attributing it to the stifling heat within Bai Tu's premises, where wearing shoes would only lead to discomfort. Xiaoming and Teacher He too opted for socks over shoes. This year's college entrance examination had indeed unveiled a dark horse, Bai Tu from the second high school of Shanqing, who had demonstrated exceptional prowess during the individual assessment, defeating 10 opponents in less than an hour, achieving a perfect score in the first round. His scores in cultural courses were also commendable, securing 19 out of 20 points with ease, bringing his total score to 49. Although slightly lower than that of Xiang Junting from the first high school of Dongdu, who ranked first, his second-place achievement was nonetheless impressive. As Xiaoming read Bai Tu's scores from the teleprompter, he was taken aback. To emerge from such a remote corner and achieve such outstanding results was truly remarkable. Teacher He, as an expert in the college entrance examination field, what are your thoughts on Bai Tu's performance? Xiaoming extended the microphone to Teacher He. Receiving the microphone, Teacher He adjusted his glasses, a hint of professional pride gracing his expression. He remarked, from my observations, this student seems to have been rather fortunate, encountering primarily average students. And he himself is likely a key talent groomed by the school, thus fortunate to achieve such results. Xiaoming, surprised, inquired, are you suggesting that Bai Tu is one of those exceptional students cultivated with the school's full resources? Indeed, some schools employ such strategies to secure educational resources. However, it seems that Shanqing's second high school has simply hit the jackpot this time. Teacher He's tone carried a trace of disdain. Wow, our Shanqing has finally produced a commendable result, and this Mediterranean fellow dares to say such things. While he was not entirely incorrect, Bai Tu was indeed a representative of the elite training from their small locality. He could very well be the captain of some first-rate team. Experts are experts. Their insights are profound. It was clear to me why he concluded battles so swiftly. He must have possessed a plethora of advantageous resources. The live broadcast studio erupted into a din, prompting Xiaoming to hastily shift the topic, directing a question toward Lu Yuanyong. Did you participate in a similar individual assessment during your college entrance examination last year? Yes, we did, but we were not constrained by time. And it was worth 40 points. Given that you gained admission to Bai Tu, your performance must have been exceptional. Do you think luck played a significant role? Lu Yuanyong cast a fleeting glance at Teacher He, then smiled and remarked, in my day, my grades were not particularly stellar. I was ultimately bested by a prominent figure in the final round. However, as far as I know, the first 7 rounds are matched at random, while the last 3 are likely contested against opponents of equal or superior rank. Oh, it seems this Bai Tu indeed possesses some prowess, at the very least. He is capable of claiming victory in battles of the same level. Xiaoming's expression transformed into one of sudden realization, while Teacher He's countenance darkened. For Lu Yuanyong's words had evidently stung him. Our Yuanyong speaks so eloquently. Come here for a hug, sister. He chuckled. I've always said, they're merely experts and specialists without any official endorsement to call themselves such. This implies that Bai Tu, at the very least, is quite formidable among his peers, even if he is merely a 1-star novice. The truth is, everyone currently possesses only 1 or 2 skills. Distinguishing true capability is nearly impossible. Once we advance to 3 or 4 skills, Bai Tu's shortcomings in talent will become glaringly apparent. Teacher He wore a faintly sardonic smile, his words gradually veering off course. Low talent is simply low talent. No matter how hard he strives, he can only evolve into an ordinary practitioner, with no hope of entering the top 5 academies. Xiaoming quickly signaled him to be cautious, as this was a live broadcast viewed by a national audience, predominantly comprising ordinary individuals and low-talent practitioners. Whom are you mocking? Teacher, his expression stiffened, hastily attempting to mask his earlier blunder, yet the viewers in the live stream were relentless, inundating the feed with a torrent of scorn. Does he really consider himself a talent? What of his poor aptitude? If he enjoys such a comfortable life today, it is solely because we have protected him. Does someone like him even deserve to be a teacher? The vast majority of practitioners possess talents not exceeding 4 stars, which is considered low aptitude. According to his reasoning, they needn't even strive anymore. The responsibility of safeguarding the world should be left to the geniuses. Brothers, this scoundrel only has a 3-star talent. What audacity does he have to mock others? Are there any 4 stars? Hurry and step up. I'm a 4-star. I'll take the lead. Brothers, push me forward. Xiaoming observed the barrage of comments nearly overwhelming the screen, helplessly clearing the chaos and switching to the interface for the second examination, which finally quieted the uproar. Alright. The second examination is about to commence, and this time it will be broadcasted live in its entirety. Utilizing a large map standard format to allow everyone to clearly and intuitively witness the remarkable performances of the candidates. The studio's view shrank to 1/8 of the screen, revealing only a portion in the lower right corner. This year's simulated examination no longer followed the previous 5-choice format. Instead, it merged 5 instances into a colossal dungeon spanning 20,000 square kilometers, an area equivalent to 2 betas. As you can see, candidates are gradually entering the dungeon. This time, there are 260,000 nationwide candidates, approximately 5,000 teams. Yet, within such an expansive dungeon, each team remains considerably distant from one another. The current focus shifted to the team of Xiang Junting, a standard 7-member group, showcasing a remarkably well-rounded configuration: 1 tank, 2 physical damage dealers, 1 healer, and 2 magic damage dealers, along with an assassin for reconnaissance, ensuring a balance of offense and defense. The camera then turned to Bai Tu's. Wait, he has no teammates at all beside him. Is Bai Tu a lone wolf? Chapter 55, the second examination begins. Bai Tu was oblivious to the multitude of viewers observing him. Upon entering the dungeon, he immediately identified his examination objectives. The second examination primarily assessed the ability to defeat wild monsters, with various levels and ranks intricately categorized. Naturally, slaying stronger monsters would yield greater points. This assessment model was indeed unfavorable for lone wolves, as even the strongest individual needed to consider the strength and scale of the monsters. And missing a few would simply lead to wasted time. This kid must be a naive fool. Is he joking with his own future? Perhaps having fortuitously claimed first place before, he has grown overly cocky. Daring to venture alone, it's a dungeon where no one can die. Otherwise, with his type, he would meet his demise upon entering the small world for the first time. It turns out he is a simpleton. I was just starting to think well of him. Teacher, he, the expert, could see at a glance that this boy was nothing but an irredeemable waste. Countless viewers began to mock Bai Tu's overconfidence. And teacher, he gradually lifted the corners of his mouth. I told you, this kid's victories are merely by luck. To tackle the second examination alone? He probably won't even achieve an average score in the end. Xiaoming and Lu Yuerong were equally perplexed as they watched Bai Tu appear all alone, struggling to comprehend what had gone awry in his judgment. Bai Tu retrieved the bone staff from his backpack, its somewhat grimy design instantly igniting a wave of discussion. His infamous moniker as the hungry ghost of color was now widely recognized across the nation. Shylock, slave number 1, number 2, number 3, skeleton stealthers, skeleton undertakers, skeleton warriors. With a mere gesture, a multitude of skeletal units manifested before Bai Tu, scattering upon landing and encircling him. Holy moly, so many skeleton soldiers. And of various types as well. Aren't they supposed to say he only has a 1-star talent? This is a 1-star talent? Why do I feel like that mounted skeleton appears incredibly powerful? How cool. Are necromancers always this impressive, summoning so many skeletal soldiers with a wave of their hand? One person is akin to an entire team. Not only were ordinary viewers astonished, but all the teachers and practitioners watching the live broadcast were equally taken aback. Each year, there are only a handful of necromancers, most of whom merely summon the lowest tier skeletons as cannon fodder, incapable of being compared to this young man. The coffin of the undead. His class characteristic must undoubtedly be the coffin of the undead. Nothing else could explain it. Indeed, it seemed likely that it also possessed the potential to transform and mutate skeletal units. The variety of skeletons under his command vastly exceeded that of a typical necromancer. Many high-level and well-informed practitioners privately speculated about Bai Tu's uniqueness. However, even if his talent truly was the coffin of the undead, aside from the skeletal soldiers, he possessed no other abilities, making him vulnerable to being swiftly dispatched by a top-tier assassin. What a pity. If he had merely been a 3-star talent and learned 2 survival skills, his future achievements would not have been so limited. Woods shook his head. glancing at Bai Tu with a sense of regret. The significance of talent lies in its ability to provide a broader array of skills, thus enhancing survivability. In the small world, the foremost consideration is always to ensure one's own life. The more pronounced the shortcomings in personal survival, the greater the pressure on the team. Thus, even among mages, it is common to allocate a third of their skill slots to defensive skills like Magic Shield. Shen Yiming also felt regretful. Bai Tu may indeed hold an advantage in the early stages, but as the levels increase, his disadvantages will become more pronounced once he surpasses level 50. While others learn additional skills and significantly enhance their attributes, Bai Tu's skeletal soldiers will no longer keep pace with the mainstream combat power. No one envisioned that Bai Tu's skeletal units could actually be upgraded. Within the examination committee for the college entrance examination, a large group of evaluators was conducting the first round of ability assessments on the top-ranking students based on the live broadcast. The first place, Xiang Junting, was unanimously rated as SSS level, while opinions diverged on the second place, by Tuesday. A waste, with no potential for the future, D-level at best. Xiang Liuexin muttered softly, the sound echoing notably in the quiet office. Several individuals glanced at him, privately speculating the implications of his words. Could it be that this Bai Tu has a conflict with the Xiang family? It would be prudent to consider Xiang Liuexin's opinion. Thus, the collective assessment settled below B level. Several grades apart from the first place, Xiang Lu's heart was filled with cold disdain as he observed Bai Tu, who was venturing into the dungeon on the screen. His eyes filled with contempt. A rural brat daring to seek his daughter? How laughable. He would never permit such filth to tarnish the purity of his family's bloodline. Little did Bai Tu know that in the mere span of 30 seconds since his appearance, there had already been a flurry of discussions about him outside. All he wished for was to hunt monsters, and then return home for a good night's sleep. After sitting here for over an hour, he was nearly at his wit's end. The live stream camera didn't linger on him for long, quickly shifting to the people behind him, where only the top 100 players had the chance to be seen, while the rest could merely reveal parts of their bodies. Bai Tu charged forth with his skeletal army, unperturbed by the surroundings, directly confronting any monster in his path. Although the dungeon was vast, the monsters within were not particularly formidable, limited to level 30 boss-tier creatures. Even the mightiest boss would likely falter against Sherlock. When faced with dozens, even hundreds, of wolves, Bai Tu frowned at the sight of a 7-member team sprinting towards him. Were they trying to draw the beasts away? Over 100 grassland wolves, each above level 20, posed a significant challenge. Hey, fellow undead brethren in the front, lend us a hand. Leading the charge was presumably the team captain, dragging a girl behind him, desperately calling out while fleeing. To Bai Tu's surprise, the other 5 members were all female. He couldn't help but regard this young man with newfound respect. What a rarity, a single male amidst a sea of women. He resolved to glean some wisdom from them. Bai Tu gallantly allowed them to pass through his ranks of skeletons, then turned his attention to the oncoming pack of grassland wolves. The alpha wolf, towering like a full-grown bison, stood high and roared, commanding its pack to attack Bai Tuesday. The skeletal soldiers under Bai Tu's command showed no fear. The skeletal archers swiftly retaliated with a volley of bone arrows. 15 arrows effortlessly pierced the foremost charging wolf, as easily as a toothpick through tofu. Sherlock, riding his skeletal warhorse, charged straight towards the wolf pack's leader, showing no concern for the surrounding wolves. These lesser beasts could scarcely inflict any damage upon him. The Wolf King regarded Sherlock with a wary gaze, sensing the immense pressure emanating from this strange creature. If it got too close, it would likely be slain without mercy. With a piercing howl, the Wolf King issued a sharp command, and the entire wolf pack turned to launch an assault on Sherlock. The sight of dozens tearing at him was truly breathtaking. Charge! Sherlock, undeterred, gathered his strength and barreled into the oncoming wolves, like a steadfast stone halting a raging torrent, sending waves of chaos in every direction. The wails echoed across the wasteland. Zhou Shan, having barely escaped with her life, turned back to witness the spectacular scene. Her mouth agape in awe, Sherlock appeared as if a deity of war had descended, carving a path through the wolves with ease. Chapter 56, A Painful Revelation. The pack of grassland wolves failed to inflict any significant harm on Sherlock, and the minor damage he did sustain could easily be healed by his underlings. Brother, your skeletal soldiers are incredible. One can take down a whole pack of grassland wolves, and they're all level 20. Zhou Shan remarked in astonishment, stepping a little closer. Her gaze fixated on the skeletal archers and the skeletal master, her curiosity piqued. Though the archers' attacks were unadorned, they seemed to surpass even the mounted skeleton in terms of efficiency. Every arrow loosed was sure to fell a wolf with ease. Spot on. This was akin to modern firearms. Precise and powerful. Impressive, truly impressive. Could this person be one of the 5 greats? Bai Tu, hearing Zhou Shan's somewhat effeminate voice, furrowed his brow and scrutinized her more closely. With ear piercings, light makeup, a slender figure, and flawless skin, could she possibly be one of those? He discreetly stepped back a couple of paces to show respect. While Bai Tu harbored a certain admiration for such individuals, he personally found it difficult to accept. After all, He needed to ensure the continuation of the Bai family lineage. It would be a travesty if this young man led him astray. What on earth happened to attract such a massive horde of monsters? Didn't you have any scouts? Well, my scout buddy had a little mishap, Zhou Shan replied, sticking out her tongue while pointing to a girl with bangs sitting on the ground, who seemed to have twisted her ankle. Another girl with long black hair was attending to her injury. The term buddy was indeed quite affectionate. Moreover, it was rather unfortunate for an assassin to twist her ankle right upon entering the dungeon. Bai Tu glanced at the 6 girls and couldn't shake the feeling that none of them appeared particularly astute. One of them was yawning continuously, as if she had never slept a day in her life. Am I on holiday, or sitting for an exam? Is there anyone lazier than me? After a brief silence, Sherlock approached, having finished off the remaining grassland wolves, looking somewhat perplexed. Normally, after defeating monsters, he would assist Bai Tu in transporting the bodies, but this time, the moment a monster was slain, its corpse vanished. Bai Tu shook his head, indicating that he understood the situation. This was a unique setting for the examination dungeon. Defeating monsters yielded no experience or drops, and even the corpses disappeared swiftly. Only after the examination concluded could one exchange earn points for experience. Bai Tu gestured, revealing his points panel. In a short time, he had amassed 128 points. There was no leaderboard, so he had no idea what his rank was. All right, the crisis has been averted, and we still have the exam to focus on, so let us all keep pushing forward. Bai Tu had initially intended to inquire with Zhou Shan about her knack for attracting girls, but her demeanor left much to be desired. Perhaps she was merely a male friend, offering no valuable insights. Zhou Shan nodded, tossing her hair back with a smile. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm Zhou Shan from Wahehui. Zhou Shan, sister? Bai Tu felt a shiver run down his spine, but as his gaze drifted downward, he noticed her ample bosom and the absence of an Adam's apple. I'm Bai Tu, a resident of Shanqing. May I ask, are you a girl? Of course. Is it not obvious? And what with your name, Bai Tu? Zhou Shan's smile faded instantly as she recalled a post from a fellow netizen in Shanqing. A certain Bai Tu, known for his notoriety as a necromancer. Farewell. Zhou Shan's expression hardened, the look in Bai Tu's eyes giving her a chill. Upon closer inspection, he bore dark circles under his eyes, a pale face, and a gaunt frame, reminiscent of an emaciated specter. She swiftly lifted the girl with bangs into a princess carry. Calling out, ladies, let us hurry. The group of girls departed without hesitation. Sigh, a bunch of girls. Why must they speak so ambiguously, leading to misunderstandings? What a farce. Bai Tu understood why she left upon hearing his name. After all, his infamous reputation had spread even to other cities. Would it eventually reach the 5 greats? That would make pursuing senior sisters in school all the more challenging. He had never anticipated that in this peculiar world, where the technology tree had taken a bizarre turn, live streaming would be incorporated into the college entrance examination. Even more astonishing was the fact that his reputation had spread nationwide. If it weren't for the current communication barriers between countries, perhaps young women from Neon Country would have immediately connected him with the infamous electric car enthusiast. Bai Tu couldn't help but let out a sigh. It was already challenging enough for him to seek a girlfriend with his unfortunate appearance, and now, he had gained a notorious reputation. In a dating simulation game, this would be akin to an infernal beginning. Well, enough of these thoughts. There was the exam to consider, and he couldn't afford to be so distracted. Bai Tu slapped his cheeks to awaken himself. After a moment's hesitation, he entered the body of the negative coffin bearer. He had not ventured far when he encountered a group of examinees. Perhaps others were nearby as well. Alone, despite having a skeleton stalker scouting ahead, he could only survey one direction. Furthermore, with the current disparity in levels being drastically diminished, he was no longer capable of confronting true stealth professions head-on. Thus, it was prudent to prepare for self-preservation. In this instance, killing was permitted. Those girls from earlier were rather naive. Bai Tu recalled how Zhou Shan had approached him without a hint of caution. It was a miracle that such a person could survive until the college entrance examination. If Bai Tu had any ulterior motives, Sherlock could have easily dispatched her. Even without the use of reconnaissance tools, Zhou Shan's aura suggested she was far from level 30. Was she simply naturally oblivious? Truly, it seems that like attracts like, this group of clueless girls could be easily led astray at any moment. Bai Tu shook his head in exasperation as the skeletal coffin behind the negative coffin bearer gaped wide and swallowed him whole. Subsequently, the third pair of eye sockets at the top of the negative coffin bearer gradually opened, and purple, ghostly flames flared to life. Ever since the skeletal coffin had been activated, it not only possessed an additional large eye, but also sprouted a gaping mouth beneath, capable of swallowing even Sherlock whole, healing its wounds before regurgitating him. A long, dark tongue frequently slipped out and flicked about, particularly conspicuous against the white coffin. Strength 16, Constitution 34, Agility 34, Spirit 6. Although the negative coffin bearer had only reached level 30, its specialized attribute bonuses had elevated its Constitution and Agility beyond 30 points. While this was comparable to a level 15 warrior without equipment, it was sufficient to ensure he would not be easily slain by an assassin. Moreover, as Bai Tu transformed into a 6-eyed skeleton, he became difficult to detect amidst the skeletal ranks. To harmonize with the surrounding skeleton units, he selected only 2 tattered pieces of equipment provided by Lu Gu, wielding a bone blade, a plain weapon that granted an additional 10 points of strength. Let us depart. The whispers of souls echoed in the minds of the numerous skeleton units, and the silent skeletal army sprang into motion. Sherlock led the charge, flanked by 3 enslavers arranged in a triangular formation, while Bai Tu positioned himself between them, neither exposing himself too much nor overtly seeking protection. Chapter 57. Are you stealing my monsters? Bai Tu found himself robbed of his prey, and the interloper didn't hesitate to mock him after snatching the kill. Watching the swaying backside of the thief, Bai Tu maintained a stoic expression, silently instructing the skeleton stalker to follow. Oh, how unfortunate for Bai Tu. He had nearly vanquished a level 30 boss, only to have it snatched away by that lecherous rogue. Who was to blame? After all, who told him to venture forth alone without a party? In such an open dungeon, one must be prepared for the reality of being a lone wolf. It seemed he had been robbed several times, each instance by this masked assassin. TCH, this guy must be worried that showing his face would lead to his demise. Well, Bai Tu was also wearing a mask. Wasn't he also hiding from the world? I just entered the live stream. Can anyone point out which of these skeletons is Bai Tu? Isn't it that one? Hey, where did Bai Tu go? Did he hide in the grass? The trio in the broadcasting studio noticed the peculiarities on screen and promptly called for the camera to zoom out. Yet they still could not locate Bai Tuesday. They could only speculate, based on the examinee's positioning, that he was somewhere nearby. Indeed, Bai Tu had seemingly vanished. Did he possess some stealth ability? Yet, according to his 1-star talent, it appeared he could not learn any new skills. Xiaoming looked perplexedly at the switching screens, unable to restrain himself from inquiring with Teacher He. Teacher He, what do you think is happening here? Teacher He, equally bemused, brightened at Xiaoming's question and smiled widely. He had been reflecting deeply, realizing that perhaps his stern demeanor had created a sense of distance among the students. Thus, whenever the camera focused on him, he immediately donned a cheerful expression. The ability to conceal oneself could stem from a stealth skill of a rogue or attributes from various equipment. Clearly, Bai Tu must have utilized some effect of his gear to cloak his presence. Xiaoming nodded in agreement, visibly convinced. However, Lu Yuanyuan furrowed her brow and interjected. Teacher He, only master-level equipment could possibly possess such special properties, and mythic-level gear would grant unique traits and skills. Bai Tu is at most level 30 and hails from a mountain city. Such equipment would be exceedingly difficult for him to acquire, wouldn't it? Master-level equipment isn't that rare. Is it? Can't one simply purchase it from the Alliance? Teacher He, irritated by Lu Yuanyuan's rebuttal, couldn't help but chime in. Lu, don't perceive the current environment of professions as so dire. According to statistics from the 5 great professional management associations, the average professional possesses at least 2 pieces of master-level equipment. Lu Yuanyuan chuckled derisively, opting to refrain from further conversation. Engaging with him was simply too intellectually taxing. She feared that after this episode, she might even fail her exams. How on earth did this fool become a college entrance examination advisor? What a ridiculous statement. Akin to why not eat meat buns? This man had likely never set foot in a smaller city. Did he truly believe that steamed buns grew on trees? How absurd. Haha, it's laughable. If I averaged my inventory with the Alliance's equipment forging department, I'd have tens of thousands of master-level items. Am I boasting? Having reached level 50, I found myself utterly ignorant of master-level equipment. Wasn't there simply ordinary and artisan-level gear? Master-level, mythic-level, surely these were mere fabrications? Ridiculous nonsense. The laughter that erupted was more akin to weeping. Couldn't he stop laughing for a moment? Xiaoming watched as the barrage of comments surged once more, feeling utterly exasperated. Teacher He, could you perhaps think before you speak? Is this how you address your students during guidance sessions? You are indeed fortunate that you haven't been drowned in saliva yet. Well, this episode would simply have to suffice. After all, with the advantage of a premiere, even a pig could become a star guest. One must learn to take it easy. With this thought, Xiaoming's awkward smile transformed into one of acceptance. After all, the criticisms were not directed at him. On screen, Bai Tu stealthily approached the group where the assassin had been. Enraged by the fact that this scoundrel had stolen 3 of his monsters, he could not tolerate this affront. Alas, not far ahead was the assassin's group, and Bai Tu seemed entirely oblivious, continuing to advance cautiously. It was only a matter of time before they would encounter one another. The situation was dire. Without allies, Bai Tu, accompanied solely by his skeletal minions, would be walking straight into a well-prepared team, akin to a lamb entering the jaws of a tiger. However, based on the recent performance of the skeletal warrior, it appears that Bai Tu's strength should not be underestimated. Will he be able to retreat unscathed from the team battle? Xiaoming's demeanor shifted as he relaxed, his hosting style instantly transforming back to the exuberance reminiscent of his entertainment commentary videos, shedding the earlier seriousness and formality. His tone now fervent. Xiaoming was prepared to unleash his full intensity. Why do I feel as though I am watching a gaming commentary? Bai Tu, give it your all. Let that lad snatch some kills and, With your skeletal warhorse, deliver a resounding kick to his backside. The battle is on. Gather, brothers. Let's see who can claim the MVP this round. What is the situation? What is happening over there? Gao Woya, seated beneath a great tree, frowned as he observed Song Renjun scampering back, unable to suppress his curiosity. His assassin was generally reliable, but occasionally disobedient, often leaving him with a throbbing headache. No worries, boss. A lone wolf, accompanied by a legion of skeletons, is farming monsters, and I managed to snatch it away. A necromancer? What does he look like? Upon hearing that Song Renjun had stirred up trouble again, Gao Woya couldn't help but sigh internally. This is the college entrance examination, brother. Can we not keep our composure? Song Renjun chuckled mischievously. That fellow is quite cowardly, hiding who knows where in a thicket. I frightened him so much that he doesn't dare show his face. Alas, my dear brother, this is the college entrance examination after all. Let us try to be a bit more restrained. What if it's a trap? That could jeopardize our results. Gao Woya was already quite intimidated by him. As the captain, he had to step up each time trouble arose, and 9 times out of 10, he ended up taking a beating, with only once escaping due to his agility. As for why he didn't just kick him out, well, he was family. If he were to be expelled, would his sister still want him? He dares to chase after us? Boss, should we take him down? We can't let that plump prey escape. Song Renjun's spirit surged as he sensed the skeletal squad's movements, immediately donning a sinister grin. Gao Woya, with no choice, realized that since the enemy had caught up, it was best to engage in combat regardless of right or wrong. Let us go. Gao Woya was quite respected within the team. Once he made a decision, others would fall in line without dissent, and he stood up immediately. The tank positioned himself at the forefront, the mage silently gathering magical energy, while the healer closely monitored the party's health. Indeed, the distance isn't great. Upon learning of Song Renjun's location and the number of his team from the skeletal infiltrator, Bai Tu promptly relayed the information to Sherlock, who was responsible for charging into battle. It was time for him to showcase his prowess. Number 1, Number 2, suppress with arrows. Infiltrator. Seize the opportunity to ambush their healer, the one who appears the most fragile, likely carrying an aura that's rather irritating. Remember, eliminate him first. The skeletal infiltrator tilted its head in contemplation, seemingly brainstorming the healer's image. After a moment, it nodded decisively, its figure flickering away into the shadows. Chapter 58, The Little Assassin, How Laughable. The first battle among candidates in the second examination quickly captured the attention of countless viewers, with the live broadcast intentionally freezing the frame, showcasing the dynamic between Bai Tu and Gao Woya across 3 screens. It was evident that a confrontation was imminent. Facing 7 opponents, this Bai Tu was quite audacious. It seemed he was already aware of Gao Woya's position. Indeed, but who bestowed such a peculiar name upon him? It sounds rather odd. And what about that Song Renjun? Is this not a joke? Haha, is he trying to take me down? Handing out kills. As Xiao Ming narrated the unfolding dynamics of both sides, he invited Lu Yuan to assist in pulling up the candidate information for Bai Tu and others, clearly displaying their names and examination zones. The live audience was either captivated by Xiao Ming's analysis of the situation or utterly entranced by Lu Yuan's long, fair legs. While only teacher he sat awkwardly in the corner, unable to interject, his image cut off halfway, leaving only his head visible. Seeking one's demise. With such negligible level differences, how dare he take on an entire team alone? This battle holds no suspense whatsoever, no matter how formidable Bai Tu's skeletons are. They are utterly insufficient against a fully assembled 7-member team. Just as the viewers held their breath, fixated on the movements of both factions, teacher he, unable to endure the silence, offered a sarcastic remark. Xiao Ming and Lu Yuan exchanged glances of disapproval. Every time teacher he spoke, it was laced with mockery and belittlement. Even they found it hard to listen. Regardless of Bai Tu's talent or future prospects, he was still a professional, and when the monsters invade Blue Star, he would undoubtedly contribute some strength. It was precisely such a myriad of feeble strengths that allowed humanity to endure the upheaval decades ago and restore civil society. Thus, both chose to disregard his comments, offering no response. The live chat was peppered with a few scattered remarks rebuking teacher he, yet no one paid him further attention. In the footage, Bai Tu and Gao Woya finally locked eyes. Archers, prepare. Gao Woya, having gauged the distance, was just about to signal the ranged attackers to initiate their assault when a series of familiar arrow sounds whizzed through the air. A frontline teammate was suddenly shoved aside, and several bone arrows clanged against their shields. The opponent also has archers? Wasn't he supposed to be a lone wolf? Turning to inquire of Song Renjun, he discovered he had already vanished without a trace. Damn it, he isn't charging in, is he? Gao Woya cursed silently, immediately instructing everyone to dodge. The enemy archers had a longer range, and they needed to think of a way to close the gap. If Song Renjun had gone to eliminate the opposing archers, that would be acceptable. But could that fool possess such cunning? If so, he would be laughing with a joy surpassing even his own sister S. Shaking his head to dispel irrelevant thoughts, Gao Woya turned his gaze upward, spotting a figure at a distance. How could the enemy archer possibly be so accurately on target from such a range? This is archery, brother, not sniping with a 4x scope. The incessant ringing of arrows filled his ears, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of footsteps. A curious frontline lackey, peeking out from behind his iron shield, caught sight of Sherlock charging forward. Holy crap, a skeletal warrior on horseback is coming. Where's the mage? Mage, get in there. Attack, attack. The frontline lackey shouted in panic, and before Gao Woya could rally the offensive, a loud crash echoed, accompanied by a scream, as sunlight streamed back onto his face. Looking up, he saw Shillick's massive sword, backlit by the sun, descending upon him like a divine being. No, Gao Woya unleashed every ounce of strength, executing a nimble leap. Rolling away as he escaped, a testament to his prowess as a captain, he managed to evade in such a dire situation. Meanwhile, the other archers and mages quickly hurled their arrows and fireballs at Sherlock before also retreating. However, Sherlock might let a warrior slip away. But how could he allow those short-legged ones to escape? His sword cleaved through arrows and fireballs alike, and with a swift tug on the reins, the skeletal warhorse reared up, crashing down upon several of them. Clang! An iron shield fortuitously blocked the horse's hooves, while the fragile ones survived. They immediately lost their combat effectiveness. From the healer's perspective, their health bars turned crimson, easily extinguishable with a single kick. Gao Woya and the frontline lackey rushed forward, joining forces to shield against Sherlock. It was a pity. The combat prowess of that mounted skeleton was truly formidable, nearly wiping out the rear-line damage dealers in one fell swoop. Indeed, it is astonishing that a mere skeleton could overpower 6 individuals. This creature is undeniably formidable. However, such might is futile. Have you noticed? Song Renjun has already vanished, presumably in search of Bai Tuesday. Without this fierce warrior by his side, Bai Tu is at risk of having his throat cut. Fierce warrior brother? That is a splendid name. The skeletal knight is indeed fearsome, reminiscent of the great generals of antiquity. But where is Song Renjun? Let us not dwell on the fierce warrior, Sherlock, and his intimate exchanges with the 2 hulking brutes. In truth, Song Renjun has indeed crept into Bai Tu's vicinity, while the skeletal infiltrator incessantly reports his position to Bai Tuesday. Bai Tu finds it curious why the skeletal infiltrator is by his side rather than eliminating the opposing cleric. Yet given the current circumstances, he pays it little mind. As for Song Renjun, having circled around several times, he appears to be quite disoriented. Where could he have hidden? The man is so large. Where could he possibly conceal himself? Song Renjun has rummaged through the nearby piles of grass, yet he cannot locate Bai Tu, while the skeletal infiltrator continues to trail him. And despite activating its special ability, Song Renjun remains oblivious to its presence. Each time the ability's duration concludes, the skeletal infiltrator swiftly retreats 5 meters away, perpetually stretching the distance between them. This fellow is truly adept at concealment. If I were to discover him, I would ensure he experiences a thorough torment. How dare a mere mage flaunt himself beneath the prowess of a grand assassin? Song Renjun rolls about, but after much exertion, he still cannot find any trace of Bai Tu, and thus must come to a halt to carefully observe the positioning of the skeletal units, hoping to glean some clue from their movements. The skeletal infiltrator gradually draws near from behind, clutching a dagger, and attempts a few feints. Its stature is too diminutive to reach the opponent's neck, and it must even rise on tiptoe to strike at the heart. It wisely lowers its head and shifts around to position itself behind Song Renjun. As the 10 seconds of its ability draw to a close, the skeletal infiltrator no longer hesitates and thrusts the dagger towards Song Renjun's rear. Just moments ago, he had been wiggling his backside incessantly. While the action perplexes him, he cannot shake an inexplicable aversion to it. A cry of agony escapes Song Renjun as he exits his stealth state, leaping 3 feet into the air before crashing down to the ground, turning his head only to see a bony dagger slowly vanishing into the shadows. He can also become invisible. Song Renjun, in a state of indignation, clutches his rear. Although this instance has dulled the sensation of pain by 50%, the feeling of a sharp blade striking his most sensitive area is utterly unbearable. Could it be that Bai Tu was behind this? The scene shifts to reveal the onlookers, who gaze at the screen showing Song Renjun sprawled on the ground, his rear stained with blood, unable to suppress their discomfort, gasping in shock at the brutality of it all. Ahem, one cannot deny Bai Xiaodu's notorious reputation. He is truly exceptional in his own peculiar way. Xiao Ming grins awkwardly, while Lu Yuanyong, standing closer to the screen, pales and flushes at the sight of Song Renjun's dire state, lamenting Bai Tu's lack of decorum. What a jest! He failed to deliver a head, but instead offered up his rear. Those suffering from hemorrhoids rejoice. Bai Tu is indeed a paragon of our generation, unafraid to engage in such audacious acts. Oblivious to the chaos, Bai Tu unwittingly bears the brunt of the skeletal infiltrator's misdeeds. And upon witnessing Song Renjun emerge from his stealth, he promptly commands the archer to finish him off. Your teammate, Song Renjun, has been slain. Gao Woya, are you trying to mess with me again? Chapter 59. Zhao Heng also arrives to deliver a head. The situation appears to be amiss. A team is approaching from not far off, Xiao Ming, glancing at the markers on the large map, immediately spots several green dots in the lower right corner, swiftly closing in on the battlefield where Bai Tu and his companions are engaged, suggesting they have discovered the ongoing skirmish. He quickly opens the team information, and his expression shifts dramatically. Brothers, this round is solidly in Bai Tu's favor. The newly arrived team is from the second high school of Shanqing, led by someone named Zhao Hong. It seems Gao Woya's team will not escape this time. The screen reveals Zhao Hong, flanked by teammates he mustered at an unknown time, racing towards the battlefield with a trace of cold amusement on his face. Having unexpectedly drawn so close to Bai Tu, just in time for the clash with the other teams. You will regret this. Zhao Heng's teammates exhibit some hesitation. Yet they are cowed by his usual decisive demeanor and the fact he is the only one in the group to reach level 30, leaving no one willing to oppose his orders. The team comprises a single assassin and several warriors, 2 in the front line, 3 physical damage dealers, with Zhao Hong himself serving as a magic damage warrior. Their speed is remarkable, and they are rapidly closing in on Bai Tu's position. Thankfully, Zhao Hong is from our school. If he joins forces with Bai Tu, they should be able to swiftly conclude the battle. If this drags on, they risk being ambushed by teams from other schools. Woods Een wears a cheerful expression, although he does not expect Bai Tu to achieve much in terms of accolades for the school. He hopes for a commendable performance this time, especially with the presence of Dingya, Wang Zili, and others, making it quite possible to defeat the first high school. However, Chen Yiming harbors concerns, as there seems to be some conflict between Zhao Hong and Bai Tu's day boss. Someone is coming. Gao Woya and his frontline subordinates are struggling to fend off Shilik's relentless assault when a nearby cleric, seizing a moment of respite, notices Zhao Heng's team charging towards Bai Tu and promptly alerts the others. Regardless of who approaches, we must endure this wave first. Gao Woya is pinned down, unable to lift his head due to the deluge of arrows from the skeletal archers. As a short-statured individual, he is utterly incapacitated. He attempted to strike at Sherlock, but was sent flying, only to be bombarded by a hail of arrows that nearly returned him to his respawn point to reunite with his uncle. The team's archer is in an even worse predicament. For every arrow he releases, he faces 10 in retaliation, should he dare to attack. He is met with a tenfold counterstrike that is no less accurate or powerful. The remaining mages have become mere mascots, their fireball spells inflicting negligible damage on Sherlock. As if these skeletal warriors had consumed some form of calcium supplement, their bones remarkably resilient. With such overwhelming suppression, defeat appears inevitable unless a team arrives to rescue them. Bai Tu furrows his brow upon turning to face Zhao Hong. He did not anticipate encountering him here. He does not believe the other party will come to his aid. They likely intend to ambush him from behind. Fool, hasn't he learned his lesson yet? Such minor antagonists need not constantly show their faces. It is a waste of the author's creativity. Silently lamenting, Bai Tu reflects that he has yet to meet anyone so eager to present themselves as a tool for humiliation. Others, like Wang Zilin, have refrained from pursuing him after their previous encounters, prioritizing their studies for the upcoming exams over petty grievances. Yet Zhao Hong remains oblivious to the situation. Bai Tu subtly adjusts his team S formation, placing slave number 3 at the forefront, while slave number 2 prepares to counter Zhao Hong's advance. Where could Bai Tu be hiding? As Zhao Hong approaches, he scans the surroundings, but sees no sign of Bai Tu, only a gathering of skeletal warriors. Regardless, he resolves to eliminate these skeletal foes first, believing that once they are dealt with, he can draw Bai Tu out. Blinded by rage, Zhao Hong commands his teammates to launch an assault on the skeletal warriors. Something feels off. It seems Zhao Hong's target is not Gao Woya, but rather Bai Tu. Alas, the skeletal warriors on Bai Tu's side have commenced their barrage of arrows. In a shocking turn of events, 2 factions from the same institution have begun to engage in fratricidal conflict. The unforeseen spectacle left countless onlookers aghast. As Bai Tu and Zhao Hong confronted each other with the fervor of long-standing adversaries, immediately descending into chaos. Charge forth, allow me to stack my passive abilities. Zhao Hong bellowed, deflecting a bone arrow before swiftly cleaving towards a nearby teammate, incrementing his magical crystal count. In mere moments, his sword danced adeptly among his comrades, and within a few fleeting seconds, he amassed the full complement of 20 layers of passives. That familiar technique clearly indicated he had indulged in such antics previously. His teammates seethed with indignation yet remained voiceless, for Zhao Heng's formidable combat prowess relied solely on his skills, an unavoidable predicament, as his lack of instinct rendered him incapable of stacking his passives on the monsters, leaving him to prey upon his unwilling allies. Damn it! If I cannot stack while standing still, I might as well find a block of tofu to smash myself against. High-frequency cutting, activated. Zhao Hong was instantly transformed, as if under the influence of a potent stimulant, his eyes gleaming with fierce intensity. As he wielded his sword, he unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp sword lights, augmented by the wind element, enhancing his ability to breach defenses to unprecedented levels. Each sword arc carved 10-centimeter deep trenches into the earth. Whoosh! Zhao Heng's speed surged, effortlessly surpassing the 2 frontline warriors before him, darting towards the skeletal soldiers like a swimming dragon. Now is my moment to shine. I am invincible for 3 minutes. After which I shall take my leave. Crack, crack. The third slave master immediately lashed his whip, the formidable aura surrounding Zhao Heng instilling a sense of caution in him, compelling him to grasp the bony chains. 5 skeletal warriors hastily retreated to his side, brandishing their battered wooden shields in defense. Humph. How dare these diminutive skeletons obstruct my path? They all shall perish. Zhao Heng's eyes brimmed with disdain during these 3 minutes of high-frequency cutting. While his attack power saw only a modest increase, his ability to breach defenses was nothing short of invincible, unless facing formidable frontliners like the Iron Guardian. He could effortlessly rend through their defenses. As he approached the skeletal warriors, he activated his skill, and a flurry of azure lines swiftly traced across the skeletal warriors, accompanied by the resounding sound of armor shattering. In the blink of an eye, the 5 wooden shields disintegrated, leaving the skeletal warriors utterly dismantled, reduced to mere fragments. Such overwhelming attack power. A single strike to eliminate 5 skeletal soldiers. Does anyone know what skill this is? It is evidently the high-frequency cutting skill of the magical swordsman class. An early-game miracle, once stacked to its maximum potential. It grants formidable piercing capabilities from the wind element. Even in the late game, if executed with precision, one could unleash 10 strikes in a second without missing. Certainly a valuable asset. Wouldn't Bai Tu's skeletal army be doomed? I actually quite enjoy his peculiar skeletal minions. Yet, the magical swordsman class leans towards high burst damage, and once in close combat, aside from the robust frontliners, no one stands a chance. How did Zhao Heng fall so suddenly? Chapter 60, Hide-and-Seek Champion. How could this be? I haven't. Zhao Heng clutched his throat, the overwhelming pain nearly driving him to tears. Yet, what was even more unbearable was that his ultimate skill had just activated, having just dispatched a few minor skeletal soldiers, only to be ambushed and have his throat slashed. Upon witnessing the vanishing skeletal figure before him, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was all too familiar. The very same skeleton that had previously robbed him of his wild monsters and experience in the dungeon, now capable of stealthy assassinations. It used to be nothing more than a petty thief. How could it suddenly engage in assassination tactics? Had he known, he would have allocated more points to his constitution. With his strength, constitution, and agility all in single digits, he regretted his choices for the first time, having pursued high burst damage at the cost of sacrificing his defenses, rendering him as fragile as an ordinary mage. Huh, is this how it ends? Gazing at the slowly dissipating form of Zhao Heng, Bai Tu was taken aback. He had anticipated a protracted battle, yet Zhao Heng was swiftly taken down by a skeleton ambusher. Could it be that he was unarmored? Even if he were unarmored, he shouldn't be so vulnerable, especially to a mere skeleton's basic attack. It was Zhao Heng's penchant for theatrics that had led to his demise. After each use of his ultimate, he would strike a pose, half-crouched on the ground with an expression of invincibility, inadvertently providing the skeleton ambusher the perfect opportunity to strike his neck. Let us go. Zhao Heng's teammates, witnessing his swift defeat after a brief display of bravado, halted in disbelief, then turned tail and fled, harboring no thoughts of vengeance. They had never wished to be enemies with their schoolmates, and with Zhao Heng's demise, they had the perfect excuse to retreat. The most perplexed of all was Gao Woya, utterly baffled by the actions of his peers. Were they merely here to gift a head? Did they think that Song would feel lonely at the resurrection point? Unable to contain his frustration, he vented his anger, swinging his blade with fervor. His class was the most ordinary warrior, wielding the ubiquitous charge strike skill. Were it not for his decent traits that augmented his strength, constitution, and agility, he would never have qualified as a team leader. Yet even so, his charge strike against Sherlock felt utterly ineffectual, akin to a mere tickle. It failed to breach defenses, given that Shillick's attributes were bolstered by the skeletal warhorse, along with a 10 defensive enhancement from his gear. He had effectively become a numerical monster. Meanwhile, Gao Woya, possessing similar potential, found himself thoroughly countered, his head nearly smashed in. However, Bai Tu did not allow him to wallow in despair for long. With a swift motion, he summoned 5 skeletal archers to bolster his forces, subsequently dispatching Gao Woya's entire team back to the resurrection point with overwhelming might. The dramatic clash had finally concluded, and the unfolding events were nothing short of a roller coaster. Zhao Heng from the second high school had engaged in such a bewildering maneuver, rushing to attack his own comrades only to deliver a head on a silver platter. Come on, Bai Tu, aren't you going to charge forward? Must I sacrifice myself to get you to take this seriously? In a bid to instill a proper attitude towards the college entrance examination among his teammates, Zhao Heng had inadvertently demonstrated a spirit of self-sacrifice that, one might argue, should be emulated by all. Such a classmate, I would gladly welcome a dozen of during the examination. Thank you very much. The chat room was abuzz with cheerful banter. While Woods Een wore a grim countenance, Zhao Heng's homeroom teacher felt equally awkward, offering a sheepish smile to Chen Yiming, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. What a disgrace. A national embarrassment. Why must Zhao Heng engage in such frivolous antics during the examination? He seems to think he is performing in a circus. His aspirations for the entrance examination were evidently to amuse the nation. Well, he had certainly succeeded. Many seated teachers struggled to suppress their laughter. Yet the sight of Woods Yin's ravenous expression silenced them instantly. Even if Zhao Heng had engaged in a mutual destruction with Bai Tu, it would have showcased the prowess of their institution. After all, Woods Yin had never placed much hope in either of them. But alas, the unfolding drama would surely be remembered for years to come, as the tale of students from the same school competing for glory during the college entrance examination became a legendary anecdote. On the other side, teacher He was utterly mortified. To date, not a single word he had spoken was accurate, and as mockery ensued, he was urged to analyze how Bai Tu had vanquished Gao Woya and his entire team, leaving the elderly man feeling utterly humiliated. Xiao Ming and Lu Yuanyong were on the verge of forgetting that there were others in the studio, lost in their own world of laughter and banter as they engaged in a playful guessing game to locate Bai Tuesday. If this fellow were to play hide and seek, he would undoubtedly drive everyone to madness. In such an open space, where could he possibly conceal himself? Hide and seek? Indeed. Could he perhaps transform into some object to hide away? This is the college entrance examination. After all, could a person truly become a box? Stealth. It must be stealth. Just moments ago, when a player was taken down and Zhao Heng was eliminated, perhaps it was he who executed this stealthy maneuver. Impossible. Could this necromancer also moonlight as an assassin? No one is capable of possessing two professions. Could he be the fated child of our world, having traversed from another realm, unlocking a golden finger, and acquiring a dual-class development system, one as a necromancer and the other as a shadow assassin? Hey, someone upstairs, hurry up and write a novel. The live stream was lively, and surprisingly, someone speculated that Bai Tu might have transformed into a skeletal soldier. However, this notion was so absurd that it was promptly dismissed by a viewer who happened to be a necromancer. Ladies and gentlemen, a necromancer is still a magician, still human. How could he possibly become a skeleton? At best, he might learn a transformation spell, but Bai Tu is only a 1-star. So why would he squander a rare skill slot on such a trivial auxiliary ability? Thus, I believe that Bai Tu has likely acquired some equipment or item with stealth effects to evade attacks. This necromancer, known by the moniker, the little undead that loves to eat people, although his reasoning was quite sound, conjured an image in one's mind of a gaunt, almost unrecognizable necromancer furiously typing away at a computer, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. It was unexpected to have a necromancer watching the live stream. The sensation felt oddly peculiar. Could it be that he is currently surrounded by a horde of skeletons watching alongside him? Ahem. The tranquil atmosphere was eventually shattered by teacher He, as he could only interject at such a moment. Cough, cough. My earlier judgment was indeed somewhat flawed. Bai Tu cannot be assessed by conventional standards. Given the scant professional information a necromancer divulges, Bai Tu's ability to single-handedly defeat the Gao Woya team undeniably showcases remarkable strength and talent. Perhaps he could indeed emerge as a dark horse, ranking among the top 100 in the college entrance examination. In short, Bai Tu is exceptional. Teacher He suddenly let out an expletive, igniting a fervent atmosphere in the live stream, with many viewers astonished by his unexpected outburst, some even praising his discerning eye. Huh. Did you really think I, after years of guiding those wealthy second-generation kids, would lack understanding of the world? It's merely a matter of choosing some flattering words. Who can't do that? Just wait. I'll reclaim the spotlight that was snatched away from me. Chapter 61, The Boss Assembly. Humph. This Bai Tu possesses more skill than I anticipated. Xiang Liuexin glared at the screen, his face cold as he observed Bai Tu, aside from the online broadcast. The examination committee members had access to a separate live streaming system where they could view candidates' information at any time. The internal leaderboard displayed that Bai Tu had once again climbed to first place with 530 points. This cannot continue at this rate. This kid might genuinely ascend to the top ranks. Xiang Liuexin harbored a deep-seated desire for Bai Tu not to reach the East capital, which was why he had initially rated him so low. However, if his final score were particularly impressive, the outcome would be a different story. Based on his observations over the past few days, it was clear that his daughter had developed an interest in Bai Tu. This could not only affect her future, but also jeopardize Xiang Liuexin's plans. Contemplating this, Xiang Liuexin excused himself, needing to provide Bai Tu with a little extra support. In the second examination instance, after Bai Tu had dealt with Gao Woya and his companions, he first swallowed the severely injured Zylok into his bone coffin for treatment before continuing his search for monsters. Bai Tu was now entirely in the zone. His efficiency in clearing monsters and racking up points was hardly inferior to that of a standard 7-person team. If all went as expected, Bai Tu would undoubtedly finish this examination in the top 10. He was exceedingly familiar with the wild monsters in this instance. With a mighty warrior leading the charge and absorbing damage, and 15 skeletal soldiers focusing their attacks from behind, even elite monsters could hardly endure a few rounds of assault. Unbeknownst to them, teacher He had completely taken over the live broadcast, squeezing in beside Xiao Ming and exuberantly praising Bai Tuesday. The Bai Tu who had previously been disparaged as utterly worthless now appeared as a reincarnation of a divine being, a protagonist reborn. Such sentiments delighted the audience. Bai Tu had already captivated countless viewers by dominating the first place for an extended period, coupled with teacher He's multiple instances of being proven wrong. And his consecutive victories over Gao Woya and Zhao Hong, the buzz surrounding him reached its peak. Even though other schools' prodigies had previously elicited admiration, Bai Tu had eclipsed them all. Xiao Ming, though momentarily eclipsed, remained unfazed. He was content as long as the program could return to normal. After all, he was a permanent host and would have future opportunities to shine. Lu Yuanyong was even less concerned. She relished the chance for someone else to take the spotlight, allowing her to take a breather, especially since the school had sponsored her appearance on the program. Regardless of the amount of chatter, it all amounted to the same. Meanwhile, as Bai Tu engaged in a typical battle, the camera shifted to others. Dingya could be considered the second most notable candidate from Shanxing No. 2 High School. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her combat style was also quite unique. However, as she was part of a team, her performance paled in comparison to Bai Tu's solitary prowess. Bai Tu was currently leading his skeletal squad in taking down a boss monster when a skeletal scout suddenly darted out to report on the situation ahead. 5 level 30 boss monsters? They're charging this way? Bai Tu was taken aback. Boss monsters were essentially mini-bosses, and at level 30. They were among the few true bosses in the instance. Had they all gathered together? Was their target me? This couldn't possibly be a special examination question set for the second test that I just happened to stumble upon, could it? It wasn't that he was particularly frightened. He merely harbored some skepticism about this sudden appearance of a boss team. After all, while boss monsters might lack the growth attributes of professionals, their characteristics could easily compensate for that, and with their special bonuses at max level, players of the same level might not necessarily be their match. One could draw parallels to Xylock. Although his base attributes were low, he could stack the attributes of the Bone Warhorse, often equating to professionals at the same level. Yet, cognizant of the formidable strength of max-level boss monsters, Bai Tu chuckled lightly, resolutely leading his team toward the group of bosses. Powerful though they may be, he did not believe that their bones would be too tough to chew through. Just moments ago, the 4th skeletal slave master had been summoned. Although these bosses were elite monsters and could not be enslaved, as long as they were caught by the hook, they could not escape their bindings. The 1st and 2nd were max level, experienced, and possessed high attributes, making them difficult to defeat. They would be responsible for capturing monsters. The 3rd would serve as backup, while the 4th would remain by my side, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Bai Tu summoned Slave Master 4 to his side. A lower level one would simply be eliminated. While all consumables in the second examination instance would be restored after the test concluded, losing a slave master would introduce additional variables into the upcoming battle. The boss team was drawing near Bai Tu's position, and by the time he was ready, he could already glimpse the horde of monsters from a distance. Bai Tu had an inkling that something was amiss. The mere fact that these several bosses had congregated in one place was highly suspicious, especially given their proximity to him. However, he was not afflicted by paranoid delusions. After all, as an inconspicuous minor character, who would pay him any heed? Shaking his head, he swiftly cast aside these distracting thoughts and focused intently on the impending battle. Charge! With a pointed gesture, Shiluaka promptly urged his skeletal steed forward, albeit at a deliberately slow pace, barely maintaining the minimum speed required for a charge. Before him loomed 5 formidable boss monsters, and should he recklessly rush in, he risked being swiftly overwhelmed by concentrated fire. These elite creatures lacked the distinct class divisions characteristic of professional players, exhibiting a more balanced array of attributes. Thus, Shiluaka was unable to suppress them instantly and could only be countered by their numerical advantage. Accordingly, Bai Tu instructed him to proceed cautiously. While the 1st and 2nd slave masters each commanded only 2 skeletal warriors, leaving ample hooks for the bosses to ensnare. The 5 bosses presented not only a variety of types, but also included both humanoid and beastly forms. Leading the charge was a double-axe minotaur, towering over 3 meters. With a bull's head and a human body, wielding twin axes, an entity Bai Tu had only encountered in literature, never in dungeons. This creature was known for its tough hide and considerable speed, a physical menace indeed. Trailing behind were 2 black-maned sawtooth tigers, familiar adversaries. As he had slain the first boss of this kind, in a level 30 state, they were even more formidable. The remaining 2 were less recognizable and rather grotesque, tentacled creatures with deer-like limbs and bodies adorned with a multitude of twisted, octopus-like appendages that crackled with electricity. Was this a Rekvis? It appeared exceedingly rare even in the lesser realms of their world. These old geezers were clearly idle enough to concoct such bizarre and repulsive creatures. Despite his grievances, Bai Tu remained vigilant, for ranged attacks demanded utmost precision. The 4th slave master had been returned to the graveyard, having just reached level 1. It was prudent to refrain from summoning it until the ranged threats were neutralized. A single lightning strike could send it soaring into the ether. Indeed, from a considerable distance. The 2 Rekvis began to extend their tentacles, which shimmered with electrical energy, coalescing into a ball of lightning. With a crack, several bolts shot forth, targeting Shiluaku at the forefront. "Ah, this is a magnificent gift I prepared just for you. Do savor it." Observing the screen as Bai Tu engaged in battle with the bosses, Xiang Lu let out a cold snort. The fool was indeed a fool. Instead of retreating, he charged recklessly ahead. Your journey in the college entrance examination ends here. Chapter 62. The battle unfolds. Facing the descending lightning, Shiluaku exhibited no fear. Estimating the distance between them to be roughly 100 meters, he deduced that if he charged forward, his slave masters 1 and 2 would be able to keep pace. He signaled for his skeletal steed to accelerate. The lightning struck him directly, enveloping him in a crackling aura, yet he remained steadfast. One hand gripped the reins while the other wielded his great sword, hurtling forward unabated. The skeletal steed's speed intensified, and as 2 bolts of lightning descended, the gap between it and the double-axe minotaur dwindled to a mere 10 meters. Engage the charge. At half a meter distance, the oncoming double-axe minotaur regarded Shiluaku with contempt, raising its massive axes to cleave down upon him. It believed that such a frail skeleton could never withstand the force of its strike. However, in the contest of strength, the minotaur's pride was shattered, as its power was utterly outmatched by Shiluaku's threefold enhancement. With a resounding crash, the minotaur staggered back 2 steps, its face a mask of astonishment. Incapable of comprehending how Shiluaku could possess such formidable strength. How impressive! This boss monster even exhibited a semblance of intelligence beyond mere instinctive combat response. Bai Tu, accompanied by his skeletal squad, drew near and recognized the minotaur's expressive demeanor, indicating its extraordinary nature. The bosses he had previously defeated had exhibited only instinctual reactions, while these displayed the most rudimentary emotional responses. Seizing the opportunity, Shiluaku darted forward like an arrow released from its bow, his great sword slicing through the air towards the minotaur. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 resonant strikes, the minotaur was sent staggering back, leaving a deep, gaping wound that revealed bone. Yet, it was not to be outdone. It retaliated with a sweeping arc of its axes. The force of the axes was tremendous, leaving Shiluaku with no avenue for evasion. Just then, slave masters 1 and 2 arrived on the scene. Seizing the moment as the minotaur's attention was fully captured by Shiluaku, they swiftly hurled their hooks. 2 hooks ensnared the massive creature, towering over 3 meters and 2 meters wide. If they missed, their experience as level 35 fighters would be for naught. With a whoosh, the white chains of the skeletal locks sliced through the air, leaving trails of light in their wake. The double-axe minotaur's sensitivity to danger had evidently increased. The moment the hooks descended, it sensed peril. It hastily retracted its offensive, straining with all its might to raise its axes in defense. But alas, Slave Master 1 easily latched onto its chest, binding it tightly and rendering it immobile. Meanwhile, the 2 black-maned sawtooth tigers were fiercely engaged with Shiluaku. Their prowess, while inferior to that of the minotaur, was compensated by their sheer ferocity. Their claws were razor-sharp, relentlessly forcing Shiluaku into a precarious position, making his retreat increasingly desperate. This was arguably the most harrowing battle Shiluaku had ever faced. The 2 tigers flanked him, and he found himself unable to respond adequately, let alone attempt to counterattack. Coupled with the relentless lightning strikes from the distant Rekvis, his movements grew sluggish. 1. Fall back and transfer the quarry to 4. 2 and 3. Attempt to ensnare that tiger. Bai Tu furrowed his brow, promptly summoning 4, instructing 1 to hand over the double-axe minotaur to 4, thereby freeing his hands to deal with other creatures. This was utterly absurd. Xiang Lu had just returned from the operations room and sat down, only to witness Slave Master 1 leading the double-axe minotaur like a tethered dog to 4. The 6-eyed skeleton drew a large knife, beginning to slash at the minotaur's neck with an unsettling precision, reminiscent of bleeding a domestic pig. At that moment, the livestream shifted to Bai Tu's battle scene, displaying him contending against 5 monsters, instantly igniting a frenzy among the audience as comments flooded the screen. Wow, incredible. This guy always manages to create surprises. Is he truly taking on a horde of monsters alone? You call him a lone wolf. He's practically a humanoid boss. Could he be a sadistic boss who relishes tormenting wild creatures? Sadistic? Please. He's tackling 5 by himself. That's what true skill looks like, if you know what I mean. While the audience clamored, the expressions of the 3 hosts in the studio shifted. They recognized the identities of several monsters. Brothers, I believe I've stumbled upon a significant issue. The 5 creatures Bai Tu is battling appear to all be level 30 bosses. Teacher He, typically unflappable, now adopted a rare seriousness. He had seen individuals single-handedly combat 2 boss monsters during the college entrance examination, but Bai Tu was facing a full 5. No need to mention the abundance of skeletal warriors. That was a testament to his prowess. To discuss this matter, warriors are indeed rugged and remarkably resilient, while archers possess the extraordinary ability to strike at extreme distances, and mages excel in dealing area damage, ensuring ample sustenance. The horror of it all. I have only just realized that each of these monsters, when taken individually, would typically require a coordinated effort from an entire squad to vanquish. I am truly in awe of Bai Tu's combat prowess. The undead sect. Behold, this is the might of our undead sect. Ha ha ha, mortals. Bow before the illustrious name of the necromancer. While Bai Tu is undeniably formidable, could someone please carry away that lunatic in front? The barrage of comments in the chat grew increasingly fervent, yet soon many began to express their concerns. Can Bai Tu truly prevail in this state? I find it hard to believe. 5 ordinary monsters might be manageable, but 5 fully leveled boss creatures? I cannot guarantee his victory. But I must admit that enduring until now is an impressive feat in itself. Just look at the injuries on Brother Mengjiang. Persisting in such circumstances is no small achievement. By the way, what kind of skeletal soldier is Brother Mengjiang? Which skill summoned it? Someone knowledgeable, please enlighten us. Come now, high-level necromancers are likely napping in their graves. Why would they deign to pay us any mind? Hey, brother, let us not digress. Can Bai Tu actually defeat these boss monsters? My newly idolized hero cannot simply perish like this. I believe he should have a chance. Teacher, he just mentioned a difficult character. But he quickly realized that it could be unwise to jinx it further. Meanwhile, Lu Yuerong and Xiao Ming exchanged glances, taking turns to commentate on the unfolding battle. Speculating now is futile. The battle has commenced, and the outcome will soon reveal itself. Alas, why must Bai Xiao be so reckless? Wouldn't it be more prudent to tackle one monster at a time, even in his current state? He still has 3 hours left, plenty of time to secure a place in the top 100. That young man seems rather reckless. Wu Xin wore an expression of exasperation. Unable to suppress a sigh, Chen Yiming, on the other hand, scanned the battlefield intently. Where had Bai Xiao disappeared to? As for the victory, he maintained a degree of faith in Bai Tu. Considering his cautious nature, he would not take unnecessary risks, especially when in a position of advantage. By the heavens! What a delightful maneuver! Just as he was deep in thought, Wu Xin suddenly shouted, startling Chen Yiming nearly to the ground. He quickly turned to the screen, only to discover that the scales of victory were decidedly tipping in Bai Tu's favor. Chapter 63. Boss Monsters, is this it? It turned out that at the moment when a black-maned serrated tiger on the right was preparing to pounce on the beleaguered one on the left, the skeletal slave master nearby hurled a hook, this time targeting the black-maned serrated tiger. The angle and timing were impeccable. The tiger, mid-leap, had no chance to evade. Roar! The black-maned serrated tiger let out a furious roar, attempting to twist its body to evade. Yet, the hook was as swift as lightning, snapping tightly around its neck, rendering it immobile. It crashed to the ground, being slowly dragged back by the first slave master. Meanwhile, Xylox seized the opportunity to stomp on it, leaving several bloody gashes with his blade. The other black-maned serrated tiger, witnessing this, was enraged and let out a fierce roar, snapping its jaws at Xylox. But Xylox was prepared. As the tiger's fangs approached, he swiftly positioned his blade in defense. The sound of crunching echoed as the tiger's powerful bite severed the blade in two. However, the blade's quality was not to be underestimated. Even when broken, it remained intact, allowing Xylox to inflict several wounds upon the tiger's head. Hiss! The black-maned serrated tiger cried out in pain, swaying uncertainly, whether from injury or fury was unclear. Just then, another hook flew in, latching onto it, causing the tiger to stumble, its body suddenly slackening as it was dragged back to the second slave master. Brother Mengjiang is truly remarkable, single-handedly defeating 3 boss monsters and capturing them alive. This is the most impressive method of monster hunting I have ever witnessed. I have decided to follow him from now on. Ha ha ha, we are all die-hard fans of the necromancer. From now on, you shall be our brother. Brother, I too wish to join. Please accept me. Oh, isn't that a boss monster? It seems to have become rather weak in just a few days. Reduced to being led around like a pet. Lu Yuerong blinked, watching as the skeletal slave master once again hurled a hook at a black-maned serrated tiger. Unable to suppress her astonishment, everyone witnessed Brother Mengjiang's prowess, but she believed the true core of this battle lay with that skeletal soldier wielding the hook. Whenever Brother Mengjiang found himself cornered, it would expertly launch its hook, ensnaring the monsters, which would then obediently be led away for focused attacks. Perhaps these hooks possess a formidable control effect, rendering even boss monsters unable to resist? Lu Yuerong speculated, her curiosity about Bai Tu intensifying. Yet she still failed to spot him amidst the chaos. Truly, he knows how to survive. Apart from his brief appearance at the beginning of the dungeon, he has been absent since. Soon, only the lone Rekvies remained on the battlefield, battered and almost unable to stand, with Xylox inflicting numerous bloody gashes, the sight quite pitiful. The outcome is all but assured. Bai Tu exhaled in relief, watching as Xylox dispatched the Rekvies, immediately instructing him to finish off the nearly lifeless 2-axe Minotaur under his command. He had been observing the battlefield while slashing at the Minotaur's neck with his bone blade, only managing to open a vein after quite some time, blood gushing forth. Yet, even as the battle neared its conclusion, the old beast had yet to succumb. Fortunately, Xylox intervened, delivering a decisive blow that severed its neck. Ah, what a relief! Thank you, Brother Mengjiang. As I watched that six-eyed skeleton tormenting it, I felt a twinge of sympathy. I share your sentiment. That skeleton is exceedingly peculiar, not only in appearance, but also in its behavior. If it must kill, then why the need for such torment? It's quite terrifying. Is this skeleton meant to provide comic relief? Throughout the battle, it did nothing but capture a creature for it to kill, only to fumble around without accomplishing anything. Your use of the word fumble is exquisite. It paints a vivid image. Is that image truly appropriate? Hey, can we stick to the point? Fuel prices are quite steep right now. On a serious note, I believe this six-eyed skeleton might be responsible for reconnaissance. It could potentially see further. Laughable. Skeletons do not rely on ghostly flames. They perceive through spiritual sensing, you know. I never expected Bai Tu to handle the onslaught of 5 boss monsters with such composure, even turning the tide against them. Teacher, he wore an expression of astonishment. As he praised Bai Tu, he began to recognize his uniqueness and strength, even developing a fondness for the young man who had often bested him. Xiaoming nodded repeatedly. Having hosted numerous programs featuring prodigious youth, he realized that Bai Tu, while not the absolute strongest, was indeed impressive. The key lies in his humble origins from a remote city, lacking wealth or connections, yet he has carved out a brilliant path as a talented individual. This truly astonished him. While the capital city may not hold much hope, the other 4 major academies should present no issue. Almost. His performance is vastly superior to mine from last year. Louis Warren smiled faintly. The Northern Academy boasts the highest number of necromancers among the 5 major academies, even establishing a necromancer association, undoubtedly making it the most suitable place for Bai Tuesday. If his final results are commendable, he might indeed become her junior at the Northern Academy. Casting her gaze upon the grievously wounded Hylic, Bai Tu promptly opened the skeletal coffin and engulfed him within. The complete consumption of 400 points of negative energy facilitated his recovery. The skeletal coffin opened its jaws once more, regurgitating Hylic, along with his horse, in pristine condition. His blade restored to its former glory. Wow, I was wondering why this thing wasn't dealing damage. Turns out it's a healer. With both tank and physical damage dealer present, alongside a healer, Bai Tu had effectively crafted a standard team for herself, aside from the 2 mages. It's no wonder those high-level necromancers are so reclusive, preferring to reside in graveyards. Their skeletal minions are so comprehensive. How many tomes of tragic records of necromancers must I peruse to awaken from this illusion? Brothers, I have been awakened by Bai Tu. I am joining the cult of the undead. Louis Warren was equally astonished by the capabilities of the skeletal coffin, but, noticing the barrage of comments flooding in, quickly interjected, "Everyone, please do not act impulsively. Setting aside whether necromancers suit you, the harm caused by negative energy to the body is enough to make anyone reconsider. After all, negative energy can leave men weak and frail, leaving them as thin as a rake, unable to find a partner." A knowing smile graced Lu Yuan's face, momentarily silencing the barrage of comments. Why is everyone silent? She coughed lightly. Those in the know understand. I can somewhat grasp why Bai Tu is so eager to seek a partner online. No, for Yuan's sake. I vow to immediately distance myself from the cult of the undead. Reject gambling, reject drugs, reject Bai Tu the necromancer. Haha, turns out Bai Tu is doomed. Just moments ago, I was eager to join the cult of the undead, and now I find myself left with that gluttonous little undead. Screaming, why have all the officials betrayed me? Chapter 64, It's You Again. With a score of 850 points, ranking first, upon seeing Bai Tu's impressive score, Xiang Lu felt as though he had swallowed a fly. He never anticipated that his elaborate scheme would backfire, resulting in Bai Tu achieving first place, an outcome he had not foreseen. The 5 leader monsters had failed to send him back to the respawn point. Should it happen again, he would surely be suspected. He had indeed underestimated this young man. Nevertheless, he would not let him have it easy. Cold light emanated from Xiang Lu's eyes as he gazed at Bai Tu, a flicker of panic stirring within him. Events had surpassed his expectations, and it seemed he would need to put more effort into recruitment. As far as he knew, a member of the Xiang family was currently engaged in recruitment at the Eastern Capital Academy. What brings you all here again? Bai Tu directed Hylic and the others to fend off the approaching swarm, feeling utterly helpless at the sight of the disheveled Zhou Shan and her companions. He had just emerged from the skeletal coffin to catch some fresh air, fearing that the cold within might damage his physical form. Yet here he was, lazily basking in the sun when he encountered them. These individuals, lacking in strength, insisted on clustering around swarms of monsters, only to be beaten to a pulp and scatter in disarray. And somehow, they collided with him again. What terrible luck. Zhou Shan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, recalled how she had recently given him the cold shoulder, yet here she was, needing his assistance. The other team members lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. A group of girls, it was indeed a challenge for them to run back and forth for 800 meters. Though the swarms could fly, they were like living targets under the precise shots of the skeletal archers, and their poisonous stingers posed no threat to the skeletal units. Soon, the area was cleared. With a surge in points, Bai Tu was nearing 900. Zhou Shan gazed enviously at the skeletons under Bai Tu's command. This combat style was incredibly exhilarating, no effort required. Unlike her warrior class, which involved constant running in close combat and taking hits, he seems more formidable than my cousin. Admiration filled Zhou Shan's eyes. But then she recalled who Bai Tu really was, a notorious lecher. Being around him was perilous. He might be secretly plotting something unsavory. Ugh, pervert. Her expression turned cold as she gathered her teammates to leave, leaving Bai Tu standing in disarray. What is this? I've saved her twice now, and I still don't receive a kind word. Oh well, I suppose I can consider her generous contributions to my points as a consolation. Bai Tu chuckled to himself as he examined his points. Surely, he would secure a commendable score now, with less than 2 hours remaining. He might even accrue another 500 points if all went smoothly. Are we being a bit excessive, Sister Zhou? Although he is Bai Tu and has a dubious reputation, hasn't he done anything to us? The girl with bangs turned to Zhou Shan, the team's scout, who had just recovered from a sprained ankle and was still feeling a twinge of pain. Yet, upon seeing Zhou Shan's frigid demeanor, she instinctively recoiled. You don't understand a thing. With someone like Bai Tu, do you dare to befriend him? It's better to keep your distance to avoid falling victim to his schemes. This is called being proactive. Zhou Shan shot a serious glance at the bangs girl. This girl was truly naive. How could the perceptive online community slander him? Regardless of her sternness, the bangs girl merely lowered her head, undeterred by Zhou Shan's words, instead casting an admiring glance back at Bai Tuesday. Before they could venture far, another team intercepted them. Oh, all girls. Such a rare sight. Song Chi appeared nonchalant, crossing his arms as he scrutinized Zhou Shan and her companions, his gaze finally landing on Zhou Shan, his eyes glinting with mischief. Hey there, I'm Song Chi, from the Shaosong Wangfu in the eastern capital. What is your name? Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan shot him a disinterested glance. She found little intrigue in these individuals. Song. She is not interested in you. Those beside Song Chi chimed in. While beautiful women were not uncommon, Zhou Shan's androgynous beauty offered a unique allure. Especially with the captivating aura she exuded, she resembled a thorny rose, both desirable and intimidating. Looks like this little girl has some spirit. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't learn your place. Song Chi smirked, slapping his forehead as if struck by brilliance, yet his gaze turned sinister. Zhou Shan raised an eyebrow, her icy stare fixated on him. What do you want? Hee hee, it's the exam period. What do you think I want? Just aiming to snatch some points and have a bit of fun with you girls. Song Chi replied cheerfully, his eyes roving over Zhou Shan. Although her figure was unremarkable, her porcelain skin and doll-like features radiated an aura of rugged elegance. Not bad. He particularly favored strong-willed girls. This little lady would be his target. But instead of a response, she hurled a fiery orange fireball towards him, radiating intense heat. Song Chi scrambled to dodge, yet still ended up singed and disheveled. Damn, you dare to strike first. Anger marred Song Chi's features as he turned to glare at a girl dressed as a mage beside Zhou Shan, malice flashing in his eyes. You little wretch, you're asking for it. The teammates around immediately sprang into action, as the assassin in Zhou Shan's team had yet to conduct reconnaissance, resulting in both sides closing the distance to a mere 10 meters, a distance that a warrior could traverse in mere seconds. Zhou Shan reacted swiftly, grasping her longsword and shield, directly colliding with the front line of the opposing team. Her class was rather ordinary, being the most basic, Iron Guard, known for its robust defense and some shield counter abilities. Regrettably, she lacked a core skill and could not acquire the essential abilities of special warrior classes. In contrast, the front line of the opposing team consisted of a Royal Guard, boasting superior defense and mastering the core skill, Lionheart Shield Tower. Upon impact, she was immediately staggered back a step. Attack! Attack! Let us seize those points. Song Chi exclaimed with unabashed arrogance, possessing absolute confidence that these girls were no match for them. They were presumably from a small place, barely having leveled up, and certainly not meeting the threshold required by the 5 major factions. With a sinister smirk, Song Chi raised his staff, unleashing a wave of magical energy. Instantly, black vines erupted from beneath Zhou Shan's feet, coiling menacingly around her neck, each vine adorned with vicious thorns that shimmered with a toxic green glow. Wood elemental magic. Venomous thorns. With a sickening hiss, the venomous thorns ensnared Zhou Shan's neck. A foul odor emanating from the thorns as some of the venom seeped through her armor, corroding it and leaving a gaping hole. It hurts. Zhou Shan stifled a groan, her delicate face turning pale. The thorns were indeed poisonous. Be careful. The others gasped at the sight, realizing the severity of Song Chi's skill, which was particularly rare among elemental mages, known for its sustained damage output. A mere touch would infect one with venom, rendering them a helpless lamb for slaughter. Zhou Shan recognized the peril she faced, yet as the frontline tank, retreat was not an option. His magical attacks are far too potent. My holy light healing is proving ineffective. The healer at the back, her voice trembling with distress, persistently cast holy light upon Zhou Shan. However, in her eyes, Zhou Shan's health bar continued to dwindle. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before she would completely perish. Chapter 65, Troublesome Constitution. The mages and archers within the team found themselves constantly evading the enemy's relentless onslaught, clearly being toyed with as they refrained from targeting vital points, merely peppering their feet with errant shots. Hey, a whole bunch of guys bullying a few girls. How impressive you all are. Just as Zhou Shan and her companions were engulfed in despair, a melodious voice rang out. Bai Tu, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere, stood before them with arms crossed, lazily leaning against a towering skeletal warrior, observing the chaotic clash between the two teams. This group of girls truly brings trouble wherever they go. Who the hell are you? This is a matter between me and them. Do you really think you need to intervene? Song Qi growled, glaring menacingly at Bai Tuesday. If you know what's good for you, scram, or you'll find yourself in the fray as well. The others were unaware of the exam results and lacked reconnaissance tools, only recognizing Bai Tu's skeletal companion as a necromancer. Song Qi had encountered certain necromancers before, including a particularly ruthless female one who relished the macabre, often found loitering in dissecting rooms where she lived and ate. It seemed that those who could choose such a profession were hardly virtuous. Thus, while he maintained his arrogance upon seeing Bai Tu, he was not keen on engaging him. You needn't threaten me. Bai Tu scoffed. Look, my friend, none of us have significant grudges against one another. We are all here to participate in the high-stakes examination, and time is of the essence. Why waste our energy on infighting? The surrounding individuals discerned the implication in his words, suggesting that this young man was acquainted with Zhou Shan and her team. Song Qi furrowed his brow, his tone turning hostile. Do you wish to be the hero saving the damsel in distress? No, Bai Tu replied nonchalantly. I merely find your faces rather unappealing and your trivial antics intolerable. As he spoke, he abruptly raised a hand, prompting his skeletal steed, Zylok, to charge forward towards the opposing group. Song Qi and his team were taken aback, not anticipating Bai Tu's sudden offensive, and promptly unleashed their skills, abandoning their assault on Zhou Shan and her team. Seeking death, are we? Then I shall oblige you. A murderous glint flashed in Song Qi's eyes as he swiftly wielded his staff, summoning vines from the ground that sought to ensnare the skeletal steed. However, the skeletal horse had already charged, smashing into the iron guard, sending the warrior flying and crashing heavily into Song Qi. Song Qi emitted a pained groan, blood trickling from his lips. He had not anticipated that the skeletal steed would be so formidable. With a single clash, it had sent the frontline tank, renowned for his resilience, sprawling and wounded. Everyone, be cautious. That skeletal warrior is no easy foe, Song Qi shouted urgently. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when the skeletal steed barreled toward him again, initiating a second attack. With no time for thought, Song Qi raised his staff to meet the charge. Upon collision, he was sent reeling backward, crashing into his teammates, and once again spitting blood. Damn it! Someone stop him. The iron shield scrambled to its feet, activating shield counter, planting the iron shield firmly into the ground, barely managing to block the charging Zylok. Gasping for breath, Song Qi rose, directing his venomous thorns to ensnare the skeletal steed, the glistening green toxins viciously piercing the thorns, yet ultimately failing to inflict any damage. Neurotoxin ineffective. Song Qi slapped his forehead. Of course, being skeletal, the undead had no nervous system to poison. Little demon, go take down that necromancer. With no other choice, Song Qi resorted to casting Fireball, struggling to stabilize the fight with the help of his comrades. He promptly called upon the team's assassin to target the mastermind orchestrating everything. By Tuesday, the assassin, Lu Xiaoyao, nodded, initially standing by to observe. He had joined Song Qi's team merely to secure a spot in a prestigious academy, showing no interest in bullying girls. However, if the opponent was a necromancer capable of overwhelming the entire team, he suddenly found himself intrigued. My dagger does not prey on the weak. Clearly, you are not. His form darted swiftly. As a unique, shadow assassin, from Huaxia, his second skill was the core ability, Shadow Pursuit. Shadow Pursuit causes the target to enter an invisible state, stacking shadow elements 246,810 layers. Upon executing an attack, the shadow elements track the target, dealing additional damage. His class traits were equally formidable. Hunting Mark marks a target within a 50-meter range, increasing movement speed by 25 towards it. The effect cancels after an attack, allowing up to 2 targets to be marked simultaneously. Had he not acquired this second skill relatively late, he would have undoubtedly secured a place in a top-tier team. As Lu Xiaoyao's mark landed on Bai Tu sensed something amiss and immediately retreated into the skeletal coffin, promptly dispelling the mark. Ugh! Lu Xiaoyao had barely taken 2 steps when he realized the mark had vanished, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. My mark is inscribed upon the soul. Even the most specialized mage should not be able to cleanse it at this stage. How could this necromancer? Stunned, Lu Xiaoyao pondered. Could that little coffin be the legendary coffin of the undead? No, wait. Coffins are meant to contain the undead. How could he possibly fit inside? Could it be that this fellow is actually a member of the undead, masquerading among humans? Lu Xiaoyao's mind raced with this outlandish thought, causing her to shudder internally. She quickly shook her head, dismissing the absurd notion. This was merely a mock examination for the college entrance exam, not some minor world of dimensions. It must be a unique life-preserving technique. Lu Xiaoyao rapidly reasoned within herself as she stealthily approached the six-eyed skeleton. Humph, trying to outsmart me. Bai Tu sneered coldly. And the skeleton scout immediately reported Lu Xiaoyao's location. The slave master number 1 received the intel and commanded the skeleton archers to target her position, releasing a volley of arrows. Damn it! Lu Xiaoyao muttered a curse under her breath, employing her skill for a short-distance acceleration to evade the pursuing arrows. However, at this rate, she would inevitably be exposed. Each arrow possessed considerable force, and these skeletal soldiers were indeed formidable. Lu Xiaoyao felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Seeing no way to close in on Bai Tu, she shifted her focus to Hylik. Even with the assistance of Zhou Shan's team, Hylik was ensnared by vines after being obstructed, unable to extricate himself and resorting to parrying with his cleaver. Lu Xiaoyao was convinced that with a few more assaults, this mounted skeleton would surely succumb. Marking her target, Lu Xiaoyao rushed towards Hylik, her dagger slicing fiercely, barely breaching his defenses, leaving a distinct wound on the skeletal steed's leg, its bones splintering. Like a shadow activated instantly. Bang, bang, bang. For shadow elemental blades erupted from the gash, severing the skeletal leg. It's done. That skeleton warrior is finished. The Holy Light Priest from Zhou Shan's team panicked, hastily casting a beam of holy light upon Hylik. Zhou Shan was still envenomed, and if that skeleton warrior perished, they would be left without a front line. Yet she evidently forgot that holy light was the arch-nemesis of the undead. The anguished waves of the soul instantly transmitted to Bai Tu, who promptly ordered the skeleton archer to shoot the Holy Light Priest, interrupting her subsequent healing. Hylik and the skeletal steed groaned in agony, the holy light tormenting them like a lethal poison, and as soon as Song Qi seized the opportunity, he instructed his team to launch a fierce attack. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao capitalized on the chaos to unleash 2 more waves of assault, watching as Hylik teetered on the brink of defeat. Chapter 66, Battlefield Firefighting. Just as Hylik was about to be overwhelmed by concentrated fire, the six-eyed skeleton abruptly crashed into the battlefield, swallowing him into its skeletal coffin. Then, with a tightening of the bone chains around its waist, the slave master number 1 yanked it directly out of the fray. What the hell? Is that even possible? Witnessing the six-eyed skeleton's effortless escape, Song Qi and the others stood dumbfounded, never having seen a skeleton being treated like a kite. Especially when they were on the verge of dealing with such a tough opponent, only to have it snatched away. Damn it! Weren't you supposed to deal with that necromancer? Why are you back? Seeing Lu Xiaoyao in a daze, Song Qi's anger boiled over. Don't you understand that if we eliminate the one controlling the skeletons, we won't have to fight anymore? In response to Song Qi's inquiry, Lu Xiaoyao merely pouted, vanishing into stealth, uninterested in his ramblings. Noting Lu Xiaoyao's disregard, a shadow of gloom crossed Song Qi's eyes. Lu Xiaoyao hardly listened to his commands, always acting independently. Had he not been formidable and the team in need of a powerful assassin, he would have long since expelled him. Bai Tu, having escaped with Hylik, immediately expended all his dark energy and invested an additional 200 points, managing to restore Hylik's injuries before promptly regurgitating him. The skeletal steed stood once more, its body fully mended, while Hylik's wounds vanished entirely, his dark energy replenished to the brim. Repairing this skeleton is akin to a healing unit. Lu Xiaoyao, stealthily approaching, remained on the periphery, her focus intensely fixed on Bai Tuesday. Although she was reluctant to heed Song Qi's orders, she was determined to eliminate Bai Tuesday. This opponent felt exceptionally powerful and would undoubtedly enhance her assassination techniques. Hylik, don't charge in too recklessly. First, deal with those wandering stealthers outside. Bai Tu narrowed his eyes, fixating on Lu Xiaoyao's location. He had been taken aback by her earlier attack, which had effortlessly crippled a leg of the skeletal steed. Such an assault was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, this stealthy attacker clearly excelled in concealment and offensive techniques, preventing Bai Tu from directing the skeleton archers to fully engage Song Qi and his team. At that moment, Zhou Shan's team regained their composure, able to hold off for a moment, just enough for Hylik to tackle this stealthy foe. The skeleton scout had been darting around Lu Xiaoyao, easily pinpointing her position through the soul waves, and Hylik had also locked onto her, taking a few light steps and gradually gathering energy, preparing to strike. Yet, Lu Xiaoyao remained oblivious to Hylik's focus, fixated solely on eliminating Bai Tuesday suddenly. The skeletal steed surged forward with a burst of speed towards her direction, and this time, she finally sensed Hylik's presence. But alas, it was too late. The skeletal steed charged directly before her, initiating a powerful horn charge from a meter away, effortlessly piercing the air and lunging forward, colliding with Lu Xiaoyao. Before she could react, Hylik's cleaver arced through the air, descending upon her head. With a sickening thud, the razor-sharp blade plunged diagonally into her chest. A critical strike that proved fatal. As Lu Xiaoyao fell to the ground, her form dissipating into motes of light, gasps of shock echoed among the onlookers. What a brutal execution! Song Qi was left utterly dumbfounded. How could a level 30 player be so effortlessly dispatched by a mere skeleton warrior? What in the world was happening? Who exactly are you? How could such a skeleton be so powerful? Song Chi stared in disbelief at the vanishing Lu Xiaoyao. Astonished, could such a skeleton truly be summoned by an early-stage necromancer? But no one answered him, as his teammates wore grave expressions, realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent. What should we do? Should we continue fighting? One of the warriors could not contain their concern. Of course, we must carry on. Are we afraid of that skeleton? Song Chi gritted his teeth in indignation. Although that creature was a challenge, they were already bloodied and could not back down without a fight. However, another teammate expressed unease. Did you see what just happened? That skeleton warrior is far too strong. And there's another one capable of restoring its state. I don't care. We must eliminate those bastards this time. Otherwise, I'll write my name backward. Witnessing Song Chi's stubbornness, the others could only shake their heads and resume the battle. Hylik adjusted his stance, continuing to block ahead. He was no longer recklessly charging in. Although Song Chi's venomous thorn inflicted only minor damage, it effectively restrained his movements. Should he rashly charge in, he would fall into encirclement and be subjected to concentrated fire once more. Bai Tu had been fortunate to rescue him once, but such luck could not be relied upon again. Zhou Shan, follow the direction of the skeleton archers and focus all fire. With Lu Xiaoyao no longer a threat, Bai Tu exited the six-eyed skeleton mode and called to Zhou Shan's team on the other side. Zhou Shan and the others nodded in agreement. The archers and mages were still focusing their fire. Even though Song Chi's team included a priest, their healing capabilities were insufficient for the situation at hand. The front line could only consist of defensive warrior-type professions, and it was unreasonable to expect Song Chi and his companions to lie behind them, as that would not adequately shield them from the onslaught of arrows. Consequently, it wasn't long before Song Chi's team suffered heavy casualties, with only 3 members remaining capable of fighting, albeit with significantly diminished strength. Meanwhile, on Zhou Shan's side, with Zilok bearing the brunt of the attack, their condition gradually improved. Witnessing this, Song Chi's expression darkened. Defeat was imminent, and not only would he lose his life, but he would also have to relinquish all the points he had earned. How about letting us go, brothers? We are all here to take the entrance exam, and there are no deep-seated grudges between us. After observing Bai Tu's demeanor, Song Chi lost his will to continue the fight, and quickly began to soften his stance, pleading desperately. He understood that if all his team members perished, the hours of effort he had invested would be rendered futile. Hell, let you go? At this point, do you still speak such naive words? Bai Tu sneered coldly. I do not initiate conflict, but if provoked, I shall retaliate. Just moments ago, you were clamoring for our demise, declaring that you would annihilate us. And now, you plead for mercy? Such a turn of events is simply implausible. Attack. With that command from Bai Tu, the skeletal archers unleashed a volley of arrows, each one slicing through the frigid air towards Song Chi and his team. Necromancer, I will remember this. And you vile women shall not escape the wrath of the Song family. Song Chi roared in fury, swiftly attempting to evade the barrage. Yet he could not dodge many arrows and was ultimately struck down. As a mage without frontline protection and lacking personal defensive capabilities, his fate was sealed. He was soon overwhelmed by a concentrated assault. With Song Chi's demise, the battle on the field came to an abrupt halt. The remaining warriors, who had been struggling to hold on, soon fell as well. Current points, 1360. Chapter 67, Overall Rank, 6th. How did Bai Tu's points suddenly soar to the top of the leaderboard, surpassing the second-place team by a staggering 300 points? Did I miss some significant event? How did he cross paths with Zhou Shan's team again? Truly, he is a glutton for victory, encountering an all-female team not once, but twice across such a vast map. Is he drawn by scent? Time was running short, with less than an hour remaining. If he maintained this momentum, he might truly emerge as the dark horse of this examination. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Students from the 5 major cities being defeated by a mere 1-star waste from a remote mountain village. Tomorrow's headlines will surely mock us. In the reception hall of the Central City High Academy, a group of elderly men was embroiled in heated discussion. They were the heads of the 5 major vocational high schools, each bearing a grim expression akin to that of an elderly man who had been cheated out of his money at a market. First and foremost, it was imperative that this Bai Tu did not conclude the entrance exam in first place. Secondly, we must swiftly devise a strategy to ensure our school's candidates surpass his points. Hu Tu, the principal of the Central City High Academy, decisively unified everyone's opinions, then surveyed the room. Speak up. What methods can resolve this predicament? The solution is exceedingly simple. Zhao Pai, the principal of the Western City High Academy, flicked open his bamboo fan, a sly smile gracing his face. Have you all forgotten about the Fengdu organization? The ghost city of Fengdu? The Tenyama Kings? The crowd paused momentarily. Although this organization was officially recognized by the Chinese government, it had long been ostracized within the circles of the 5 major cities due to its founder being an ordinary citizen from a small place. Quite unfortunately, that small place was indeed the mountain city. The ghost king, Duanmu Qiyun, shared the same origins as Bai Tu, both being commoners, which posed a considerable threat. This approach is contradictory. If we acknowledge Bai Tu as a genius, those prestigious families would be eager to recruit him into the 5 major cities. Conversely, if we regard him as a failure, they would be indifferent to his potential entry into Fengdu. Both perspectives are fundamentally flawed. Upon hearing the objections, a flicker of derision crossed Zhao Pai's face, though he quickly masked it. Engaging in conversation with these dim-witted elders was an exercise in futility. He elaborated patiently. We must analyze the situation from the perspective of the stakeholders. Those esteemed families harbor long-standing grievances against Fengdu. Any glimmer of possibility would compel them to act. Bai Tu embodies that chance. Thus, if we merely offer a subtle reminder, there will undoubtedly be someone to handle the matter. And we can simply sit back and await the outcome. After considering Zhao Pai's words, Hu Tu could not help but nod. The logic was sound. And the plan might indeed succeed. Very well, let it be so. Coincidentally, the 3rd member of the Xiang family is on the examination committee. We can utilize his influence. Without hesitation, Hu Tu immediately instructed someone to call Xiang Luoxin, embellishing the details surrounding Bai Tu's situation. Xiang Luoxin felt a sudden jolt of anxiety and promptly contacted his older brother, again embellishing the narrative. Bai Tu was suddenly transformed into the nephew of Duanmu Qiyun's second uncle by marriage, a relationship that was as convoluted as it was absurd. A testament to his habitual scheming during the entrance exams. Upon receiving this news, the head of the Xiang family promptly authorized actions, and with the green light granted, Xiang Luoxin hurried to the control room, leveraging the system's permissions. He manipulated the settings to introduce numerous high-level boss monsters into the ranks of the top teams from the 5 major cities. He even insidiously altered the positions of certain lesser teams, placing them near those elite groups. Since they could not directly hinder Bai Tu, they would instead bolster the other teams, ensuring that as long as their points surpassed Bai Tu's, victory was assured. The examination committee had clearly witnessed the scene of Bai Tu defeating Song Qi's team, and the display of strength had left a lasting impression. To mitigate risks, he decided to adopt a different strategy. Even if your skeletal minions are formidable, without a sufficient number of monsters, your points cannot soar too high. Xiang Luoxin smirked cunningly as he discreetly exited the control room. A troubling realization struck. Bai Tu's point accumulation had slowed considerably, and Xiang Junting and her team were rapidly closing the gap. What was happening? They had encountered so many monsters earlier, and now the numbers had dwindled? Perhaps the examination committee had deliberately arranged for certain areas to team with creatures, testing the candidates' scouting abilities and combat prowess. In the broadcasting studio, Xiao Ma and Lu Yuanyuan watched Bai Tu's points anxiously. 1,700 points, a lead of barely 100 points over the second place. With only a few high-level monsters needed to catch up, and there were still 20 minutes remaining. Bai Tu had appeared frequently on screen, and as a rising dark horse. Many viewers, along with the 3 hosts, held a glimmer of hope for him. A commoner practitioner, who knows how far he can go. Teacher He, do you think this uneven distribution of wild monsters is reasonable? Although numerous viewers in the comments explained their perspectives, there remained a lingering sense that this arrangement seemed quite unfriendly to certain unfortunate teams. Teacher He narrowed his eyes slightly. While he was not particularly well-versed in media matters, he was indeed a connoisseur when it came to cunning and subterfuge. This setting may appear to be easily explained on the surface, yet the underlying intricacies are undoubtedly numerous. Although he remains uncertain whether any foul play has occurred, the possibility cannot be dismissed, particularly upon observing the uniformity of the 5 elite teams from the 5 major capitals. He is utterly convinced that something is amiss. However, he would never utter such thoughts aloud, for doing so would surely lead to his own downfall. Indeed, many comments have already elucidated the situation quite well. To comprehensively assess the candidate's abilities, this arrangement is entirely reasonable. At last, the second examination period commenced, and all candidates were instantaneously transported back to their designated spaces. The accumulated points swiftly converted into corresponding scores, and Bai Tu's ranking initially plummeted as he was overtaken by dozens of others. Yet, with the cumulative scores from the first 2 assessments, his position began to ascend rapidly. Bai Tu, total score of 9,861, national ranking 6th. There were only 5 team leaders from the 5 major capitals ahead of him. While he lamented not clinching the top spot, achieving 6th place was undoubtedly a remarkable feat, a rare dark horse in decades. The Necromancer sect is formidable. Bai Xiaodu is impressive. He was so close, trailing by less than a single point from those above him. Otherwise, this year he could have reveled in triumph over the elite of the 5 major vocational high schools. This year, Shanxing No. 2 High School performed exceptionally well, with a silver-haired girl securing the 27th position nationally, and a handsome young man ranking 59th, although only the best scores would count for rankings. Placing within the top 100 out of over 5,000 teams is a commendable achievement indeed. Oblivious to the clamor outside and disinterested in the results, which would be announced within half an hour of the examination's conclusion, he had no intention of checking. All he desired at that moment was sleep. He exited his personal space and collapsed onto the sofa in the examination room, drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 68. caught in a romantic dilemma. When Bai Tu awoke again, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. On the day of the college entrance examination, the school imposed no restrictions on candidates, considering the physical toll of the prolonged special assessments, allowing those in poor health to remain at the school for rest. His previously muddled mind had cleared, and after squinting for a moment, Bai Tu sluggishly left the examination room. He exchanged pleasantries with the supervising teacher in the hall, then, aided by the cool night breeze, mounted his bicycle and began his journey home. The moon hung full and bright, casting silvery light that illuminated the grass beside the road. As he pedaled, he glanced toward the end of the street, where a sleek silver-gray luxury car was parked steadily in the center, and the figure emerging from it left Bai Tu momentarily stunned. Wang Zili, are you here waiting for me? Indeed. I didn't anticipate your physical condition would be so poor. I waited over 4 hours for you to emerge. Hearing Wang Zili's words, Bai Tu couldn't help but smile wryly. The strain of the examination had taken a toll on him, and he felt as though he might fall apart. Certainly not comparable to someone of your warrior caliber. Wang Zili chuckled and shook his head, then congratulated him, saying, Congratulations. Your results in this entrance examination are exceptional. I haven't checked yet. Did I make it into the top 100? Huh. It's been so long, and you haven't looked? Truly remarkable restraint. But it's not just the top 100, it's the top 10. To be precise, you ranked 6th nationally. Bai Tu was momentarily taken aback. While he felt he had performed well, merely entering the top 100 would have satisfied him. He never imagined he would break into the top 10. Unable to contain his delight, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, 6th place? That's fantastic. I'll be famous nationwide. Finding a girlfriend should be much easier now. Huh? Oh, so your joy is solely for the sake of simplifying your quest for a girlfriend? Wang Zili's smile faltered slightly, yet his fondness for Bai Tu only grew. Such authenticity is a rare trait, and he boldly reveals his true colors. Wang Zili shrugged, speaking candidly. I came to find you for a reason. You should understand what I mean. Are you suggesting I join your team? Sorry, I'm used to being solo. I prefer not to join any teams. And I suspect I wouldn't adapt well to yours. Bai Tu unequivocally declined Wang Zili's offer. Having one more person around would only mean more competition for the experience required to level up his skeleton units, so he preferred to venture alone with his skeleton army. You must understand, once we reach level 31, the dungeons we enter will no longer be harmless. We will face formidable monsters in a genuine dimension of existence. And the savage creatures within are nothing like the docile entities of the dungeons. In there, death is genuinely final, without teammates to support you. Encountering various monsters will pose significant danger, and even other teams could become a threat. The lawless realms are not as straightforward as you imagine. The depths of this world are unfathomable. A black line formed on Bai Tu's forehead as he couldn't help but retort, Please, I am no Gaz. Nor are you Uncle Pan. We have no camaraderie to speak of. What are you talking about? Wang Zili furrowed his brow. He had approached Bai Tu precisely because of his strength, and considering his family background, their partnership would be ideal. Unfortunately, it seemed Bai Tu had little interest. You see, we have absolutely no common language. We are simply not on the same wavelength. Bai Tu shrugged, maneuvering his bicycle around Wang Zili. What if I told you I could introduce you to a girlfriend? One who is fair-skinned and beautiful, a fellow practitioner, and gentle and caring. Who? Bai Tu immediately turned to face him, curiosity piqued. It doesn't matter if we can't reach an agreement. Merely meeting someone could be quite splendid. I know many lovely girls, such as Lin Fong. Before he could finish his sentence, a cannonball shot in from a distance, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, crashing heavily into the grass beside him. With a resounding explosion, an orange-red flame erupted, sending a cloud of dirt and debris into the air, leaving both of them momentarily stunned. Captain, I'm sorry for being late. Lin Fongyu approached, her expression severe, with a weapon platform hovering behind her, the cannon still emitting a wisp of smoke. Well, go on, say what you were going to. Didn't the captain have something important to discuss with him? The emphasis on important caused Wang Zili to shiver involuntarily. He forced a smile and glanced at Bai Tu, saying, when people drink a little too much in celebration, their tongues tend to get tied. I swear I won't drink again. Bai Tu nodded in silence. He had heard that name earlier, and while Lin Fongyu was indeed quite beautiful, the way she looked at Wang Zili was downright infatuated. Are you trying to interrupt me? Implying that tonight's moon isn't bright enough, making us mere light bulbs to entertain you two? I'm full, truly full. I bid you farewell. Bai Tu cast an envious glance at Wang Zili, who was blissfully unaware of his fortune, before turning away and cycling off. The scent of romance is nauseating. How infuriating. Wang Zili watched Bai Tu's retreating figure, unable to suppress a sigh. Upon hearing Wang Zili's sigh, Lin Fongyu's expression tightened further. She stepped closer and patted his chest. Some individuals are destined not to walk the same path, while others will choose to remain by your side for a lifetime. Do you understand what I mean? Wang Zili was momentarily taken aback. How could someone as astute and cautious as he fail to perceive Lin Fongyu's intentions? They had known each other since childhood, their family circumstances being quite similar, yet he had always felt their familiarity was so deep that he never considered they could end up together. Why not dare to take a bold step? You have never once crossed the boundaries among friends. Lin Fengyu could not help but embrace him, as the weapons platform behind her transformed into a silvery streak of light that entered her being. Phew, that struck deep, my friend. Bai Tu could not resist glancing back, and stumbled, nearly sending his vehicle tumbling into the ditch. Coming to a halt on the small bridge, he gazed into the depths of the lake below, shaking his head with a sigh. The waters of the mountain city are 1,000 feet deep, yet they pale in comparison to the dog food gifted by Brother Wang. It truly resonates with what Jia Baoyu from Dream of the Red Chamber said. Each person's tears flow for the one they hold dear, and smiles reflect the same sentiment. I wonder where my beloved is. In an instant, the image of Chun Yi, with tear-streaked eyes as she embraced him on that fateful day, flickered before him, sending a sharp pang through his heart. Chun Yi, which school will you be attending? I wonder if I will ever see you again. The Xiang family boasts abundant resources, perfectly aligning with Chun Yi's aspirations. Although Bai Tu contemplated seeking her out, another voice within urged him to refrain. For now, everything is for her benefit, and interrupting her life would only invite unnecessary turmoil. Ah, indeed, she has found her path, and it is time for me to seek my own. To become a formidable force, so that I may possess the capital to engage with the world. As I am now, I am but a mere shadow. Chun Yi, I wish you all the best. Chapter 69, Unseen in the Rankings. Bai Tu has achieved renown, with his remarkable 6th place in the National College Entrance Examination igniting a fervor throughout the mountain city. Chen Yiming's smile was so broad it seemed it could not be contained, while banners emblazoned with red slogans adorned the school gates. The names of Bai Tu, Dingya, and Wang Zili, all within the top 100 nationally, were soon to be affixed prominently at the entrance of the first high school. This year, the principal of the first high school was exasperated, as although 3 students from their institution made it into the top 100, they fell outside the 90th rank. Comparatively, even the least accomplished among them, Wang Zili, could easily overshadow them. Bai Tu's face was nearly frozen in a smile these past few days. His typical grin firmly etched upon his features, though he endeavored to maintain a pleasant demeanor for the sake of his reputation. Indeed, fame was exhilarating. Countless admirers had emerged, their gazes transformed from disdain to utter adoration. Perhaps I might even find a romantic partner. Bai Tu was seated before his bed, engaged in conversation with a girl, explaining the theoretical courses of the second year, when suddenly a message from Chun Yiming arrived. Bai Tu, tomorrow morning, representatives from the 5 great capitals will be visiting. Prepare yourself. As the top student from our mountain city, make sure to research the strengths of each academy tonight. Do you have any recommendations, teacher? The best choice is definitely the Central Academy. Its strengths are formidable, and it is also the national hub. However, the Eastern and Southern Academies are commendable as well. Having invested significantly in the path of mages, the Northern Academy oversees the most dimensions of the small worlds. While danger abounds, so too do opportunities. As for the Western Academy, it focuses more on warriors. Although we have a notable figure there, he is a priest, thus not directly relevant to you. Implicitly, it was suggested that the Central, Eastern, and Southern Academies were the most suitable for Bai Tu, while the Northern Academy held great potential. And a predecessor was present in the Western Academy. Regardless of the renown of that figure in the Western capital, it is of no concern to me. Bai Tu's mind was already made up. Since Chun Yi was in the Eastern capital, which had a greater investment in mages, it was the most fitting choice for him. Teacher, I wish to attend the Eastern Academy. That should pose no problem. With your grades, you can select any of the 5 great capitals. Get a good night's rest. Once confirmed tomorrow, we will likely be departing in 3 days. Thank you, teacher. Setting down his phone and surveying the aged room around him, Bai Tu suddenly felt a twinge of reluctance. Tomorrow, he would confirm his academy, and the day after, depart for the 5 great capitals, a journey of thousands of miles, leaving him uncertain of when he might return. He had lived here for over a decade, every corner familiar, and the prospect of leaving so abruptly stirred a sense of melancholy. One must always look forward. The 5 great capitals will be my first step toward advancing to an intermediate profession. Bai Tu harbored no grand ambitions. His desire was simple, to become a top-tier professional. Nothing more. The allure of wealth and fame held little value for him. Regardless of riches, without becoming a top-tier professional, life would ultimately be but a fleeting breath of less than a century. The next day, upon arriving at school, Bai Tu found the younger students diligently constructing a makeshift podium in the square, adorned with banners welcoming the leaders of the 5 great capitals. Wow, isn't that Senior Bai Xiaozhu? So delicate and easily toppled, I truly adore him. A boy, wiping the sweat from his brow, inadvertently caught sight of Bai Tu entering the school gates, his eyes lighting up in excitement as he rushed over. Senior Bai Xiaozhu, I am Xin Jingxian, your devoted fan. However, before he could reach Bai Tu, he was jostled aside by a throng of people. Bai Tu felt a surge of anxiety as he beheld the crowd closing in, and promptly fled. Although his physical abilities ranked among the lowest for professionals, he was still significantly stronger than the average person and quickly vanished from view. Breathless, he leaned against a wall, feeling a mix of joy and trepidation. Had he been cornered, he might have been flattened in the crowd. Oh, Bai Xiaozhu, what brings you here? Dingya suddenly appeared before him. Bai Zhu instinctively recoiled, only to bump the back of his head against the wall, the pain causing him to crouch down. Oh, I'm so sorry, did I startle you? Dingya quickly apologized, sheepishly rubbing his head, and Bai Zhu felt his heart almost melt. No worries, Dingya. Where did you come from? Aren't classes starting at 10? I had to visit the office. The admissions representatives from those academies submitted their selected lists early, which you can check via the teacher's computer. However, for you, all the academies of the 5 great capitals should have chosen you, right? Dingya gazed at Bai Zhu with admiration, astonished at his exceptional results. Despite her own diligent efforts, she had only managed to secure a position in the 20s, while Bai Zhu had burst into the top 10. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Bai Zhu grinned foolishly, nodding. After parting ways with Dingya, he immediately sought out Chen Yiming. Bai Zhu, you arrived just in time. Come, let us see your chosen academy and mark your intent for the Eastern Academy. Chen Yiming, brimming with smiles, stood up and opened an email, prompting Bai Zhu to input his college entrance examination information to check his selected academy. Currently, there is no selected academy. The vacant page displayed no names of any academies. The smiles on Chen Yiming's and Bai Zhu's faces abruptly froze, as Bai Zhu refreshed the page several times, each time yielding the same result. No selected academy appeared. Teacher, was I not chosen by the 5 great academies? Bai Zhu found it hard to accept. He ranked 6th nationally and had already reached level 30 during the entrance examination, easily poised to surpass level 31 with just a bit more experience. Clearly meeting all the criteria of the 5 great academies. Do not rush. Perhaps the data has not yet been recorded. They will arrive shortly, and I will inquire on your behalf. Rest assured, with your excellent results, they would be eager to recruit you. Chen Yiming consoled Bai Zhu, though a foreboding feeling began to stir within him. In other classes, both Dingya and Wang Zili had secured selections from at least 3 academies, while Bai Zhu, ranked higher than them, had none. Could it possibly be related to the incident with Senior Duanmo? Recalling an incident from several decades ago during his 2nd year of high school, Chen Yiming felt a surge of anxiety. If his suspicions were correct, Bai Tu's once promising path might be reduced to a mere country lane. Furrowing his brow, Bai Tu contemplated but chose to remain silent. The selection process between academies and students is inherently reciprocal. He could choose whom to accept, and they could just as easily choose him. However, being eliminated by 5 academies left him somewhat disgruntled. After all, he had met their standards, only to be inexplicably cut from consideration. The absence of selection implied that they deemed him unworthy of admission. Perhaps it was due to my lack of talent, he mused, rising to bid farewell to Chen Yiming. He decided to return to his classroom for a moment. Chen Yiming watched Bai Tu depart, aware that, despite his role as the homeroom teacher, there were many things beyond his control. He felt a pang of irritation. What was wrong with being common? What if one's talent was slightly lacking? Could the esteemed 5 academies truly not afford the resources for a single student? If Bai Tu were indeed inept, would it not be simpler to admit him and subsequently expel him for failing to keep pace? I am eager to see how these instructors will justify their decisions. Chapter 70 Bai Tu, not accepted. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the pretentious representatives from the 5 major academies arrived punctually, each wearing expressions that suggested they were owed something. Dressed in flamboyant attire, they seemed more suited for combat than recruitment, donning armor and wielding weapons as they elegantly ascended the podium with a flourish. How cool and impressive. They must be advanced professionals, each surpassing level 60. Pillars of humanity safeguarding the minor realms. The 5 major academies are formidable. Even their recruitment personnel rival our school's principal. I, too, shall strive to join the ranks of the 5 major academies like my senior Bai Tu. Initially, when this group of students from lesser locales lavished praise upon them, Teacher Wu felt a swell of pride, for such genuine admiration was a far cry from the usual sycophantic flattery, satisfying their vanity. However, when Bai Tu's name was mentioned, their expressions abruptly soured, exchanging glances that conveyed their discomfort. Ah, the esteemed teachers from the 5 academies have arrived early, my apologies. I am Principal Wu Ziyin from the 2nd high school. Moments later, Wu Ziyin himself took the stage, beaming as he welcomed them, followed by a throng of teachers. Bai Tu, hearing the commotion, joined his classmates but chose to stand apart, distant from the crowd. Principal Wu, you are too kind. I am Li Jiyu, the recruitment officer from the Zhongdu Academy, Xiang Man from the Dongdu Academy, Zhu Yitian from the Shidu Academy, Gao Sisi from the Nandu Academy, Lin Rong from the Baidu Academy. The 5 introduced themselves with a cold demeanor, offering no special regard for Principal Wu's status. Not even the chairs set up on stage were occupied, forcing Wu Ziyin to stand alongside them. Principal Wu, the students participating in the college entrance examination should have all arrived by now, correct? You may commence your address. Excellent. Given the time constraints, we shall forego lengthy discussions and proceed directly to the selection of students eligible for admission. Li Jiyu nodded, raising his hand to retrieve a phone containing the prearranged list of candidates. In this year's examination, a total of 42 students from Shanxing's 2nd High possessed the qualifications to enter the 5 major academies. As I call your name, Please step forward and choose your desired academy. We shall issue your acceptance letters. The first candidate, Dingya. When the first name called was not Bai Tu's. Many were taken aback, but soon speculated that perhaps he would be saved for last, or perhaps he had already been specially recruited. Dingya, somewhat bewildered, approached the podium. Li Jiu's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile as he addressed her. Dingya, your comprehensive evaluation at the 5 major academies is rated SS, placing you among the most gifted. Should you join Zhongdu Academy, you will receive unlimited free privileges for leveling in minor realms, along with a dedicated instructor specializing in the machinist profession. As soon as Li finished speaking, Xiang Man from the Dongdu Academy eagerly chimed in. Our academy offers the highest support for mages among the 5 major academies. In addition to the aforementioned conditions, we provide free access to learn all skills. As our school boasts the largest skill repository in Huaxia, documenting all mage skill cultivation guides, the other 3 academies were equally eager to offer generous terms. Even the warrior-centric Shidu Academy joined the fray. After all, Dingya possessed a 7-star talent and was a machinist, a powerful mage with high damage potential in later stages. If nurtured correctly, she could become a key member of the assault team upon joining the academy. Dingya found herself somewhat dazed by the fervent attention of the 5. While members of the Yaya Guardian Alliance surrounding her looked on with envy and pride, the Yaya goddess had found a promising path. Surely, she would become an extraordinary powerhouse in the future, validating their years of toil. As they beheld Dingya, the center of attention, the 5 recruitment teachers wore expressions of delight, realizing that, if handled adeptly, they could cultivate her into a star akin to entertainment icons from years past, generating a legion of devoted fans, thereby strengthening their hold over the students. Ultimately, Dingya chose the Dongdu Academy, aligning with her family's wishes, prompting Xiang Man to beam while the others could only offer him begrudging congratulations. Next, Wang Zili. Wang Zili also received favorable treatment, opting for the Shidu Academy. Following this, others called upon also found placements among the 5 major academies, as they had assembled teams based on shared goals to attract the most talented individuals. Yet, as the final name was approached, Bai Tu's name had yet to be mentioned. What is happening? Did they overlook the most important candidate? Where is Senior Bai Tu? Which academy has he chosen? Senior Bai Tu ranked 6th nationwide. I had hoped to follow in his footsteps. However, the 5 paid no heed to the murmurs from the audience, exchanging only brief words with Wu Xin before preparing to depart. Wait, are we forgetting something? Chen Yiming could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward, while Wu Xin also interjected. Why has Bai Tu, our 6th-ranked student, not been called? Bai Tu. Xiang Man's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he disdainfully replied. Although his examination results are commendable, our 5 major academies recruit only the most gifted among humanity. What qualifications does a 1-star talent like him possess to enter the 5 major academies? You. Chen Yiming was instantly incensed, but Wu Xin intervened, his expression darkening. Though he may have only a 1-star talent, his professional attributes are exceptional. One cannot merely judge future potential by a single talent rating. Li Jiu nodded but remained steadfast. Not admitting him is a unanimous decision among the 5 major academies. His comprehensive rating is merely a B, far below our admission standards. We are merely executing orders. No amount of advocacy will change this. For someone like him, gaining admission to the 13 Capital Academy would be a remarkable feat indeed. When did a 1-star talent dare to choose a combat profession? P.S. Only courting disaster. The 5 wore expressions of derision as they surveyed the crowd, spotting Bai Tu in the distance, shaking their heads in contempt before disregarding Wu Xin and the others entirely, taking to the skies. Sigh. With a heavy sigh, Woods glanced at the eerily silent scene before him and, feeling utterly defeated, waved his hand dismissively. The humiliation of his student at the hands of others left him with no choice but to suppress his anger. The Academy's resources were firmly in their grip, not only belonging to the alliance of the 5 great capitals, but also to the 13 capital academies, and even the most modest 36 city academies had formed a coalition. Those of them from remote small towns could only bow and scrape to ensure their students gained admission. Everyone disperse. Head home, Woods instructed, leading the teachers away as a multitude of students remained, faces tinged with disappointment. They had harbored hopes that a dark horse like Bai Tu could penetrate the echelons of the prestigious 5 great capitals, but today, they were doused with a bucket of cold water. This world was one that judged based on talent and lineage. Chapter 71, Duanmu Feng. Isn't it frustrating? Bai Tu, feeling somewhat disheartened as he prepared to return home, was suddenly drawn by a light chuckle in his ear. He turned to see a strikingly handsome figure perched atop a wall, gazing down at him. The youth possessed a fair and refined visage, his tall, well-proportioned figure boasting enviable long legs. Who are you? Do you not realize that climbing over others' walls is illegal? Ah, I know you're upset. But is it really worth getting angry? It's merely that you cannot enter the 5 great capitals. However, you can join us, and still remain within their circle. The individual gracefully leapt down from the wall, and Bai Tu furrowed his brow as he pulled out his mask, discovering it to be at level 48. He appeared only a few years older than Bai Tu, yet his level was significantly higher. Aren't there only 5 academies in the 5 great capitals? Which faction do you belong to? Do you know Fengdu Ghost City? No. Ahem, truly a country bumpkin. I can't believe you don't even know about our renowned organization. My name is Duanmu Feng, and Fengdu Ghost City was founded by my father. Duanmu Feng. I'm not familiar. Bai Tu shook his head. But then his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, could it be that you're my brother? Am I actually the illegitimate child of our father? Duanmu Feng's expression froze, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. This kid is audacious, daring to tarnish our father's name. Does he not fear the uncles from the organization? It seems my somewhat reasonable conjecture may not hold. Bai Tu observed the predatory glint in his eyes and the twitching fists, decisively shifting the topic and inviting him into the room. To cut a long story short, I came specifically to seek you out. Our organization has long been aware that although you excel academically, you will absolutely not be admitted to the 5 great capitals. Duanmu Feng swiftly seated himself on the bed, pouring a glass of water for himself and offering another to Bai Tuesday. How so? Quite simply. It's due to your lack of talent and your humble beginnings in the mountain city. You're still a commoner. The waters run deep in the 5 great capitals. Old-line professional families and commoner factions have become somewhat irreconcilable. Although official controls maintain a semblance of balance, covert suppression of one another's influence is all too common. Bai Tu, upon hearing this, began to understand that he had unwittingly become embroiled in the conflict between the 2 factions. But I never declared my allegiance to either side. My father hails from the mountain city and even attended the same school as you. Bai Tu suddenly recalled some city records he had seen at school, mentioning a particularly illustrious professional who, despite choosing the mainstream priest profession, had gained an opportunity to create skills and experienced a career mutation, achieving great renown in the 5 great capitals years ago. Could your father be the legendary ghost king Duanmu Qian? Precisely. I am his only son. Seriously? Then why do you dare to roam freely? Aren't you afraid of being abducted? Duanmu Feng chuckled, shaking his head. As for abduction, I've been kidnapped no less than 10 times since I became a professional, yet none have succeeded. I am a special profession, ghost shepherd. Many people don't even know my professional traits, so how could they capture me? Bai Tu regarded him with keen interest. The ghost shepherd profession was indeed one of the most unique types nowadays, with scant information available online, known only by name. Moreover, it wouldn't even appear in the system during class changes. You'll understand all this once you join our organization. Who says I'm going to join your organization? Duanmu Feng shrugged nonchalantly. If you don't join us, you'll only be waiting for admission to the 13 capitals, where the resources are far inferior to those in the 5 great capitals. Bai Tu ignored him and pulled out his phone. Searching for information about the Fengdu Ghost City organization, he found only a few brief mentions. Founded by Duanmu Qian, based in the outskirts of Shidu, members unknown, and the suppression of small worlds unknown. Don't bother searching. The confidentiality level is quite high. Plus, some individuals can block information, so very few know about us. If I join your organization, will there be any resources? Of course. Our organization is unlike ordinary academies. It's akin to direct job placement after graduation. For instance, I have never participated in any college entrance examinations. Duanmu Feng leaned in closer, speaking in hushed tones. Although our organization is small, each member is responsible for guarding a small world, and you should understand how vast the resources within such a world can be. Guarding a small world? With your level 48, how could you survive in there? Bai Tu expressed his astonishment. A small world was vastly different from a dungeon, its expanse immense, and the monsters therein possessed high intelligence, many being new types. Furthermore, the presence of bosses was unknown. If he were to encounter a level 90 monster, wouldn't that spell his doom? Relax, rest assured that the worlds we guard have been cleaned out. Safety is guaranteed. Besides, in this day and age, what undertaking is without danger? The 5 great capitals or the official military are similar in their approaches. They simply prefer to form teams. Duanmu Feng seemed quite critical of teamwork. Of course I have objections. Forming a team is merely a cowardly manifestation of the weak banding together. You surely do not know that the top families and special forces members are all lone wolves. Though the mortality rate is high, the proportion of achieving top professionals is far greater than that of sheep in a team. Bai Tu shook his head. His mind was overwhelmed with so much information that he felt a bit disoriented. After sorting through his thoughts, he realized that Duanmu Feng was quite cunning, deftly ensnaring him in his rhetoric. He had just inquired about the resources available, only to receive an explanation about guarding a small world. Wouldn't everyone be in the same boat? Ha ha ha, you've caught me. Indeed, our organization has been somewhat impoverished lately. Well, the resources we can provide are limited. However, for you, a 1-star necromancer, skills aren't necessary. As for equipment, some generic mage gear will suffice. Does your organization have skill stones? Skill stones. Why would you need those? Each skill only requires a maximum of 10 skill points, and you can max out at level 50. Duanmu Feng looked at Bai Tu in astonishment, sensing that this might be a secret of his. Yet he quickly followed up with an explanation. Our organization actually has quite a few skill stones. We usually sell them since, although they're precious, The members don't have much need for them. Bai Tu's eyes lit up. Skill stones were exactly what he needed. With enough of those, he could summon more skeletal units. If you can provide me with 5 skill stones, then we can certainly consider this. 5. Is that all? Fine, I can pull out 5 right now. Duanmufeng subsequently retrieved 5 skill stones from his backpack, brandishing them before Bai Tu, their warmth a testament to their recent extraction from the small world. Wait a moment. The casual manner in which he produced the skill stones, akin to pulling out a cabbage, left Bai Tu utterly captivated. Teacher, I too aspire to be a man free to extract skill stones. In Chapter 72, titled The Skeleton Artilleryman, Bai Tu placed a call to Chen Yiming, discussing Duanmufeng and the matters concerning the ghost city of Fengdu. The silence on the other end lingered for a considerable time before a sigh escaped, advising him to make his own decision. From my personal standpoint, I still support your going. Bai Tu nodded in understanding, sensing the depth of emotion in his voice, likely stemming from an acquaintance with Duanmu Qiyun. Agreed? By the time Duanmufeng had finished his 4th cup of tea, he placed the skill stones on the table and produced a black card to hand over to Bai Tu. This is our organization's business card. Simply take it to report in. I will provide you with the contact details. Bai Tu nodded, recognizing the routine nature of this exchange. Should the other party request him to accompany them, Bai Tu would have to ponder their true intentions. After adding Bai Tu to his network, Duanmufeng did not linger, for he had another location to visit. This time, he was recruiting 3 individuals, and Bai Tu was the second stop on his journey. Once Duanmufeng departed, Bai Tu gleefully retrieved the 5 skill stones, utilizing them all at once, causing his summoning value to surge by 25 points, totaling an impressive 80 points. If he were to summon skeleton warriors, he could conjure up to 80 at once, forming a small force. In recent days, he had scarcely monitored the skeleton graveyard, having summoned only a few skeleton decorators, managing to gather 6, yet he remained unaware of the variety of decorative effects available. Red for attack, yellow for defense, purple for speed, blue for malevolent energy, black for resistance, and green for recovery. These 6 had all attained maximum levels, bestowing new tattoos upon all his skeletal units. Their 6 colored skulls presenting a rather eerie sight. Upon re-entering the Yellow Springs path, Bai Tu observed that the level of his subordinate, Slave Master number 4, had risen to level 20. The excessively low-level corpses were transformed into malevolent energy, fully supplying the skeletal units for their upgrades. Even the highest level unit, Ziluok, barely managed to gain a level, reaching 37. After surveying the skeletons, who lay in a state of languid repose, Bai Tu descended to the lower level of the reincarnation path. The 6 skeleton decorators had completely occupied the stairway entrance, arranged in order of their emergence, awaiting new recruits. Within the reincarnation path, the skeleton warriors were tirelessly engaged in the manipulation of corpses, though the supply was dwindling. Most had been converted or decomposed, leaving only a heap of bones, which they organized into a small mound. A mountain of corpses and a mountain of bones. Perhaps the skeleton's aesthetic sensibilities were best expressed through such assemblages. From the pile of bodies, Bai Tu selected an elite-level corpse, infusing it with all available malevolent energy. In the absence of combat, undergoing mutation and transformation thrice daily posed a manageable burden. A vast expanse of malevolent energy rapidly coalesced within the graveyard, taking on a tangible form as a black giant python re-emerged, all of it funneled into the chosen corpse. A sudden cracking sound of flesh and skin being torn alerted the seasoned Bai Tu. This transformation had mutated. Moreover, it was a mutation he had never witnessed before. Soon, a mutated skeleton emerged from the corpse, its pristine white form adorned in bone-crafted light armor, its stature comparable to that of the skeleton slave master, exuding an imposing presence. With a slender bone staff slung over its back and 2 circular, wheel-like objects hanging from its waist. Skeleton Artilleryman, level 135, elite, attributes, strength 2, agility 4, intelligence 2. Spirit 2 summoning value, 3 points malevolent energy value, 130 points, 5, special trait, area damage. All attacks deal 50 splash damage to units within a 10-meter radius. Skill, bone cannon, fires bone projectiles at targets, inflicting damage and applying a vulnerability effect, with damage scaling according to skill level. The vulnerability effect increases damage taken by the target by 10, with an additional 5 for each level gained. An auxiliary unit with formidable output capabilities. The moment Bai Tu beheld the traits and skills of the skeleton artilleryman, he instinctively associated it with the skeleton slave master. With its combination of traits and skills, each attack would apply a vulnerability effect to enemies within 10 meters of the impact, enhancing the damage they sustained by at least 55 at maximum level. If the skeleton slave master commanded 20 skeleton archers, all at level 35, a barrage of arrows unleashed would render even intermediate monsters hard-pressed to resist. It was undoubtedly the finest assistant for clearing monsters and leveling up. Cultivating them into a formidable unit would be truly exhilarating. After devising his plans, Bai Tu found himself elated. During this examination period, he gradually discerned that the 35-level skeleton archers, due to their inherent attribute deficiencies and lack of skills, struggled to penetrate the defenses of professional combatants with their bow and arrows. As everyone advanced to intermediate status, this disparity would only widen. Thus far, the skeleton slave master and the skeleton archers remained the backbone of Bai Tu's skeletal army, and even if they were to step back, that would need to wait. The emergence of the skeleton artillerymen perfectly compensated for the deficiency in offensive capabilities, extending the employment duration of the archers. It seemed imperative to level up swiftly. Acquiring more powerful corpses, only newly mutated skeletons could ensure formidable combat prowess. A sense of urgency began to stir within Bai Tu, no matter how strong the auxiliary abilities. They remained merely supplementary. The foundational deficiencies would become increasingly pronounced as levels reached the 50s or 60s. Even Zilluok, the highest quality unit in his possession, was merely an intermediate leader unit. Far ahead lay advanced common, advanced elite, advanced leader, and advanced hero units. Even a casual advanced elite could contend with him. Not to mention advanced leaders and heroes. That night, upon returning to the real world, Bai Tu commenced packing his belongings. The room was modest, and although he had lived there for over a decade, the few items he intended to take amounted to little more than a handful of clothes. Stripped of possessions, he resolved to give away his bicycle, his sole means of transportation that had accompanied him for years. Placing the suitcase on the table, he extracted his phone. Aside from messages of consolation from Luga, there were no further communications from his classmates. 3 years spent together, and yet this was the final outcome. Bai Tu chuckled bitterly at his own predicament. His online followers were rapidly dwindling, and discussions surrounding his rejection from the 5 major academies proliferated, with the majority decrying him as a worthless failure. The once inquisitive younger classmates who had persistently sought his guidance had abruptly ceased contact, some even unfriending him. In the class group and school forum, Zhao Hong led a band of sycophants, relentlessly disparaging him with scornful words. Bai Tu, who had recently been exalted, now found himself cast down, and the stark contrast of this experience evoked a peculiar sensation within him. Having lived 2 lifetimes, with a combined age of 40, and possessing ample life experience, he reflected on the adulation and disdain he had encountered, feeling neither joy nor sorrow, but rather an estrangement from it all. It seemed that regardless of the multitude of opinions voiced by others, he remained unchanged, a mere necromancer, navigating a path that still appeared overwhelmingly uncertain. Yet a journey he could only undertake alone. In a moment of clarity, he seemed to grasp a profound truth. The vast majority of life is spent in solitude, particularly when one is traversing their own unique path. Even the best of friends cannot fully comprehend you. Professionals are perhaps fundamentally solitary seekers of the path. Chapter 73, The Monster Attack. As dawn broke on the second day, Bai Tu arrived at the train station with her belongings. Gazing down from above at the city nestled in the valley, feeling a pang of reluctance. This departure might very well mean she would never have the chance to return. Just as she was about to enter the station, a flash of lightning caught her eye, and Chun Yiming's figure slowly emerged before her. Teacher? How did you know I was leaving now? Chun Yiming, with a complex expression, shook his head and handed Bai Tu an envelope. As the top student in the school's college entrance examination, there was supposed to be a celebration today after her college selection, but due to the incident involving Bai Tu, this year's festivities were considerably muted. This is something Principal Wu asked me to give you, you sly little rascal. Have you learned to sneak away? Is a minor setback enough to crush your spirit, making you shy away from others? Of course not, Bai Tu replied, taking the envelope with a nonchalant smile. I just want to report to the organization as soon as possible. You know my lack of talent. If I don't take the initiative, I might truly bring shame to you. Teacher. Quite carefree, I see. This incident seems to have tempered your character. Indeed, since you can let go of it, I needn't continue to offer you my heartfelt consolation. Bai Tu, remember this, true strength lies in power. We live in an era that venerates the strong. One's origins are inconsequential. As long as you are powerful enough, accolades will surely follow. Chun Yiming's rare, somewhat unorthodox remarks resonated with a profound truth. Bai Tu nodded earnestly, waved goodbye to Chun Yiming, and boarded the train heading to Shidu. In the 5th carriage, after a brief exploration, she finally located her seat and stowed her belongings just as the announcement signaled the train's departure. Being a small town, the train only made this one morning trip daily. Miss it, and one would have to wait until the next day. However, the carriage was nearly empty. Typically, few dared to leave their city, and even ordinary individuals lacked the privilege to board a train, often spending their lives in the city where they were born. The reason was simple. The wilds were fraught with danger. The emergence of small-dimensional worlds was unpredictable, with spatial rifts potentially forming at any moment, releasing all manner of monsters. Thus, years ago, the authorities had relocated the populace from villages and towns to cities, prioritizing their protection. If monsters appeared in the wild, designated personnel would handle the cleanup, and once the dimensional rift was thoroughly subdued, they would transfer it elsewhere. Sitting by the window, gazing at the blurred mountains and rivers of her memories, Bai Tu felt like a caged bird soaring into the sky for the first time, everything appearing remarkably novel. Is this your first time out of the city? An elderly man with neatly combed white hair, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit and exuding a military demeanor, sat across from her. Yes, it is indeed my first time out of the city. Such beautiful scenery, yet humanity is confined within. The old man chuckled heartily and lightly tapped the window with his finger, his tone cheerful. You know, there's nothing wrong with ordinary people staying in the city. Do you have any idea how many corpses and bones lie hidden beneath this beautiful landscape? How many monsters remain unvanquished? If you had been born 50 years ago, you would share my sentiment that humanity has finally returned to the pinnacle of Blue Star. Bai Tu couldn't help but roll her eyes. The pinnacle of Blue Star? Before I arrived, humanity had already set foot on the moon and reached out to Mars. What was so remarkable about being the overlord of a mere blue star? Nevertheless, the latter part of his statement lingered in her mind. It seemed there were still many monsters lurking in the wild. Are you affiliated with the authorities or a family? First the authorities, then a family. This question seemed to irk the old man, his gaze towards Bai Tu turning serious. Regardless of whether you hail from a common background or a prominent family, you are still a Huaxia person. As a Huaxia person, you must prioritize Huaxia, otherwise, many matters will become easily misaligned. His words bore a certain logic, indicating he was likely a person of integrity concerned for the nation's safety. Bai Tu felt a surge of respect. Such a soldier is worthy of admiration in any world. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Bai Tu learned that the elderly gentleman was actually a distinguished member of the official organization known as the Clearing Wilderness, dedicated to traversing the wilds of Huaxia, identifying and eradicating monsters to prevent them from forming clusters that threaten cities. Each member was a formidable force, starting at level 60. The elder, named Wei Gu, was the captain stationed in a specific area of the Clearing Wilderness, returning to the 5 great capitals on business. Before long, the train sped through a tunnel, and as the view brightened, Bai Tu suddenly felt the train jolt violently, followed by an emergency brake, nearly throwing her from her seat. Oh no, an accident. Wei Gu's expression shifted, and he promptly rose to vanish within the carriage. Bai Tu and the other passengers quickly turned to the window, where they spotted a massive horde of dark creatures rushing towards them. The terrifying scale rivaled that of a locust swarm, sending chills down Bai Tu's spine. Attention passengers. The tracks ahead have been damaged by monsters and are currently under repair, which is expected to take approximately 20 minutes. We urge those with strength to assist in fending off the monster attack. The conductor's voice echoed through the speakers, prompting many to raise their hands. Their casual attire transforming instantly into various professional gear, each radiating an aura of formidable power. One would never guess that the seemingly unassuming elderly woman beside Bai Tu, reminiscent of a farmer, donned a sleek black assassin outfit, her figure flickering and vanishing before Bai Tu's eyes. So professionals can be so approachable and grounded. Astonished, Bai Tu donned her own gear and stepped outside the carriage. Hey, you there, the kid? Yes, you. There's a gap here, and the train is too sparse. Can you help hold the line? As soon as Bai Tu stepped out, a mage standing atop the train assigned her a task, pointing to a breach in the rear for her to defend. Bai Tu nodded and, navigating the uneven terrain with difficulty, reached the back and unleashed her skeletal army. Brothers, let's be vigilant. This is our first real battle. Slipping up could mean death. Sherlock, watch your positioning. Sherlock mounted his skeletal warhorse, nodded, swung his scythe. And as he pulled the reins, the skeletal steed stumbled and fell. The attempt to show off had resulted in an embarrassing misstep. Chapter 74, Intermediate Elite Monster. Bai Tu stared in disbelief at Sherlock as he awkwardly picked himself up, swiftly directing the skeletal artillery and skeletal overseers to commence their assault. The skeletal artillery operator makes his debut, yet he has already been embraced by the slave masters, adorned with 6 colored skull tattoos. He swiftly disassembles the cannon from his back and the wheel bones from his waist, assembling them into a rudimentary carriage. With one foot on the makeshift platform and a grand gesture of his hand, the cannon erupts, unleashing a white projectile that detonates amid the horde of beasts 100 meters away, akin to a stone plummeting into a serene pond, stirring a cascade of chaos. Attack! Bai Tu timely commands the slave masters to launch their offensive, as waves of bone arrows soar toward the already vulnerable corpses of the ghoul apes, effortlessly tearing through their tough hides and inflicting significant damage. How formidable! This is merely a secondary skill, yet the enhancement of vulnerability by 10 proves to be remarkably effective. Bai Tu marvels at the skeletal artillery operator's potent functionality. It seems that the damage inflicted upon the target is more pronounced than merely enhancing the existing attack power. Moreover, the skeletal artillery operator's area of effect means that while the damage may be mediocre, a single shot can render all enemies within a 10-meter radius vulnerable. Just he alone suffices to meet the attack requirements of 4 skeletal slave masters. The anguished cries resound as the ghoul apes, swarming forth, fall one after another, while those that survive hastily grab the fallen corpses to devour, showing no hesitation even towards their own kind. Bai Tu furrows his brow, lamenting the lost bodies. Yet amidst the chaos, he finds no opportunity to collect them. However, The ghoul ape's act of consuming corpses slows their charge, alleviating some of the pressure Bai Tu faces. Xyloc charges at the forefront in a zigzag manner. The skeletal warhorse's turning capability is woefully inadequate, and a direct charge would likely result in him being engulfed by the swarm of monsters. Oh, young lad. I didn't expect you to be a rare necromancer. Quite impressive. Indeed. Wei Gu, having appeared atop the moving vehicle behind Bai Tu, gazes at the skeletal unit engaged in battle with the horde. A hint of nostalgia and admiration gracing his features. The necromancer from his own team at that age was likely nowhere near this level of prowess. Perhaps this lad is indeed a prodigy. Bai Tu glances up at the observing elder, understanding his reluctance to intervene. Has the senior discovered the mastermind behind the scenes? It seems so. His strength is commendable, marking him as a formidable opponent. If a mid-tier pinnacle, level 58 clear wilderness individual deems him capable, then the boss controlling these monsters must surely be at least a mid-tier leader unit. Here they come, Wei Gu announces, his body launching forward. His legs crashing heavily against the ground, charging directly into the throng of monsters at a speed surpassing that of Xyloc. As he runs, his attire rapidly transforms into warrior's armor, the pitch-black heavy gear augmenting his stature, with a golden shield emblem materializing before him. The frontline ghoul apes, taken aback by the audacity of a human charging directly into their midst, immediately swipe their massive claws at him, but upon contact with the golden shield, an overwhelming recoil emanates from him, utterly shattering them. Boom, boom, boom. Wei Gu, akin to a bowler hurling a bowling ball, forges a bloody path through the mass of monsters, many being torn to shreds or sent flying. Is this the shield counter skill of a warrior? Has he already maxed it out? The damage inflicted is simply terrifying. Shield counter serves as an alternative to the Lionheart Shield Tower skill, while it allows for movement. Its overall efficacy is considerably diminished. Yet, the skill Wei Gu executes is far superior to what Prince Lin wielded back in the day. This is the true essence of a heavily armored tank, charging fearlessly, unperturbed by encirclement. Xyloc, at best, is akin to light armor, likely to falter upon collision. A thunderous roar erupts from a distant mound, and Bai Tu gazes over, spotting a towering, formidable armored ape standing atop the mound, wielding a great axe. The distance is too great to discern its level, yet the pressure it exudes indicates it is at least a mid-tier monster, no less formidable than Wei Gu. With an excited smile, Wei Gu, undeterred by the number of foes, charges toward the mound, aiming for the Ape King. Dressed in fine gear, he appears to have emerged from some small world as a legitimate invading force. Wei Gu, mindful and cautious, draws his shield and sword, boldly slicing toward the Ape King with Overlord's slash, igniting their battle instantly. From afar, Bai Tu can see nothing, his curiosity to observe suppressed as he directs the skeletal forces to continue their assault. In a mere 10 minutes, he successfully surpasses level 30, ascending to level 31. The transition from low to mid-level poses virtually no obstacles, yet ascending from mid-level to high requires the defeat of several high-level monsters at level 61. To breach the 90-level threshold is an endeavor of monumental difficulty, necessitating the independent subjugation of a small world to absorb its primordial energy. Such concerns are premature for Bai Tu, who has only just crossed into the realm of level 31. Contemplating level 90 feels like a distant dream. Wei Gu's fierce struggle with the Ape King draws the attention of numerous ghoul apes, and the charioteer seizes the opportunity to command the makeshift team to counterattack, resulting in a massacre that leaves a sea of corpses and advances the front line by several dozen meters. Bai Tu trails behind, guiding the skeletal forces to collect heads. Upon learning of Bai Tu's profession, other adventurers instinctively keep their distance, inadvertently granting him more opportunities to accrue experience. Even under normal experience rates, he should be able to level up once more. With a sense of delight, Bai Tu follows closely, occasionally tossing a few corpses into the graveyard when no one is watching. Soon, the adventurers have eradicated nearly all the lesser monsters. A group of adventurers dares not venture too close to the battle between Wei Gu and the Ape King, not only due to the high energy expenditure, but also because of the stark disparity in strength. Should they become collateral damage, their demise would be swift and incomprehensible. At most, a few mages might provide distant buffs to Wei Gu, while priests occasionally offer healing. The armored warrior and the meat-hungry monster engage in a prolonged stalemate for over half an hour. Their mutual skirmish finally disrupted when Bai Tu seizes an opportunity to have the skeletal artillery operator inflict a vulnerability status upon the Ape King, tipping the scales of battle. After several Overlord's slashes, the Ape King, unwilling to concede, collapses with a resounding crash, successfully slain. Phew, what a relief. Young Bai, your timely assist was just what I needed. Otherwise, I would have been grinding for quite a while longer. Wei Gu laughs heartily, exchanging pleasantries with the others before slinging an arm around Bai Tu's shoulder, nearly sending him to his demise. Oh, my apologies, I got a bit carried away. Noticing Bai Tu's flushed face, Wei Gu quickly releases his grip, realizing he had forgotten he was still clad in his gear out of excitement. Not at all, senior. May I take this corpse? I wish to study it. Sure, take it away. Beyond the equipment, the carcass of such a creature is best utilized for research. Wei Gu readily acquiesces, for a necromancer collecting bodies to transform into skeletons is a most commonplace endeavor. Bai Tu, rubbing his hands together in delight, swiftly collects the gleaming corpse of the ape king into the graveyard, cleverly disguising it in his spatial backpack to avoid any unwanted attention. The corpse of the monkey demon king. Synopsis. This is the corpse of a level 58 intermediate boss unit, which may hold some utility for you. Chapter 75, West City, Western Courtyard. The train tracks were swiftly repaired, yet the heaps of corpses remained unattended, for this was the heart of the wilderness. It was wise to leave quickly, as one could never know when another monstrosity might emerge. Even Wei Gu, with a significant portion of his blue bar depleted, dared not linger in these desolate lands. The train continued its relentless journey along the tracks, while Bai Tu gazed upon the vast swathes of bloodied earth and the mountains of bodies, feeling both covetous and powerless. If all these corpses were to be sent to the skeleton graveyard, it would likely overflow with layers of cycle of reincarnation. Such abundant malevolent energy was indeed squandered. With a sigh of lament, Bai Tu curled up in his seat, intending to catch a brief nap. When he awoke once more, the sky had darkened. Having traversed nearly 1,000 kilometers in a single day, he was now not far from the 5 great capitals. Young man, which station will you disembark? The West City should be the West Station, right? Indeed, the first stop is West Station, but judging by your age. Are you a candidate for this year's college entrance examination? Bai Tu nodded, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Just in time to hear the announcement that West Station was approaching. Best of luck. I have high hopes for you. Put in the effort and bring honor to the Western Courtyard. Wei Gu clapped Bai Tu on the shoulder with admiration, mistakenly believing him to be a student from the Western Courtyard. Bai Tu smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. He bid farewell to Wei Gu and the fellow passengers, then retrieved his luggage and stepped off the train. As he set foot on solid ground, the sight before him was breathtaking, reminiscent of a grand metropolis from his previous life. The platform was tall and bright, paved with thick slabs of marble, exuding both modernity and a hint of post-apocalyptic charm. Navigating through the throngs of people as indicated by the signage, he finally emerged from the station. The passage leading out of the city was fortified with 10 layers of protective checkpoints, a stark contrast to the defenses of Mountain City, underscoring the significance of West City. Upon exiting the station, gazing at the bustling streets filled with vehicles, Bai Tu felt a sense of disorientation. Everywhere he looked, there were red lights and green drinks, with a myriad of people clad in the attire of common folk, engaged in laughter and conversation. It was as if he had stepped into the urban landscape of his former life. However, the enormous blue energy dome above was peculiar, far more authentic than the artificial one in Mountain City. This was clearly deliberate. The energy dome displayed a night sky, so realistic that Bai Tu, having just entered, could still discern its fabricated nature. Pulling out his phone, he searched for the location of the Fengdu organization, which was quite distant from West Station. He ultimately summoned a taxi to take him there. Is it your first time in West City, sir? The driver, a young man who appeared slightly older than Bai Tu, addressed him with a respectful sir. Clearly, the status of practitioners in West City was quite elevated. Is there anything special I should know about West City? Not at all. Practitioners like you can easily access the Practitioner Alliance for a free ride to your destination. Oh, practitioners enjoy special privileges. Bai Tu nodded with a hint of regret, realizing he had spent more than necessary. However, traveling to the Practitioner Alliance and having a ride directly to his location had its own advantages. As they drove, the low buildings gradually gave way to towering skyscrapers. Bai Tu then noticed that a wide road connected the 2 city gates of West City, with low villas lining either side, specifically designated for practitioners. In the distance, rows of orderly high-rise buildings likely housed ordinary citizens. The Fengdu organization was situated in a buffer zone between the villa area and the high-rise district, neither particularly remote nor dissimilar to other schools and institutions. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a large compound surrounded by imposing black walls. Bai Tu stepped out, and as he approached the gate, the driver's expression suddenly shifted. Realizing he was entering the Fengdu base, he promptly sped away. Bai Tu felt a touch bemused as he made his way towards the firmly shut gate. Who goes there? Just as Bai Tu drew near, a dark, ghostly figure materialized at the entrance. He could clearly see it descending from the intricate patterns on the closed door. Hello, I am here to report in. Here is my business card. Bai Tu dutifully produced the card given to him by newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter. The visage of the specter was obscured, but its overwhelming presence hinted that it was far from a mere adversary. As Bai Tu presented the card, the ghostly figure suddenly swayed and vanished into the door's patterns, becoming silent. Moments later, the gate creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man leaning on a cane, shrouded in shadow. Young man, you must be Bai Tu? Yes, senior. I am here at the invitation of newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter. Bai Tu took a couple of steps closer, finally able to discern the man's appearance. He was unremarkable, and his black cloak did little to enhance his mysterious aura. He resembled an old farmer returning from a day's toil, exuding a sense of rustic simplicity. Come in. I am Uncle Da, responsible for guarding the front entrance of the organization. Allow me to show you to your quarters. Uncle Da's face broke into a hearty smile as he led Bai Tu through the gate, moving deeper into the dimly lit interior. Uncle Da, has the organization been experiencing a shortage of funds recently? Oh, why do you ask? Why are the lights off at this late hour? Is it a matter of not being able to pay the electricity bill? Uncle Da chuckled heartily, shaking his head. Young Bai, most people in the organization prefer a dim ambience, so the public areas are kept this way. You'll soon grow accustomed to it. Oh, I see. Bai Tu nodded silently, then suddenly realized. What did you just call me? Young Bai? Yes, Bai, with the given name Tuesday. Of course. You may call me Xiao Bai or Xiao Tuesday very well. Xiao Tuesday, Xiao Bai. Bai Tu was momentarily speechless, resignedly replying, just call me Xiao Bai. Uncle Da wore an inscrutable smile. Every year, newcomers akin to Bai Tu eventually accepted the nickname he bestowed upon them. After a few turns, they finally arrived at a room. Uncle Da opened the door and waved his hand, illuminating the space with light. Bai Tu was relieved to no longer be plunged into darkness. Rest well for now. Tomorrow someone will come to guide you. Oh, and there's another young man next door who is also new. You two can get acquainted tomorrow. Ah, his name is Xiao Yi. Ha, Xiao Yi. As Uncle Da departed, he closed the door behind him, and the room was instantly devoid of the outside gloom. This is my new home, and it seems quite nice. Bai Tu placed his belongings on the floor and examined the room, discovering it to be a spacious standard suite. It featured a living room, bathroom, bedroom, and kitchen, complete with a large bathtub in the bathroom, and all the amenities appeared brand new, far more luxurious than the shabby quarters he had previously occupied. He would likely reside here for the next few years, a new place, a new beginning. Bai Tu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he arranged his toiletries, then sank into the bathtub, the scorching hot water enveloping him in comfort as he luxuriated in the bath. Just as he was enjoying this moment, he faintly heard a series of crackling noises, accompanied by an unusual odor. The source seemed to be from the direction of the room belonging to the young man Uncle Da had mentioned. What on earth? Is this brother cooking at this hour? Chapter 76, The Poisonous Apothecary. As Bai Tu pondered in confusion, a thunderous explosion erupted nearby, startling him into a swift awakening. He hurriedly dressed and stepped outside. The atmosphere remained ominously dark, with each room resembling a heavy coffin lid, and the windows were shrouded in black glass. Following the chaotic sounds, Bai Tu approached the door of an adjacent room, hesitating briefly before knocking. Hold on, just a moment. A faint voice drifted through, and soon the door creaked open, releasing a strong, peculiar odor. It was a curious blend, both fragrant and foul, a discomforting amalgamation of scents. The door was opened by a young man of similar stature, clad in a simple white lab coat, large black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, and long hair cascading over his forehead, giving him an innocuous appearance reminiscent of those academic overachievers from school. Who might you be? Ah, did I disturb you earlier? I'm Bai Tu, a new recruit. Was that explosion just now? Haha, my apologies. I was conducting some experiments. By the way, I'm Ichio, a pharmacist. Ichio opened the door wider, but the odor emanating from within made Bai Tu reluctant to enter. So, he was the infamous EZ. Are you an auxiliary profession, pharmacist? In Mufone mentioned that only 3 newcomers were being recruited this year, yet here stands an auxiliary profession? Not quite. My occupational specialty is rather unique. While I cannot partake in dungeon raids, I can traverse dimensional realms, and I possess combat capability, mind you. Ichio struck a few poses reminiscent of a bodybuilder, though his slender frame hardly exuded any semblance of intimidation. Nevertheless, a combat-capable pharmacist piqued Bai Tu's interest. After all, being specially recruited by an organization indicated exceptional talent. Bai Tu did not linger long, exchanging a few pleasantries with Ichio before retreating to his room. It was nearly 3 a.m, and he longed for some rest. He had heard from Uncle Da that someone would come to guide him the next day, though he was uncertain whether it would be for classes or to enter a small world. The next day, the alarm he had set for 7 o'clock roused Bai Tu from his slumber. After freshening up, he discovered a bag of rice in the kitchen and decided to prepare some porridge in the rice cooker. A series of knocks interrupted him, and as he opened the door holding a small bowl of porridge, he found Ichio standing there. At that moment, he noticed that despite it being 7 o'clock, the outside world still appeared as eerie as it had at night. Oh, I'm used to it. Day and night feel the same, always shrouded in darkness, Ichio explained. Upon noticing Bai Tu slurping up the rice soup, his stomach audibly grumbled in response. Come in. I made plenty, Bai Tu invited, fetching another bowl for Ichio. The latter eagerly drank a mouthful, delight radiating across his face. You haven't gone a day without food, have you? Not quite. I merely finished that bag of rice yesterday. Didn't you just arrive yesterday? You polished off 10 pounds in one sitting? Ichio fell silent, pondering. Is 10 pounds a lot? Bai Tu, incredulous, sipped his porridge. Surely, even eating 3 meals a day, that would suffice for at least a week. This fellow appeared to be a reincarnation of a starving ghost. Consequently, after Bai Tu prepared a pot of porridge, Ichio consumed an entire bowl, leaving the rest to vanish into his stomach. It was baffling how that wiry frame could accommodate such copious quantities. By the way, White Tu, what is your profession? You look like a mage, perhaps? A necromancer. Necromancers are indeed rare, but you don't quite fit the traditional mold, Ichio remarked, studying White Tu with an intensity akin to that of a conservationist observing a rare species. Hey, don't insult my pure soul with that frivolous gaze. White Tu felt increasingly uncomfortable under Ichio's scrutinizing eyes, which began to resemble a butcher sizing up livestock. Haha, my apologies. Occupational hazard. So, what exactly is your unique profession? Honestly, I've never heard of a pharmacist possessing combat prowess. Ichio chuckled, a gleam of pride and fervor illuminating his face. My profession is the first auxiliary role to possess combat capability. I've named it the Toxic Pharmacist. Toxic Pharmacist? That's a unique title. And I've certainly never encountered it before. You can check my attributes. White Tu nodded, donning his reconnaissance mask to reveal Ichio's level and attributes. Ding. Target level, 38. Attributes, Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 1. Already at level 38. Yet all your attributes are merely at 1 point? How can you possibly engage in battle? Even without skills, I could easily dispatch you. Detecting the skepticism in White Tu's eyes, Ichio grinned mischievously and produced a vial of green liquid from his bag, downing it in one swift motion. With a rush, his physique expanded dramatically. His skin turning a vivid green, veins bulging, and his form growing considerably larger while emanating a powerful aura. Now, take another look at my attributes. His voice deepened, resonating with newfound authority. White Tu, still in shock, activated his reconnaissance mask again. Ding. Target level, 38. Attributes, Strength 68, Constitution 135, Agility 68, Intelligence 6. Apart from a slight increase in intelligence, the other attributes surged by dozens, even hundreds of points. Particularly astonishing was the Constitution, rocketing to an exaggerated 135 points, rivaling that of a warrior of the same level. Impressive. White Tu silently commended him. The world was indeed vast and full of wonders. He had never anticipated the existence of such an auxiliary profession capable of transformation akin to the Hulk. Moreover, the key was that he did not need to level up through combat. He merely had to continue concocting potions. Hey, we may need to fight alongside each other in the future, so it's beneficial for both of us to understand my combat style. Ichio reverted to his original form, and White Tu finally understood why he wore such an oversized lab coat. It was to prevent his clothing from bursting during transformations. Yet, glancing at his exposed, hairy calves, White Tu wondered if he was empty inside. By the way, as a necromancer, you must have encountered many valuable corpses, right? Please keep an eye out for me. I need more powerful flesh samples for my potions. White Tu nodded, suddenly recalling that he had a mid-tier boss monster's remains stored in his graveyard. I happen to have some mid-tier boss monster flesh here. Would you like it? Mid-tier boss. Holy cow. Brother, you're now my dearest kin. Please share a bit of your research with me. Ichio immediately bowed in gratitude, his eyes brimming with excitement. The highest quality he had previously worked with had only been mid-tier common monsters. Now, he had a mid-tier boss at his disposal. If incorporated into his potions, it could enhance attributes by several points. Wait here, I'll fetch it for you. White Tu rose and entered his bedroom, summoning a skeletal warrior from Reincarnation Path to slice off a small piece of flesh from the body of the ape demon king. Here, just this much. That's more than enough. Ichio carefully accepted the flesh, producing a glass vial to contain it before hastily bidding farewell. He needed to fuse it into his base potion while the flesh was still active. Chapter 77, The Newbie Trio. Ichio departed in a flurry, and White Tu shook his head. This guy was similar to Lu Gu, a research enthusiast and an overachiever. However, his profession was quite intriguing, and perhaps he could indeed make a name for himself in the future. White Xiaodu, have you already left? Suddenly, a message appeared on my phone, sent by Prince Li, who had ventured to the eastern courtyard, the farthest from where Bai Tu resided in the western capital. I shall take my leave first. What a pity. However, fret not, when I have the time, I shall host you in the eastern capital. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, just as Bai Tu was about to step out to ponder what to do next, a message from Duanmu Feng arrived. Come to the front hall. There are matters to arrange. Just a moment, I shall be there shortly. Stowing away his phone, Bai Tu opened the door only to find Ichio, visibly impatient. Stepping out. Old Bai, let us go? It's quite absurd that we're summoned to the front hall now. I was just settling down to prepare for action, and they chose this very moment to call us. Ichio grumbled, guiding Bai Tu along the corridor, which was adorned like a labyrinth with various branches and towering walls that seemed to connect with the black drapery of the ceiling. Bai Tu felt dizzy from the convoluted path until they finally emerged into the front hall. Duanmu Feng was seated on a nearby chair, sipping tea, alongside a languid young man who lounged in his seat, casually gripping a short dagger. You've arrived, please take a seat. In a moment, the senior will come to guide you. By the way, this is the newly arrived Su Yen. Do introduce yourselves. Bai Tu nodded and turned to the newcomer with a smile. From the mountain city, Bai Tu. From the ice sea, Ichio. From Tokyo, Su Yen. After the trio introduced themselves, Su Yen looked at Bai Tu with an odd expression and inquired, Aren't you the renowned necromancer who has been the talk of the internet? The one who ranked 6th in this year's National College Entrance Examination? Everyone is speculating which academy you would choose. Yet here you are. Bai Tu, somewhat resigned, nodded. It's a long story. In any case, the prestigious 5 academies looked down upon my meager talent. They merely possess a narrow-minded perspective, a bunch of insignificant pests. Though my family is considered a practitioner lineage, I have always held disdain for their haughty airs. Su Yan's tone dripped with contempt and disdain when he spoke of his family, revealing that he too had endured unpleasant experiences. Duanmu, are we set to enter the small world today? I can hardly contain my excitement. Ichio inched closer to Duanmu Feng with an eager smile, his impatience palpable. Though he had no need to level up, he harbored an inexplicable eagerness and yearning for the small world's monsters. Do not rush. It is not within my power to decide. Once your guide arrives, he will arrange everything for you. Duanmu Feng's words were ambiguous, but it was clear he was merely responsible for bringing them back. The subsequent arrangements were beyond his purview. The 4 engaged in idle chatter until a sudden chill swept through the air, and a figure materialized in the chair before them, pale-skinned, gaunt, draped in a black robe. The newcomers on the list are here. Duanmu Feng immediately rose to greet the individual, and Bai Tu and the others quickly stood up, feeling somewhat awkward as they regarded him. The man in the black robe exuded an overwhelming power, suggesting he was at least an advanced practitioner. Thank you for your effort. You may return to rest now. I will take over their arrangements. Yes, I shall take my leave. Duanmu Feng waved goodbye to Bai Tu and the others, his form dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. What the hell? Could Duanmu be a ghost? Ichio, who had been nearest to Duanmu Feng, gaped in shock as he witnessed his body transform into smoke and vanish, causing his hands to tremble with fright. Bai Tu and Su Yan widened their eyes. Fear etched across their faces as they stared at the figure in the black robe. The atmosphere was eerie, made all the more unsettling by the sudden appearances and disappearances, accompanied by a name like Fengdu Ghost City. The more they pondered, the more apprehensive Ichio became, hastily moving closer to the others. Having just been clamoring to enter the small world to wreak havoc, now trembling like a quail in the rain. Gentlemen, upon entering Fengdu, you become brothers. My name is Qi Lian. I primarily oversee newcomer affairs and manage the internal affairs of the headquarters. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to seek me out. The figure in the black robe introduced himself succinctly, his tone devoid of emotion, robotic in its delivery. So, what are we to do next? Attend classes? Classes? After the college entrance examination, you are no longer students. You are now true newcomers in the world of practitioners. Henceforth, refrain from uttering such childish remarks. The trio nodded earnestly. Although Qi Lian's demeanor remained as calm as before, a sense of ire seemed to linger beneath the surface. From now on, the 3 of you will form a small team, designated Team 2038. You will enter the small world of Dimension 16, which will serve as your battleground for the next 2 years, where you must eliminate all threats. Understood. The 3 responded solemnly, the weight of their mission settling upon them. Qi Lian nodded, rising to lead them down another corridor, which led to the area housing the dimensional portals. The intricate and winding design intended to prevent monsters from suddenly emerging. None of you will transition into the Ghost Priest class, being that you are not priests. What were you thinking to bring them here? A figure appeared at the front hall, revealing himself to be Deshu, accompanied by a slender man in a black robe, observing the departing trio with satisfaction as he stroked his beard. This is the elder brother's directive. After all, the Ghost Priest, though powerful, encounters special monsters in certain dimensions that can suppress them. To elevate the organization's strength, it is imperative to assimilate practitioners from other professions. I have evaluated these 3. Their talents and dispositions are commendable. With proper training, they might become the new pillars of our establishment. Little Feng, after all, is quite exceptional. Those who transition into ghost priests tend to resemble necromancers, ultimately becoming gaunt and peculiar. Duanmu Feng is an anomaly among them. Then why select a necromancer? If we're discussing strength, ranking in the national top 10 is indeed impressive. My expectations for this lad are exceedingly high. Deshu's conversation with the black-robed figure went unheard by Bai Tu and the others, who stood before a spiraling, purple-hued dimensional portal, entranced. This was their first encounter with a dimensional portal. The edges tore through space and time, fragmenting reality like sparks erupting forth, sending shivers down their spines. The rending of space. One touch could obliterate a person into mere dust, and they were about to step inside, traversing unfathomable distances across time and dimensions to reach another world. Why do I feel a bit scared? Ichio's expression was somewhat strained, yet upon noticing Qi Lian's nod, he gritted his teeth and was the first to plunge forward. Let us proceed. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return to rest. Su Yan tightened his grip on the short dagger and followed suit, stepping into the dimensional portal. Finally, Bai Tu stood alone. Senior, when can we return? One person can return each month. It depends on your own decisions. A month, is it? Bai Tu nodded, bidding farewell to Qi Lian before stepping into the portal. Chapter 78, Dimension 16. After a bout of dizziness, when Bai Tu opened his eyes once more, he found himself amidst a desolate ruin, surrounded by crumbling structures. With the dimensional portal situated within a dilapidated building, you have finally arrived. Ichio handed Bai Tu a notebook. This was hanging at the entrance. It contains a brief overview of this small world, a modern-day apocalyptic realm. Bai Tu nodded, scrutinizing the introduction within. A global zombie crisis has erupted, resulting in the infection and demise of all humanity, transforming the world into a veritable star of death, where countless zombies devour one another amidst the lurking threat of mutated creatures. The formidable level 65 zombie king has been vanquished, and currently, no being exceeds level 60 in strength. While this may seem manageable, we cannot discount the possibility of a new zombie king emerging during this interval. Indeed, thus I, along with old Sue, have deliberated and concluded that our immediate priority should be to level up swiftly. We must be prepared for the eventual encounter with a formidable foe. Agreed. Let us proceed together and aim to elevate our levels to 50. Bai Tu nodded, noting that among the trio, the highest level belonged to Ichio, albeit under peculiar circumstances, as he gains no experience from slaying monsters. This allows him and Su Yin to level up at a quicker pace. Su Yin, however, remained unconcerned, leisurely donning his gear and unsheathing a Tang Dao with his right hand as he pushed open the door. Let us be off in search of monsters. Ichio, on the other hand, hastily consumed a potion, transforming into a green giant, and leaped from the rooftop into the open air. We are all warriors here. Yet I am but a humble mage. In his current state, Bai Tu struggled to keep up with their pace, resorting to summoning Zylok to guide him forward. Though the three acted in unison, they spread out over a distance of 100 meters, each embodying the archetype of a lone wolf, engaging zombies at first sight. The ordinary units of level 20 posed no challenge, easily dispatched even by Zylok. Old Bai, Old Sue, since I don't gain experience from kills, these monsters are all yours. Ichio exclaimed, tossing a handful of zombies that were gnawing at his arm towards Bai Tu and Su Yin. His robust physique rendered him impervious to their feeble attempts to bite. Thank you. Zylok swiftly swung his blade, dispatching the struggling zombies on the ground. Old Bai, this method of farming is incredibly effortless. You hardly need to lift a finger. Meanwhile, I must continuously swing my sword. Had I known, I would have opted to become a necromancer myself. Su Yin gazed enviously at Bai Tu, who sat comfortably on his skeletal steed, sipping tea. Each strike of his Tang Dao was precise, seamlessly piercing the zombies' skulls without excessive force, embodying an exquisite sense of restraint. I envy you both. You can run and leap, while I, with my frail constitution, find myself gasping after just a few steps. As the trio chatted, they engaged in a relentless slaughter of the surrounding zombies. The foes here were all low-level, predominantly level 20 minions, and even the elite units fell victim to their swift assaults. An hour later, the zombies near the dimensional gate had vanished, and the three returned to the room housing the portal to rest. How did you fare? I've reached level 32. Not bad. I'm at level 33. Bai Tu had been active in the wild prior to their gathering, enabling him to level up slightly faster than Su Yin, while Ichio remained at level 38. The flesh of these zombies is still beneficial to me. I shall conduct some research. How about this? Su Yin and I will venture out to slay zombies while you guard the dimensional gate. Should any formidable zombies appear, I'll save the flesh for you. Given that Ichio struggled to level up in combat, it made more sense for him to stay behind and focus on his potions, simultaneously guarding the gate against any intruding zombies. After contemplating, Ichio concurred, realizing that without encountering particularly strong monsters, venturing forth would only squander his time. It would be wiser to create potions and elevate his level. Very well. Just exercise caution during your expedition. This is no mere dungeon, and death here is final. Should you perish, I shan't seek vengeance on your behalf. We'll return with treasures for you. Su Yin bantered with Ichio, taking a moment to rest before, half an hour later. He exchanged glances with Bai Tu and they bid farewell to Ichio, embarking once more on their monster hunting quest. However, this time, Su Yin stubbornly squeezed onto the skeletal warhorse, three burly men riding a single steed, with Zylok wedged in between. One hand gripping the reins while the other wielded his sword, an uncomfortable predicament indeed. We're overloaded. No worries, a motorcycle can fit 6 people. This grand steed of ours is spacious enough for 3. Su Yin comfortably embraced Zylok, relishing the opportunity to avoid walking, despite the slight discomfort. Bai Tu, exasperated, grasped the horse's head, acutely aware of the fiery spirit emanating from the skeletal steed. Typically, upon mounting, the creature would cast a sideways glance at him, its ghostly flames flickering askew, and now with an unfamiliar rider, its displeasure was palpable. Very well, it is a long journey, and you seem unfazed by fatigue. Offering a few words of consolation, Bai Tu produced a piece of recording paper, tucked within a notebook, capable of automatically documenting their traveled path. It was unclear which predecessor had come to cleanse the bosses, yet the exploration trajectory appeared as a heart shape, quite unfriendly for a single soul. Nonetheless, It documented a wealth of information regarding clusters of zombies and mutated beasts along the way. Bai Tu and Su Yin deliberated, setting their course towards the mutated creatures. For they needed sustenance, having brought no provisions with them. That predecessor must have done this on purpose, offering no warnings whatsoever. Su Yin grumbled, shifting positions on the uncomfortable skeletal steed, while Xylok's back felt equally rough. After a short while, he began to squirm, though fortunately, they were nearing their destination. Are you certain these mutated beasts are edible? Su Yin craned his neck, spotting a herd of wild boars adorned with spiders of various sizes. His fear of densely populated arachnids threatened to overwhelm him. Just a moment ago, I was quite certain, but now my conviction is wavering. Bai Tu too felt a tremor of unease as he glanced at the map. Indeed, it was the boar territory. Had the wild boars formed an alliance with the spiders? Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the herd, and a colossal black boar, 3 to 4 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long, rose on its hind legs. Its eyes glowing crimson and its body crawling with small spiders. Atop its back perched an enormous black spider, its numerous red eyes fixated on them with a predatory gaze. Parasitic spider monarch. Type: intermediate monster, leader, level, 40 attributes, unknown characteristics, parasitic. Skills: unknown. Damn it. In this little world, we can only ascertain the level of monsters. What use is that? Bai Tu cursed under his breath as he witnessed the parasitic spider monarch commanding a swarm of spiders and parasitic wild boars charging towards them. He hastily urged the skeletal steed to flee, as behind them surged a dark tide of spiders, numbering no fewer than 10,000. Run, run. They're almost upon us. Su Yin exclaimed, clutching Xylok tightly, too terrified to glance back at the advancing horde. While the fear of densely populated arachnids was daunting, what truly unnerved him were the piercing gazes of those myriad red eyes. Years of sword practice had sharpened his dynamic vision, allowing him to discern each tiny spider-esque crimson gaze even amidst their frantic flight. The eyes of insects are typically cold and devoid of emotion. A few might be manageable, but thousands bearing down on them would surely be a nightmare for anyone with a fear of such creatures. Don't rush me. The terrain is uneven. If I stumble, I'll end up in a spider-esque nest. Bai Tu retorted, maintaining his composure as he contemplated their escape strategy. Given the current pace, escaping is no simple task. The terrain is uneven, and the speed of those spiders rivals that of the skeletal warhorses. Engaging them head-on is futile, especially considering the sheer number of spiders, not to mention the several hulking wild boars. Even the skeletal slave masters would struggle to hold their ground. Old Su, do you possess any area of effect skills? Well, I specialize in single-target melee attacks, and aside from magic users, what kind of warrior can effectively counter so many foes? Su Yin had completely abandoned the idea of direct confrontation. It was time to flee. Flee as far as possible. No, I believe I have a solution. Bai Tu surveyed all the skeletal units, his gaze swiftly honing in on the skeletal heavy artillery. Among all the skeletons, it alone had area damage capabilities. Each shot boasted a 10-meter radius of splash damage. Although its damage was reduced by 50, it was unlikely that those diminutive spiders were particularly formidable. However, the skeletal heavy artillery had limited time for transformation and was currently only at level 15, its combat prowess not yet fully realized. In contrast, the first, second, and third slave masters had already reached their maximum levels. The skeletal slave master had a level cap of 35, being an elite unit. And so did the skeletal heavy artillery. It perfectly met the criteria for forced enslavement. Old Su, didn't you mention we could still summon 2 more units? What do you mean by that? Literally, hold on tight. Bai Tu offered a brief warning before promptly summoning skeletal slave master number 1 to sit atop the warhorse. Being skeletons, a twist of its femur could easily ensnare the warhorse's neck. Wait, adding another skeleton now will only slow us down. Su Yin couldn't comprehend. Yet Bai Tu summoned another skeleton, which was promptly seized by Xylok, facing Su Yin. Under Bai Tu's command, slave master number 1 swiftly wielded its chains, immediately enslaving the skeletal heavy artillery, elevating its level from 15 to a staggering 35. What on earth are you planning? Su Yin nearly toppled off the horse, gripping Xylok's thigh for dear life, but fortunately, with slave master number 1's skeletal chains restraining the heavy artillery, the trio of riders and 3 skeletons formed a precarious balance on the horse's back. Bai Tu remained silent, instructing slave master number 1 to launch an attack. Upon receiving the command, it yanked the chain, and the skeletal heavy artillery promptly produced a makeshift cannon. With no place to set the wheels, it was forced, under Bai Tu's compulsion, to position the wheels between itself and Xylok, hoisting the cannon barrel aloft. With its legs restrained, it could only brace itself with its hands on the barrel, firing a soulless shot. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted as a skeletal cannonball soared from the barrel, crashing violently into the swarm of spiders, instantly raising a cloud of dust and debris, reducing countless spiders to mere fragments. Within a 10-meter radius, all the spiders were obliterated. Even the surviving wild boars were left bloodied and battered, afflicted with a vulnerable status. In one shot, It had decimated over 100 spiders. Excellent. Continue the assault. Bai Tu turned to witness the aftermath, immediately commanding Slave Master No. 1 to unleash another devastating barrage. For it was time to exact revenge on those that had pursued them so relentlessly. With another thunderous boom, a cannonball struck precisely at the heart of the spider horde. It detonated, unleashing a torrent of destruction, ripping apart the injured wild boars and clearing a vast expanse of spiders. Good heavens! Are you a necromancer or a heavy artillery operator? Even cannon fire. Su Yan, too, heard the explosive sound, turning to see the ravaged spider horde, and was left utterly astonished. Of course, if there were no cannon, how could we have cleared out this rabble? Bai Tu rolled his eyes, exasperated. Su Yan was left speechless. While your logic is sound, could it be that what you're saying is mere nonsense? What exactly is this cannon-firing skeleton all about? Amidst Su Yan's astonishment, the skeletal heavy artillery continued to fire relentlessly, and with the momentum of the skeletal warhorse. It had no fear of being surrounded by spiders. This was akin to guerrilla warfare, only instead of bows and arrows, they wielded cannons. Times have certainly changed. With no concern for the heavy artillery's necromantic energy depleting, Bai Tu acted as a supercharging station, replenishing its energy at a rate that easily matched its consumption. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, all the parasitized wild boars within the spider swarm were shattered into pieces. Who would dare to approach them now? At this moment, only the tallest wild boar king and its parasitic spider queen remained. This creature was no easy adversary. With all the surrounding spiders obliterated, it remained unscathed. Having sustained minimal damage, the spider queen was now filled with rage, her offspring and the flesh that had been parasitized, nearly all annihilated by these wretched pests. How could she possibly let this vendetta go unpunished? Chitter, chitter, chitter. A series of urgent sounds erupted from her mouth, and soon all surviving spiders scattered. With no more than 10 within a 10-meter radius. Oh, they've gotten wise and begun to disperse. It matters not. The pace of extermination may be slightly reduced. Bai Tu lamented the experience lost during that wave. He had just leveled up, and had the skeletal heavy artillery launched its assault independently, it could have easily advanced from level 15 to over 20. Alas, after being enslaved by the master, all the experience from the slain monsters would go to the master instead. Slave Master No. 1 had already reached maximum level, rendering all that experience effectively wasted. In fact, acquiring experience from slaying monsters in the planar small world differed from that in the dungeon world. In the dungeon world, the experience gained from skeletal units slaying monsters was calculated independently, akin to receiving additional experience from the dungeon world. However, in the planar small world, the experience gained from killing monsters was divided from the portion that originally belonged to Bai Tu's day. The specifics of why this was the case remained unclear to Bai Tu, as he was the first necromancer capable of leveling up a skeletal unit. To his knowledge, aside from tamed pets, other summoned beings and non-beings could not level up. The battle raged on. The cannon fire continued to ring out, swiftly attracting the attention of Ichio, who was stationed at the planar gate. As the skeletal warhorse galloped back toward the vicinity of the planar gate, Bai Tu quickly urged it to change direction. Goodness, are they playing artillery stacking? Surely. There's no need to be this lazy when fighting monsters. Ichio stared in disbelief at the skeletal heavy artillery running and shooting simultaneously, with 4 additional units dangling beside it. Behind them, a massive wild boar carried a large spider, accompanied by a swarm of smaller spiders in pursuit. Chapter 80. Old E is truly powerful. Ichio refused to stand idly by, promptly producing a vial of green potion and downing it. His body quickly swelled, and the overwhelming strength left him slightly intoxicated. Had it not been for the potion's current burden on his body and its time limitation, he would have wished to remain in this state. With a mighty leap, he shot forth like an arrow, his speed surpassing that of the skeletal warhorse's charge by an immeasurable degree, effortlessly piercing through 2 towering buildings in an instant. The blue potion, with speed as its primary attribute, granted him an astonishing speed of 138 points, far beyond what any comparable profession could achieve, easily allowing him to catch up to a speeding car at a rate of 50 meters per second, which exceeded that of a typical automobile. Brothers, I'm here. Let us take them down. Ichio descended from the heavens, crashing directly onto the parasitic spider emperor, sending it flying several meters away. The immense impact elicited a wretched scream from the creature, which fell heavily from the back of the wild boar king, landing with a thud on the ground. Before the parasitic spider emperor could regain its footing, Ichio struck again, delivering a powerful punch to its head. The colossal force forced a shrill cry from the creature, propelling its body backward violently. What a pity! Had it been a strength potion, it could have easily claimed its life. Observing the parasitic spider emperor in such a disheveled state, Ichio shook his head with a hint of regret. In a sudden flash, he appeared before the creature and jabbed his fingers into its eyes, causing a resounding pop as a large segment of its compound eye was shattered into fragments. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through the parasitic spider emperor, twisting its face into a grotesque mask of rage as it emitted a series of furious roars, heedless of its injuries, and lunged at Ichio with its jaws agape. thinking to devour me. Ichio scoffed, vanishing from its sight in an instant, only to descend from above, forcefully driving it into the earth with a single foot. Witnessing their mother being assaulted, the surrounding small spiders immediately rushed forth, shrieking as they unleashed streams of dark green venom from their mandibles, splattering Ichio with their toxic projectiles. Poison. My body is immune even to the zombie virus. What makes you think I fear your meager toxins? Allow me to show you what true poison is. Ichio waved his hand to wipe the venom from his face with disdain, revealing a circular glass vial filled with a black liquid from his backpack. He casually tossed it into the swarm of spiders. With a resounding crash, the vial shattered, releasing a thick cloud of black smoke that erupted among the small spiders. The noxious fumes prompted a cacophony of shrieks as the creatures' bodies rapidly decayed. Goodness, brother, this stuff is incredibly toxic. We must get some of this later. This monster hunting is simply exhilarating. Bai Tu and Su Yin had sprinted from a distance, their eyes widening as they witnessed the black mist effortlessly annihilate a vast number of spiders, even withering the grass beneath it. This substance is utterly terrifying. If we could procure just a couple of vials, dealing with large swathes of monsters in the future would be a breeze. Just toss one vial and wipe out a multitude. Ichio replied, no problem. This toxin is a concoction I created by merging various toxins from different creatures, defective genes, and latent pathogens. The yield is quite substantial. As he spoke, Ichio delivered a kick to the parasitic spider emperor beneath him. This mid-tier boss was formidable, likely brimming with experience, and would have given Bai Tu or Su Yin a hard time, yet unfortunately for it, it faced Ichio. Its speed was insufficient to keep up, and its physical prowess was comparable. It was utterly outmatched. The creature barely had a chance to unleash any skills before Ichio subdued it. Old Su, this one's yours. I've already slain a good number of spiders and leveled up. Bai Tu offered the creature to Su Yin, who graciously accepted, as he was currently the lowest level at 32, 2 levels behind by Tuesday. With a swift draw of his Tang Dao, Su Yin unleashed a gale slash. A whirlwind materialized in the air as the blade gleamed ominously in his grasp, cleaving through the parasitic spider emperor's neck with a sharp crack. However, his expression suddenly shifted to one of alarm. Get back. He urgently pulled Bai Tu away, and Ichio sensed a chilling aura of death, hastily leaping backward to distance himself. Just as the three had retreated, the parasitic spider emperor erupted in a flurry of long azure blades, tearing its body into countless pieces and rending the ground with deep fissures capable of entombing a person. Thank goodness we weren't caught in that, Su Yin exclaimed, drenched in sweat as he recalled the deadly blades. What just happened? Did your skill go haywire? Bai Tu's face paled, realizing that had he been struck, he would have met a gruesome end. That is not quite it. It's more of my occupational characteristic, Su Yin sheepishly explained. In essence, it was a gambler's trait. His attacks fluctuated between 1 to 1,000 damage, and for every doubling of damage, an additional blade attack of equal damage was appended to his strike. So, just now, I triggered a 500 damage boost, stacking 5 blade attacks, each dealing 5 times the base damage of Gale Slash. Both Bai Tu and Ichio gasped in astonishment, realizing that he had just unleashed a staggering 25 times the damage of Gale Slash. Your damage boost is absurd, Bai Tu remarked, recalling his own struggles as a skeleton painter, still grappling with percentages in the tens, while Su Yin had soared to 5,000. It's not as high as you think. There's still a minimum of 1 damage, which can reduce my attacks to mere tickles. Su Yin lamented, that one is indeed pitiful. If I were to have a streak of bad luck in battle, it would be akin to a mere scratch. Generally, my attacks are decent, typically fluctuating around 50, occasionally bumping up to 200 with a bit of luck. The 500 occurrence has been rare, and as for 1,000, I've never even gotten close. Su Yin's demeanor grew despondent. After dedicating years to mastering his swordsmanship, he felt as though his efforts were rendered moot by his occupational trait. No matter how skilled he became, if his attacks fell short, what was the point? Ironically, on days when luck favored him and he triggered a 1,000 boost, he could potentially eliminate foes 20 levels above him in a single strike. This led him to gradually become somewhat lackadaisical. Isn't that the nature of gambling? Ichio interjected. If you transformed into a figure akin to a gambling god, even with poor luck, wouldn't you be better able to wield your occupational trait? Gambling god. What is that? Su Yin looked at him quizzically, unfamiliar with such concepts. You've never played cards or dice? Never. I've spent my youth either practicing swordsmanship or memorizing techniques. My family had stringent requirements. Don't worry, old Su. I am the card king of our neighborhood's second floor, Unit 3. Allow me to guide you, and you will surely grasp the essence of card games swiftly. All right. Please teach me, oldie. What a duo of bold talkers, one daring to speak, the other believing. However, as Bai Tu's gaze fell upon the corpses strewn across the ground, his smile abruptly froze. What a precious corpse. Reduced to mere fragments. How infuriating. Oldie. Hurry and teach old Su. Chapter 81, Dark Cuisine. Fortunately, my potion research does not demand high standards for flesh. As long as it retains sufficient vitality, it suffices. With the parasitic spider emperor's body in tatters, Bai Tu could only salvage a few remnants for use as dark energy materials, while the corpse of the parasitized wild boar king remained viable for further use. As they surveyed the battlefield littered with spider carcasses, the three fell into a contemplative silence. The day was drawing to a close. Perhaps it was time to prepare dinner, especially since they had not eaten throughout the day. Ichio's stomach grumbled audibly. And seeing Bai Tu and Su Yin in a daze, he gathered some intact spider bodies and made his way to the small room by the dimensional portal, recalling the presence of a bonfire there. Let us go. These corpses are of little use, mere low-level monsters. Bai Tu gathered his skeleton master and heavy gunner, mounting his skeletal steed to follow the others back to their temporary camp. As the flames leapt into the air, the sky outside gradually succumbed to darkness. Ichio retrieved a white bucket, the origin of the water within a mystery, as it had already been brought to a boil atop a dilapidated kettle. He then proceeded to cleanse the corpses of several spiders in the clear water, each weighing over 10 pounds, and after removing the inedible parts, at least 5 or 6 pounds of spider meat remained. You can't possibly be contemplating consuming that. It's an insect. Su Yin gazed at Ichio, who was diligently dissecting the spiders with a scalpel, feeling that the scene was more fitting for an operating room than a kitchen. Look at you, so uninformed. The protein content in insects is significantly higher, providing a swift replenishment of essential nutrients for the human body, and the flavor is quite delightful. Just wait and see. One should never underestimate my culinary skills. Ichio retorted with confidence. Come on, I merely asked you to teach me how to play cards, not to take you on as a mentor. Su Yin quipped back, and as their banter continued, Bai Tu produced a thermos from his pocket, adding some hot water and savoring a few comforting sips. Although the flavor of the tea had long since faded, the warmth enveloped him like a soothing bath against the chill. Ichio skewered the prepared spiders onto a stick and placed them over the fire. With no oil, salt, or sauce to enhance the taste, they would have to be consumed plain, though he did add some kind of harmless additive, claiming it would elevate the flavor. As the originally purplish-red spider meat roasted, it gradually blackened and became sticky, oozing dark, purplish juices while emanating a peculiar, sour odor. Are you certain that what you're creating qualifies as gourmet cuisine rather than some repulsive slop? Su Yin, who had been assisting nearby, found himself retreating further away, nearly escaping to the door as tears welled in his eyes from the stench. Ichio inhaled deeply, convinced of the culinary delight reminiscent of stinky tofu. Fear not. This is the essence of barbecued meat. It may smell foul, but it's delicious once you taste it. Lao Bai, care for a skewer? Bai Tu had already stuffed his nostrils with paper to ward off the odor and promptly shook his head, declaring himself unworthy of such fare. Lao Su. Su Yin rubbed his growling stomach and glanced at the spider meat, now resembling a charred lump, hesitating for a moment before gradually approaching. It may taste terrible, but it's better than starving. Upon taking a bite, he exclaimed, PFF. Lao Su, hold on, cried Bai Tu, rushing over to pull Su Yin out of the toxic zone and into the fresh air at the door. Before long, Su Yin regained his senses, the foul taste in his mouth now barely noticeable, though his lips felt swollen like sausages. However, upon chewing carefully, he found the texture of the spider meat surprisingly agreeable, akin to beef with a satisfying chew. Once swallowed, he realized it was quite filling. That small piece had left him feeling somewhat satiated, and the odor had lessened considerably. This is quite a find. It can save us a great deal of food. His eyes lit up, and he staggered back into the room. Bai Tu could not restrain himself. You still dare to eat after your mouth has been poisoned? He had come to understand that Ichio's culinary creations were best suited for his own consumption, as he had devoured a significant portion without issue, while Su Yin had merely taken a bite and was already affected. Lao Bai, this stuff really fills you up. Just let me have another bite. And I want need to eat for the rest of the day. Su Yin struggled to reach Ichio, who hesitated upon seeing his mouth before ultimately allowing him to continue. But Su Yin acted on his own, taking another bite. PFF. Damn it, Lao Su, hold on, exclaimed Bai Tu, who rushed back into the toxic zone to drag Su Yin out once more, depositing him at the door. Meanwhile, in the office of the Dean of Shidu Academy, Zhao Xan wore a look of utter dismay, sighing heavily. He could scarcely believe that Bai Tu had not ended up at the 13 Capital Academy, but instead had come to their Shidu, joining the Fengdu organization, which was their arch-nemesis. He had never intended for Bai Tu to enter the 5 great academies. Now, he was practically under his nose, a blatant affront to his pride. If Fengdu was willing to accept him, it was clear that Bai Tu possessed exceptional talent, at least of a promising caliber. Currently, reports indicated he was holed up in Fengdu Ghost City, keeping a low profile, making it difficult to deal with him in the short term. A long-term plan was necessary. During the annual full moon night, when chaos erupted, he would surely make an appearance. Zhao Xian's eyes gleamed with a hint of malice. He and his self-proclaimed noble peers would show no mercy to those from the common folk who dared to oppose them. Chapter 82, The Skeletal Dragon Sorcerer. The cold wind howled as the weather in the small world of the 16th dimension turned unpredictable. What had been merely overcast yesterday transformed into a sudden snowfall, plunging temperatures below freezing. Bai Tu nearly froze to death that night, But fortunately, Su Yin had indulged in a bit too much spider barbecue. And upon discovering Bai Tu nearly frozen stiff during the night, he rekindled the campfire. The next morning, Ichio chopped down several trees and moved large stones to fortify their base. Why is this small world adventure so different from what I envisioned? We aren't storming a human castle in another world like the villains. Instead, we're huddled like beggars amidst the ruins, braving the cold and wind. Su Yin, staring blankly at the fire, found himself reminiscing about the comforts of home in Tokyo, where everything was readily available, in stark contrast to the hardships they now faced. Ichio, however, was brimming with energy, experimenting with a new dish. He discovered that the parasitized wild boars contained a peculiar toxin that was remarkably spicy. When paired with grilled pork chops, the experience was simply exhilarating. I can't and won't dare to try again. Your barbecue nearly left me frozen to death last night, and the necromancer isn't exactly resistant to the cold, Bai Tu remarked, feeling under the weather. Likely due to a fever and cold combined. More gravely, he sensed a certain stiffness in his body, his movements and even speech becoming sluggish, akin to the rusting components of a robot, rendering him utterly powerless. Perhaps I shall guard the home today. You all can venture forth to slay monsters. By the way, Laui, feel free to take my skeletal warrior along. Although I cannot command him from a distance, his intellect is commendable, and he should pose no risk accompanying you. Ichio nodded, yet with a hint of concern, inquired, given your current condition, can you manage alone at home? Rest assured, for I am a necromancer. I do not possess merely a solitary skeletal warrior. With a flourish of his hand, a multitude of gleaming white skeletal units materialized before him. He summoned Zylok, instructing him to accompany Su Yin and Ichio on their monster hunting expedition, while the slaver and his minions stationed skeletal archers to defend the four corners of the base, dispatching skeletal scouts to surveil the surroundings. Once Su Yin and Ichio noted that his arrangements were complete, they hastily consumed a light meal before setting off with Zylok to continue their exploration in another direction. With little to occupy his time and no battles to engage in, Bai Tu entered the skeletal graveyard, his gaze fixating upon the corpse of the ape demon king. As a mid-tier boss monster, its might exceeded level 50, and the potential for transforming its remains into a powerful, unique skeletal unit was enticing. Thus, he focused his mind, channeling all his negative energy into the lifeless body. Moments later, the dark energy coalesced within the cadaver, emanating an eerie chill that both startled him and hinted at the intensity of the soul's resonance, which surpassed even that of Zylok. Could it be that this transformation would yield a mage-type skeletal unit? While he pondered this, the ape demon king's body gradually desiccated, its flesh seemingly absorbed by the bones, even the outer layer of hide dissolving away, revealing a pair of dark green ghostly flames slowly gathering in its eye sockets. Skeletal Dragon Mage. Level, 175, Elite. Attributes, Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 8. Summoning value, 5 points. Negative energy value, 1200, 1. Traits, Bone Dragon Breeder. Can obtain an extra Bone Dragon summoning right at levels 153, 045, 6075. Summoned bone dragons reside within the skeletal graveyard and cannot be summoned by other means. Skills 1. Bone Dragon Summon. Summons a bone dragon from the graveyard for combat. Attributes constant at high level ordinary 75. 2. Dragon's Self-Detonation. Triggers bone dragon self-destruct. Can be resummoned only after 24 hours. The Skeletal Dragon Mage stands as the only known magical attack-type skeletal unit presently in Bai Tu's possession. And it is an elite unit of considerable caliber, with a level cap of 75, making it a formidable asset even in the later stages of the game. Moreover, it possesses 2 skills. The ability to summon a bone dragon and trigger its explosion, with the bone dragon emerging at level 75, was indeed a revelation to Bai Tu, who felt invigorated at the prospect. Without hesitation, Bai Tu summoned the Skeletal Dragon Mage. Perhaps advanced units evolved directly from the original corpse's bones for the Dragon Mage. Despite its title, was impressively tall and robust. Had Bai Tu not been aware that its strength, constitution, and agility were all rated at 1, he might have been deceived by its imposing presence. Summon the bone dragon, he commanded, leading the Dragon Mage outdoors. The Dragon Mage nodded, and a potent wave of soul energy resonated in Bai Tu's mind, far surpassing that of Zylok. The Dragon Mage lifted its bony claw, conjuring a swirling mass of black energy, reminiscent of a dimensional gate. However, Bai Tu detected no fluctuations of space-time, suggesting it was merely a rudimentary version. The black spiral energy spun rapidly, and with a gentle toss from the Dragon Mage, it expanded swiftly into a dark canopy with a radius of several meters, within which a white form gradually materialized. Before long, the black energy contracted, merging into the white figure, finally revealing the form of the bone dragon. As Bai Tu had envisioned, the bone dragon was tall, constructed from numerous thick white bones, its skeletal wings flapping gracefully, astonishingly. It could fly with apparent ease despite being made of mere bone. Bone Dragon Summit. Level 75, Ordinary. Attributes: Strength 25, Constitution 35, Agility 30, Intelligence 10. No traits or skills. Fairly average. As a standard monster elevated to level 75, it gained an additional 50 points in attributes, totaling merely 100 points. Nonetheless, it was still superior to the skeletal slave master, roughly equivalent to half a max-level Zylok. The key was that the dragon mage, at level 75, could summon 6 bone dragons at once, significantly enhancing its combat prowess. Perhaps this is the least impressive bone dragon, Bai Tu mused. He recalled that within the necromancer's bone dragon summon skill, any summoned bone dragon was an elite boss unit with total attributes exceeding 200 points, far superior to this one. Although Bai Tu expressed some disappointment verbally, he felt a sense of satisfaction within. Had a more powerful bone dragon emerged, it might have overwhelmed him, risking his own demise from a soul backlash. Go forth, take the bone dragon to level up. I can sense your intelligence is quite high, enabling you to make judgments on your own. Remember, engage only those you can defeat. Retreat to me if the odds are against you, and I shall assist. After issuing his commands to the dragon mage, Bai Tu watched as it mounted the bone dragon and swiftly vanished into the sky. Suddenly, he realized he had perhaps been overly cautious. With the multitude of skeletal warriors and archers under his command, they were merely gathering dust in the graveyard. It would be far more prudent to send them forth to vanquish monsters. After all, in this world, apart from the 3 of them, everyone else was a monster. Whoever stood in their way was simply an enemy to be dealt with, and these skeletal units were expendable, hardly deserving of concern. Resolute in his decision, Bai Tu allocated his remaining summoning value entirely to summon more skeletal warriors and archers, dividing them into 3 squads that charged in different directions. He then embarked on an unceasing journey of transforming skeletal units to replenish for the anticipated losses. However, gazing at nearly 1,000 skeletal warriors and over 100 skeletal archers in the cycle path, he felt assured that they would suffice for the time being. Chapter 83. Half a year later. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed in this miniature world. During this period, the trio had ventured out only a few times, never exceeding half a day, spending the rest of their time immersed in this dimensional realm. After all, this world was no smaller than Blue Star, teeming with monsters, zombies, mutated beasts, and even sentient plants, which posed considerable challenges to their progress. Nonetheless, this world proved exceptionally accommodating for Ichio. His profession as a toxin alchemist allowed him to thrive, procuring ample flesh and blood from mutated creatures. When confronted with formidable foes, he would boldly engage, take a bite, and retreat, later enhancing the potency of his potions before returning to fight again. His audacious tactics led to the demise of numerous monsters exceeding level 50, successfully elevating his own level to 51. Suyin underwent even more significant changes over these 6 months. Initially, he bore the appearance of a wealthy young heir, exuding a nonchalant demeanor, albeit still commendable as a promising youth. However, after half a year of life in the wasteland, he had long abandoned any semblance of grooming. Resembling Ichio with his long, unkempt hair, scruffy beard, and tattered, filthy clothing, he could often be seen clutching a deck of playing cards, drawing them at whim, shaking his head and lamenting his poor luck. In moments of leisure, he would engage in card games with Bai Tu and Ichio, embodying the very essence of a gambler. His level had ascended quite rapidly, now standing at 49. However, the most striking transformation was undoubtedly that of Bai Tu, who had fully embraced the visage of a necromancer. His figure had grown gaunt, his skin pallid, and his eye sockets darkened, resembling someone suffering from severe sleep deprivation and physical frailty. Clad in an oversized white robe, he wielded a lengthy skeletal staff adorned with twin dragons kissing, presenting an appearance most peculiar. Over the past 6 months, he had recklessly dispatched legions of skeleton soldiers to wage war, slaying any adversary in sight. Though he had nearly exhausted his stock of skeletal warriors and archers, he had amassed a significant amount of experience, elevating his level to 55. It is worth noting that with each successive level, the required experience multiplies nearly 2-fold. Yet, the skeletal units operated as perpetual engines of combat. As long as they remained alive, they could continue to fight. For half a year, 180 days, equating to 4,320 hours, his existence revolved around battling monsters or traversing the terrain in pursuit of them. One can only imagine the efficiency with which he acquired experience. The continent they inhabited had been traversed by skeleton soldiers, leaving corpses strewn across every corner, some even serving as makeshift paths beneath monstrous feet. Aside from a few mid-tier boss monsters exceeding level 50, which posed a significant challenge, the rest had been overwhelmed by a sea of skeletons. With a level of 55, Hylock's strength during a grapple charge reached a terrifying 255 points, rendering him invincible against even the mightiest of creatures in this realm. The skeletal dragon language mage, now at level 75, doubled as a summoner of bone dragons and a detonator for bone dragon nuclear devices. His ascension to level 75 enabled Bai Tu to deploy 6 formidable bone dragon soldiers simultaneously. In the face of insurmountable foes, they could self-destruct, effortlessly obliterating elite monsters below level 60. The skeletal artillerymen had also reached level 35, summoning additional units as functional troops equipped with area damage and vulnerability effects. Although their levels were modest, they rarely retreated from the battlefield. A few cannon blasts could afflict enemies with vulnerability, allowing the skeletal overseer's archers to deliver lethal precision strikes, easily vanquishing common foes below level 50. However, against elite monsters, they merely served as minor irritants. The skeletal overseer had reached rank 10 and was paired with skeletal artillerymen to form a ranged assault unit, dedicated to dispatching lower-tier monsters. Oldie, let us have some drinks. That snake wine of yours. Pour a bit for the brothers. On this day, as they gathered, Bai Tu entered to find Su Yin shamelessly approaching Ichio, begging for wine. Ever since Ichio had cleared a nest of venomous snakes 2 months prior, he had returned with a substantial quantity of snake-infused liquor, its spicy yet refreshing essence having completely captivated Su Yin. Just as Bai Tu and Su Yin had once been conquered by Ichio's culinary creations, their understanding of gourmet delights had now veered into unknown territory. Daily indulgence. When I returned last time, there was barely half left. Tell me, did you sneak some? Ichio protested, though without any stimulants. His combat prowess was akin to that of a fledgling in a novice village, allowing Su Yin to easily pour himself a glass. Old Bai's back. Come, taste this. If we don't drink now, it'll be gone. We've got thieves in the house, and they only steal wine. Before he could finish, Su Yin sensed something amiss. In this little world, they were the only 3 normal individuals. What other thieves could there be? Old Bai, you didn't pilfer the wine, did you? Their suspicious gazes converged on Bai Tu. Who else could it be? Surely not Hylock from outside. Would you believe me if I said I did it in my sleep? Before Bai Tu could complete his thought, Su Yin pounced upon him like a famished tiger. And Ichio soon joined the fray, pinning Bai Tu down completely. I surrender. I surrender. Bai Tu, the highest leveled among them, found his physical prowess matched by Ichio, and with Su Yin, a balanced warrior, he quickly capitulated. After their playful tussle, the trio resumed their seats, savoring the food prepared by Ichio while discussing their respective circumstances. With skeletal soldiers guarding their base, all 3 could venture out to battle monsters. However, Ichio primarily focused on gathering materials, serving as the household builder, chef, cleaner, and shopper, thus spending less time in combat. It's about time. Nearly all the minor monsters in our central continent have been cleared, leaving only a handful of bosses above level 55. Once we eliminate them, we can advance to other continents. But what about the mutated creatures in the sea? Those beasts are formidable too. I even spotted a level 60 whale. If we wait, it may well ascend to a higher tier. No need to rush. No matter how powerful the monsters, with old Su's luck, they'll be mere fodder. Let us first deal with the land creatures, and then consider the sea. Sounds feasible. One by one, we have ample time ahead. Old Bai is already at level 55, just 5 levels away from commencing the advanced trials. The advanced trials required slaying several high-tier monsters, necessitating an expedition. Surely, the organization would make arrangements. Becoming an advanced practitioner signifies one has stepped into the realm of the powerful. At the very least, one could return home as a teacher, and if fortunate, remain in the academy or join an official organization. Few truly succeed in passing the advanced trials. Death is inevitable in the small world of dimensions, and some individuals are simply not adept at combat. Even with a level advantage, triumph is not guaranteed, let alone single-handedly defeating creatures that surpass their tier. We agreed earlier. Whoever first breaks through to level 61 will be the boss, and the last one will be the little brother. Old Su, you better step it up. It's just me and Old Bai competing now. He's at level 55 needing trials, while I'm at level 51 and exempt, and you're still at 49. Damn it. Just wait. One day I'll get lucky and slay a level 60 boss to show you.